As the blood-bound vessel of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, Alison Grindelwald found herself today attempting to unite her parents. Once ensnared within the confines of her computer, she had traversed various game realms, acquiring skills from titles such as Magic Awakening, Diablo, Batman, Assassin's Creed, and Hogwarts Legacy. Now the little trickster, encased in a spiky shell that concealed her tender heart, had finally arrived at her parents' side. Why should I, like my father, endeavor to rescue a race steeped in illusion, incapable of saving themselves? I apologize, Professor Snape. My concern for my classmates' safety led me to use the unforgivable curse in a moment of desperation. You will forgive me and keep this a secret, won't you? I believe a solemn oath would suffice. It would be just the opportunity to eliminate one of Albus's eyes and Slytherin. Professor Cat. Me? I am of course here for a greater good. I intend to keep you company in your empty nest. Dear father, you won't be upset, will you? Well, actually, I am here to monitor you. Do you think Dumbledore would mourn your passing, Riddle? Once, an adversary told me that even death could not save me from him. Now, I bestow that very sentiment upon you. Chapter 1. A special visitor from Nurmengard. Avada Kedavra. Alison's heterochromatic eyes gleamed with intensity as the tip of her wand unleashed a splintering green light, vanquishing the final boss and elite foes of this game. Yet, she found herself ensnared within the game's confines. Upon completing one game, she would seamlessly transition into the next, akin to a dedicated player who, upon finishing a level, eagerly clicked to commence the next adventure. As the game concluded, the world around her began to fracture. Poised for transition, Alison, unwilling to continue this cycle of traversals, unleashed a torrent of her magical essence, causing the very fabric of time and space to tremble. Gradually, in alignment with her will, a black void was torn open in the unstable world, and without hesitation, she stepped into the direction guided by her bloodline. In the towering prison of Nurmengard, the solitary occupant gazed keenly through the sole minuscule window toward the expanse beyond the castle. Despite the ravages of age-lost teeth, a face etched with wrinkles, and a mane of white hair, the elderly prisoner retained a vestige of the formidable charisma that once dominated the European magical realm and ignited the Muggle World War, a prophecy gifted to him. Suddenly, a broad, black fissure manifested in the air, and from it tumbled an 11-year-old girl with crimson hair. Rarely did anything rattle Gellert Grindelwald, a man who had once wielded nearly absolute power over the wizarding world. But the sight of that girl sent a jolt of alarm through him. In that fleeting glance, the girl bore an uncanny resemblance to one of his parents. Albus Dumbledore. In the Harry Potter-inspired game, her character was crafted from the bond between Grindelwald and Dumbledore, inheriting their talents, blood, and emotions. What began as a mere fanfiction concept had unexpectedly manifested into reality, granting her the identity of Alison Grindelwald. Magic emanates from the soul. The initial transformation from Muggle to wizard had rendered her fragile spirit susceptible to the weight of its new rules, a far more profound impact than any subsequent transitions to other game worlds or identities. When she first shaped her character, she had modeled it after a youthful Dumbledore, crimson-haired with exquisite features, save for a singular eye reminiscent of Grindelwald's. This peculiar, transparent right eye boldly signified the Grindelwald lineage, allowing them glimpses into future fragments. As Alison descended through the air, she beheld her surroundings clearly. Effortlessly shifting from human form to that of an amorphous shadow, a mass of dark, oily power surged toward the tower, swiftly approaching the window. The red-haired young witch reverted to her human guise and perched on the sill, grinning mischievously at her astonished father, her demeanor both playful and impish. Pleased to meet you, dear Father. Gellert, regaining his composure, quickly calmed himself. Although his heart swelled with a tumult of emotions, he was not particularly startled by her address. The familial resemblance was unmistakable. His face radiated unrestrained joy as his heterochromatic gaze scrutinized the girl, lingering momentarily on her blue left eye akin to Dumbledore's, his voice hoarse from disuse. Child, what is your name? Alison, intrigued by his demeanor, arched an eyebrow and with a silent, wandless transformation spell, created an entrance in the tower's exterior wall, moving closer to her father with a recklessly carefree expression. Alison Grindelwald, she replied casually. You haven't jumped back in surprise as I hoped? Gellert chuckled at his daughter's antics. Despite this being their first encounter and his ignorance of her origins, a sense of ease washed over him, akin to reuniting with an old friend. You have already startled Mewhat. A delightful surprise, Alison. He extended his gnarled, wrinkled hand, affectionately tousling her red hair, refraining from further inquiries. For a man condemned to languish in prison until death, many things lost their significance. To behold a child born of love with his beloved, even in his twilight, was more than sufficient. Alison nestled against his hand but soon furrowed her brow in discontent, surveying the dismal surroundings. Dilapidated wooden furniture consisting of a mere table, a stool and a bed, a rusty clock barely ticking, a single cot dressed in tattered sheets, with the disturbing sight of a skinned, desiccated mouse hanging at the foot. Why not leave? You could easily escape. Allison queried, feigning ignorance of the answer, her eyes glinting with mischief as she plotted to ensnare her father. Gellert hesitated, a complex array of emotions crossing his face. Pain, confusion, love. Too many feelings intertwining. At last, the once flamboyant man sighed softly, struggling to fabricate a rationale for the child. I am far too old. Allison pressed on, relentless, her expression mirroring the aggressive tenacity of her father in his youth as she invoked the name of the person they both understood. Do you not love him? Do you not wish to see him? Gellert's expression turned to one of resignation, not disliking the reflection of his own character in his daughter. Yet, he remained silent, resisting the topic. How could he not long to see the one he loved in his final moments? But between him and Albus lay an insurmountable chasm of reality beyond love. He could no longer ascertain whether Albus still cherished him. If he truly loved him, why had he remained silent for half a century, leaving him to languish in this forsaken place? There is a prophecy I witnessed. Allison fixed her gaze upon her father, studying his reactions. Albus perishes from a subordinate's killing curse, falling from the astronomy tower. Gellert's countenance paled, his heterochromatic eyes locked onto her from his reaction. Allison gleaned the answer she sought and continued calmly, of course, you know that no one can truly kill him, but he had previously fallen victim to a fatal curse laid by Voldemort in a trap. Neither Gellert nor Albus feared death. Both elderly men regarded it as a grand adventure. Yet, Gellert could not accept that Albus would choose to leave him behind in such a manner, calculating his own demise while neglecting to consider his beloved. Allison cast her gaze downward, her lips sealed, a triumphant smile dancing in her eyes as she deliberately allowed her father the time to ponder. Such unadulterated truths were not lost on Grindelwald after all. He possessed an intimate understanding of his confidant, lover, and adversary. It did not take long for the weary old man to rouse himself. His heterochromatic eyes sharpened, radiating a dangerous intensity, and he seemed to reclaim the razor-edged acuity reminiscent of his prime. Grindelwald lowered his gaze to the demurely smiling Allison, fully aware that she was intentionally provoking him to abandon Nurmengard. Yet he could not simply turn a blind eye. Gellert Grindelwald had never been one to acquiesce to the whims of fate, never. Chapter 2. Allison's True Intentions. Allison deliberately tilted her face upward, her countenance reminiscent of the youthful Albus Dumbledore, exuding a blend of innocence and calculated charm towards her aging father, as if to coax him gently. Grindelwald was not incensed by such blatant machinations. On the contrary, he secretly relished the opportunity to depart from Nurmengard to meet Albus. After all, everything remained merely a prophecy, and he could still strive to alter the final outcome. Even if the result mirrored his youthful foresight of being vanquished by Albus, it was preferable to inaction. Grindelwald gazed at Allison for a while, suddenly feeling a surge of good spirits. He burst into hearty laughter, unabashedly exuberant, playfully ruffling Allison's hair with a light-hearted jest. Truly, you are my daughter. The atmosphere instantly shifted from tense and perilous to relaxed. Allison, her eyes sparkling, obediently presented the wand she had conjured from the depths of her gaming realm, offering it without a hint of concealment. This wand, procured through a stroke of luck within the game, was crafted from elder wood with a dragon heartstring core. It bore several grotesque growths, a testament to her frequent use of dark magic, which had thoroughly tainted it with sinister energy, occasionally flickering with ominous green sparks. Grindelwald inspected it with keen interest, accepting it without hesitation. The Ministry of Magic had deemed the breaking of a wand a severe offense, as most wizards were unable to cast spells without them, particularly those of profound complexity, while it was commonplace among elite wizards to master silent, wandless magic. A wand could nonetheless enhance one's control over spells. Allison clung to his arm, articulating the specifics of the wand, yet conspicuously omitting any mention of the formidable dark power it harbored. The combination of elder wood and dragon heartstring was clearly a replica of the elder wand. Its power was indeed formidable, ranking among the wands she had previously wielded. The dragon heartstring readily acknowledges a powerful master, and since it has been passed down through blood, it should suffice for you, no? The elder wand, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, was said to have been forged by Death himself from elder wood, and the tail feather of a thestral, gifted to the eldest of the Peveril brothers. Only a wizard who could truly master death could wield it. This was a ruthless wand, loyal only to the victor, and vanquishing its previous owner would render one its new master, a fact often shrouded in bloodshed and treachery, giving rise to the legend that death conspired to claim more souls. In the past, Grindelwald had incapacitated the German wandmaker Gregorovitch and stolen the elder wand. Later, he was defeated and imprisoned by Dumbledore, who subsequently took possession of the wand. Grindelwald chuckled softly, having discerned Allison's reticence, and teasingly probed her. Where did you acquire this wand? The wand was evidently steeped in dark magic, and given Allison's age, she must have been employing it for dark spells since the tender age of 8. The Ministry of Magic stipulated that wizards could only possess one wand, and permitted only young witches and wizards, starting at age 11, to purchase a wand that resonated with their essence. Adult wizards wishing to acquire another wand must present a broken one along with a record of their wand-breaking offense issued by the ministry. However, despite such regulations, it was not uncommon for wizarding families to possess multiple wands. Ancestors might have bequeathed old wands, which could also be accepted by blood relatives. Alternatively, one could procure second-hand wands through less reputable channels. Nonetheless, elderwood wands were exceedingly rare, recognizing only those with remarkable destinies. And few met the criteria to wield such a wand. With an air of mischief, Allison revealed a half-hidden walnut wand from her sleeve, dismissively stating, "I found a handful on the way." Possessing multiple wands was indeed illegal, yet both Grindelwalds were clearly not paragons of lawfulness. The wand was elegantly grasped by the frail, aged hand, and even after decades of disuse, it flowed seamlessly in motion, unleashing a dangerous green light that shattered the prison bars. It was the killing curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Allison hesitated momentarily. However, Grindelwald had merely invoked a memory spell to recall the last curse cast by the wand. The elder raised an eyebrow, stowing the wand away, and gazed at his daughter with an inscrutable smile. Allison watched as her father gradually crouched down. He reached out to caress her delicate, beautiful face, his voice low. "I am pleased you resemble me." His tone was gentle, yet his expression was enigmatic. As he continued with profound significance, "But I do not wish for you to tread the same misguided path as I." Allison's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Disbelief etched across her features. "Do you truly believe you were wrong? Are you genuinely repentant?" She had inherited Grindelwald's disposition, and was acutely aware that in the eyes of their kind, they were never at fault. They steadfastly pursued their convictions, obstinate and ruthless. Grindelwald lowered his gaze to her, murmuring, "Of course I repent." Muggles screamed in his nightmares, his thoughts haunted by the corpses he had sent away, leaving devastation in their wake. The radiant green light unleashed upon Muggles was both beautiful and terrifying, leaving charred imprints upon the earth. Accompanying it was a searing pain, as if his very insides were being torn asunder. If a wizard sought to mend their soul, if they yearned to reunite with Albus after death, there was only one path: to truly repent for the wrongs committed. This process was excruciating, so much so that it could nearly obliterate one's very being. The young witch's face betrayed her offense. "Have you lost your mind in prison? The defeated are the war criminals. The victors are the great sovereigns. You have merely lost once." Grindelwald's voice softened. "Yet I must take responsibility for those who perished by my hand." Allison, eager to interject, fixed her stubborn gaze upon Grindelwald, unwilling to entertain such dismal thoughts. Once someone is dead, they are nothing. The so-called repentance is merely a self-indulgent pastime for the living. Do the dead even care? In truth, she was indifferent to the world's state, yet she felt a pang of unease at the sight of Gellert beginning to repent. It seemed to strip away the fearless bravado of his youth, potentially jeopardizing his reconciliation with Albus. "You have indeed inherited my nature, but Allison, you must understand one thing." Grindelwald stroked her crimson hair, his expression serious, speaking deliberately, "Hatred and war will only beget more hatred and war." Allison's youthful face contorted with frustration as she pondered for a moment. "That sounds like something Albus would say." Grindelwald replied with a smile. "Those words were imparted to me by him." Allison endeavored to sway him further, mimicking the very tactics of her father's youth. "Caution will never change anything. Indeed, caution will never effect change, but Allison." Grindelwald gently caressed this child who had evidently inherited his cold disposition, sighing softly, "I hope you do not become a second me. And I wish for you to find greater happiness than I." Suddenly overwhelmed by her father's emotional appeal, Allison's gaze wavered, guilt and uncertainty washing over her. However, Grindelwald swiftly shifted his tone. "But there is one thing you have done remarkably well." Allison exhaled in relief, quickly realizing, her chin raised in triumph. "What is it?" Grindelwald's lips curled into a knowing smile, genuine amusement lighting his features. A glimmer of youthful mischief flickered across his countenance, reminiscent of a successful prank. "When you lie, your eyes are strikingly similar to mine." Chapter 3. The Duel. Allison instantly stiffened. She had incited her elderly father not out of an inherited ambition from Grindelwald, but rather because she was a spirited provocateur who relished in mischief. If Grindelwald were to establish his dominion, she could comfortably bask in the privileges of a second generation. Though merely crouching, she had to tilt her head slightly to meet Allison's gaze, deliberately minimizing any sense of intimidation through her posture. The centenarian, despite his age, could still wield his words to suppress the young ones. His bright, piercing heterochromatic eyes seemingly capable of peering into the depths of one's soul. Grindelwald's expression was enigmatic. Indeed, you bear a resemblance to me, yet there is one crucial aspect you have yet to grasp. Allison could only maintain an obedient facade. You have merely learned my deceitful techniques, Grindelwald remarked, his gaze profound and his tone rich with intrigue, but you have not inherited my ambition. The young witch froze. The ambitious facade she had crafted moments ago felt as fragile as a burst bubble, as the vessel of her first transformation into a magical being. The blood pact had an overwhelming influence on Allison, so profound that she readily forsook her original name and past emotions, naturally adopting the identity of Alicent Grindelwald. When the pact was initially forged with the blood of the youthful Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore, it was imbued with their essence, magic, and emotions. The whimsical notion of the blood pact achieving sentience both empowered and constrained Allison. She had indeed inherited the magical prowess and unique lineage of both her fathers. Yet she also inherited the emotional ties they shared at that time, along with the essence of the magical contract itself, to prevent Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore from inflicting harm upon one another. In their middle age, a third party inadvertently caused the dissolution of the blood pact, fundamentally stemming from their divergent philosophies concerning the world. Thus, Allison, or rather the blood pact itself, harbored a deep disdain for such grand endeavors. In an instant, Allison's eyes dimmed, her demeanor cautious yet alert, as she endeavored to suppress her instinctive reaction, cloaking it in a facade of cool arrogance reminiscent of the past Grindelwald. For me, wizards and muggles are indistinguishable, regardless of the world's state. It shall not affect me. I bear no sense of responsibility toward so-called kin. Grindelwald's words were laden with significance. What if one day, the muggle world jeopardizes your interests? Allison, her face impassive, retorted defiantly, I have never confined myself to the realm of wizards. I shall learn from the strongest, wherever they may be. Intelligent individuals can thrive anywhere. That is not how a daughter of mine should think, Grindelwald said, lightly tapping her forehead, his eyes sharpening as he spoke of his ideals. A wizard must always safeguard the interests of wizards. Allison huffed with a nonchalant air, laced with a hint of playful pleading. Whoever wishes to go can go. I will ensure the safety of you and Daddy Albus. The elderly father shook his head with a knowing smile. You are still but a child. Despite her efforts to appear obedient, Allison could not suppress the boldness inherited from Grindelwald, and could not resist a brazen retort. So the adult is confined here. Yet Grindelwald remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm. Indeed, I have lost. Allison, undeterred, found herself incensed by his attitude. Indeed, even your dear old lover has slipped away. Under the dangerously narrowed gaze of her father, she continued with biting sarcasm. I wonder how many of his favorite students are now surrounding Daddy Albus? Finally, Grindelwald could no longer contain himself, his tone icy and stern. Allison, mind your words. Allison refused to indulge her father's foul temper. She had learned a myriad of spells in those games, and she was not one to cower before anyone. Even if that person was the father she adored. You lack the ability to control me. Otherwise, how would I vie for favor before Daddy Albus? She would not concede. Thus, the two Grindelwalds faced each other, wands pointed in opposition. The situation unfolding was not surprising, as their personalities were too alike. Such audacious individuals could just as easily gather to discuss dark magic as they could draw wands and quarrel for dominance. Nonetheless, this father-daughter duo still understood the limits, refraining from employing lethal curses or torturous spells that could yield irreversible consequences. Grindelwald regarded his rebellious child with a bemused smile, his voice leisurely. Do you believe you are speaking to whom? He, too, was curious to gauge the magical prowess of this unfamiliar, mysterious daughter. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he was the first to strike, and invisible chains of magic surged toward Allison. In response, a protective circle of bone shields materialized around her, fully blocking the chains while absorbing the magic's energy. With a swift motion, a clay golem emerged to stand before her. Grindelwald, momentarily surprised by the unfamiliar spells, waved his wand casually, transforming the chains into a colossal serpent that engaged in combat with the golem. The two exchanged a flurry of silent spells, ultimately culminating in Grindelwald succumbing to Allison's aging curse. During the confrontation, the wide-range disruption curses Allison employed were inescapable, though their effect lasted less than 15 seconds. The instant it struck, it halved Grindelwald's speed, spell intensity, and resistance, a potentially fatal disadvantage in genuine combat. Grindelwald, intrigued, scrutinized the unfamiliar spells. Despite experiencing a fleeting sensation of life ebbing away and sudden aging, his expression remained unyielding, composed. As a top-tier wizard, possessing extensive knowledge of various magical arts, He sensed that Alison's magic was not derived from traditional wizardry, nor did it seem to belong to this world. Alison, unfazed by his probing thoughts, mimicked his tone, returning his words with a childish sense of pride. Do you believe you are speaking to whom? Grindelwald chuckled lightly, lowering his wand in acknowledgement of defeat. His tone indulgent. I must admit, I underestimated you. Alison, gleefully pressing her advantage, chimed playfully, admit it. Now I can proudly say I have defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald. Grindelwald could not stifle a laugh. Is this your only ambition? Alison sheathed her wand, carelessly kicking aside the remnants of furniture shattered during their duel. Glancing at the glowing achievements and data on the game panel visible only to her, beaming with delight. What do you mean only? This is an impressive accomplishment. And I'm merely 11, not even in school yet. Grindelwald shook his head in resignation. He recognized that Alison was not truly interested in comprehending his pursuits. However, at merely 11 years of age, there was no need for her to be embroiled in such matters. She ought to enjoy the carefree life of a student. As any young witch should. Chapter 4, Departure. Alison excitedly tugged at his sleeve, her earlier confrontation forgotten as she playfully urged him, her mood shifting with alarming rapidity, even displaying a hint of neurotic exuberance. Let us go find Daddy Albus. Practicing dark magic often led to some mental peculiarities, compounded by the nature of her father's personality. The dark wizard, accustomed to such behavior, sheathed his wand with a sigh, acquiescing to his suddenly obedient and childlike daughter. Very well. The magic you just used does not belong to this world, Grindelwald remarked as they descended the stairs, abruptly halting and gazing intently at the guilty child. Alison had invoked skills inherited from the necromancer class in the game Diablo. The game's main storyline involved pursuing the three primevals, with the protagonist being a hybrid of angel and demon, thus bestowing powerful and extraordinary abilities, including the capability to harm souls. She blinked innocently, glancing at her father's level 19 wizard stats, and feigning innocence, conjured a discarded magical ring from her inventory, attempting to bribe her father into silence. The items she retained were carefully selected treasures, albeit of low level, now replaced by stronger artifacts. On the game panel visible only to Alison, the specifics of the magical equipment were clearly displayed. Mana restoration. The ring requires level 15, boasts a 7 mana steal, replenishes 8 health points, and grants a 20 mana regeneration, alongside an additional 20 health points. This ring is primarily designed to enhance vitality and restore magical energy, perfectly suited to swiftly revive Grindelwald's frail body in adverse conditions. It is not uncommon for wizards to live nearly 2 centuries, especially those of considerable power who possess various means of prolonging life. Thus, the sight of him with a complete loss of teeth should not befall him. In the wizarding world of Harry Potter, magic is idealistic and influenced by the caster's will. After languishing in Nurmengard for half a century, having scarcely utilized magic and feeling utterly defeated by his failed endeavors, the old Dark Lord's state was visibly dire as he prepared for escape. Alison could see that both his health and mana bars were partially sealed and insufficient. Grindelwald accepted the ring, examining it closely before adorning his finger. The ring's design was bizarre yet exquisite, featuring a heart-shaped ruby at its center, with meticulously crafted veins connecting it to the band, which was further adorned with devilish wings encircling the heart. The ruby emitted a faint glow, and then the ring vanished, its presence only revealed by the sudden surge of life and magical energy coursing through his body. Grindelwald's gaze sharpened as he sensed the ring's extraordinary nature. He cast a sidelong glance at Alison but remained silent, continuing forward, tacitly accepting her bribe. The wizarding community here did possess some magical artifacts crafted through alchemy, yet none could rival this ring in the eyes of Grindelwald, who had once ruled Europe and witnessed many wonders. Had it survived the ages and been known to others in antiquity, it might have been akin to a legendary magical artifact reminiscent of the Deathly Hallows. The creaking of decayed wooden stairs echoed as they ascended, while moss grew in the cracks of the stone walls. With summer approaching, the atmosphere in the foothills of the Alps was damp, imbued with a musty and humid scent. Alison, feeling irritated by the discordant sounds of the stairs, resorted to levitation spells, lifting herself a few centimeters off the ground with a sprightly grace. Glancing through the window, she admired the picturesque snowy peaks of the Alps in the distance. In a seemingly casual tone, she inquired, I won't be giving you a Christmas gift this year, as I've already presented it in advance. What do you plan to gift Professor Dumbledore for Christmas? In truth, there were still 6 months until Christmas, and her words were a subtle probe to ascertain whether Grindelwald had made contact with Dumbledore within the year. Although the pretext for his escape was to prevent Dumbledore's demise, Alison believed she wouldn't straightforwardly reveal everything to Dumbledore. Most seers speak in riddles, and a Dark Lord such as Grindelwald would naturally value prestige and leverage, profiting immensely from possessing information. Otherwise, what would happen if her dear Professor Dumbledore accepted intelligence only to allow his former lover to languish in prison, subsequently sending his daughter, who bore the potential of a Dark Lord, to live out her days there? The festive topic brought a subtle smile to the corners of Grindelwald's lips, indicating his good spirits. Allison smirked, casting a furtive glance at him and sensing his thoughts. I must present a gift. Shall we compare whose offering will astonish Professor Dumbledore more? Grindelwald shot her a look, responding to the topic of Christmas gifts with a nonchalant tone. You cannot win. Allison rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Ha! Such confidence from an old flame." Grindelwald chuckled lightly, his self-assuredness unshaken even after half a century apart. Because I know Albus well. The red-haired young witch was somewhat indignant. As if I don't know him. Just wait. The old Dark Lord descended the stairs, a hint of a smirk gracing his lips, his competitive spirit matching that of the young witch. Then let us await the outcome. With a glimmer in her eyes, Allison prepared to set a trap. Since we both believe we will win, let us wager something. Navigating through the hall of Nurmengard with practiced ease, Grindelwald glanced at Allison, a glimmer of mischief in his gaze. The loser must unconditionally grant the winner one request. Upon hearing this, Allison hesitated, her wariness piqued. And she cautiously added stipulations. No lifetime commitments. It must be something that can either be completed immediately or a long-term action within 3 months. Grindelwald chuckled softly, offering no objection, thereby tacitly accepting Allison's conditions. Most of Nurmengard's defensive enchantments had become ineffective over the half-century of neglect. Yet the anti-disillusionment charm, which Grindelwald had meticulously reinforced during its construction, remained intact. They must exit before they could apparate away. Stepping out of the gates of Nurmengard and inhaling the long-lost air of freedom, Grindelwald's gaze lingered momentarily on an inscription carved into the stone wall in German, evoking a sense of nostalgia. For the greater good. This had been the phrase penned by Albus in that fateful summer, later adopted as the motto for his grand aspirations, for which he had labored tirelessly for half a century. Grindelwald whispered, as if merging with the reckless spirit of his past, for the greater good. Allison quickly shattered this reverie, blinking her striking eyes. Should we pry it off and keep it as a souvenir? The old father could only chuckle in bemusement, ruffling the hair of the red-haired child beside him. No, let it remain on the wall. Allison pouted playfully. If Professor Dumbledore were to imprison me, I would certainly escape. Unless he personally oversaw me, then he would either have to resign to accompany me or confine me within Hogwarts. This notion was utterly absurd and willful, prompting Grindelwald to gently tap her forehead. Chapter 5, Grindelwald Manor. After a few transfers, utilizing some unknown spells, accompanied by the dizziness and disorientation of apparition, the young witch found herself led by her father to the exterior of a grand manor. Grindelwald pushed open the grand door of the estate and ushered Allison inside. In the absence of any inhabitants, the manor was still impeccably maintained by house elves, although it inevitably bore the marks of age and wear. The central pointed roof residence, or perhaps a small castle, was quite spacious, perhaps designed to accommodate past core followers. The German-style decor emphasized practicality, and the garden appeared grand and expansive, with ample room for carriages to pass through. A surge of magical energy announced the arrival of a well-groomed house elf, its long ears adorned with white hair, its bulbous, murky eyes gleamed with surprise as they shifted between the father and daughter, pausing momentarily on Allison's transparent right eye, a hallmark of the Grindelwald lineage. In a high-pitched voice, it exclaimed, "Daisy sees the master and the young master." Grindelwald did not contest the title of young master, nodding in acknowledgement, his tone gentle. "Daisy, this is Allison." Allison Grindelwald. Allison beamed brightly, exuding the innocence and charm befitting her age, her lively spirit shining through. "Oh, hello there, Daisy." Daisy, taken aback, trembled with excitement, her eyes welling with tears as she covered her mouth with her wrinkled hand, seemingly on the verge of tears. However, she quickly suppressed this impolite instinct that would keep the master waiting, trembling as she executed a deep bow, her long, pointed nose nearly kissing the ground. Daisy sees the young master. Grindelwald observed this scene with a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes, understanding why Daisy was so overwhelmed. This loyal house elf had served their family since his birth, witnessing his growth and rise, as well as his downfall and imprisonment. Yet, the old Dark Lord swiftly masked his emotions, reverting to his previous air of elegance and composure, his tattered prison garb failing to overshadow his inherent nobility. He addressed Daisy with a calm commendation and order. "Well done. Please prepare dinner." With a sharp crack, Daisy disapparated away to prepare the meal. Turning back to Allison, Grindelwald said, "Come, let me familiarize you with this place." The red-haired young witch, her face aglow with delight, chirped in agreement and obediently followed him, her curious gaze flitting around their surroundings. As the two individuals entered the castle, the interior decor and arrangement subtly revealed the elegance and pragmatism characteristic of German architecture. There was an absence of excessive embellishments and ornaments, yet every detail had been meticulously crafted. Although he had been away for quite some time, Grindelwald felt a sense of familiarity with this place. He navigated the castle with ease, simultaneously introducing its layout and functional divisions to Allison. "This is the dining hall. Over there is the living room, and the study, greenhouse, training ground, and cellar," he explained. Allison observed each area attentively, her eyes lighting up upon seeing the expansive training ground. "Can we practice fiendfire here?" she inquired eagerly. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. He had long discerned the girl's penchant for the dark arts from her elder wand, yet he was still somewhat taken aback by her proficiency and enthusiasm for such advanced dark magic. He refrained from answering immediately and countered, "Where did you learn that?" With a sense of confidence, Allison declared, "I taught myself from books in the library of the game world." She continued, "I can also perform your fire shield charm. Is the training ground capable of withstanding such extensive damage?" Both fiendfire and the fire shield had indeed been mastered to a level where she could cast them silently and wandlessly. Her inquiry primarily aimed to ascertain whether this location could serve as a venue for experimenting with new spells. Grindelwald chuckled, preemptively quelling the reckless aspirations of the young witch. "That would certainly not be feasible. The training ground is merely intended for you to familiarize yourself with various attack spells. It can only accommodate the magical capacity of a typical adult wizard." Allison's disappointment was palpable, her interest waning. Grindelwald, with a hint of exasperation, affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. "Don't be like that. If anything happens, I would have no way to explain it to Albus." Undeterred, Allison pressed on. "Where did you practice your spells before?" she insisted. "Creating a fire shield must require ample space." Grindelwald paused, letting out a soft sigh before responding. "In the open area behind Albus's home." Allison's expression became rigid. Observing her reaction, Grindelwald's lips curved slightly in amusement as if to placate her probing. "With Albus?" "Of course." Allison's face twisted in discontent, feeling aggrieved. It was evident that he was flaunting his privileges, and now she could not practice the dark arts under the watchful eye of Albus, who vehemently opposed such magic. Grindelwald disregarded her expression and continued walking, his tone light. "Come along, let me show you your room." Though Allison stomped her feet in frustration, she followed obediently. Upon reaching the third floor, they arrived at a spacious and well-lit bedroom that appeared exceedingly comfortable. The room was furnished with all necessities, including an ensuite bathroom and a walk-in closet, and featured a broad, sun-drenched balcony that offered picturesque views of the castle's surroundings. However, the room lacked any personal touches, embodying a standard minimalist style that adhered to the castle's aesthetic, likely designated as a guest room. Curiosity piqued, Allison asked, "Where do you live?" Grindelwald strolled onto the balcony, casually replying, "The second floor." Allison's suspicion grew. She felt as though he was intentionally distancing himself, envisioning a future where he and Albus could enjoy their private moments on the second floor. Noticing her skepticism, Grindelwald smiled faintly. "What? Afraid I'll steal Albus away?" Their similar temperaments and thought processes allowed them to easily discern one another's thoughts. With a hint of defiance, Allison proclaimed, "Albus is mine." Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, surprised by her possessiveness at such a young age. He replied with a smirk, "How fortuitous. I feel the same." The two Grindelwalds, yet to reveal themselves to Dumbledore, appeared on the brink of a playful rivalry. For them, the affection of the most renowned wizard of their time seemed almost within their grasp. The youthful Grindelwald, inheriting a sense of entitlement towards Dumbledore, found himself stirred by the notion. With a scoff, Allison taunted, "Daughters are forever. Unreliable boyfriends can be replaced, and the next one might be more obedient." Grindelwald chuckled, refraining from challenging her naive views on romance. He understood that Allison did not genuinely oppose his relationship with Albus. Rather, it was a child's declaration of possessiveness over her father. The elder wizard looked down at Allison, his tone gentle and smiling. "When you grow up, you will understand that love is not something one can easily exchange." Chapter 6. Enrollment Matters. Allison dismissed this notion, believing she would never develop feelings for others. Detached from the emotional influences that had shaped their bond during the blood pact, she felt increasingly akin to Voldemort. "Did you ever consider that you would love someone before you met my father?" Grindelwald paused, lost in thought as he shook his head. "No. At least not until I encountered Albus. I never pondered that question. The red-haired young witch leaned against the railing, gazing at the sunset painting the forest in hues of crimson, her demeanor cold and haughty. The wizard's secluded abode, while described poetically as naturally beautiful, could also be criticized as a deep, dark forest. I don't believe I would love anyone either. Geniuses are few and far between. Only a handful emerge in Europe over a century. The disparity between some wizards is far greater than that between wizards and muggles. Grindelwald chuckled softly. The confidence and arrogance displayed by this child mirrored his own youthful self. He too had once been ambitious and fervent, believing he could alter the very fabric of the world. However, he acknowledged some of Alison's sentiments. Geniuses like Albus and himself were indeed rare. As they stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance, the mountains rolled majestically, shrouded in mist, a picturesque sight. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a touch of coolness. Alison began to audaciously propose. Why don't you try to usurp Albus's position as headmaster? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, surprised by her suggestion. This whimsical child seemed to possess a plethora of peculiar ideas. Usurp? He echoed. Alison calmly affirmed, explaining, Hogwarts past headmasters leave magical portraits on the walls after they pass. If you were to be recognized as headmaster for even a single day, you could apply for one of those. Such portraits were special. They would closely resemble the individual. Grindelwald's expression was one of bemusement as he waited for Alison to elaborate. This map of Yen is a bit short, she declared, clearing her throat as she continued. You and Albus could forever be affectionate in the portrait, and everyone would know about your relationship. I would also be able to watch you both. The Dark Lord smirked, chuckled by the child's cleverness. He had not anticipated such a proposition from Alison. Although it seemed absurd, the idea was undeniably compelling. So, you wish for me to become a portrait on the wall, gazing at you alongside Albus every day? Alison's grin widened as she confidently stated, Daddy will always keep an eye on me. Whether in life or death, he could never allow a potential next Dark Lord, resembling you, to roam freely. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, recognizing that their daughter had inherited Albus's keen insight into human emotions and intentions. She was correct. Given Albus's cautious and suspicious nature, he would never allow a potential Dark Lord to grow unchecked. With a deepening smile, Alison shifted the topic. By the way, I'm just the right age to start school. You wouldn't want to send me to Durmstrang, would you? Imagine the professor's reactions upon learning my last name is Grindelwald. Grindelwald laughed heartily, acknowledging the truth in her words. Those old-fashioned Durmstrang professors would indeed be outraged. He had indeed considered sending Alison to Durmstrang, given her fervor for the dark arts, and the school's notorious leniency toward such magic. Moreover, Germany, France, and Austria were the very regions where he had once deeply entrenched himself, and many of his followers still linger there, even more powerful now than in their youthful days. However, what Alison evidently requires at this juncture is not a lenient environment for the study of dark magic, but rather someone to supervise her and provide a modicum of ideological education. Otherwise, her cold and arrogant demeanor is bound to lead to calamity. Though, of course, it would be others who would face the consequences. Should Alison attend Hogwarts, with Albus keeping a watchful eye, he could rest somewhat easier. It is also quite apparent that Alison wishes to attend Hogwarts. Otherwise, she would not have uttered such words. Having a child in the mix would undoubtedly ease the tension in his relationship with Albus. With these thoughts in mind, Grindelwald smiled at Alison, speaking casually. Do you wish to attend Hogwarts? Alison, brimming with bravado, retorted, Of course. The headmaster of Hogwarts is my father. I could stroll about there unabashedly. The Dark Lord chuckled softly. This child certainly knew how to wield her father's authority, and her inherently whimsical nature suggested that her future days at school would be nothing short of chaotic. Are you not afraid of Albus punishing you? Alison feigned innocence. He won't expel me. He will probably keep a close watch over me. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, but chose not to comment further, instead turning to depart. Come. Let us have dinner. The young witch affectionately linked her arm with his, as they made their way to the dining hall. Deus had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, featuring both German and French cuisines, clearly crafted with great care. Alison elegantly took her seat, resting her chin on her hand as her gaze settled on Grindelwald's somewhat tattered robe, which clashed with the surrounding ambience. Indeed, it resembled prison garb. Do you need to have a new robe tailored? With the aid of the magical items Alison had previously gifted him for recovery, combined with the old Dark Lord's inherent magical prowess, he had managed to regain much of his vitality, and aside from his unseemly attire, he appeared significantly better than before. He picked up his knife and fork, casually slicing into the steak as he replied nonchalantly, There's no rush. Curious. Allison speared a piece of German sausage, intrigued by the novelty of her first taste of German cuisine, which she found rather delightful. I need to go to England ahead of time, as the Hogwarts acceptance book only sends out notifications to age-appropriate wizards within the borders of the UK, she explained. Grindelwald nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate, and continued to cut his steak. I mean, will you accompany me to England for a little sightseeing? Just a short trip, Allison eagerly inquired. Grindelwald pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, it will be a good opportunity to see the current state of England. Allison scrunched her face, playfully teasing. You're so serious. No wonder you're called a German. Grindelwald chuckled. Aren't you just as serious? Being half-British doesn't negate your identity as a German witch. Allison conceded with a nod. Indeed. However, I plan to try and deceive the acceptance book into believing I have a mundane surname, something quite ordinary like Green. Grindelwald instinctively frowned at the mention of Muggle. Upon realizing his daughter's mischievous intent, he was somewhat taken aback by her wicked sense of humor. And then? He asked. Allison grinned cheekily, casting a small charm to tidy her hair. Her fiery red locks obscured her right eye, while tousled strands framed her face, presenting a stark contrast to the composed demeanor of a young Dumbledore, thus drastically reducing their resemblance. A Muggle orphan witch, Allison Green. I seem to possess a mysterious lineage, possibly connected to the saints of old, just waiting for my father to peel back the layers. Chapter 7. Future Aspirations. Grindelwald chuckled. Indeed, Allison was still a child, playful and whimsical. He could already envision Albus's bemused expression at her antics. Stripped of the filter of kinship, her attempts to provoke Albus's defenses and draw her father's attention were undeniably childish antics. However, knowing Albus as he did, even in anger, he would patiently seek to understand Allison. She was, after all, their child. Despite her current rebelliousness, Albus would surely embrace her and strive to guide her along a righteous path. With this thought, Grindelwald's heterochromatic eyes deepened in hue. He found himself grappling with a tinge of jealousy. Humans are inherently greedy. Even having obtained Albus's singular love, he could not quell his dissatisfaction with Albus's attentiveness to those students. He envied the time and patience Albus would undoubtedly devote to guiding Allison, while he himself. Allison, perceptive to her father's jealousy, playfully jabbed, Isn't this the result of someone forsaking love in pursuit of ambition? According to ancient Eastern wisdom, this is called drawing water with a bamboo basket, ultimately futile. Some dark wizards sought power and domination, reminiscent of the Grindelwald of yore. Others, like Allison, thrived on chaos and mischief, relishing in the turmoil they stirred. The former resembled ambitious politicians, unscrupulous in their methods to achieve their ends, while the latter embodied unpredictable madmen, making it difficult to discern which was more perilous. Grindelwald, clearly exasperated, recognized that this little rascal, at merely a decade old, could wield words like daggers, striking with precision. As Allison stuffed her mouth with sausage, she heard her father's inquiry. Have you given any thought to what you wish to do in the future? Allison blinked her eyes, spirited and cunning, deliberately elongating her tone. With my father and daddy being so formidable, one a saint and the other part of the Order of the Phoenix, together they encompass nearly all of Europe, so I must surely be. It seemed that Allison was contemplating following in their footsteps and treading upon that arduous path, which warmed Grindelwald's heart with pride and anticipation. However, she mischievously declared, living off my parents. Her father nearly choked, the white wine threatening to spew forth as veins throbbed on his forehead. Allison's expression was one of delight and mischief, clearly relishing in his reaction. Grindelwald took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, forcing a smile. He reminded himself not to lose his temper with this mischievous child. After all, to do so would be unbecoming of him. He had endured half a century of solitude in Nurmengard, and he had long since mellowed. Allison, feigning regret, continued to stoke the flames, utterly unconcerned about being burned herself, for after all, Gellert could not lay a finger on her. If only you had one, I would be the daughter of the world's ruler, striding across the globe, waiting for you to shower me with gold. A disconcerting noise erupted as the knife scraped against the plate, sending chills down one's spine. Grindelwald's expression darkened entirely. Be quiet. I did not come here to fulfill your dreams, he ground out, his teeth clenched, delivering each word with a deliberate emphasis as he regarded Allison's regretful face with a cold smile. Don't even think about it. He truly must have lost his mind to inquire what this impish child desired for her future. He should have just packed her off to England and let Albus deal with her. Initially, he had entertained the notion that if Allison had any naive aspirations of achieving something grand, he could encourage and guide her, striving to be a good father. now. It seemed he had overestimated her. Truly, she was being insatiable. After provoking her father, Allison innocently tilted her head, batting her eyelashes with a face strikingly reminiscent of young Albus. Yet her strategy backfired. Grindelwald remained unmoved, unable to contain his frustration any longer as he delivered a physical reprimand with his wand aimed at her forehead. At the last moment before impact, a silent shield charm manifested, thwarting the blow as it drew near. Allison exaggeratedly feigned pain, theatrically wailing, "Ouch! That hurt." Grindelwald, expressionless, retracted his wand and resumed his meal, indifferent to the antics of the little imp. The food on the table was enticing, and with desserts beckoning, Allison finally ceased her mischief and began to eat obediently. After dinner, Grindelwald instructed Allison to explore the castle and familiarize herself with the surroundings, while he attended to matters concerning the saints. Curiosity piqued, Allison leaned in. "Hey, are you planning to leave for England through your followers? But you have little influence in England, do you?" Grindelwald arched an eyebrow, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Who said that?" Allison's eyes widened in surprise. "You actually pilfered Albus' dad's ancestral home." Grindelwald chuckled, playfully flicking her forehead. "What do you mean by pilfer?" "That is a judicious utilization of one's network." At that moment, Allison was disinclined to resist. The revelation from her father had ignited a flurry of thoughts within her, deepening the hue of her gaze. To the outside world, Grindelwald's primary sphere of influence appeared to be in Germany, France, and Austria, regions beyond the confines of Britain. His only adversary, Albus Dumbledore, resided in England, and on the surface, it seemed that Grindelwald's power had not encroached upon British soil. The primary battleground depicted in the Fantastic Beasts series, she had watched prior to her arrival, also transpired outside of England. Yet, the film subtly hinted at Grindelwald's clandestine connections with certain high-ranking officials within the British Ministry of Magic. For instance, the then director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Travers, had brazenly dispatched orders to surveil Dumbledore, publicly unveiling a compromising film of Grindelwald and Dumbledore in a barn, forging a blood pact while disheveled, and placing magical handcuffs upon Dumbledore. The implicit norm within the British Ministry of Magic was that the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was often the next appointed Minister of Magic. At least 8 out of 10 instances adhered to this pattern. Whether motivated by self-interest or genuine loyalty, such individuals were inclined to heed Grindelwald's commands. The British ministry was indeed mired in corruption, populated by politicians preoccupied with their own agendas, and Grindelwald's cunning was indisputable. However, Allison was astonished to discover that even after half a century, Grindelwald still possessed the means to manipulate certain connections in Britain without real-time intelligence. This was particularly remarkable given that the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix had been vying for supremacy in Britain for many years. Yet remnants of the ancient saintly organization remained steadfastly loyal. At that moment, she felt a faint glimpse of the formidable entity once known as the 10,000 Saints, which dominated Europe during its zenith. Furrowing her brow, she pondered the only individual deemed capable of countering Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and tentatively inquired, "So when will Albus' dad discover that you've escaped?" Grindelwald, rather nonchalantly, replied, "By the time he discovers it, I shall already be on English soil." Chapter 8. Dumbledore, who still lives in conversation. Allison lowered her gaze in contemplation, cautiously advising, "Then please do not reveal my identity. I still wish to impress my father." Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, taken aback by her earnestness, reiterating, "Is that truly your desire, to capture Albus's attention? While there are indeed children who engage in mischief to garner their relatives' notice, Dumbledore, having endured 2 Dark Lords, would be far more vigilant regarding any potential dark wizard presence. That unintentional air of authority would silence even the most mischievous child. If she were to openly declare her identity, longing for familial connection and embodying a sense of responsibility, Dumbledore would naturally take notice and cherish Allison, striving to be a commendable father. He did not believe she was unaware of this. So was it merely a rebellious phase? A desire to engage in a battle of wits with her father? Or was there a deeper motive? Allison offered a dutiful, albeit disingenuous, smile, brushing off the inquiry with an explanation. "I simply wish to evoke his memories of your youthful days. Since you want to be by his side for now, what harm is there in indulging in a bit of literary escapism?" Grindelwald poked her forehead, neither confirming nor denying her implication regarding his temporary absence from Dumbledore's side. "Suit yourself." Allison then shifted the topic. "Actually, I initially intended to escort you to England via a Muggle airport. This would circumvent the Ministry's immigration controls, ensuring our discretion while allowing you to witness the contemporary Muggle world." Grindelwald chuckled softly, somewhat surprised. What could possibly be noteworthy about the Muggle world? Allison calmly elaborated. I only began my journey into magic 3 years ago. Prior to that, I lived in the Muggle realm. The vibrant society of billions of Muggles has propelled their rapid development, markedly different from what you once knew. Grindelwald paused, contemplating for a moment, before conceding to the proposal. Very well. However, it was evident that Grindelwald intended to convene with his remaining loyal followers to ascertain the current landscape, and to consolidate and reassure his faction. His escape was not a prelude to resuming his grand ambitions, yet a modicum of power was necessary for support. Allison felt a twinge of awkwardness as she observed him preparing to tidy himself before heading to the hall. The mention of Grindelwald's followers inevitably brought to mind the striking presence of his assistant from the films, known as the Black Rose of France, Vinda Rosier. Even from a mere cinematic portrayal, one could sense the unwavering loyalty and admiration that bordered on fanaticism. In reality, rumors of her infatuation with Grindelwald would likely have already circulated. A rare and formidable, which from an ancient pureblood lineage. She was exceptionally capable and exuded the romantic allure of France. Though aware that Gellert held little regard for anyone besides Albus, Allison couldn't help but feel a sense of discomfort. It was not merely the instinctive protectiveness and possessiveness of a child over her father and family, but also a vestige of the emotions they had once shared in their youth, preserved within the bond of their blood pact. Even the most gentle and rational Dumbledore would be displeased to know that his beloved had a frequent admirer. Moreover, Dumbledore at that time was young and impetuous, a veritable dark wizard in his own right. Unable to restrain herself, Allison scrutinized Grindelwald, observing his expression, and awkwardly broached the subject. Could it be that the infamous Vinda Rosier is involved? Grindelwald discerned Allison's apprehensions, chuckling softly as he tapped her forehead. Stow away your jealousy. Vinda is merely my assistant. Furthermore, do not underestimate her. Allison pursed her lips. I am fully aware that she is no ordinary individual. An ordinary person could never attain the position of your assistant, a core member of the Saints. Grindelwald's expression revealed a hint of surprise at his daughter's maturity and rationality. I had assumed you would be fixated solely on my romantic entanglements. Allison replied with a sinister, slightly malicious smile. I am indeed keeping an eye on you two charming old gentlemen, one surrounded by fervent admirers and the other by devoted students. One day, I might just unleash a flurry of Avada Kedavras upon them all. Grindelwald chuckled, lightly pinching the flesh at the nape of her neck, akin to how one might handle a pet cat. You little imp. Allison, feeling vexed, promptly dashed away, unwilling to engage in further banter. No amount of idle chatter could alter the current circumstances. It would be far more productive to retreat to the study and peruse a few books to enrich her knowledge. Influenced by her experiences across several gaming realms, Allison's mental acuity, intelligence, and magical attributes were now remarkably elevated. She had become akin to the proverbial individual who could read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything. Memorizing maps and book contents was trivial. She had no inclination to wander aimlessly in unfamiliar territory, even if it was Grindelwald's estate. The study, aptly described as a small library, boasted towering shelves filled to the brim with tomes, completely out of reach for an average person. Many of the easily accessible volumes pertained to dark magic and transfiguration. As for ladders, such Muggle contrivances were entirely unnecessary. An adult wizard could effortlessly retrieve a book with a simple levitation charm. An additional shelf housed the Journal of Transfiguration, a periodical of paramount importance within the magical realm, akin to the esteemed Muggle publications Nature and Science. Grindelwald's transfiguration skills were impressive. He had once disguised himself as the second-in-command of the American Magical Congress, while procuring cutting-edge transfiguration journals from Britain. Allison casually selected a somewhat worn issue of the Journal of Transfiguration from a nearby shelf, flipping through its pages. The publication date was listed as 1899, though the specific day was indecipherable. The magical world utilized an astronomical dating system, referencing the positions of celestial bodies, rendering it incomprehensible to those lacking knowledge of astronomy. Unfortunately, she happened to be one such individual, entirely focused on magic and utterly ignorant of celestial studies. Allison's slender fingers paused delicately on a page. There lay a magical photograph of a youthful Albus Dumbledore. At that time, the talented head boy of Hogwarts was nearing graduation. His golden and crimson collar and uniform robe accentuating his striking features, radiating a gentle yet spirited demeanor. Of course, this was not a personal magazine, and thus the photograph merely occupied a corner, serving as an introduction to the author of the thesis. Yet among a multitude of elderly, unremarkable wizards, this youthful prodigy, barely of age, shone like a beacon, instantly capturing one's gaze. She mused that she perhaps comprehended the principal reason for the existence of such journals. Allison endeavored to concentrate on the transfiguration paper, gradually becoming engrossed in its content. Some techniques and hypotheses, even from her current perspective, seemed remarkably intriguing. The thesis was coherent and yet imbued with a delightful sense of humor. Consequently, she cleared a small space on the shelf and retrieved a stack of journals. To exaggerate slightly, she even felt a twinge of gratitude towards her Albus father for needing to earn a living through his writing back then. Embracing the books, Allison slipped back into her bedroom. Chapter 9. Midnight Conversations. After experiencing so much today, Allison remained brimming with energy. She had nearly perused the entire stack of journals. And before she knew it, the night had deepened. After attending to matters concerning his followers, Grindelwald recalled the 11-year-old he had just brought home. Though he believed Allison to be mature enough not to fret over such mundane issues, he nonetheless ascended the stairs to check on her. On the third floor, the glow of magical candles seeped from Allison's bedroom door. Grindelwald gently knocked and inquired, "Little rascal, are you asleep?" Allison cheerfully replied in a loud voice, "Not at all." As the door swung open, Grindelwald entered to find Allison nestled comfortably on the soft sofa, a heap of journals sprawled across the table, one in her hands, utterly absorbed in its contents. His gaze lingered momentarily on the stack of old journals before he approached and casually picked one up, flipping through its pages. "This is nearly a century old," he remarked. The value of such journals predominantly lay in their latest discoveries and research. 100 years was ample time for much knowledge to become common understanding and transfiguration. Allison, with a playful grin, thrust the page featuring Dumbledore's magical photograph toward him, teasing. What was someone's intention in acquiring these British journals? Was it a genuine study of transfiguration or? Her words trailed off, leaving a meaningful pause, her tone deliberately playful and taunting. Grindelwald lowered his gaze to the photograph of the young, handsome Dumbledore, his expression dimming momentarily before he nonchalantly redirected his attention. Critiquing Allison's behavior. Boring. With a light hum, Allison refrained from further teasing and simply observed him. Having to meet his followers, her father had donned a simple, ordinary robe and tidied himself up. The old man, with his unique air of audacity, was even more captivating in such attire. Grindelwald paid little heed to this familiar scrutiny. He casually seated himself on the sofa and began leafing through a journal. Allison suddenly chuckled softly, playfully teasing Grindelwald beside her. How shall I introduce my father's identity to my classmates? After all, she wished to keep her identity concealed. It would certainly be unwise to directly declare her father as the Dark Lord. Yet, on the flip side, regardless of her attempts at subterfuge, it would be utterly absurd to claim her father was the Dark Lord outright. She could already envision the vacant expressions of her fellow students followed by piercing shrieks and sharp chaos. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconcerned with such trivialities. "Suit yourself." Allison collapsed into laughter on the sofa, her face alight with the joy of a successful prank, revealing her intentions. "All right, I shall say you are an idol in a certain sense, considering the multitude of fervent fans you have." Grindelwald closed the journal in hand, placed it on the table, and regarded Allison without displaying the reaction she anticipated. Instead he smirked. "As my daughter, you must fulfill certain responsibilities." Allison blinked her unique eyes in confusion, tilting her head. What responsibilities do I have to fulfill? Wasn't she merely a child planning to rely on her parents? Grindelwald tilted his head to look at her, and leisurely reminded her. To see your beloved father swiftly secure a beautiful companion. Allison paused momentarily, casually employing a transfiguration spell on a cushion, transforming it into a Dumbledore-themed pillow, which she then tossed to him. Consider it done. The plush figure of the old headmaster, donned in a purple robe and sleeping cap, grinned with twinkling eyes, ready to cast spells, appearing utterly adorable. Grindelwald remained silent for a moment, contemplating the pillow, uncertain of how to respond. Allison feigned innocence, earnestly introducing the pillow. "It is a beauty, and one that you can embrace at any moment." Grindelwald's expression remained impassive. "You are well aware that I do not speak of this." With a mischievous laugh, Allison replied, her confidence unwavering. "So, what will it be? Do you want it or not?" Grindelwald stared at the pillow for several seconds before reaching out to take it, cradling it to his chest. "I shall endeavor to have the defense against the dark arts professor position vacated by next year, allowing you to join Hogwarts as a colleague of your Albus father." Allison casually reassured him. Grindelwald expressed skepticism regarding her confidence. "What makes you believe Albus would agree to let me teach at Hogwarts?" Allison, appearing languid and with a gentle, amused tone, explained her calculations. The position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts was rumored to be cursed by Voldemort. Each year, calamities befell the professors, rendering the position notorious and deterring many brave souls from applying. If the new professor were to be ousted shortly after the term commenced, Albus might indeed struggle to find a willing candidate to replace them. Even if only half a semester remained, he could have his subordinates cover classes in succession. However, for such an extensive teaching commitment, he could not afford to risk having his subordinates fail unnecessarily. As for you, you wouldn't be so incompetent as to be unable to lift that curse from your predecessor, would you? Grindelwald squinted slightly, appearing intrigued. Allison lowered her gaze, concealing the scheming glimmer in her eyes. Of course, provided I exert myself to make him aware of the latent threat in the school this year. I am connected to the Saints, yet he remains oblivious to my true intentions. Thus, compared to me, a variable he cannot ascertain, you, as his longtime rival and the leader of the Saints, would naturally be easier for him to comprehend. Grindelwald fixed his gaze upon Allison, suddenly laughing with genuine delight. It seems you have already devised a plan to deal with him. Allison's eyes drifted thoughtfully toward the photograph in the journal. A red-haired youth, strikingly similar to her, tilted his head slightly in the magical photograph, as if acknowledging a familiar face passing by during the snapshot. The fleeting smile, even now, remained vibrant and proud, a testament to his simplicity. A person with a goal is indeed quite uncomplicated, especially for individuals of your intellect. All scheming and actions serve to strive toward the ultimate objective. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Allison's assessment of them. He harbored no desire to keep this potential troublemaker, who might stir chaos outside, under close watch. However, he needed to protect his students from the repercussions of her past manipulations, which surely required no further accolades from him. Allison leisurely analyzed the situation. In the absence of clarity regarding his motives, he must remain vigilant. Yet once he comprehended through me that our intentions were not to manipulate, and that an ambiguous threat had already infiltrated the school, along with the necessary encouragement, it would be entirely reasonable for him to support your employment. Allison lifted her gaze, her demeanor calm and confident, her long index finger lightly tapping the sofa's surface. If you wish to cooperate, refrain from further gathering followers, and focus on issuing commands that obscure your true intentions, researching modern muggles or something else. His ever-watchful heart will naturally exert pressure upon itself, drawing him closer to you. Chapter 10. Contemplations. Grindelwald chuckled as he caressed his wand. It seems our dear Allison is increasingly resembling Albus. Allison paused slightly, her expression turning somewhat bewildered. Really? I always thought he was the type who understood everything yet remained silent, merely orchestrating plans. Grindelwald appeared to reminisce, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. Indeed, he was perpetually busy like a bee, tirelessly caring for everyone. Allison frowned, offering a critical and acerbic assessment of such behavior. That sounds rather dreadful. Akin to a free nanny. Grindelwald let out a quiet laugh, ruffling her hair. That's not entirely fair. At the very least he finds joy in it. The dim candlelight did not bring Allison tranquility. Instead, it left her feeling somewhat perturbed. She leaned heavily against the sofa, striving to immerse herself in its comfort. The Muggle realm psychology refers to this as a self-sacrificing personality. Eager to help, considerate of others, endowed with compassion and a sense of responsibility, and perpetually optimistic, yet often neglecting and suppressing one's own needs. Grindelwald chuckled softly. Albus is certainly not a Muggle. But he is human, Allison countered quietly, her soft voice unexpectedly resonating in the stillness of the night. Grindelwald hesitated, his expression growing complex. With a tone that seemed both mocking and sardonic, Allison remarked, "Ha! I feel that not just you, but many have been imprisoned in the past. Don't you think Hogwarts resembles a vast prison?" After a moment of silence, Grindelwald finally spoke. "At least in Hogwarts, Albus is not so lonely." Allison lowered her gaze, her demeanor somewhat listless. "That depends on how you define loneliness. In my view, we are kindred spirits." Grindelwald's gaze drifted to a small photograph in the journal, and he remained silent for a while. The room was enveloped in quietude. The night had deepened to the point where even the birds outside were silent. Allison half seriously, half jokingly remarked, at least when telling an amusing joke, "I won't be regarded as a madwoman, right?" Grindelwald paused, slightly taken aback, and softly replied, "You are quite astute." Leaning languidly against him, Allison mused, "Perhaps it's merely loneliness?" Grindelwald remained silent, simply pulling her into his embrace. The father and daughter nestled together in silence. Two dark wizards sharing a rare moment of patience and warmth in the dead of night. After a long while, Grindelwald finally spoke, "You resemble each other, yet fundamentally differ." Allison tilted her head in curiosity. Fundamentally? Are you referring to responsibility? Or the arrogance of not seeing others as human? Grindelwald paused, gently explaining. Albus's arrogance is directed towards himself. Is it a given that he is a strong one, destined to care for the weaker, to protect Hogwarts and the British magical community? Allison immediately grasped his meaning. Grindelwald did not refute it, he acquiesced. Allison scoffed, I find such behavior meaningless. Muggle studies on biology suggest survival of the fittest. Such Muggle theories struck Grindelwald as overly barbaric, and he frowned slightly. Allison blinked, her tone audacious and defiant. There will always be those he cannot protect, won't there? Everyone experiences life for the first time. Why should we yield to others? Magic is power. The strong should naturally dominate everything. She playfully poked the Dumbledore pillow beside her, the soft fabric sinking and then bouncing back. Grindelwald countered softly, but humans are not beasts. If everyone thought that way, the world would be doomed. Yet I believe humans are a form of animal. We are no more noble than any other, Allison replied. In fact, compared to the straightforward instincts of animals, the convoluted pretenses of some humans are even more foolish. Allison gazed at the flickering candlelight, her expression somewhat nonchalant, her eyes glimmering with a hint of allure inherited from Grindelwald. One reason I lack a sense of responsibility towards wizards is that I do not wish to strive for a race that shows little progress, fails to recognize danger, and does not understand how to struggle for self-preservation. Survival of the fittest. If you cannot compete, then be eliminated. Grindelwald remained silent, simply gazing at her, a barely perceptible sigh escaping his lips. Allison lounged against him lazily, playfully pressing him with her inquiries. Muggles have advanced from primal existence to contemporary artillery through their intellect. What significant progress have wizards made? Grindelwald lowered his gaze, his voice somber. Wizards' magic is already sufficiently powerful. Allison met his gaze, her bright and piercing heterochromatic eyes seemingly able to see through to his very soul. If you truly believe that, you wouldn't have instigated a war. The Muggle world posed a threat to you. Humans do not concern themselves with ants. Grindelwald remained silent, his expression deepening as he regarded her. Allison casually toyed with the cuff of his sleeve, as if fascinated by his frail, aged hands. Instead of fixating on Muggles and continually attempting to suppress a civilization that is catching up to us, why not shift perspectives and seek avenues for the evolution of magic? Perhaps integrating technology? Or discovering methods to enhance magical power and lifespan? Grindelwald paused, then suddenly laughed. Albus would surely be delighted to hear your proposal. Though Allison did not endorse their ideologies, she still had her own path to tread, a young and solitary genius akin to them in their youth, effortlessly stirring the entire world. Are you displeased? Allison inquired, her eyes searching his expression, puzzled by his response. Grindelwald smirked. Quite the contrary, I am exceedingly pleased. Receiving the anticipated answer, Allison resumed her languid posture. It's a pity I only enjoy inciting others while harboring no desire to trouble myself. Grindelwald lowered his head, affectionately nuzzling her cheek. Allison playfully returned the gesture. A voice tinged with amusement rang out, "Little rascal." Provoked by this, Allison narrowed her eyes dangerously, preparing to retaliate. A pure yet mischievous smile graced her face as she whispered, "Did you know I am a pessimist in some respects? In Muggle history, after Europe discovered America, they chose to colonize and made trophies of the local Native Americans' scalps to wear as shoes." Grindelwald inhaled sharply, a shadow flickering in his eyes. Allison, like a little devil, smiled wickedly, her words laden with meaning. Do you suppose that if Muggles were widely aware of wizards, they would covet their longevity and wondrous magic, attempting by any means necessary to unravel it through technology? Grindelwald remained silent, his grip around her tightening subtly. A gleam of mischievous delight danced in Allison's eyes as she found amusement in teasing her father, reveling in the power to manipulate him with the very traits she inherited from him. Chapter 11: Temptation. Beneath the flickering candlelight, the elderly man lowered his gaze, his deep voice resonating. Magic is an unknown force to Muggles, akin to the divine. Allison burst into laughter, her mirth escalating until she reclined on the sofa in a somewhat deranged manner. She recalled the ancient god-themed games, films, and novels she had encountered in the past. Modern individuals have never been a devoutly faithful group. Worshipping deities merely serves their own desires. Should one dare to reveal their true strength, even gods would be slain before them. Before arriving here, she had vanquished a few in a game world. So do you think they would venerate and worship? Or attempt to slay the gods? She countered with a smile, her demeanor bold and unrestrained, carrying a hint of mockery towards the concept of deities. After a brief pause, Allison gazed at him with a playful smile, whispering provocatively, So have you become my follower now, Mr. Grindelwald? Grindelwald looked at her, his gaze deepening, and after a moment, he hoarsely replied, Is this your intent? To make me your follower? No one dared to imagine that someone would attempt to seduce a master manipulator like the old dark wizard. It was a thought that had never crossed even Grindelwald's mind. Allison blinked, thoughtfully savoring the word intent. Her expression pure and innocent as she denied, Intent? No. I am a complex individual. So chaotic that even I cannot predict my own actions. These actions lack purpose, merely uttered in jest for the sake of amusement. She simply wishes to witness the myriad expressions and reactions from her father as a result of her playful antics, much like a mischievous child. The past affections between Gellert and Albus ensnare not only themselves but also her, bound by blood. Indeed, she loves her parents dearly, yet at times, she cannot suppress the resentment stemming from their fractured alliance. Gellert gazes at her, suddenly finding amusement, and chuckles. You are quite the naughty child. Allison, cunningly mimicking Gellert's past attempts to cultivate closeness, straightens up and playfully caresses his cheek. Body language deepens intimacy and trust. It was how Gellert had once seduced Albus's nephew, Aurelius. For Gellert, as long as the recipient is not someone he despises, such frivolous gestures and physical contact with strangers are entirely natural. However, deeper intimacy remains out of reach, for even a genius can be too proud to regard others. She bears an air of assured confidence, as if temptingly luring him into darkness. Yet I have stirred the fears buried deep within you, reigniting them once again. Gellert emits a barely perceptible sigh, a hint of frustration clouding his expression. It is peculiar. Today he truly stands in the shoes of an audience, experiencing firsthand the captivating abilities that he once wielded to manipulate others. After a moment of silence, Gellert's slender hand gently grasps her wrist, which had been resting on his cheek. He removes her hand, rising to tower over Allison, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. His tone laced with temptation as he affectionately calls her. Do not squander your talents, little Allison. Allison finds herself perplexed by this development, blinking innocently with her unique heterochromatic eyes. Gellert reaches out, pulling her from the sofa and bestowing a kiss upon her forehead. Do not waste your abilities, enthrall, seduce, plunder. Wage war, and transform this world. Allison is taken aback by his gesture, instinctively harboring suspicion. Her expression nuanced as she recalls the old man's warning from earlier. Did you not say you were atoning in Nurmengard, and advised me against straying from the path, and becoming a second you? War and hatred only beget war and hatred. Is this old man two different people? One by day and another by night? Gellert chuckles softly. Perhaps you ought not to follow my old path, but Allison, you were born to be a free bird, not one confined in a cage. Allison perceives this as merely a retaliation against her earlier provocations. Rolling her eyes, she collapses back onto the sofa, decisively signaling her refusal to be swayed by his allure. No, I wish to recline and live off my parents. A caged bird is still a caged bird, as long as it is provided for. It is utterly ludicrous. Had she truly aimed to become the next Dark Lord, surrounded by the extensive networks of her two fathers, would anyone truly follow her without their endorsement? She would undoubtedly be under their vigilant scrutiny. This old man merely seeks to coerce her into striving, seizing the opportunity to snatch away Albus. I will provide you with an allowance. Gellert observes his daughter's unyielding demeanor, smirking as he leans closer, sweetening the deal. Money, status, power, everything you desire can be yours. Allison finds this utterly uninteresting, preferring instead a sweet deal from Honeydukes. This man lacks the slightest knack for enticing children. She lifts her head slightly, revealing a mischievous and wicked smile, exclaiming boldly, I want Albus. Now that is a rather bold statement, considering she herself does not currently possess him, especially since she was sentenced to life imprisonment. Gellert stumbles, his smile fracturing in an instant as he pinches Allison's slightly chubby cheek. Under the unyielding physical grip of the old man, Allison struggles valiantly. Gellert grinds his teeth ominously. You little rascal, do you wish to be punished? Seizing the moment of his slight relaxation, Allison retorts vaguely, You made me say it. You despicable old man. Be careful, or I will tell Albus. Young witch Allison employs the spell threat. Gellert scowls, releasing his grip. He inhales deeply, striving to suppress the violent urge to reprimand the child, pinching the bridge of his nose to calm himself. Are you determined to drive me to madness? Allison makes a playful face, hee. Gellert glares at her. I warn you, do not speak recklessly about Albus. Allison collapses into laughter on the sofa, feeling triumphant as if she has gained the upper hand. Gellert takes a deep breath, reminding himself that this is indeed his biological child. His very own. Allison's eyes dart mischievously, stealing a glance at his expression, then swiftly lifts a magazine from the table. It happens to feature a magical photograph of Albus Dumbledore. Smack. She audaciously plants a loud kiss on it. Gellert is momentarily stunned, his expression freezing, fists clenching. He closes his eyes, deciding to spare himself further torment from this mischievous child, and rises to leave. Of course, he does not forget to take all the issues of Transfiguration today and the Dumbledore pillow, under the pretext of ensuring Allison rests well. Chapter 12, Provocation. The following morning, Gellert sits at the dining table perusing the newspaper, occasionally glancing at Allison across from him. Sensing his gaze, Allison inexplicably looks up. Gellert speaks calmly. Since you have finished your meal, we should discuss serious matters. Going to England? This is the only matter that could be deemed serious. And Allison immediately comprehends. Gellert subtly nods. Allison shrugs. As long as you're packed, we can head to the Muggle airport? Gellert hesitates, remaining silent. Although this was agreed upon yesterday, it still makes him uncomfortable to face the Muggles. Allison notices his reluctance and giggles lightly. Don't be so resistant. Compared to some magical buses, Muggle transportation is far more comfortable. Although it lacks the convenience of the Flu network and apparition, it allows us to bypass the Ministry's entry and exit regulations. She laughs merrily, commenting, "You old-fashioned, stubborn man." Gellert pinches the bridge of his nose, suppressing his irritation for the umpteenth time, and stands. "Let us go." Observing him striding ahead, Allison curiously tilts her head. "Do you know where the German airport is?" Gellert's expression remains indifferent. "I do not need to know." Allison instantly grasps his meaning. Having lived in the 21st century, she is not particularly well acquainted with the current state of Berlin's airport. However, she has prepared a backup plan, the Patronus charm. Gellert remains silent, simply departing the dining room, with Allison trailing behind like a small shadow. As they walk toward the hall's fireplace, Allison casually remarks, "We are currently situated at 50 degrees north latitude and 7 degrees east longitude. We just need to head northeast." It seems the German magical community has a settlement near Berlin. Gellert halts, turning to look at her. "How do you know?" This is surprising to him. Powerful wizarding families typically employ various enchantments to conceal their residences, such as Muggle-repelling charms, oblivion charms, and protective spells. Gellert's manor cannot even be seen by outsiders without the owner's permission. Yet, she has casually pinpointed its location using Muggle means. He is uncertain whether Allison's coordinates are accurate. But Berlin indeed lies to the northeast of the manor. Allison nonchalantly explains the Muggle method of geographical calculation, seemingly oblivious to his reaction. "Latitude and longitude? You can figure it out by observing the sun's shadow. I also remember satellite maps, so I know Berlin's location." Gellert's expression darkens in an instant. Allison blinks innocently, secretly smirking, finding it amusing to tease her father, revealing that his hidden sanctuary can easily be located using Muggle methods. In truth, his estate would never see the intrusion of Muggles, and the core saints would not betray him. Rather, it was the overwhelming shock of this unfamiliar knowledge and uncharted territory that weighed heavily. Grindelwald inhaled deeply, refraining from further inquiries, and with a flick of his wand, he transported them directly to a wizarding enclave on the outskirts of Berlin. It seemed that wizards had a penchant for creating isolated little worlds close to Muggle capitals, despite not cohabiting with them. This was true in England, and it held in Germany as well. Compared to the bustling atmosphere of Diagon Alley in England, the ambience here in Germany was decidedly more austere, and certain artifacts related to dark magic were less conspicuous. Perhaps this was due to the fact that Germany's only magical institution, Durmstrang, revered dark magic and adhered to a militaristic and rigorous pedagogical style. Allison casually surveyed her surroundings. A series of calculations flickered through her mind, and once again she recited the geographical coordinates alongside the direction toward Berlin. Grindelwald was uncertain whether her Muggle coordinates were accurate. Yet he acknowledged that Berlin lay indeed to the northwest. This notion rendered the concealed enclave, hidden from Muggle sight through various magical means, somewhat laughable, as it could be effortlessly pinpointed by Muggles. Even if they could not see it, the artillery could still target it. This reality was difficult for ordinary wizards to accept. Yet Grindelwald remained remarkably composed, suppressing all expression, and walking ahead in silence. Allison, intrigued, tilted her head to observe his demeanor, unabashedly displaying her delight and curiosity. Grindelwald halted before an old, secluded house, ushering her inside. He then turned to face her, his gaze intense and profound. Sensing the ominous shift in atmosphere, Allison instantly adopted an innocent demeanor. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. You did this on purpose. Allison, smiling brightly, though appearing slightly more demure, retorted. What if I choose not to inform you next time? Indeed, living in a dream is far more comfortable, allowing one to avoid confronting the harsh realities. Considering your age, it is certainly time to feign ignorance and enjoy your twilight years. Grindelwald clenched his fists in response to her sardonic remarks. Allison suddenly confessed, exhaling softly, well, truth be told, I am attempting to provoke you into perceiving the threat posed by muggles, stirring up trouble, so that I can claim Albus for myself. Upon hearing this rationale, Grindelwald's expression morphed into a vivid tapestry of emotions, speechless, enraged, frustrated, and resigned. This insufferable little brat was the only descriptor that came to mind. Allison, delightfully mischievous, added, even if I fail, teasing you with a few words is quite entertaining. Grindelwald ground his teeth, feeling a headache brewing. He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the urge to strike her, forcing a grimace that was more akin to a grimace than a smile. My dear, with such behavior, you shall never find a boyfriend at school. Allison, taken aback by this abrupt shift in topic, quickly responded, her expression transforming into one of innocent charm as she playfully mocked him. I have no intention of seeking a boyfriend. I wish to remain forever by the side of my gentle Albus. Grindelwald felt his blood pressure spike, gazing at Allison's familiar yet infuriatingly lovely face. Allison deliberately tilted her nearly identical face to Dumbledore's in a provocative manner. If someone like you can win Albus's affection, then with my sweeter tongue, greater thoughtfulness, superior talent, and unyielding audacity, how could I possibly fall short? She watched as her father momentarily registered shock at her audacity, then innocently tilted her head, anticipating his next move. Are you contemplating striking me or casting a curse to silence me? Because I will undoubtedly inform Albus. Grindelwald took a deep breath, struggling to temper his burgeoning rage. Albus will not show you favoritism. Allison feigned a regretful sigh, though her face betrayed her satisfaction. That remains to be seen after all. Albus has always indulged children, and I can certainly cry. Grindelwald regarded her with an expression of calmness. Then let me see you shed a few tears now. Allison blinked, instantly transforming her demeanor to one of silent weeping, her tears cascading beautifully, resembling a delicate child wronged. Yet her triumphant voice bore a dissonance. You can only blame your overwhelming talent for theatrics that I have inherited. Chapter 13. The Unmasking. Grindelwald fell silent for a moment, a smile emerging rather than anger, as he embraced her, tousling her soft red hair. With her tears stilled, Allison's eyes reddened slightly, bewildered by his reaction as she looked up at him. Grindelwald ruffled her hair affectionately, speaking gently, what you have inherited from me is not only my talent for performance, but also my coldness and selfishness. The implications of his words sent a shiver down Allison's spine, making her feel as if she were an onion being gradually peeled. Based on her current demeanor and her apparent motives of assistance, one could argue she was cold, dramatic, mischievous, and irresponsible, but not necessarily selfish. Allison lowered her gaze to mask her emotions. Selfish? I am striving for both you and Albus, aren't I? For me and Albus? Grindelwald released her, placing his hands on her slender shoulders as he leaned closer, his striking heterochromatic eyes, one transparent, the other a deep blue, piercing into her own. Is your every action truly for us, or is it for your own sake? Allison met his gaze, her clear eyes reflecting innocence and stubbornness. I merely desire a home, a complete home with both you and Albus. Many ordinary people are born into such circumstances. How can this be deemed selfish? We are mutually beneficial. Grindelwald scrutinized her for a long moment before exhaling a heavy sigh. Allison. He rubbed his brow, feeling ensnared by the little brat's cunning. The old wooden floor creaked beneath them, and the dust motes danced in the air. Allison felt a twinge of discomfort, tilting her head slightly to conceal her emotions, half seriously frowning as she added, I just sometimes feel a bit angry that you didn't end up with Albus. She was reluctant to admit she was a blood-packed vessel, devoid of any sinister schemes. She simply wished to spare him from genuine guilt. It was acceptable for her to tease and torment her father, but she could never allow him to suffer due to past grievances. Grindelwald paused, finally grasping the underlying issue, and chuckled softly. Really? Speak the truth. Allison's expression shifted to one of confusion, as if she genuinely did not comprehend his meaning. What do you mean? Grindelwald's laughter grew, as he leaned closer, his voice low and husky. You don't think you can brush this off so easily, do you? You are the blood-pact, aren't you? Allison instinctively stiffened. When did this happen? Grindelwald leaned in closer, almost whispering in her ear, his voice husky. I cannot mistake the aura of the blood pact surrounding you. His withered hand caressed Allison's face, examining her as one might with a cherished work of art. Allison ceased to conceal her emotions, her brow furrowing instinctively as she suddenly turned hostile, her expression darkening. "You old fool. Have you been playing me all along?" Grindelwald chuckled softly, reveling in his mischievous triumph as he unmasked the little brat's hidden origins. "You were the one who plotted against me first." Allison, infuriated, retorted. "That was only because you and Albus led me to shatter my past." Grindelwald's movements faltered, his gaze dropping as he fell silent for a moment. "I apologize," he murmured softly. At this moment, Allison felt genuinely awkward, her heart heavy. "So what if I tease you? When danger arises, I will still protect you and strive to help you be with Albus." Grindelwald tousled her hair once more, his smile a mix of pride and resignation. "I know." This atmosphere rendered Allison utterly uncomfortable. Stealing a glance at her father, she began to provoke him again. "I have some bad news for you. When you and Albus forged the blood pact, I also inherited the feelings you once held for each other. So sometimes I might entertain the thought of stealing Albus away from you." Grindelwald's actions came to a halt as he turned to her, the smile upon his face gradually fading, his gaze sharpening. Allison beamed with delightful innocence, her expression provocatively mischievous. "I wish to linger by Daddy Albus's side, to discuss magic with him, to engage in various topics, to pen love letters extolling him. Everything a 16-year-old would desire, I yearn for, though I assure you, I lack your unscrupulousness." She winked at her father's impassive countenance, whimsically mimicking Dumbledore's childlike habit of disregarding others' emotions. "Whenever love from Daddy Albus for you surfaces, it is invariably suppressed by your own sentiments. Wouldn't you agree, rival?" Grindelwald scrutinized her for a moment, then suddenly smirked, his demeanor lightening with a retort. "Regrettably, this unfortunate news is not bad for me." Taken aback by his unexpected reaction, Allison widened her eyes. Grindelwald slowly rose, bending down to meet her gaze. "I am pleased that you have not entirely transformed into another version of me." Understanding his implication, Allison's expression shifted to one of disdain and cold detachment, laced with unmasked malice. "Are you referring to those grand endeavors? I harbor nothing but contempt for the roots that shattered my past. If I must say, let both muggles and wizards perish." Grindelwald crouched to her level, his tone calm. "Do you know why I established the saints?" Allison furrowed her brow, delivering the standard response. "Because muggles threatened you? And your dissatisfaction with the wizarding world's secrecy? Wishing for wizards to walk the earth openly as the superior beings?" "Not entirely," Grindelwald focused on her, enunciating each word. "Because the war between muggles and wizards is inevitable." Gazing into his equally transparent right eye, Allison felt a chill at the prophecy igniting her pupils. "You foresaw it?" Despite having traversed several game worlds, the visceral term war always felt distant to her. Ordinary battles and wars are distinct. She refrained from voicing the triviality of prophecies not necessarily coming to fruition, nor the notion that actions spurred by prophecies might lead to eventual outcomes. Even if prophecies do not manifest, can those who witness them truly remain unperturbed? She remained a Grindelwald, inherently akin to Gellert. Grindelwald did not respond to her surprised remark, instead pressing further. "Which side will you stand on?" This time, Allison did not feign indifference. She frowned in silence for a moment before delicately providing her answer. "I am indifferent to the lives of those outside your circle. If I must articulate it, as I mentioned last night, I am a pessimist in certain matters, always preparing for the worst. Even without war, wizards must grow stronger." Grindelwald chuckled. "You make for a splendid heir." Chapter 14, On the Road. Allison's visage resembled unyielding ice, her demeanor cold and weary, having discarded her faade to reveal her concealed malice. "But I have no desire to inherit. Unless you intend to bequeath your old subordinates to me as targets for a death curse. They were part of the grand endeavors that caused your irrevocable rift with Daddy Albus." Grindelwald remained noncommittal, merely fixing his gaze upon her, as if attempting to peer into her very soul. Allison defiantly returned his stare. "I would never squander time with Daddy Albus on such trivialities." Grindelwald finally averted his gaze, standing tall and imposing above her. "Have you forgotten Albus is also mine?" Without deliberately bending down to accommodate Allison's height, the lanky, aging German exuded an overwhelming presence, asserting his dominion even in front of his own offspring. Allison felt a twinge of frustration. Despite her considerable advantages, having triumphed in several high-stakes game worlds, her confidence in being unmatched in this realm, her cunning wit rivaling that of her parents, she found herself easily subdued by the words of her father, whose power was inferior to hers. The hidden secret of her origins had been unveiled, leaving her lacking the confidence to counter that Albus was hers. The blood pact, born of their initial love, was also shattered by their estrangement. Her most profound fear, beyond their demise, was Albus's earlier desperate attempts to dissolve the blood pact. Her gentlest father once contemplated her death. Furthermore, she lacked the certainty to assert that in the future, when Albus discovers she is a true dark witch, he would love her rather than coldly plot her demise. That would hardly constitute murder. It would merely be the dissolution of a covenant, something that should never have existed. The obstinate Allison silently vowed to ensure that while Gellert was absent from Hogwarts, Albus's thoughts would dwell solely upon her, with Potter relegated to the sidelines. Observing his daughter's crestfallen demeanor, Grindelwald could not suppress a faint smile. Having come to terms with these revelations, Allison swiftly masked her expression, donning a sweet, compliant smile. Resembling a quintessentially clingy daughter, Daddy. The Grindelwald family was notorious for their abrupt shifts in demeanor, sweetening their tones when there was something to gain. Grindelwald paused, his smile widening, playing along. Good daughter. Allison naturally entwined her arm with his, resting her head against it as she inquired about the information she sought. As if the earlier tension had never transpired. Daddy, regarding the blood pact you mentioned, will father recognize it? Grindelwald replied nonchalantly, no, unless he specifically checks. It would be difficult to detect. Allison's smile faltered slightly. So you've checked on me specifically today? Yet it was also possible he had surmised it. After all, Gellert and Albus had only been together for 2 months, and the only bond intertwining their blood was the blood pact. Seeing that it would not affect their plans upon arriving at Hogwarts, her eyes twinkled as she enticingly suggested, shall we visit the Muggle world in London? Daddy Albus has a hidden savior he intends to cultivate there. She did not elaborate. Knowing her father had likely gleaned the significant events in Britain over the years from his subordinates, Grindelwald cast a half-smirked glance at her. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Allison elegantly pressed her lips together in a light laugh, crafting her words beautifully when she sought to flatter. The only one watching is a mute. A simple spell could easily alter memories. Moreover, if Daddy wishes to see, what could possibly hinder him? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, choosing to tease her. Me? I am merely a useless old man. Unfazed, Allison playfully complained, her eyes brimming with dependence and admiration. How can that be? Who would dare claim the leader of the saints is useless? Clearly, a single word from you could reverberate throughout the world. Grindelwald, charmed by her flattery, adopted a lighter tone. You little charmer, you certainly have a way with words. With that, Allison led him away from the dilapidated building. They moved unnoticed. Although Grindelwald's influence in Germany remained formidable, his aged visage was markedly different from the middle-aged man he had once been half a century ago. In Germany, unlike the need to tap bricks in Diagon Alley in the UK, one could see and access taverns that had been warded against muggles without any fuss. Only wizards frequented those establishments. Allison transformed their attire into muggle clothing with ease, guiding him through the vibrant streets of Berlin. Unfamiliar with the area, she relied solely on her gaming map to navigate, devoid of any advanced geographical knowledge or spells. Grindelwald allowed her to lead, his gaze casually surveying the surroundings. As though he were admiring the scenery, Berlin was indeed transformed beyond recognition from half a century ago, not merely in terms of unseen weapons, but also in the presence of automobiles, public transport, and various signs of technological advancement. He observed the bustling, lively streets with keen interest, murmuring, Muggles have progressed quite well. Allison chimed in with a fact. This is merely the beginning. In 1969, people from America even landed on the moon. The 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council possess the capability to manufacture and deploy nuclear weapons. Yet they restrain one another, utilizing them solely as instruments of deterrence. After all, should they unleash their full arsenal, it would spell doom for all. Muggles are ceaselessly advancing their technology, and nations are caught in a relentless competition of cooperation and suppression, leaving them unable to overturn the balance of power, often merely stirring up trouble for the smaller states. Grindelwald listened quietly to her discourse, making an ambiguous remark. Muggles are becoming increasingly astute. Allison hailed a taxi, modifying the driver's memory with a flick of her wand to direct him to the airport. Throughout the journey, Grindelwald refrained from commenting on the adept use of advanced magic by the 11-year-old, instead observing her with keen interest. The Berlin airport was conveniently nearby, and they arrived shortly thereafter. With the aid of her memory charm and transfiguration, Allison deftly pilfered 2 first-class tickets to London using the passport she had acquired. Her movements were fluid and practiced, revealing her as a seasoned thief. After all, she had honed this skill during her entrapment in the world of Assassin's Creed. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, surprised by her proficiency, and jested. It seems your past has been rather eventful? Allison offered a vague response as they boarded. Perhaps? After confirming their seats, they settled into a double seat where they enjoyed a meal served on the flight, beginning at 11:30. Grindelwald even ordered a glass of dry red wine to accompany his meal, while Allison, being underage, had only juice. After a smooth flight lasting just over an hour, they arrived in London amidst the roar of the aircraft. Chapter 15, London. The sky was clear, devoid of clouds. This, of course, was impossible, for this was the fabled fog city. Near the bustling international airport, the air was thick with the unique odor of automobile exhaust. Photochemical pollution rendered the distant view a dreary gray, with visibility considerably low. Grindelwald frowned in distaste. The air in London remains as abysmal as ever. Originally eager to explore the streets, Allison found her enthusiasm waning, disheartened by the poor air quality. It must be due to the heavy traffic here. Shall we head to Diagon Alley first? Or perhaps visit the yet-to-be-schooled savior, Mr. Potter? Grindelwald replied nonchalantly, let us visit the savior first. In the hedgerow-lined, middle-class neighborhood of Little Whinging, Surrey, the houses were neatly arranged, each a two-story detached dwelling adorned with lawns or flower beds. Number 4 featured a small garden and greenhouse, where a slender boy with dark hair was seen tending to the grass. From a distance, one could discern the boy's tattered and ill-fitting clothes, indicating a life of hardship. As they ambled down Privet Drive, Grindelwald observed with intrigue, his tone calm. Is this the boy who narrowly escaped a great calamity? Just as Allison was about to respond, a portly muggle boy burst forth from the house, bullying the boy mowing the lawn. The raucous commotion was loud, yet the laughter of adults inside the house persisted, indicating a blatant disregard for the situation. Grindelwald squinted, displeased by the sight of muggles tormenting a young wizard. Are these truly my muggle relatives? The protective charm of love left by his mother must be regularly maintained in the presence of blood relatives to remain effective. Allison nodded, offering an explanation, then hesitated. Doesn't Professor Dumbledore realize that this environment is rather detrimental for their upbringing? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask? Because Dumbledore is a good man. And it's evident he would never employ such abusive behavior to mold a child's character to be obedient. Such cruelty is characteristic of dark wizards, particularly reminiscent of the hatred he instilled in Credence Barebone. Allison chose her words carefully, her tone more diplomatic. In the late 19th century, many Muggle children were scantily clad, forced into labor or onto the battlefield. I've heard his past was somewhat grim? Grindelwald replied evenly. Indeed, it was far worse than here. A father imprisoned in Azkaban, a mother struggling to support the family, a hot-tempered, reckless brother, and a sister who would occasionally succumb to silence. The wizarding world still adhered to some medieval customs, with most women becoming homemakers after marriage and ceasing to earn a living, relying solely on their husband's wages. Typical examples include Narcissa Malfoy and Molly Weasley. Regardless of wealth, housewives seldom sought employment. Of course, this represents a form of insidious inequality, where married women change their surnames, and daughters from ancient families possess little to no inheritance rights, with even a male heir's extinction leading to inheritance by an outsider rather than a daughter of the family. In the late 19th century, life for such single-parent households was undoubtedly arduous. The sister, having been seen using magic by several Muggle boys, was bullied into silence, while the father sought vengeance without revealing the cause, leading to the sister's confinement in Azkaban. The Dumbledore brothers often faced discrimination at school due to the stigma of being the sons of a convicted murderer. Young wizards, traumatized by their experiences, resisted magic. And this negative emotion birthed the parasitic dark magic entity known as the Obscurus, which severely drained the host's vitality. The host of the Obscurus was referred to as an Obscurial. Should their emotions spiral out of control, the parasitic entity would erupt, transforming the Obscurial into a tempestuous, formidable cloud of darkness, wreaking havoc upon everything in its vicinity. Documented Obscurials seldom survived past the age of 10, with the only two exceptions being those of the Dumbledore lineage, likely due to their potent wizarding blood and magical talent. When Credence first transformed into an Obscurus as a young adult, he managed to overpower the middle-aged Grindelwald, necessitating the intervention of nearly all elite wizards from the American Ministry of Magic to force the Obscurus to retreat. The ministry classified the Obscurus as a supreme catastrophe. As such, uncontrollable entities often alerted numerous Muggles to the abnormal occurrences. Upon discovery of an Obscurial, even if they were victims, they would be confined in a hospital until death. Next door to the Dursleys, Mrs. Fig, a squib of the Order of the Phoenix, noticed a stranger lingering in the street, observing the children fighting. An elderly man accompanied by a little girl with a quintessential Celtic appearance, though clad in Muggle leisurewear. She perceived them merely as a passing grandfather and granddaughter. Yet, the diligent and warm-hearted old lady resolved to descend and investigate. Grindelwald caught sight of Mrs. Fig's scrutiny, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement, embodying the demeanor of an old-fashioned gentleman. Allison, curious, tilted her head. Do you wish for her to inform Professor Dumbledore? Or shall we modify her memory later? Grindelwald casually replied. For now, we need not concern ourselves with her. Ah. So he intends to surprise Dumbledore with the report from the squib. I must have inherited your penchant for teasing and provoking others, especially in the presence of someone I admire, Allison mused, recalling Grindelwald's antics during his youth to garner Dumbledore's attention. Grindelwald chuckled softly. You may also view it as a charm of our family. Allison suddenly interjected. Will it leave Professor Dumbledore utterly besotted? Grindelwald's smile blossomed further. The solitary squib, Mrs. Fig finally approached, eager to inquire about the intentions of the oddly dressed duo. Grindelwald appraised her discreetly, engaging in polite yet distant pleasantries, while Allison seemed somewhat shy, timidly peering from behind him. Grindelwald, with a hint of amusement, remarked, My granddaughter is a bit shy. I brought her from Germany to tour England. Allison nearly burst into laughter from behind him. Grindelwald noticed Mrs. Fig's wary demeanor, aware that she was growing suspicious. Yet he desired precisely that she report to Dumbledore. Following this encounter, they made their way to the leaky cauldron. Faced with the smoky atmosphere, filled with a cacophony of sounds, and the dimly lit, dilapidated surroundings of the pub, Allison exhibited clear disdain. She had previously traversed through places both gruesome and sordid in the gaming realm, yet those were merely battlegrounds in the wilderness. This, however, was a venue that offered dining services. While comfort may not be paramount, one would expect at least a few cleaning charms to ensure a semblance of hygiene, especially at the entrance of Diagon Alley, one of the prominent facades of the British wizarding world. Grindelwald chuckled softly, gently ruffling his daughter's hair. You are indeed a pampered young lady. Allison pressed her lips together, retorting, I simply have a preference for cleanliness. This place is far too filthy, especially for a venue meant for dining and drinking. A few more cleaning charms would do wonders. Grindelwald responded with a knowing smile. But this is the very heart of wizarding life at its most humble, is it not? Allison surveyed her surroundings, recalling the nonsensical ramblings of a certain dictator from World War II. Are you planning to deliver an impromptu tavern speech? Grindelwald smirked, amusement flickering in his eyes. If that is your desire. Allison, dissatisfied, tugged at him towards the back door of the tavern. I do not wish to. I simply want to hurry to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor for some dessert. The old man, instead of directly operating to Diagon Alley, chose to take her to the pub, undoubtedly relishing the absurdity of creating a ceremonial experience for a young witch's inaugural visit to the alley. Chapter 16. Florian Fortescue's Ice Cream Parlor. In the small courtyard behind the tavern, surrounded by walls and overgrown with a few tufts of grass and a rubbish bin, Allison stared at the trash receptacle meant for the positioning of bricks for a moment. Only wizards could see the leaky cauldron. So what was the point of having such a redundant door-knocking ritual at the back entrance, given the unreliable nature of the adults outside? Even a young wizard without a wand would assist in opening the door. What could such a wall possibly deter? Grindelwald watched her antics with keen interest. Not intending to impart knowledge on how to navigate Diagon Alley, Allison furtively glanced at her game map, noting the absence of anyone heading to the alley. The drunken patrons were too engrossed in their raucous conversations within the tavern. She cast a vanishing spell on the rubbish bin, and followed it up with a cleaning charm to erase the long-standing mess beneath it. Having wreaked her mischief, she eagerly pulled her amused father into Diagon Alley. Grindelwald could not suppress a laugh. Albus would likely be quite troubled by your penchant for destruction. Upon hearing this, Allison's expression shifted to one of pride, her eyes glinting as she playfully accused, You as an adult, do nothing to guide a child properly. You don't even attempt to stop me when I am being mischievous. Grindelwald shrugged off her complaint. Teach you properly? I have no desire to invite trouble upon myself. Allison shot him a sidelong glance, momentarily at a loss for words. As they escaped the glaring summer sun, traversing the cobblestone path amidst sparse pedestrians, her demeanor brightened significantly while holding a bowl of chocolate ice cream at Florian Fortescue's. The parlor was refreshingly cool, a sanctuary from the warmth outside. The young witch cast a greedy glance at the berry ice cream in her father's hand, secretly gauging his expression. Yours looks incredibly delectable, she remarked. Grindelwald glanced at her, generously offering his ice cream. Allison took a clean spoon, scooped a piece, and pushed her own bowl towards him, indicating he should taste it. Thus, the two dark wizards shared their ice creams like children. The creaminess and milky sweetness of the ice cream, combined with the tang of berry sauce and the richness of chocolate, melted delightfully in their mouths. Allison tilted her head towards the oddities listed on the large menu at the counter. Well, thankfully you did not order anything peculiar. They even have Bertie Bott's every flavor beans banana split. Grindelwald chuckled lightly. Are you afraid of Bertie Bott's? Allison sighed. No one is afraid of food. That would be a bit excessive. However, I truly dislike courting trouble. Who in their right mind would ever choose to taste something that could potentially taste like? Well, you know, Grindelwald laughed. You are indeed prudent, unlike certain individuals. Allison tilted her head in curiosity, discerning whom he referred to. Has Albus ever eaten with you? We have done everything together, Grindelwald replied meaningfully. Allison's expression turned blank as she processed his sudden revelation. I was merely curious about what peculiar flavors he might have encountered. Is that so outrageous? Grindelwald smirked. His reactions to vomit-flavored beans and bogey-flavored sweets are quite amusing. Frustrated by her unquenched curiosity, Allison scooped another mouthful of ice cream. Her expression still displeased. Be more specific. Anyone who tastes such flavors would undoubtedly react strangely. After tasting the unpleasant beans, he would kiss me, using his tongue. Allison recoiled in disgust, unable to discern whether it was his description or his boastful demeanor that repulsed her. She chastised herself for harboring such superfluous curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat. Grindelwald stirred his ice cream, a nostalgic smile gracing his features. He truly lacks caution when it comes to sweets, willing to try anything bizarre. He presents himself as poised and intelligent in public, but only in private does he reveal his childish side to me. Allison felt choked by the sweetness of his words. Muttering complaints. Something unpleasant should not even be classified as candy. Grindelwald replied with a knowing look. He adores sweets yet shows no fear of hardship. Allison quickly grasped his implication, narrowing her eyes at him, slightly irate. Are you implying something about me? Grindelwald smiled. No, I am merely praising Albus. Allison scoffed, her expression defiant. Have you ever heard the saying? As long as the young can endure hardship, they will face endless suffering in the future. Grindelwald paused, momentarily taken aback, before chuckling resignedly as he ruffled her red hair. Allison struggled to maintain her bangs against his playful disruption. The transparent right eye she had attempted to conceal was now exposed, rendering her disguise ineffective. Having entered from the Muggle world, they had each used a transfiguration spell before leaving, one transforming their eye to the typical Germanic blue, while the other concealed their right eye with a fringe of red hair. Allison had additionally used a renaming card from her gaming world, altering her true name to Allison Green, in an attempt to deceive the Hogwarts acceptance list. The sunlight outside grew more intense, and the number of pedestrians dwindled. After all, wearing dark, heat-absorbing wizarding robes on a scorching day was hardly pleasant. It was not yet the summer holiday when students usually procured supplies for the new semester, and the shopkeepers were somewhat lethargic, enjoying the leisurely afternoon. The owls in the pet shop were too indolent to hoot, occasionally emitting soft, dreamy coos as if lost in slumber. Recalling his earlier antics with Mrs. Fig, Allison could not help but giggle, sweetly calling out to her father, adding a layer of affection. Thank you, Grandpa. Grindelwald's lips twitched, nearly choking on his ice cream. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing her victory, Allison beamed with delight. Grindelwald, wiping the ice cream from his mouth, shot her a warning glance. Behave. After indulging in ice cream for a while, Allison slyly glanced at him. How many galleons did you bring? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, not disclosing an exact number, but his tone was casual and confident. Enough for you to squander. Can I buy every chocolate frog at Honeydukes? Certainly, as long as you can consume them all. Allison huffed playfully, stirring her chocolate before shoveling a large spoonful into her mouth, her words muffled by the cold. I can't eat that much. I just want the chocolate frog cards. Don't you have connections to the chocolate frog factory? I want to acquire a box of Albus's cards. The former Dark Lord, having devoted the first half of his life to his ambitions, was taken aback by his daughter's whimsical ideas, stammering out, regrettably, I do not. Allison rested her chin on her hand, enlightening him with an intriguing observation of his reaction. What a pity, for that is an extraordinarily commemorative card. The inscription defeated the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945, was specifically requested by Professor Dumbledore. Grindelwald appeared somewhat surprised, a flicker of tenderness flashing in his eyes as the corners of his mouth lifted in a knowing smile, immediately grasping Dumbledore's intent. Indeed it is. This is the only occasion when Albus Dumbledore could openly share the same breath as Gellert Grindelwald. He was being honored for the most agonizing day of his life. As long as he remained on the chocolate frog card, he cared for nothing else. Chapter 17, Purpose. Faced with something that could be likened to a powdery dagger, yet still able to smile, one could say this person was beyond saving. Allison scrutinized him as she resumed her indulgence in ice cream. Sometimes, I too am overtaken by the impulse to dominate the wizarding world. Grindelwald cast a skeptical glance at the young child, harboring no expectations. Do you wish to inherit my legacy? Allison, indeed, dismissed the gravity of his words. No. I meant that if one were to govern the wizarding realm, one could request your inclusion on a chocolate frog card, paired with Albus as a couple's card. I have no desire for a mere chocolate frog card. If you possess the ability, do not collect even a single card of Albus. Allison secretly observed his expression, intending to provoke him. After all, the number of chocolate frogs they purchased was certainly limited. Any excess he took from her would be a loss. Grindelwald did not fall for such an obvious bait, responding with a playful tone. Are you truly concerned about this? I am indeed a fervent admirer of Professor Dumbledore. Allison retorted with confidence. I would advise you to refrain from displaying such fervor. My father might not appreciate this demeanor, he gently counseled, exuding a sense of superiority as one who had experienced much. However, my goal in the first year is not to win his affection, but rather to garner his vigilance and attention. He would be willing to approach me under the guise of an oblivious fan. It is merely a matter of convenience, unrelated to affection. He is a rational, intelligent man, adept at sacrificing himself. Grindelwald paused, taken aback, before shaking his head with a hint of resignation. Be cautious. You may play with fire and get burned. As long as I remain his student, still perceived as someone who has not entirely succumbed to darkness in his eyes. Even if I toy with dangerous flames in front of him, he will strive to save me. Allison chuckled, her expression exuberant and carefree, emboldened by her confidence. Taking a bite of ice cream, she innocently posed a question to persuade him. If you possess both a beautifully exquisite pet and a volatile one that could explode and cause harm, which would garner your attention more? Grindelwald's gaze darkened slightly as he comprehended her implication. That is abundantly clear. Allison, with a smile, leaned her cheek on her hand, her tone elongated with a sugary innocence akin to a child seeking affection from an elder. Even if the former is charming and lovely, it pales in comparison to the allure of the dangerous one. It's the latter that one cannot simply discard nor fully embrace. A complex emotion flickered in Grindelwald's eyes. You are indeed a perilous little deceiver, Allison. Allison sweetly accepted the compliment. Thank you for the praise in any case. If I were to reveal that I am his daughter, he would easily deduce my intention to capture his attention. With the examples of you and Riddle, should I tread the same path, he would undoubtedly become incensed. Grindelwald shook his head in resignation. You seem quite eager to challenge Albus's limits. Much like you, she replied. I simply relish witnessing his flustered demeanor. Allison beamed knowingly. To see Albus, who appears formidable before everyone, seemingly capable of resolving all dilemmas, rendered helpless and perplexed by my own antics, how delightful. Grindelwald smirked in agreement. Allison took a spoonful of chocolate ice cream, her words muffled as she playfully lamented their shared predicament, only to break into laughter. Wow, what a wickedly clever Grindelwald. Likewise, he replied. The sun warmed the glass, and Allison felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, yawning as she grew concerned about their lodging arrangements. So, will we be staying at a hotel for the next few days, or do you have a house in England? Grindelwald nonchalantly replied, clearly having anticipated the question. We are going to the home of Bathilda. Bathilda Bagshot, Gellert Grindelwald's great-aunt, a renowned historian of magic and author of Hogwarts history textbooks, was a friend of Albus Dumbledore and a neighbor to the Dumbledore family. It was at Bathilda's house that Grindelwald, in pursuit of the history of the Deathly Hallows, had once resided. Through her introduction, he met the neighboring Albus Dumbledore, and the two young men became as inseparable as fire and pot during that glorious summer. Upon hearing this address, Allison felt a shiver run down her spine, her blue left eye widening slightly. After everything you've done, your great-aunt still welcomes you? Moreover, the Dumbledore residence lay adjacent. Even though the two remaining members of the Dumbledore family were either stationed in the Hogwarts headmaster's office or at the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade. Grindelwald chuckled. Bathilda has never been one to concern herself with such matters. Allison sighed deeply, her brow furrowing. If you're calling her great-aunt, what should I refer to her as? Family relations are so complicated, especially in the wizarding world where longevity often results in significant generational gaps. It feels as though every passerby has a convoluted relationship. Grindelwald smirked. You may call her whatever you wish. Bathilda is indifferent to such titles and quite fond of children. Allison blinked, her cheeky audacity shining through. Then I shall call her sister. Grindelwald, sensing her cunning intent, could not help but chuckle. Bathilda won't fall for that. Yet Allison was undeterred. She would test the waters first. As an adorable and charming young lady, her slight cunning would only endear her to many. She hastily finished her remaining ice cream and inquired, "Will Professor Dumbledore be returning to the Dumbledore residence for the summer?" Grindelwald paused, responding nonchalantly, "I do not know." Allison shifted the subject, playfully intimidating him, alluding to Dumbledore's brother Aberforth Dumbledore. "Beware of the goat spotting a German fellow next door, ready to charge at you." Grindelwald took the seemingly nonsensical dialogue in stride. "The goat may have already been frightened away. So, only the beautiful phoenix remains to be captured by you?" Allison's fingers absently twirled around her long hair. Grindelwald chuckled softly. "Do you think it wouldn't hide away now? No phoenix is easily caught." Allison, with a knowing glance at her jovial father across from her, reminded him, "But I have managed to capture one." Chapter 18, Godric's Hollow. Godric's Hollow is a semi-wizarding settlement located in the southwest of England. Since the enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, wizards have resided within Muggle villages. However, despite this, the village's notable figures trace back to the founder of Gryffindor House, Godric Gryffindor, indicating that the wizarding history here might be far more ancient. While wizards strive to remain undetected in their activities and cast numerous concealment charms, the village still inevitably becomes the subject of ghostly rumors. The village features basic infrastructure typical of English villages, including a small church, a post office, a pub, and several quaint old shops selling essential goods. In the center square stands a monument that transforms into the statue of the Potter family as wizards pass by, a couple, with the beautiful mother cradling a baby boy. For Grindelwald, who returned to Godric's Hollow a century later, the changes were profound. The essence of the past had been irrevocably altered. Allison had initially thought he would have no desire to visit this place filled with precious memories, where a glorious summer had concluded with the tragic death of Ariana, a consequence of a clash among three young men. All beautiful dreams came to an abrupt halt as Grindelwald fled in a state of profound despair. The Dumbledore brothers held a funeral to piece together the remnants, much like a timeless masterpiece marred by a colossal crack that obliterated everything. Thus, from the very beginning, Allison had excluded Godric's Hollow from her options. Grindelwald glanced at the statue, surveyed his surroundings, then turned his head towards Allison, chuckling softly. "What? Did you think I wouldn't come?" Allison meticulously observed his expression. "Pain serves as the body's warning, a signal to steer clear of danger. If I were you, I would never return to such a place. Heartache is but a form of pain. People instinctively tend to avoid unpleasant memories." To her, this romance was nothing short of tragic, with the two souls destined to drink the bitter wine brewed from 2 fleeting months of summer in their youth, forever alone in the twilight of their lives. "You have a good perspective, Allison." Grindelwald leaned down to kiss his daughter's forehead. "However, I have never regretted meeting Albus." Allison fell silent. At present, she struggled to comprehend the choices of adults. The bond of blood resonated with the profound emotional impact left by the young Grindelwald, who had fled in despair, more selfish and self-absorbed than ever. His inclination to evade intensified upon witnessing Albus's pallid face. Grindelwald paid no mind to her silence. He understood that Allison was still too young to grasp these complexities. He took her hand gently, leading her forward towards the Bathilda household, as it lingered in his memory. They passed through a garden filled with wilting flowers and weeds, until they arrived at a quaint 2-story cottage belonging to Bathilda. Curiosity sparked within Allison as she gazed at the house and the neighboring Dumbledore residence. Grindelwald knocked on the door, and after a prolonged moment, Bathilda finally appeared. Her footsteps slow and deliberate. Having surpassed 150 years, this once astute historian, capable of recalling every detail of history, now found her memories somewhat muddled, unable to retain many things. Yet, despite her diminutive and stooped stature, the elderly witch still remembered her nephew, the radiant Gellert Grindelwald from days gone by. Upon opening the door, her clouded eyes scrutinized the visitor for a heartbeat before lighting up with surprise at the sight of the elderly man with the transparent right eye. "Gale." Grindelwald bent slightly, leaning close to Bathilda, and kissed her cheek. "Long time no see, Bathilda." Allison clung to Gellert's arm, her youthful curiosity assessing the old witch with her thinning, graying hair, clouded gaze, and prominent veins on her face. Grindelwald turned to Allison and introduced her. "This is my daughter Allison." Allison immediately brightened, her voice sweet and soft, imbued with the innocent audacity of a child who knows they will be indulged by their elders. "I wasn't sure how to address you, Bathilda, so I'll just call you sister." Bathilda, realizing the child's intent, broke into a warm smile, her eyes crinkling with delight. Grindelwald took Allison's hand and said to Bathilda, "Shall we go inside?" He led Allison into the house, while Bathsheba, though slow, followed suit. The interior bore the marks of a valiant effort to maintain cleanliness. Yet it was clear that the accumulation of historical documents and old garments, combined with Bashida's advanced age and fading memory, rendered her unable to tidy up adequately. Dust and mold clung to the corners, mirroring the home as familiar yet foreign essence. As if it had succumbed to the uncontrollable decay of time, Grindelwald surveyed the space before settling his gaze on Bathsheba. "Are you well?" Bathsheba hesitated before smiling. "I'm alright, just my memory isn't what it used to be." Grindelwald approached her, wrapping her in a gentle embrace. Bathsheba leaned against him, and after a moment of silence, she spoke softly. "I thought you would never return." Grindelwald remained silent, tenderly stroking her hair. A century had passed since they last met. The once sharp-minded middle-aged witch had transformed, her hair thinning, eyes clouded, a complete metamorphosis. Time is a cruel thief, silently robbing individuals of all that they hold dear. After a prolonged silence, Grindelwald released Bathsheba, offering an apology to the only living relative who had continually cared for him. "I'm sorry, Bathsheba." Bathsheba shook her head with a smile. "It's all right. I understand you were simply too fixated on certain matters." Their eyes met, filled with a complexity of emotions. Allison, who had been quietly seated on the old sofa without a hint of petulance, now shifted closer, her lively spirit shining through as she affectionately clung to Bathsheba. "Sister Bathsheba, your nephew brought me back, and it's a buy-one-get-one free deal." Bathsheba, momentarily distracted from her intricate emotions, erupted into laughter, playfully ruffling Allison's hair. The little girl nuzzled closer, exuding the exuberance of a spirited puppy. Yet the distinctive blue left eye and reddish-brown hair stirred a familiarity within Bathsheba. This child bore a striking resemblance not to Gale, but rather to the boy next door from years past. Bathsheba paused. "You resemble Albus." Allison blinked, mischief dancing in her eyes as she quickly assembled her words, her expression feigning sorrow. "I opened my eyes in this world in Azkaban prison. I am the daughter of Albus and Gellert. Yet Albus knows nothing of my existence. It's so unfair. How could he neglect my dear father? My father has labored tirelessly to raise me alone. I could not help but escape to reunite our family." Allison's jumbled confession unfolded a tale of forced love between the century-old Dumbledore and Grindelwald, insinuating Albus's abandonment of his partner and their child, a narrative laden with absurdity. Grindelwald's expression turned a shade of green, nearly choking on his own saliva. He had not engaged in such antics with Albus. Bathsheba stared at Grindelwald, her face a portrait of shock. Chapter 19. The Bathsheba household. Her nephew, little Gale, had come to visit, bringing along a daughter. Gale, now over a century old himself, had adopted a child for a touch of liveliness. In her old age, having lost her husband and with no children of her own, she often felt lonely, even with Albus, the young boy next door, remaining at Hogwarts. Though they could still communicate with friends, the solitude could weigh heavily at times. The girl bore an uncanny resemblance to young Albus. She was indeed the daughter of Gale and Albus. Born in Azkaban, Albus remained oblivious, while Gale had shouldered the burden of raising their daughter alone. Merlin's beard, two wizards, both over a century old, had a child. What had Albus done while Gale was imprisoned? This was unexpected. Young Albus was a good boy. Grindelwald, aghast, raised a hand to cover Allison's mouth, his tone harsh. "Silence." Allison struggled momentarily, feigning an accidental tilt of her head, revealing the transparent right eye that marked the Grindelwald lineage. Bashida's eyes widened in realization. The resemblance to Albus Dumbledore was unmistakable, and to deny that this child was not theirs would be absurd. The evidence of their bloodline was inscribed upon her very face. In this world, who else could embody the union of Grindelwald and Dumbledore? Two aged wizards, having produced a child within the confines of a prison. Merlin. Perhaps age had dulled her senses. Perhaps she yearned for them too deeply, allowing her thoughts to manifest in bizarre dreams. Bashida's expression was a tapestry of emotions as she softly confirmed, "So Gale, this is your child?" Grindelwald did not deny it. Indeed, Allison's words held a kernel of truth. Only Bathsheba made an effort to navigate this surreal dream. Continuing her inquiry as per the usual course, "Albus is unaware?" Grindelwald silently nodded. Bathsheba sighed, her eyes reflecting the pain she felt for young Gale caught in this narrative. Allison, unable to contain her laughter, fell into Grindelwald's embrace, her joy a stark contrast to the weight of their revelations. Grindelwald's expression darkened menacingly as he glared at Allison. Although he felt as though he were trapped in a ludicrous dream, Bathsheba's fondness for the lively and charming young witch remained unwavering, prompting her to defend Allison. She had always embodied kindness and warmth. Time may have taken some things away, but it could never erase certain qualities. "Now Gale, don't frighten the child." Allison giggled joyfully, retreating behind Bathsheba to make a face at Gellert, before affectionately embracing Bathsheba, exuding an invigorating vitality. Sister Bathsheba, Allison is the result of their blood pact. Although they did manage to avoid you in their youth. Grindelwald's scowl deepened as he gritted his teeth. Silence, Allison. There are 3 things that one can never conceal. A cough, poverty, and love. What one attempts to hide is often glaringly evident. Such matters had not escaped the notice of that goatish lad Aberforth. And they certainly could not be concealed from Bathsheba, the astute historian with a keen eye for detail. He had even gone so far as to allow the director of the British Ministry of Magic to publicly screen a short film of his blood pact with Aberforth, using it as a pretext to justify his surveillance of Aberforth at the ministry. Yet now, for a mere child to unveil her father's little secrets before their elders was simply too far. Allison obediently fell silent, her face awash with innocence. Grindelwald took a deep breath to steady himself. I apologize, Bathsheba. Bathsheba, unfazed, merely shook her head with a smile. It's all right. As long as you and Aberforth are both well. Allison yawned, coolly interjecting, things couldn't be better. The fruits of love are already secretly here. Their love was as bitter as could be, and their lives could not be more dismal. Grindelwald shot a warning glare at Allison. Be quiet, Allison. The little actress immediately began to shed tears, turning to Bathsheba, the elder, to complain, Sister Bathsheba. Look at your nephew. He's being so mean to me. Quarreling with a child who is barely older than his infancy. Bathsheba hurried to comfort the young witch. All right, Allison, dear. Once soothed by the adults, Allison promptly ceased her tears, adorably leaning against Bathsheba, who could stand up for her in front of her father. Grindelwald found himself at a loss for words, massaging his temples, and decided to ignore Allison, instead turning his attention to Bathsheba to discuss serious matters. I plan to stay here for a while. Bathsheba nodded in agreement without probing further. Good, it will be nice to have your company. Allison blinked, attempting to voice an unreasonable request. I intend to explore the Dumbledore residence next door. Grindelwald instinctively frowned, growing wary. What do you plan to do at Aberforth's house? Allison glared at him defiantly, adopting a posture befitting the master of the house. I am now the sole heir of the Dumbledore family. Their ancestral home is right next door. Why should a mere outsider with the surname Grindelwald be so inquisitive? Grindelwald was momentarily taken aback by her words, nearly finding humor in his frustration. Bathsheba, unfamiliar with Allison's mischievousness, chuckled and shook her head. The Dumbledores aren't even home. It would be pointless for you to go in. Allison wore an expression of innocence, though her words and demeanor were entirely incongruous. I can rummage through their things for manuscripts and set up some surprises for when they return. Grindelwald felt a throbbing pain at his temples. In the past, no one could ever torment him like this. This daughter was truly a harbinger of mischief, untouchable and unscoldable. And he would have to wait until September to send her off to Hogwarts. Allison, behave yourself. Do not presume that I am unaware of your thoughts. He huffed, issuing a stern warning. Do not even think about causing mischief at Aberforth's house. I will be watching you. Allison secretly gauged his expression and, sensing his resolute demeanor, reluctantly relented. If it can't be done, then it can't be done. Bathsheba chuckled, her gaze filled with affection for the 2 children. Even Gale in her eyes would always be a little child. Allison tilted her face up towards Bathsheba. Sister Bathsheba, please keep my surprise for Daddy Aberforth a secret. I want to give him a surprise. Grindelwald shot a warning glare at Allison, while Bathsheba smiled and nodded in agreement. Allison tucked her bangs behind her eyes, her messy hair and exuberant aura obscuring her striking resemblance to Aberforth. I am now called Allison Grindel, a half-blood with a Muggle surname. Yet I seem to be the heir of some mysterious grandfather who has escaped. With a villainous smirk, she adopted a deep, dramatic tone, attempting to evoke the sense of an ambitious German. Ha! Our motto is, sweep across Europe, reclaim the throne that hangs suspended in this world. It is time for someone to be crowned. Chapter 20, Household Chores. Though he had never encountered such a sentiment, Grindelwald could sense that something was amiss, and was decidedly unwilling to play the role of the mysterious grandfather's tool. His veins pulsing with frustration, he found himself wishing he could cast a petrification spell on Allison, or perhaps a silencing charm on himself. Alas, with Bathsheba present, such actions were not feasible. Be quiet. Allison obediently closed her mouth. Bathsheba, thoroughly entertained, was unable to contain her laughter, tears spilling from her eyes. It had been quite some time since she had laughed so freely and joyfully. Allison, it seems you have learned quite a few peculiar things from the Muggles. Grindelwald rubbed his temples, sighing as he endeavored to fulfill his paternal responsibilities, addressing Bathsheba. This child is far too mischievous. Bathsheba affectionately ruffled Allison's hair with a smile. It's all right. Our Allison is lively and charming. Children her age are meant to be spirited. Encouraged, Allison's face lit up with pride, and she promptly began to issue commands to the century-old man. Quick! Go tidy up the house. Either the inhabitants are older than you or they haven't even started school yet. How can you still sit idly? Grindelwald could bear it no longer and lifted Allison by the collar. You need to know your limits. Allison, being lifted, swung her dangling legs playfully, finding it amusing. With a scowl, Grindelwald set her aside and began to use his wand to tidy up the house. Magical household chores were typically taught in the third year at magic school, and organizing historical documents required familiarity with Bathsheba's habits. Thus, theoretically, Allison was not entirely wrong. Within the entire house, only he, the 108-year-old man, possessed the magical prowess to clean effectively. When it came time to do the work, however, Allison was surprisingly compliant, not merely bossing her father around as she had claimed. Standing in a corner, she silently extended her magic throughout the house, skillfully avoiding the books and documents, causing dust and mildew to rise and coalesce, restoring the furniture to its former glory. The entire process was quiet and discreet. Without uttering spells or waving her wand, the fluctuations of magic were nearly imperceptible, akin to a calm sea. Beneath the floor, she even caught a few of the peculiar magical creatures known as moldy mounds. Resembling clusters of slightly green fungi with numerous eyes, they fed on dirt and decay, secreting corrosive substances that could erode a house and, over time, lead to its collapse. The moldy mounds, along with the refuse, were meticulously crushed by her magic and buried deep in the garden. Bathsheba watched this spectacle with wide eyes. Grindelwald, out of the corner of his eye, also noticed the precision and finesse of her magical control, unable to suppress a glance at Allison. Once she had finished tidying up, Allison returned to the sofa to snack, clearly uninterested in organizing the documents. She was unaware of Bathsheba's preferences for document placement. While she could figure it out over time, she believed that Gellert, as her nephew, would want to contribute, so she refrained from competing with him. Noticing Allison's intention to spectate, Grindelwald continued his work with a scowl, while Bathsheba sat nearby, watching with a smile. A century has passed, and the historical records of Bathsheba have accumulated a myriad of mundane historical documents and other assorted materials. Grindelwald meticulously organized them according to Bathsheba's customary methods, occasionally leaning in to engage in hushed discussions with his aunt. The afternoon drifted by quietly. As dinner time approached, Allison rose to stealthily make her way to the kitchen to prepare the evening meal. Grindelwald caught a glimpse of Allison darting into the kitchen, and felt an inkling of unease. Allison skillfully retrieved meat and vegetables from the shelves, igniting a fierce flame. The crimson fire coiled like a lively little serpent, curling up and dozing off, while concealing within it a tempestuous darkness and searing heat. This malevolent fire, known for its propensity to consume everything flammable around it, including the caster, would typically grow stronger as it devoured life. Only a powerful wizard could exert precise control over it. Yet, in this moment, the seemingly mundane act of cooking revealed none of the fire's terrifying nature. A frying pan floated above the fiery serpent, the steak within sizzling gently in olive oil, gradually turning a delectable brown, accompanied by the mouth-watering aroma of meat. Allison turned her head to glance at Grindelwald, who had stormed into the kitchen with a dark expression. Grindelwald inhaled deeply, striving to quell his astonishment at the scene before him. As a former ruler of Europe, he had witnessed countless spectacles, yet this was something he had never encountered. The sight of an 11-year-old adeptly wielding such notoriously uncontrollable dark magic was already astonishing enough, let alone cooking with it so nonchalantly. "Have you always cooked with this fire?" he inquired. Allison flipped the steak over with a deft motion, sprinkling salt and black pepper, the aroma intensifying. In this relaxed atmosphere, her tone carried a hint of laziness. "The fire I'm most proficient with is indeed this one. Isn't it rather convenient to use a flame that burns fiercely without requiring much skill? Just use whatever fire you can control." Grindelwald's eyelids twitched. Allison was undoubtedly the most unconventional which he had ever encountered. "Be careful, don't set the house ablaze," he cautioned. Allison rolled her eyes at his admonishment. "I've done this countless times on my own, even brewing potions with it. It's the most frequently used tool for me, and my proficiency with it is quite high." Unable to restrain his curiosity, Grindelwald asked, "What exactly have you been doing in the past?" Allison, however, evaded the question, gently poking the obedient flame serpent with her pale, delicate fingers. "Don't worry, I've modified it. It only grows larger when it consumes life." Grindelwald gazed silently at the flame serpent, continually astonished by Allison's ability to tame such a fierce fire. He cast her a glance before turning away, choosing to disregard the troublesome little rogue. With the aid of magic, Allison swiftly prepared roasted lamb chops, pan-seared steaks, mashed potatoes, vegetable soup, muffins, donuts, and apple juice. Her culinary skills had been honed during her time trapped in a game world, where no food was available, and her cravings compelled her to practice. This nearly depleted the fresh ingredients Bathsheba had stocked in the kitchen, enough to last her alone until the next day. Sitting at the table, Bathsheba beamed at the spread before her. Her smile wide not only from the delicious food, but also from the warmth and care of family gathered together. Bathsheba took a bite of the lamb chop, her eyes lighting up as she immediately praised Allison's culinary talents. Even if this little witch's cooking had been lackluster, Bathsheba, with her gentle and kind nature, would have encouraged her younger relative, and since it was indeed delicious, she couldn't help but shower her with praise. Allison, equally affectionate, clung to her and unabashedly reveled in the compliment, naturally seeking advice from her dessert-savvy elder on how to perfect her sweet creations, their conversation bubbling with excitement. Chapter 21, Dumbledore. Seamlessly transitioning into the topic of desserts, Allison inquired about the recipients of Bathsheba's cake deliveries from the past, discussing their reactions and probing into the Dumbledore's preferences next door. Grindelwald listened intently as the two engaged in animated conversation while Allison subtly extracted information, quietly slicing her steak. Bathsheba was more than willing to share tales of her childhood friend, even recommending several of her signature desserts to Allison. Suddenly, Allison mentioned a pressing matter. Their pantry had dwindled to merely flour and eggs, necessitating a shopping trip before noon the following day. She paused slightly, her expression shifting. Through her curtain of bangs, a clear vision flickered in her mind's eye. The three of them seated around the table, a Hogwarts envelope, an owl, and Gellert writing a letter, while Dumbledore knocked at the door outside. Grindelwald, too, halted, recognizing the vision, and exchanged a knowing glance with her. Allison stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Then we shall go shopping together tomorrow morning. Grindelwald nodded slightly in agreement. The ever-cheerful Bathsheba, oblivious to the undercurrents, chimed in, very well. Then we shall go shopping together tomorrow morning. After dinner, Allison effortlessly levitated the dirty dishes into the kitchen. As a miniature water prison spell swiftly cleaned the utensils in the sink, functioning akin to a dishwasher. Her magical control was sufficiently precise, her power ample, allowing her to tackle even the most tedious household chores with ease. Following that, she brewed a pot of red tea, sweetened with sugar and milk, an archetypal English brew. Outside, the sound of flapping wings heralded the arrival of an owl, which tapped its beak against the window. Grindelwald approached and opened the window. An owl swooped in, landing directly before Allison, raising its foot to signal her to retrieve the envelope bearing the Hogwarts crimson wax seal. In Britain, young witches and wizards typically received their acceptance letters on their birthdays. Exceptions like Allison, who had only recently been detected by the acceptance book after her 11th birthday, or Harry Potter, whose birthday coincided with the application deadline, necessitating an early delivery. July 31st marked the cutoff. Those born on August 1st would have to wait until the following year. The date of the blood pact, Allison's birthday, was August 11th, making her nearly a year older than Harry Potter, who was also starting this year. However, after spending some time in Diagon Alley, they arrived at Bathsheba's home in the afternoon, and just hours later received Hogwarts' letter, suggesting that the acceptance book and the owl's efficiency far surpassed that of the average British citizen. Allison carefully opened the envelope, revealing, as expected, her acceptance letter, a list of required items, and a ticket for the Hogwarts Express. She glanced over them before passing the documents to Grindelwald and Bathsheba. Bathsheba, intrigued, began discussing the letter and how it differed from her own experience, while Gellert instinctively began drafting a response to confirm her enrollment. As the little owl messenger patiently awaited on the table, a knock echoed from the door. It was Albus Dumbledore, drawn here by Mrs. Figg's mention of suspicious German visitors, arriving almost instinctively at this very moment. Everything aligned with the premonition of the vision. Allison focused on teasing the owl, using the opening charm to remotely unlock the door. The elderly figure with white hair, half-moon spectacles, and clad in wizarding robes, stepped inside, closing the door behind him and gazing at the three seated at the table. He met Grindelwald's gaze. Silence enveloped them, the moment seemingly suspended in time. Grindelwald's quill came to a halt, and after a pause, he offered a subtle smile to his old friend. It's been a long time, Albus. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Indeed, it has been a long time, Gellert. Another silence ensued. The atmosphere between the two was palpably delicate, as if a wealth of unspoken words hung in the air, yet neither knew how to begin. Finally, Bathsheba broke the silence, her memory waning yet her warmth undeterred, inviting her old friend to sit down. Dumbledore accepted the invitation, taking the teacup Bathsheba offered him. It had been ages since he last visited, the last time was decades ago. On the table before him lay an acceptance letter from Hogwarts, accompanied by a list of required school supplies and a train ticket, all familiar to the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts. Gellert had previously written a reply to the acceptance letter, assuring that he would arrive at school on time. The acceptance letter, evidently belonging to a young girl, was addressed to a suitable young witch residing within the United Kingdom. Dumbledore picked up the letter and glanced at the name inscribed, Alison Green. A Muggle surname, rather unremarkable, unless it appeared in such a context. Dumbledore set the letter down and turned his gaze towards the unfamiliar red-haired girl. Her bangs obscured her right eye, revealing only her cerulean left eye. Her tousled hair framed her delicate features, exuding a languid yet audacious demeanor that felt both familiar and strange. Under this veil, he failed to notice the resemblance she bore to him. One often remains unacquainted with their own visage, especially as he had suffered a crooked nose from a childhood mishap with his brother Aberforth. Those youthful memories were fading, much like his own red locks. He pondered silently about the girl's identity. Was this sudden apparition the heir of Gellert? Should he feel solace or trepidation? Alison paid no heed to the stranger who had entered, fixated instead on teasing the owl awaiting a response, as though her prior interest before her father and great-aunt had been a mere fade. Oh dear, I haven't prepared any raw meat or suckling mice for you. What shall I do? The owl, dissatisfied with the absence of food, pecked lightly at Alison's fingers in annoyance, flapping its wings to evade the child's touch. Alison remained unperturbed, her smile unwavering, as she casually revealed a gold galleon in her palm, waving it before the white-faced owl. But I have this. In the wizarding world, it is customary to tip owls with 2 bronze nuts, allowing them to procure some desired snacks. No one would ever tip with a gold galleon. Considering the staff at a magical school earned a mere 70 galleons a month, often to support a family. 1 galleon equals 17 sickles, and 1 sickle equals 29 nuts. The owl seemed taken aback by Alison's generosity, ceasing its pecking and tilting its head to stare at the galleon for an extended moment, its ear feathers erect, eyes wide with a kind of naive astonishment. Bathsheba could not help but chuckle softly. Dumbledore also found it difficult to suppress a smile. Alison continued to amuse the white-faced owl, casually placing the precious coin into its small pouch on its talon, her movements seemingly indifferent. The owl, realizing it had encountered a bountiful benefactor, immediately leaned affectionately against Alison's fingers, emitting gentle, cooing sounds that conveyed a sense of eagerness. Under the dim, flickering candlelight, the girl's expression as she played with the owl was a blend of innocent tenderness and aloof arrogance, exuding an inexplicable allure. This casual demeanor, akin to that of a child playing with a toy, momentarily bewitched Dumbledore, evoking memories of a younger Grindelwald. However, Alison soon lost interest in the owl, her expression languid and weary as she absent-mindedly petted the creature. She lifted her gaze to Bathsheba, her face brightening with a smile, her voice soft and sweet. Sister Bathsheba. Bathsheba's heart melted at the address, and she affectionately reached out to caress Alison's cheek. What is it, dear? Curious, Alison inquired. Are all owls in the wizarding world that intelligent? Bathsheba replied with a smile. Most of them are. Owls are excellent companions for wizards. Alison posed a question that most children would not consider. Is there no predatory relationship among them? I've heard in the Muggle world that some larger owls prey on smaller ones. Bathsheba paused, momentarily taken aback. Just as she set down her teacup, Dumbledore interjected gently. Indeed, some owls do prey on smaller owls, though such instances are exceedingly rare. Generally speaking, owls in the wizarding world coexist quite harmoniously. He paused for a moment. You seem rather fascinated by owls? Alison rested her chin on her hand, her blue eye lazily drifting towards him. I initially wanted to keep a barn owl, but then I thought it would be too troublesome. It's far easier to rent an owl for delivering messages. Grindelwald, who had been writing a letter with a quill, looked up at Alison. A barn owl? If there truly were predatory relationships, I would prefer that mine consume others rather than be consumed. Alison smiled back, her words laced with an air of entitlement and assurance. Bathsheba chuckled at the childlike arrogance, while Dumbledore remained stoic, narrowing his eyes to conceal his thoughts. Alison leaned closer to Gellert, scrutinizing the letter he was composing. The quill danced elegantly across the parchment, producing graceful, flowing script. Dumbledore observed quietly. Alison tilted her head, resting her chin on her hand, and queried Gellert. Is this all so ceremonial? You've attended a magical school yourself, even if it was Durmstrang. Gellert did not lift his gaze. Replying to letters is part of the etiquette. How do you intend to respond? Alison replied decisively. Allison Green will arrive at school on time, and does not require a professor to escort her to Diagon Alley. The adults turned to her, some taken aback. What else? There are so many new young witches and wizards enrolling at Hogwarts each year. Compliments, gratitude, doubts, flattery, self-introductions. Such trivialities must have been read countless times by the professors. It's better to save us all some time. Allison spoke with nonchalance. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore was somewhat surprised by Allison's rational clarity. This indeed was a source of exasperation for the professors handling replies. The initial charm of reading letters brimming with excitement soon dulled after sifting through lengthy responses riddled with potential grammatical errors, all in search of the critical confirmations from new students. Some even neglected to mention whether they required a professor's assistance in procuring their school supplies, necessitating a follow-up letter for clarification. Gellert, however, seemed accustomed to Allison's intelligence and appeared unfazed. Dumbledore regarded him, asking what felt like an unnecessary question. Are you planning to send her to Hogwarts? Gellert flashed a flamboyant, carefree smile. Of course, why wouldn't I? Allison chimed in cheerfully, creating a sense of urgency akin to a shopping spree before the headmaster of Hogwarts. A stark contrast to her earlier insistence on attending Hogwarts. Perhaps studying dark magic at Durmstrang wouldn't be so bad. Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly. Both Gellert and the young girl observed Dumbledore's reaction with keen interest. Dumbledore swiftly composed himself, calmly addressing Gellert, the evident instigator. Allison is still very young. It is unwise to delve into dark magic too early. He then turned to the curious, eager to watch Allison. What is your relationship with Gellert? Allison leaned on her hand, grinning playfully, her tone ambiguous, neither provocative nor dismissive, seemingly indifferent to Dumbledore's formidable presence. What relationship could there possibly be? I am merely an orphan raised in the Muggle world. Dumbledore's bright, sharp gaze pierced through his half-moon spectacles, fixating on Allison, who met his gaze with a beaming smile. Bashida interjected protectively. Albus, do not be so serious. Allison is just a child. Dumbledore sighed. Very well, but Allison as an elder. I must remind you, do not engage with dark magic prematurely, for it could yield unforeseen consequences. Allison blinked, observing Dumbledore's reaction. Her tone light and laced with mirth. What if I have already encountered it? Dumbledore instinctively furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Gellert had finished writing the letter, sealing it within an envelope. Allison, bubbling with excitement, retrieved the wax seal and an array of colored sealing wax pellets she had purchased in Diagon Alley that afternoon. In the palm of her hand, a small flame of black magic flickered to life, expertly melting a captivating blend of blue and green wax into a rose-patterned seal. The flame, a small serpent of controlled fury, curled obediently in her palm. Such precision and control baffled any onlookers, rendering them oblivious to the notorious difficulty of mastering the Fiendfire curse, a spell known for consuming everything in its path, including its caster. Dumbledore's pupils constricted slightly, taken aback by Allison's adeptness at such a young age. Her magical prowess even surpassed that of Gellert Grindelwald. Grindelwald appeared unfazed, casting a mere glance in her direction. Had Allison not remembered how he had stormed into the kitchen earlier that day, darkly intent on preventing her from using Fiendfire to cook, one might have mistaken him for a figure of unshakable authority. Bashida, astonished by Allison's mastery over the Fiendfire, soon regained her composure, albeit with a hint of admiration. Dumbledore, keenly perceptive of their reactions, pressed his lips together thoughtfully. Allison entrusted her reply to the waiting owl, which flapped its wings and soared into the night. Dumbledore turned his solemn gaze towards Grindelwald, inquiring, is Allison particularly interested in dark magic? Grindelwald replied with an air of nonchalance, she is curious about everything. Dumbledore then turned to Allison, his demeanor earnest. What draws you to dark magic? At his inquiry, Allison's expression shifted to one of melancholy. Faced with Dumbledore's insistence, she hesitated, eventually lowering her gaze and murmuring, many things in this world require power. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment. Indeed. However, power manifests in myriad forms. It is not solely through dark magic that one can attain strength. Yet dark magic offers a swift means to power, Allison countered, her tone thoughtful. Dumbledore's expression grew complex as he acknowledged, while dark magic may grant power rapidly, it invariably brings peril. If I cannot swiftly acquire power, might not fate present even greater dangers? Allison retorted. Weakness itself is a sin, it is merely a matter of choice. Dumbledore was taken aback by her words, which bore a maturity and rationality unexpected from one so young. Fate is not predetermined, Allison. Allison scrutinized his reaction. But can you truly do nothing? If a prophecy foretold that your kin would be slain by a killing curse in a few years, Would you remain idle? Dumbledore's pupils dilated sharply. Chapter 23. Truth and Deceit. Bathsheba, having grown weary, excused herself to her room, thoughtfully leaving space for the children. Grindelwald reclined against his chair, calmly observing the unfolding drama. His emotions inscrutable, seemingly amused by the reactions he had evoked, Allison could no longer suppress her laughter, her demeanor exuberant and carefree, a stark contrast to her earlier melancholy. Ha ha ha, you can't truly believe that, can you? Dumbledore momentarily lost his train of thought, quickly realizing he had been the subject of her jest. Allison's laughter was exaggerated, culminating in her collapsing onto the sofa in a fit of silent giggles, finally wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes. In the flickering candlelight, her blue eyes sparkled with an intensity that hinted at profound ambition. With a tone reminiscent of a declaration of war, she proclaimed, "The pursuit of power requires no justification. Magic is power, is it not?" Dumbledore furrowed his brow, acutely aware that Allison was a dangerously gifted witch. In an instant, he recalled Minnie, Tom Gellert, and even his former self. He inhaled deeply, striving to restore his composure. "Allison, I hope you understand that power is not everything." Allison nestled closer to Grindelwald, playfully leaning against her guardian like an obedient puppy. Indeed, yet power can resolve most issues. One might argue that many matters can be addressed through transformation, complementing each other, such as authority, status, wealth, power, and wisdom. Dumbledore felt a headache brewing. He was now utterly convinced that Allison was far more perilous than she had previously exhibited. Her logic was self-contained, stubborn, and cold. It was a rare feat for anyone, let alone a young witch, to evoke such emotional fluctuation in the greatest wizard of the age. "Allison, I hope you will seriously contemplate your future," Dumbledore finally said, breaking the silence. His tone was gentle, yet his gaze remained stern. "Your magical talent is remarkable. If nurtured properly, you will undoubtedly become an exceptional witch. However, should you choose the path of dark magic, it will demand sacrifices." Dumbledore's expression turned grave. "Justice, kindness, and love. These beautiful and precious things will drift away from you." Allison smiled, her lips pursed, seemingly unfazed. "Justice? Kindness? I care not for the opinions of others." Dumbledore's brow knitted in concern. "But dark magic taints the soul. You should at least cherish your own." Allison countered lightly, her smile unwavering. "If one cannot live joyfully, why fret over what lies beyond death?" Dumbledore paused, momentarily taken aback. Before sighing, "Allison, you are young. You do not yet grasp the value of life." Allison's questioning gaze was enigmatic. "Do you value your own life? When faced with a so-called justice that demands your sacrifice, would you willingly embrace death?" Dumbledore fell into silence. After a long moment he spoke, though he did not refer to himself. "I will do my utmost to protect every life." The young witch chuckled lightly, evidently unconvinced by his ideals. Her expression bore a haughty coldness reminiscent of the former Gellert, astutely identifying his flaws. "So, you may be willing to sacrifice yourself." Dumbledore remained silent, tacitly acknowledging her assertion. Allison did not conceal her animosity and provocation towards the contemporary greatest wizard, her expression gleeful. "What a pity. I had considered you a potential obstacle. I am growing, while you are aging, even to the point of death. It appears you cannot hinder my ascent." While she spoke thus, her inner thoughts diverged. If her concerns for her adversary would compel her father to strive for survival, she must endeavor to become his enemy. Dumbledore regarded Allison with calm detachment, seemingly unaffected by her words. He turned his gaze to Grindelwald, who was still observing the spectacle, igniting a spark of tension. "Gellert, do you intend to remain a passive observer?" Grindelwald's mismatched eyes flicked towards Allison, seemingly discerning her intentions, and he nonchalantly declared, "Of course, this is not my concern." Allison gleefully clung to her guardian's arm. Faced with the duality of a troublesome parent and a mischievous child, the old headmaster felt increasingly cornered. "Then Allison, let us converse." He paused to choose his words carefully. "Allison, I do not wish to deter your pursuit of power. However, I hope you comprehend that dark magic cannot resolve all dilemmas." Allison, lounging lazily beside her father, retorted, "Yet dark magic can eliminate the source of the problem. Simple, brutal, and efficient." A silence ensued. Dumbledore scrutinized her. "Allison, you remind me of someone." Allison coolly interjected, voicing the name that sent shivers through the wizarding world. "Tom Riddle, or Voldemort, perhaps?" The headmaster's silence signified acquiescence, prompting him to continue. "Allison, even if you attain great power, does your heart possess sufficient strength?" Allison could easily surmise his impending discourse on love, and with a cheerful demeanor, she sidestepped the question. You seem to have made a slight miscalculation. I am not as enamored with Dominion as Gellert and that Riddle fellow. Her tone was languid, her words casual. To me, the world merely resembles a game. Ruling is but one strategy, not the sole one. Entertainment is the essence. Dumbledore blinked, momentarily taken aback before frowning slightly. Alison's delight bore a hint of a child's innocent cruelty, tinged with mischief, like a child filled with curiosity about the world, yet devoid of a sense of right and wrong and empathy, who would gradually tear apart the limbs of small creatures. As long as I find amusement, even the dogs by the roadside must endure my piercing curse. The gamer declares this with a delightful arrogance, showing no respect for the unforgivable curse or the law. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. Grindelwald, however, looked at Alison with keen interest, evidently unfazed by her words, indulging himself in playing with his bony, oversized hands. Alison. This is not amusing. Dumbledore inhaled deeply, attempting to moderate his tone. If you truly think this way, I must intervene. Alison stifled a laugh, her demeanor lazy and unrestrained, exuding a villainous confidence. You wouldn't harm an innocent student who has done nothing wrong, for you are a good man with principles who restrains himself. Dumbledore indeed would not harm an innocent student, especially a fledgling wizard. His bright, piercing eyes, magnified by his crescent-shaped glasses, fixed on the girl with a grave warning. I shall keep a close watch on your actions. Should I discover that you harm others or engage in any dangerous behavior, I will not be lenient. Alison slyly scrutinized his expression. But I don't believe you would expel me. After all, you wish to understand my thoughts and prepare for the worst. Dumbledore fell silent once more. He indeed would not expel Alison, for this child was far too cunning and dangerous. After a few exchanges, he sensed that this child had effortlessly pierced through his habitual thoughts, leaving him at a disadvantage. Chapter 24. The Child. With a headache, Dumbledore turned once again to Grindelwald. The guardian, your approach to her education is concerning. He found himself preferring that Alison sought to emulate Gellert in his so-called grand endeavors, to recreate the rule of saints, rather than this chaotic, malicious view that treated everything as mere toys to be dismantled at whim. The former would at least engage in the art of governance, caring for wizards, while the latter was utterly unpredictable. How could an adult fathom the thoughts of a child? Even children themselves may not be aware of what will capture their interest next. He had never encountered a child like Alison, who embodied a paradox of innocent cruelty, cold arrogance, yet clarity and logical coherence. She was captivating and exceedingly dangerous, isolating herself from the entire world, failing to perceive others as her kind. Grindelwald chuckled. Oh? Is that so? I find it rather delightful. Dumbledore replied gravely. Alison lacks proper guidance. She requires a sound moral compass. At the very least, she must understand the value of life. Alison, on the side, joyfully watched the spectacle, seemingly amused by Dumbledore's apparent distress, casting a playful glance at her father. Dumbledore, catching sight of her nonchalance, refocused on the child, softening his tone. Alison, you are still young and do not comprehend the meaning of life. Alison displayed a cold and selfish demeanor, rudely interrupting the adult. I have no obligation to cherish others' lives. As long as I can protect my own, that suffices. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, disregarding her words, patiently continuing, the meaning of life lies in love and being loved. Alison was not listening. Observing that he had no intention of stopping, she childishly turned and covered her ears with her father's hand. Grindelwald smiled and shrugged at Dumbledore. Dumbledore sighed, choosing silence as he prepared to leave. Alison peeked at him, and just as he reached the door he caught her gaze and reiterated, I will always be vigilant regarding your actions. He had never been so direct with Tom before. Perhaps it was due to his heightened anxiety or the unsettling nature Alison evoked in him, far greater than that of Tom. Tom had merely been a gifted orphan exploring on his own, while Alison was truly nurtured by Gellert himself. One day, you will not be able to stop me. The young wizard paid no heed to her father's warning, defiantly declaring instead. With her fair, beautiful face, despite her spoiled temperament, she still radiated a certain lively charm. Dumbledore remained silent, merely casting a deep gaze at Alison. Just as she finished her proclamation, Alison suddenly shifted her demeanor, smiling brightly as she invited him, her face alight with evident curiosity and anticipation, devoid of the earlier defiance. Would you accompany me to buy school supplies? I think I might need Professor Dumbledore's company after all. She emphasized Professor Dumbledore, clearly with a specific intent, her invitation's rationale merely a pretense. Dumbledore paused, turning to regard this enigmatic young witch, and with a resigned nod replied, of course, Alison. Alison's face lit up with joy as she recalled the day Hagrid took Harry Potter to Diagon Alley, decisively setting the date. July 31st. Come for breakfast. And we can spend the day shopping, shall we? Dumbledore hesitated briefly before agreeing and, stepping into the night, said, very well, I shall arrive punctually. Allison joyfully leaped into Grindelwald's embrace, unabashedly expressing her excitement, dropping the earlier provocative demeanor. Daddy Albus, you're going shopping with us. A family outing, she cooed, wiggling with excitement, unable to contain her glee, proudly declaring, I've secured an opportunity for you to go shopping with Daddy Albus. What do you think? Grindelwald chuckled, ruffling his daughter's red hair. Certainly, well done, little Allie. The following days in Godric's Hollow were remarkably tranquil. Having distanced herself from the daily grind of quests and battles in the gaming world, Allison found enjoyment in the occasional discussions of dark magic with her father, playful antics, and household chores. It was merely a pity that reality did not permit such unrestrained behavior, such as rummaging through others' graves and corpses, barging into strangers' homes, or casually casting killing curses at passers-by. Even flying on a broomstick was restricted, for fear of being spotted by muggles. Why were there not more dark wizards lurking about? She longed for a scenario akin to Voldemort's return, Death Eater patrols, or the Battle of Hogwarts, which would provide her with justifiable reasons for her slaughters. In her previous life as a necromancer in the game Diablo, she had always felt insecure without enough corpses. Now, she even entertained an impulse to sneak into the Paris catacombs to collect bodies, especially since her father was setting Paris ablaze while she orchestrated a zombie apocalypse. Allison took upon herself the gardening tasks primarily to deal with the rapidly multiplying pests, the goblins, which feasted on the plant roots. Typically, wizards would incapacitate goblins by spinning them around by their ankles, then tossing them out of the garden. Goblins, being rather dim-witted, would often scurry out to investigate when they sensed someone was clearing them out, exhibiting behavior akin to foolish deer. However, Allison would first stealthily observe to ensure Bashida was absent, then use the levitation charm to lift the goblins from their burrows and drain their blood, collecting the magical creature's essence for her subsequent seaside cave blind box endeavors. Even with healing potions at her disposal, why would she resort to self-harm? Of course, she would use a bit of goblin blood to deceive Riddle's protective mechanisms around his Horcrux, and if all else failed, she would summon a sniff-sniff to take blood on the spot. The goblin's remains would be finely crushed and buried deep in the ground, serving as fertilizer, born and perished within the garden. Even the dull-witted goblins could sense danger, panicking and fleeing, yet they could not escape the clutches of the terrifying young witch. In the absence of human targets, Allison could only opt to slay goblins to appease her bloodthirsty instincts. Grindelwald entered the garden, merely raising an eyebrow, showing no disdain for her unusual cruelty. For the Dark Lord, who instigated the Muggle World War, and indirectly led to the death of 70 million people worldwide, his daughter, engrossed in the dark arts, merely vented her murderous intent upon the goblins, which was, in fact, quite restrained. He chuckled as he tousled her crimson hair, leaning down to plant a kiss on the little sorcerer's forehead. My little tyrant. Allison, despite having just slaughtered a group of goblins, embraced him with a somewhat aggrieved expression. How do you manage to control yourself? Grindelwald chuckled. What? Allison pressed her lips together, seeking greater specificity. After delving into the dark arts, how do you suppress those impulses and murderous urges? Grindelwald pondered for a moment before softly replying, because I have more significant matters at hand. Currently in the summer vacation phase, and yet to commence her studies, Allison felt dispirited. Chapter 25. Diagon Alley days passed, and as July drew to a close under the scorching sun and the symphony of insects, Allison prepared breakfast materials from the previous night for her family outing with her father. Rising before dawn, she quietly set about making all the breakfast dishes she knew. Although she employed a silencing charm, the enticing aroma still roused Grindelwald and Bashida. The breakfast spread included osmanthus cake, toast, fried eggs, sausages, shrimp dumplings, hamburgers, pan-fried cod, donuts, apple pie, and a blend of both Western and Chinese cuisines, even featuring desserts. By the time breakfast was served, Grindelwald had already taken his seat at the dining table, impeccably poised. Allison, feeling flustered, shot him a glare. Wait, I must perform splendidly in front of Professor Dumbledore. Grindelwald paused for a moment, surveying the starry night sky outside, and chuckled softly. Are you that anxious? Allison's magical energy faltered slightly, causing the plates that were gracefully floating towards the table to momentarily waver and land with a soft clatter. She shot her father an exasperated glance, forced a smile, and began to sarcastically remark, I'll have plenty of time to see him once I start at Hogwarts. But someone else might not have the energy to keep an eye on old friends escaping from prison. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, but chose not to respond further. elegantly enjoying the early meal. Bathsheba, having awoken slightly later than usual, joined them at the table, evidently aware of the reason behind Alison's elaborate breakfast preparations. The kind old witch merely cast a curious glance towards the kitchen, and refrained from teasing the child, instead engaging in quiet conversation with her nephew, Gellert. Under precise magical control, the kitchen continued to produce exquisite breakfast dishes without concern for waste, ensuring each serving was piping hot, albeit in modest portions. Alison absent-mindedly took a few bites, her mind restless and appetite waning. Finally, a knock at the door echoed through the house. The kitchen fell silent, and Alison casually used a spell to open the door, not bothering to lift her gaze, elegantly continuing her meal, as if indifferent to the presence of the Hogwarts headmaster, the greatest wizard of the age whom she had invited. Grindelwald, however, looked towards the door, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Dumbledore entered, briefly surveying the lavish breakfast spread with mild curiosity, before greeting everyone, his gaze lingering slightly on the red-haired young witch. "Good morning, Bathsheba Gellert, Alison." Alison nonchalantly lifted her head, adopting an air of elegant aloofness befitting a hostess. "Good morning, Professor. Would you care to join us for breakfast?" The amiable elder smiled gently, foregoing pleasantries and readily accepted, "Yes." Dumbledore took a seat, occasionally exchanging calm conversation with Gellert, as if all previous grievances had been laid to rest. Alison observed him from the corner of her eye. Unlike the drab robes worn by most wizards, this elder consistently donned vibrant and ornate attire, resembling colorful candy wrappers. The vivid hues and fine decorations made him easily recognizable amidst a crowd, whether due to his dignity, warmth or charm, or the conspicuous yet appealing garb he wore. Despite his nose being crooked from a past encounter with his brother Aberforth, his red hair faded to a frosty white, and the youthfulness of his visage long gone, he remained stunningly beautiful. It was a presence steeped in gravitas, a tormented yet radiant soul, transcending the fragility of mere physical beauty. Gellert likely shared this sentiment. Alison, at that moment, harbored no intentions of mischief or provocation, instead nestling beside Aunt Bathsheba, her previous defiance nowhere to be found. The atmosphere at the table was harmoniously pleasant. After breakfast, the group set out for Diagon Alley. Though many parents accompanied young witches and wizards to procure school supplies during the summer, Alison's peculiar assembly, consisting of one young witch and 3 elderly wizards, certainly drew attention, particularly with one of them being Professor Dumbledore. Ever since Albus Dumbledore assumed the role of headmaster from Armando Dippet in the 1950s, he had naturally adhered to protocol, focusing solely on administrative matters, and no longer teaching classes. His academic duties were entrusted to his protégé, Professor McGonagall, who took over as head of Gryffindor House and deputy headmaster. However, Hogwarts remained the sole magical institution in Britain, and with Dumbledore being the most renowned wizard of contemporary times, a steadfast figure in the British wizarding community, it was impossible for any wizard, regardless of their educational standing, not to recognize him. Whether graduated or not, most felt compelled to respectfully greet him as Professor Dumbledore upon encountering him. Guiding unfamiliar Muggle-born witches and wizards was the professor's responsibility. Among the members of ancient British wizarding families, there were no secrets. Any wizard with even a slight knowledge of the Dumbledore family was aware that it currently comprised only 2 centenarian bachelors, with no younger generations. Thus, it was no wonder that many wizards, after exchanging warm greetings with Dumbledore, instinctively inquired further. Alison, with her striking red hair, a rarity in the wizarding world, also garnered significant attention. Dumbledore amiably explained that he was accompanying an old friend's child to procure school supplies. His numerous acquaintances made it apparent that others recognized his reluctance to elaborate further, and thus questions abetted, as adult wizards had a knack for reading the atmosphere. Alison, however, remained cold and aloof, merely holding Aunt Bashida's hand, listening to the elders' chatter, completely disregarding the wizards whose weak magical auras were evident. She bore an air reminiscent of the self-important pureblood families. Meanwhile, Grindelwald engaged in lively conversation with Dumbledore, their half-century of estrangement easing into a more comfortable rapport. The robes typically required bespoke tailoring, which naturally took time. Those seeking to save money often opted for ready-made robes from the shop, tailoring them to fit. The first stop for young witches and wizards purchasing school supplies was invariably the robe shop. Madame Malkin, the proprietor of the robe shop, was a plump witch who perpetually wore a welcoming smile. Upon seeing Dumbledore, she approached him with warmth and respect, while also attending to the other guests. Upon noticing the young witch, Madame Malkin had already surmised their purpose. Young witches and wizards frequently needed new robes due to growth spurts. During the summer before the school year, the shop was particularly busy, working overtime to create uniforms and hats for students. After discussing fabric choices with the parents, Madame Malkin set to work, while her magical measuring tape playfully climbed onto Allison, measuring her 11-year-old frame. The tape's erratic movements, at times rapid and at others slow, as it wrapped around her, were undeniably amusing. Chapter 26. Malfoy. Perhaps the privilege of participating in the main storyline is reserved for the protagonist, especially when time is of the essence. Just then, a commotion arose at the entrance of Madame Malkin's robe shop, signaling the arrival of new guests. A family of 3 entered, their expressions strikingly similar, faces pale and countenances haughty. Though the young wizard was still in his formative years, he endeavored to emulate the haughty demeanor of his father. His light golden hair appeared to have been slicked with pomade, glimmering like a bulb under the sun's rays. Upon encountering Dumbledore, a look of palpable astonishment crossed Lucius Malfoy's face. However, the elder Malfoy quickly reined in his emotions, donning a facade of ostentatious politeness as he exchanged pleasantries. After Voldemort's disappearance, this prominent Death Eater, under the pretext of being controlled by the imperious curse, managed to evade the reckoning that followed, albeit at considerable cost, and now found himself under the watchful eye of the Weasley family, who were aligned with the Order of the Phoenix. As a member of the Board of Governors, Malfoy took every opportunity to undermine Dumbledore, the leader of the Order, finding small ways to create trouble within the school's affairs. Both parties were acutely aware of the underlying tension. Dumbledore, weary of engaging with such a political player, focused all his energies on the looming threat of Voldemort. Meanwhile, the astute Malfoy refrained from overtly displaying hostility, for the Death Eaters were indeed deserving of incarceration in Azkaban. Lucius's gaze swept over a red-haired young witch inside, measuring her dimensions, his eyes betraying a mix of curiosity and contemplation, though he refrained from inquiring further. After all, she was merely a little witch, and he had yet to encounter her in the upper echelons of the British Wizarding Society. Should she reveal any exceptional qualities, there would be time for his son Draco to forge a connection. Lucius and Narcissa, his wife, offered their son Draco a few careful instructions regarding the measurement for his school robes before they briskly divided their tasks to procure textbooks and wands. The bustling Diagon Alley was hardly conducive to leisurely family outings during the summer months, especially in the sweltering heat. Though Draco Malfoy had yet to commence his studies, he was evidently aware of Dumbledore's esteemed presence. Standing quietly like a timid bird before the venerable elder, his expression decidedly awkward. Even with Dumbledore's amiable demeanor, it was unlikely that any young wizard would dare to brazenly discuss the illicit use of broomsticks, or pester the esteemed headmaster for sweets. Complying with Madame Malkin's instructions, Draco obediently stood on the stool as the magical measuring tape assessed his dimensions. As he stood there, boredom began to creep in, leading him to surreptitiously observe another young witch nearby, who appeared to be of similar age. In the realm of British wizardry, mention of red hair often conjured thoughts of the impoverished and traitorous Weasley family. However, this girl exuded an air of aloof pride, her beauty radiating an inexplicable allure, indicative of her noble lineage. Sensing the scrutiny upon her, Allison raised her gaze, slightly diverting her attention from Dumbledore. Locking eyes with Draco's bright, piercing blue ones, she caught the fleeting glance that he had hastily withdrawn, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Allison cast a cursory glance in his direction, dismissing him with indifference, recognizing him as the once popular Malfoy, whose only merit lay in his ability to mend the elusive cabinet in the school's room of requirement, facilitating her ventures into the realm of charming dark wizards. As for the so-called task of assassinating Dumbledore assigned by Voldemort, it was clear from the original narrative that he lacked the resolve. In reality, should he dare to act beneath Allison's watchful eye, she would ensure that his entire family faced the consequences. What legacy player had not vanquished half of the wizarding world? Despite it being the height of summer, Draco inexplicably felt a chill, instinctively tightening his robe around him. The parents remained oblivious to the minor exchange, engrossed in their conversation. Allison, slightly vexed, scrutinized Dumbledore for an extended moment, before inquiring with Madame Malkin once the measuring was complete. May I add some insignia to the school uniform? Perhaps something akin to a family crest? Madame Malkin paused for a moment, quickly regaining her composure. Of course, dear. What kind of emblem do you wish to add? The parents ceased their chatter, casting their attention upon Allison. With a subtle smile, she took a pen and deftly sketched the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. This simple design, resembling a triangle with an eye, represented the fabled Deathly Hallows, and had also been adopted as a mark of allegiance by Grindelwald and his followers, earning it the moniker of the Saints from the outside world. Strictly speaking, it was more of an alliance, though the historical context of the Muggle World War had also led to its association with the wizarding supremacy. Among those followers, the core members were referred to as Grindelwald's aides. Allison did not intend to draw such parallels, yet the resemblance to the dark mark among the Death Eaters was undeniable. However, unlike others, her father would never brandish such symbols as slave marks upon his followers' arms. Madame Malkin glanced at the drawing, not fully comprehending its significance, yet acquiesced. For the customer is always right. A glimmer of depth passed through Dumbledore's eyes as he turned to Grindelwald, who regarded Allison's choice of emblem with nonchalance, clearly indicating his awareness of her declaration of identity before an informed audience, particularly Dumbledore himself. The distinction between merely adopting a child to alleviate loneliness and nurturing a young witch capable of wielding the power of the saints was vast. It suggested a potential heir in the making. Allison smiled, raising her gaze to meet Dumbledore's, her eyes brimming with defiance. In that moment, she felt akin to the past, reminiscent of when Gellert sought to assert his presence before Albus, albeit lacking a newt to serve as a conduit. Her motivations stem not only from strategy, but also from an innate impulse. However, provoking Dumbledore's watchful scrutiny suited her just fine. She had no desire to alter her approach. In response to her audacious gaze, Dumbledore could only smile, a blend of resignation and understanding evident in his demeanor. Draco, stealing a glance at the emblem, realized that despite his frequent attendance at grand gatherings, he could not recognize this particular insignia, which was foreign to him. He also noted the peculiar interaction between Dumbledore and Allison, sensing an undercurrent of connection that transcended mere opposition, a curious bond that was difficult to articulate. Dumbledore, catching Draco's inquisitive gaze, turned his attention towards him, prompting Draco to hastily avert his eyes and stare at his shoes. Dumbledore suppressed a chuckle. He bore no ill will towards children, merely observing the stark contrast between Draco, who appeared flustered and timid before him, and Allison, whose demeanor was rebellious and audacious. At that moment, the gentle patter of small footsteps echoed from the entrance, followed by the sound of the shop door creaking open. A boy entered, looking somewhat frail, clad in ill-fitting muggle clothing, with a tousled mop of black hair and round glasses perched upon his nose. His green eyes, peering through the lenses, surveyed the surroundings with apprehension. Dumbledore regarded the boy's resemblance to James, coupled with Lily's striking green eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. "Harry Potter," he murmured. Though he had received Hagrid's owl the previous night, the serendipity of their meeting here was undeniable. Quickly regaining his composure, he spoke gently. "Harry?" Harry paused, lifting his gaze to the tall, lean figure of the elder, feeling somewhat lost. Although he had encountered numerous strangers who recognized his name upon entering Diagon Alley, their excitement felt dreamlike, disassociated from the reality of the past few days when he had merely been an ordinary orphan, suffering at the hands of his aunt and uncle. Dumbledore smiled warmly at Harry. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Harry returned the smile. "Thank you, sir." In truth, Harry was equally unfamiliar with the seemingly benevolent yet undeniably authoritative elderly gentleman before him, yet he could sense the kindness emanating from him. Unlike the exuberant and fervent wizards at the Leaky Cauldron, the old man exuded a gentle warmth, greeting Harry as one would a friend. How he wished Hagrid were present. Alas, he had gone off to drink, and Harry lamented that Hagrid would have surely recognized this man. The short, stout Madame Malkin, clad in purple, had yet to attend to the new arrivals when she overheard Dumbledore utter Harry's name, prompting her to observe in astonishment. Children are often drawn to their peers. Harry's gaze first fell upon the red-haired young witch who approached the elder. She appeared slightly older than him, and the only visible blue eye beneath her fringe glimmered with a chilly, aloof demeanor. There was an unsettling aura about her, one that contrasted starkly with the pampered arrogance of his cousin Dudley, evoking a sense of danger rather than mere disdain. Though she was undeniably a pretty girl of his age, she radiated an icy allure that made her seem more like a frigid glacier, regarding him with the indifference one might reserve for an inanimate object. Harry felt a twinge of discomfort and averted his gaze. Meanwhile, Draco, perched upon a stool, noticed Harry and scrutinized him from head to toe. Could this scruffy, impoverished child really be the legendary Harry Potter? As Draco appraised Harry, the latter sensed the boy's gaze and returned it, locking eyes with the pallid, slender figure. Draco broke the silence, his voice stretching out in a familiar drawl that instantly reminded Harry of Dudley. "You are Harry Potter?" At that moment, Madame Malkin insisted that Harry also step onto the stool. Faced with such an unwelcoming inquiry, he pursed his lips and replied simply yes. Not far away stood Professor Dumbledore, and although the esteemed wizard, regarded as the greatest of his time, paid them little attention, Draco was, in truth, more anxious than Harry. He merely concealed it better. Thus, The sole heir of the Malfoy lineage stumbled through a conversation with the boy who had survived against all odds, discussing trivial matters that gradually unfolded. As Harry ventured into the wizarding world, having endured Dudley's bullying and a stifling upbringing, he found it difficult to become irate. Instead, he passively engaged with Draco's words, absorbing the unfamiliarities of the magical realm. Madame Malkin was bustling about, swiftly measuring dimensions with her magical tape for the requested robes. Allison cast a disinterested glance at the scene, tentatively reaching for her father's hand. Sensing her intention, Dumbledore smiled warmly and took her hand. The once cold and haughty demeanor of the red-haired witch softened instantly as she gazed down at their clasped hands, clinging to the old man's arm. Her earlier defiance replaced by a cat-like affection. This amused Dumbledore greatly. Harry and Draco both observed this exchange. However, as Harry's gaze shifted, he unexpectedly spotted Hagrid standing at the window, grinning broadly and gesturing towards the 2 ice creams in his hands, indicating that he could not enter the shop. Dumbledore, noticing Harry's focus, recognized the unmistakable half-giant, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, a friend and one of his students. He waved to Hagrid, who returned the gesture with a smile. Allison tightened her grip on her father's arm, slightly furrowing her brow, clearly annoyed by the interruption. Harry looked back at Hagrid, then at Dumbledore, puzzled. Did Hagrid know this elderly gentleman? The old man seemed to read Harry's confusion, and offered a gentle explanation. Perhaps Hagrid has mentioned me to you. I am Albus Dumbledore. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that this amiable elder was indeed the esteemed Professor Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, whom Hagrid revered. Dumbledore playfully winked his deep blue eyes at Harry, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Harry." Harry found himself captivated by Dumbledore's charming wit and approachable nature, suddenly comprehending why Hagrid held the professor in such high regard. Meanwhile, Allison shot Harry a fierce glare, confused by the hostility directed toward him. Harry sensed the girl harbored some animosity. Dumbledore, perceiving the tension between the 2 children, cheerfully suggested, "You might like to get to know one another." Upon hearing this, Allison, incensed, clung tightly to Dumbledore's arm, attempting to pull him away toward her father and Bathsheba, eager to leave the scene. Yet Dumbledore remained steadfast, his smile unwavering as he regarded the 2 children. After a moment's hesitation, Harry decided to follow Dumbledore's lead and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Harry Potter." However, Allison offered no pleasantries. Instead, she scoffed derisively, her expression cold and arrogant. She refrained from stating her name, opting instead to issue a menacing warning. "I advise you to stay away from Dumbledore. Otherwise, I will set you ablaze with fiend fire." Harry, newly acquainted with magic, was momentarily taken aback. However, the ominous implications of fiend fire were unmistakable. Draco, standing nearby, was equally startled. Though the Malfoy family had a long lineage steeped in dark magic, his knowledge of such infamous curses was limited to mere hearsay. What had that girl just said? Fiend fire? Wasn't he that a form of dark magic? How could Dumbledore, a figure of such renown, be accompanied by a girl who so brazenly threatened others with dark arts? Dumbledore, unfazed, regarded the small witch clinging to his arm with calm patience. "Allison, you frightened Harry." Allison stared at him coolly, probing for his intentions. "You expect me to babysit your little savior? Dream on. I hold no sympathy for Hogwarts or the wizarding world of Britain." The old headmaster's eyes deepened with thought. Yet his composure remained unshaken as he replied with utmost patience, "I believe you will come to appreciate him. Beyond mere aspirations for the future." He genuinely wished for Allison to cultivate friendships that might alleviate her instinctive tension and aggression towards her surroundings. Allison remained indifferent, dismissing the notion, as if a player could be manipulated to follow the plot. "Unless you're willing to allow him to become my dark magic experiment." Chapter 28 Friends. At the utterance of such a veiled threat, although Dumbledore maintained his genial demeanor, his tone turned serious. "I will not permit you to do so." Both boys felt a chill at the underlying authority of his gentle words. Yet Allison remained unperturbed, casting him a sidelong glance as she continued to challenge and intimidate her father. "One day, you will be unable to stop me, no matter whom I choose to harm." She was not like Tom Riddle, who had once been subdued in the orphanage. After all, Riddle had been desperate to engage with magic and enter Hogwarts, while she, as the daughter of Grindelwald, was someone Dumbledore intended to keep close at hand. Her immense power, familial ties, and abundant resources all contributed to her unwavering confidence. Dumbledore continued to smile unflustered. "Perhaps, but certainly not today." Allison fell silent, clutching Dumbledore's arm tightly, resembling a small creature guarding its food. Her words were provocative, yet her actions betrayed a sincere attachment. Dumbledore looked down at Allison, his thoughts a whirlwind, yet his expression remained benevolent. He found it difficult to harbor any ill will toward this child who consistently challenged him, and he could not view her dispassionately. The entanglement with Gellert, alongside Allison's own bold disposition, her innate allure, and the remarkable magical talent that surpassed their youth, filled his mind with complex reflections as he contemplated the memories he had analyzed repeatedly in the pensive. Harry gazed at the scene before him, suddenly feeling a twinge of envy. Hagrid, with his warm and robust demeanor, had shattered the bleakness of his existence, chastising Dudley and whisking him away from that wretched home, providing him with a profound sense of security and introducing him to the enchanting world of magic. Yet, Hagrid was merely a friend and elder whom he had known for only a few days. While Harry could laugh and frolic with him, he felt it inappropriate to cling to him with the same intimacy and caprice that a child might display toward a parent, wearing a face that exuded the confidence of knowing he would be indulged and cherished. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the young wizard's spirits sank, bringing to memory his parents. He had recently discovered that their demise was not the result of a car accident, but rather the tragic fate that befell the most esteemed witches and wizards, existing only in the whispers of adults. As an orphan, it was difficult not to project all the beautiful words onto the image of his parents. How he wished they were still alive. He longed to be able to whine like that girl, to confide everything to his parents, and to escape the indignities he faced at his aunt's house. He yearned to be cherished, to be doted upon by his father and mother just as Dudley was, and to converse with the same exuberance as Draco about all things magical. Harry's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as he lowered his gaze, not wanting to be seen. Draco, standing nearby, noticed and felt a surge of uncertainty. Raised in a life of indulgence, the haughty boy from a distinguished lineage had never been one to offer comfort. Yet, despite his upbringing, the innocent child nurtured by love could not be entirely unkind. Faced with this boy, who had survived grave peril, Draco glanced at Dumbledore, then at Allison. Hesitating before he approached and awkwardly patted Harry's shoulder. He offered no biting remarks, but instead clumsily attempted to console a stranger he had only just met. "Don't cry," he murmured, the words feeling foreign and awkward on his tongue, leaving him blushing with embarrassment. Allison cast a fleeting glance, perceiving that this arrogant little peacock had been rendered mute in the presence of her father, managing to communicate like a normal person. Perhaps her obvious presence as an outsider was one of the reasons for their unexpected camaraderie? Children could be so perplexing, especially boys of this age. Harry sniffled and looked up at Draco, suddenly finding him less detestable. Although his approach to comfort was undeniably clumsy, it was sincere. In the end, this proud boy, who reminded him of Dudley and bore the same mark of parental indulgence, was the first peer to offer him solace in his tears. Allison blinked, quietly observing Dumbledore with keen interest as she watched his reaction to the unlikely friendship blossoming between the savior and the Malfoy heir. After all, Albus had initially intended for her to befriend the boy destined for greatness, yet it seemed that the child of a Death Eater had become Harry's companion instead. Perhaps in time, they would not merely be friends but would share a moment of kindness, recognizing each other with a nod in future encounters. The intricacies of human relationships are inherently complicated. The famed trio of the original narrative had quarreled more than once. Dumbledore, noticing Allison's gaze, playfully winked at her. She silently mouthed, "If Potter ends up in Slytherin, will you remain this composed?" Dumbledore chuckled and mimicked her gesture. "If that were the case, it would simply indicate he has made his own choices." Allison turned her head away, rationally analyzing the situation. She felt that this so-called savior lacked the extraordinary magical talent that had once characterized Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald. He would hardly stir the waters of fate. Did anyone truly believe that anyone could descend into darkness and become Voldemort? In the world of Harry Potter, magic was in many ways a cruel affair determined by innate ability. Wizards at the pinnacle of their fields were destined to be both exceptionally gifted and tirelessly diligent. Such elite wizards could disdainfully refer to him as Little Tom or Voldy, yet the common perception of Voldemort was one that forbade even the utterance of his name, relegating him to the title of the Dark Lord. Voldemort, having fragmented his soul, had sacrificed his intellect, but that did not negate his status as a formidable wizard. Historically, he ranked among the most fearsome dark wizards. Despite a rather tumultuous life, ordinary individuals stood no chance against him without extraordinary means. With immense magical power, precise control, and a profound understanding of dark magic, he had delved into the arcane arts in myriad ways. It is unwise to disdain the consequences of such pursuits. The dark arts are not easily mastered, and aspiring dark wizards must meet certain thresholds. Most wizards remained ordinary, content with simpler tasks that allowed them to sustain modest lives. Hogwarts advanced tomes on dark magic were primarily housed in the forbidden section, requiring a professor's endorsement for access. Ancient families possess some heirlooms, but being born into a prestigious lineage is a matter of chance. Most do not find themselves in Rome but rather in the humbler existence of common folk. Furthermore, while some students explored dark magic alongside their studies, every subject at Hogwarts held its own rigorous standards. Allison speculated that her two fathers, Dumbledore and Grindelwald, had likely faced similar challenges during their schooling, although the latter had been expelled from Durmstrang for his excessive experiments with dark magic on fellow students, resulting in him becoming a dropout just before graduation. Dumbledore seemed to perceive Allison's disdain and retreated slightly, smiling as he softly said, "Do not underestimate him. Harry is a brave child." In that brief interaction, the perceptive old headmaster had discerned the essence of this innocent young wizard. He retained the capacity for love and harbored a hidden courage. Allison, bemused, thought, what good is courage if it only enables one to perform a few spells? Though it did align well with the protective charm of love he bore, it wouldn't keep him safe from harm. Dumbledore chuckled. At the very least, he will understand love better than Voldemort. Having mentioned the ancient sacrificial protection spell that Lily had cast upon her son, Allison felt a surge of curiosity, her expression betraying her intrigue. Dumbledore understood that this young witch would be fascinated by the principles behind such a powerful force as love. Despite her genius, she was still but a child, and her inquisitiveness about such enchanting powers was natural, akin to his own first encounter with the spell. Allison stepped closer to Harry, her demeanor shifting from aloofness to one of playful curiosity, as though she were examining a new toy, treating him not as a living being but rather as an object of interest. At this moment, Dumbledore felt buoyant and entertained. What questions would Allison pose to Harry? The interactions of children always intrigued adults, blending innocence and simplicity with pure joy. Harry, feeling a mix of nerves, observed Allison as she approached, making an effort to ignore his unease and softly greeted hello. However, Allison chose to ignore him once again, reaching out to firmly grasp his neck. Chapter 29 Hagrid. Everyone was taken aback. Madame Malkin screamed for Merlin. Outside, Hagrid, ice cream in hand, disregarding the rule against food, burst into Madame Malkin's robe shop, his massive frame causing the wooden floorboards to groan under his weight. The half-giant's eyes widened with fury as he turned to face Allison. Draco instinctively reached for Harry, but his strength paled in comparison to Allison's. Ultimately, it was Dumbledore, who was also positioned near Allison, who swiftly intervened, prompting her to release her grip. Hagrid stood protectively over Harry like a small mountain. The headmaster cast a stern gaze upon Allison. "Allison, what are you doing?" Allison, appearing nonchalant, replied in a calm tone. In that moment, Dumbledore clearly observed the cold, clinical scrutiny she directed at Harry, as if assessing an inanimate object. It was merely an examination of the spell's effects. It seemed incapable of reflecting physical harm. Dumbledore fell into silence, suddenly realizing that Allison's indifference towards death and violence surpassed his wildest imaginings. It was far beyond mere threats and provocations that clung to his lips. He had never witnessed a child so callously trample upon life as Allison did, treating it as if it were but a toy. Initially, Tom had merely employed his magical prowess to hang rabbits in the orphanage, frightening others, stealing, or snatching possessions from his peers. Regardless of his motives, Tom had retained a semblance of reverence for human life at that time. In stark contrast, Allison, of the same age, could nonchalantly grip a living person's throat, solely to observe the effects of a curse. What had this child endured? Dumbledore did not know, but he understood that he must take action. Allison was perilous, extremely so, and without proper guidance, she could evolve into an entity far more terrifying than Voldemort. He had missed the opportunity to steer Tom back, and could not restrain Grindelwald, who, through his extensive life experiences, would eventually learn some lessons. At the very least, he had to attempt to guide this child onto the right path, to endeavor to steer her with love. Dumbledore gazed at Allison, a tinge of sorrow in his heart. The curiosity etched upon the girl's face was unabashed, revealing a childlike innocence intertwined with a cruel streak, a stark, unempathetic purity that disregarded others entirely. She could observe a person as if they were an inanimate object, unhesitatingly using fire to incinerate an innocent life, or torturing a stray dog with the Cruciatus curse. All merely out of curiosity. Hagrid placed Harry upon the sofa, feeling a pang of guilt, while Draco, worried for Harry, joined him. Hagrid anxiously examined the deep purple marks around Harry's neck, remnants of a forceful grip, then turned angrily to confront Allison. "Who are you? Why do you torment Harry?" Allison completely ignored Hagrid, her gaze gleefully fixed upon her father. Deep down, she harbored a prejudice against giants, perceiving them as scarcely superior to trolls. Hagrid glared at Allison, his temper flaring. Had it not been for Dumbledore's intervention, he would have lunged at her. Dumbledore extended his hand, gently caressing the scars on Harry's neck. Murmuring a spell, gradually, the purple marks faded, and Harry found his breathing much easier. The old headmaster's deep blue eyes radiated genuine concern as he softly inquired, "How do you feel now?" Hagrid's massive frame shielded Allison from view, and Harry, still shaken, nodded quietly in gratitude. "Much better, thank you, Professor Dumbledore." Hagrid sighed in relief, then turned back to glare at Allison, bellowing like a bear, "If you dare to bully Harry again, watch out. I won't go easy on you." Allison finally bestowed upon him a glance, akin to observing a lifeless object. Though a half-giant, Hagrid possessed considerable magical resistance and physical defenses. Yet when it came to soul-related killing curses, he likely held no defenses against the effects of the Cruciatus curse. Hagrid's expression shifted as he heard the implications of her bloodline and the unforgivable curse. "What do you intend to do?" Allison languidly replied, unabashedly revealing her malicious disdain. "What do I intend to do? A half-giant like you could never stop me." Hagrid's fury ignited, but Dumbledore's hand restrained him. The giant was seething with rage. "Professor Dumbledore, how can you stand by while this wicked child bullies Harry?" Before Dumbledore could offer a soothing reply, Allison let out a soft laugh. He could only tread lightly. After all, he wished to keep a watchful eye on the next potential Dark Lord. In comparison to the looming crises threatening the wizarding world, placating her and that Potter child seemed trivial. Hagrid paused, perplexed by Allison's words. With a gleeful smile, she continued to jab, "Simply put, in Albus's eyes, I am more significant than you and the Potter child combined." Hagrid's eyes widened in disbelief. Once he processed her words, he shot her an incredulous glare, exclaiming, "You are talking nonsense. Professor Dumbledore would never think that." Allison's smile widened, and she playfully winked at Dumbledore, her tone dripping with feigned sweetness as she threatened, "Oh, it seems the Hogwarts staff isn't too welcoming towards me. Perhaps I should just go to Durmstrang to study dark magic instead." Dumbledore sighed, gently patting Hagrid's arm. "Hagrid, please calm down." Receiving the expected reaction, Allison couldn't help but dissolve into laughter on the sofa in the robe shop, leaning against Grindelwald. Grindelwald, in turn, offered her a faint smile, silently mouthing, "Quite audacious." Dumbledore suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Hagrid's rage was not directed at the esteemed Professor Dumbledore. Instead, he glared at Allison. Only hearing that Dumbledore had been threatened, he gritted his teeth, wanting to curse but finding no particularly profane words fitting. "You wicked child. Dark wizard." Allison, unfazed, retorted playfully, "What a loyal little doggy Albus has." Hagrid, incensed, drew forth the pink umbrella concealing his repaired wand, disregarding the ministry's penalties for using a broken wand, and aimed it at Allison, casting a spell. Allison scoffed, a shield charm appearing beside her, effortlessly blocking the incantation as it approached. Hagrid was taken aback, astonished that a young witch could wield such advanced spellcasting techniques, especially one that even older students took years to master. Dumbledore was also somewhat surprised. He had refrained from intervening, knowing Grindelwald would not allow the spell to strike Allison, yet he had not anticipated that she would possess the shield charm herself. His crescent-shaped glasses glimmered as he spoke. "Hagrid, stop." Though reluctant, Hagrid obeyed Dumbledore's command and lowered the umbrella. Allison languidly leaned against Grindelwald, "A wise choice, dear headmaster. After all, it is all too easy for a dark wizard to silently extinguish a life." Faced with the repeated threats of this troublesome child, Dumbledore's demeanor grew serious, his gaze penetrating, and he solemnly warned Allison, "Do not test my limits." Chapter 30, I Love You. Allison fixed her gaze on her father for a few seconds, then suddenly broke into a smile, though it carried a sticky malice, steeped in meaning. "Of course. I won't cross your boundaries until I grow beyond your capacity to control." Dumbledore sighed. Although Hagrid was unaware of their exchange, he sensed the tension in the atmosphere and, puzzled, asked Professor Dumbledore, "What exactly are you talking about?" Dumbledore did not respond to Hagrid, instead turning his serious gaze upon the red-haired young witch. "Allison, I hope you understand the implications of your actions." Allison chuckled softly. "Of course I understand. I just don't care." Dumbledore remained silent for a moment, closing his eyes as he resolved to conclude the conversation. "Come, Allison. We should explore other areas of Diagon Alley." Allison blinked, elongating her tone. "Oh, I thought you would force me to apologize to my classmates." "I do not believe that would be effective. Much like how you frightened that older Riddle student with the burning wardrobe, compelling him to atone, it was equally futile." Dumbledore paused, taken aback that Allison was aware of this incident. He remained silent, merely casting a profound gaze upon her. Allison looked up at Grindelwald, straightening her posture to affectionately kiss his cheek, deliberately using German, a language others could not comprehend. Her demeanor innocent, yet her blue eyes betraying a hint of malice and cruelty. I thought I might scare you, with my sudden desire to strangle others. Although you are no saint, you are certainly different from a lunatic who suddenly throttles others. Grindelwald ruffled Allison's hair, chuckling at his daughter's antics. Then looked up at Dumbledore, who also understood German, offering him a knowing smile. Dumbledore let out a bittersweet laugh. He certainly understood. His initial grasp of German had been imparted by Gellert. With a sweet smile, Allison turned to her father and playfully called him by his given name in a deliberately soft German accent, Albus. Dumbledore paused momentarily, instinctively responding with a simple, Allison cheekily winked at the old headmaster. This was her way of saying I love you in German. Dumbledore found himself momentarily at a loss for words, due to her spontaneous public declaration. Although Allison was merely jesting, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic, lost in memories of yesteryears. Curiously, Allison inquired, did you ever say that to him back in the day? Grindelwald chuckled lightly, clearly addressing Allison while his gaze remained fixed on Dumbledore, his German sounding both harsh and tender. Of course, not just once. Dumbledore shook his head with a rueful smile. They indeed shared a sweet chapter in their past, but that was a long time ago. He sighed, striving to redirect his focus to the matter at hand. Come, Allison. Let us procure some books. Allison glanced at the bright sun outside, then turned to Grindelwald and Bathsheba, her smile radiating as she suggested they abandon the previously mentioned opportunity for a rendezvous with her father. Could it be intentional? She truly desired some private time with her dad. The bookstore is quite crowded. Would you like to sit at the CAF while we fetch the books and wands? Grindelwald perceived her subtle intentions, pausing in silence, but considering the elderly Bashida's difficulty in navigating through the bustling bookstore, he acquiesced to Allison's proposal. Allison eagerly took Dumbledore's hand, playfully leading him away from the robe shop, blissfully ignoring the startled young wizards Harry and Draco, as well as the obedient giant Hagrid, who followed Dumbledore's instructions. The leaky cauldron was indeed bustling, though most patrons were sifting through second-hand books. The new books were conveniently pre-packaged according to the reading list, requiring only payment upon collection, making the process exceedingly efficient. European books were rather expensive, with textbooks averaging 5 galleons each, equivalent to £5 in the Muggle world, and first years needed 8 books, naturally resulting in a thriving second-hand book market. Moreover, attending Hogwarts involved more than just textbooks. Wands, uniforms, cloaks, hats, protective gloves, potion supplies, and telescopes all incurred costs. It was fortunate that Hogwarts education was free. Otherwise, many families would struggle to afford their children's schooling. Allison chirped, "Do they sell books on dark magic here?" Dumbledore sighed in resignation. "This is a reputable bookstore. They do not sell books on dark magic." A sly glint flickered in Allison's eyes. "So we must venture to Knockturn Alley?" Dumbledore sternly cautioned Allison, "Do not entertain the idea of Knockturn Alley. It is exceedingly dangerous, rife with illicit dealings." The little witch adorably blinked, mischievously rubbing her hands together, deliberately teasing him. "What about a note for the restricted section at Hogwarts?" Dumbledore once again refused. "No, Allison, do not entertain thoughts of those books." With a light huff, Allison found this response predictable. Dumbledore sighed, "Once you officially enroll, I shall guide you on the proper use of magic." Allison tilted her head innocently, playfully probing, "Can you possibly keep your eyes on me at all times?" Dumbledore replied with a hint of exasperation, "I certainly cannot keep my eyes on you incessantly, but..." Allison chimed in with a smile, "After sorting, will there be a head of house to keep an eye on me?" Dumbledore nodded, affirming her thought. Indeed, the heads of houses were responsible for supervising and managing their respective students. Allison gazed at him for a moment, her smile deepening with a hint of mischief. She remained silent, simply purchasing her textbooks, leaving Dumbledore with a sense of foreboding. Allison's gaming account boasted not just galleons, but also rubies and pure gold coins. She lacked for nothing financially. With a flick of her fingers, she paid, and with a silent, wandless shrinking charm, she reduced the stack of textbooks, neatly stowing them in her pocket. Dumbledore observed her effortless grace, still astonished by her mastery of such a fundamental spell. Although Allison possessed the heart of a child, her abilities were remarkable. He furrowed his brow lightly, then relaxed, choosing not to dwell on the troubling matters. "Very well, let us proceed to our next destination." Allison, her eyes sparkling with delight, affectionately linked her arm with his. "I've heard that wands reflect a wizard's characteristics. Would you like to know mine?" Dumbledore, taken aback by her sudden inquiry, hesitated before responding with a smile. Of course, I am quite curious. Allison smiled coyly and tilted her head. The Elder Wand is quite famous, but what was the wood and core of your original wand? Chapter 31. The Wand. Elder Phoenix Feather. Ever since acquiring the Elder Wand half a century ago, his most notable title had become that of its master. Few delved into his past. Dumbledore reminisced, providing a combination familiar to Allison. That savior Harry Potter would soon wield such a wand, with its phoenix feather originating from Dumbledore's pet phoenix, Fox, sharing its core with that of his destined adversary, Voldemort, a pair of twin brothers among wands. Allison raised an eyebrow, commenting, "The phoenix feather is expected. Considering you are a Dumbledore, but I assumed the wands would be oak." Dumbledore regarded her with surprise. Allison often wore a smile when addressing her father, even when playfully provoking him, and patiently elaborated, adding a touch of conversation to their otherwise mundane stroll. Oak wands typically belong to those endowed with strength, courage, responsibility, keen intuition, and an affinity for nature and living beings. Conversely, Elderwood favored those who needed to conquer anger and impulsiveness, while this sacred wood also selected individuals who cherished danger and noble aspirations. The unpredictable nature of Elderwood combined with the transcendent qualities of the Phoenix made such a pairing rare. Yet, once successfully matched, they would be unstoppable. Dumbledore smiled, attentively listening to her words, offering praise at opportune moments. "It seems your knowledge of wand lore is quite extensive." Allison, clinging to his arm, her blue eyes twinkling with mirth, spoke sweetly in a blend of humility and flattery. "I can only seize such moments to showcase my meager understanding in the presence of a learned elder." Dumbledore chuckled, his expression earnest. "Do not belittle yourself, Allison. You are the most gifted child I have ever encountered." The flattered young witch responded with a radiant smile, naturally modest before her father, yet feeling superior to others. "It is my honor." Strolling down the bustling streets of Diagon Alley, the two engaged in light conversation when Dumbledore abruptly shifted the topic. "However, more than your magical aptitude, I find myself more concerned about your character." Allison smiled, unperturbed by his timely admonition, her tone lively and playful as she replied, "What is wrong with my character?" She sought to gauge the impression she had left on her unsuspecting father, hoping it aligned with her intentions. The delightful Albus surely never anticipated that after a brief romance of 2 months in his youth, he would become an unexpected father. Dumbledore paused, then added, "You tend to be somewhat self-centered and lack empathy." Receiving the anticipated response, Allison shifted her interest elsewhere, striving to evoke fond memories of his youth. Was Gellert like this? Dumbledore fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. Gellert was indeed somewhat obsessive, but he was not a heartless individual. Faced with this unintentional defense, Allison let out a cryptic sigh. "Wow, I had anticipated that this renowned dark wizard would leave an impression of coldness." This sentiment is shared by many, and some have even hastily dubbed Grindelwald the Dark Lord, especially considering his increasingly radical methods in later years. Ideals, though significant, are underpinned by formidable strength. Should anyone dare to impede his progress, be they opposing wizards or muggles, he regards them with equal indifference, occasionally attempting to sway wizards to his cause, and if that fails, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Dumbledore, with a hint of resignation, continued to elucidate. Gellert is not inherently cold, he is merely excessively fixated on his ideals. Allison, persistent as a child throwing a tantrum, seemed determined to extract some disparaging remarks from him. Yet, one could certainly argue that he exhibits a certain cruelty towards muggles. Dumbledore finally nodded in acknowledgement but added a caveat, stating that his recognition of this is not solely out of nostalgia, but also a reflective contemplation of the past. Gellert indeed harbors some biases against muggles, yet this stems from the escalating tensions between wizards and muggles at that time. Allison, with a sly wink, remarked, "If you were to apply Gellert's attitude towards muggles to my perspective on other wizards, would that not bear a resemblance?" Dumbledore averted his gaze, his gentle blue eyes peering through his half-moon spectacles at her lively demeanor, an emotion unidentifiable coursing through him, only a sense of weariness and sorrow. "Allison, at times, you exhibit a kind of almost cruel calmness." With sweet words, Allison sought to comfort him. "But towards you, I can never maintain that calm. Your mere existence has firmly ensnared my heart." Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, chuckling at her charming little quip, before shaking his head. "Allison, do not employ such phrases to divert the topic. I wish for you to endeavor to understand and care for others." Yet, Allison stubbornly fixated on her father. "I believed you were the most perceptive. The chasm between certain wizards is often greater than that between wizards and muggles." A silence ensued, punctuated only by the sounds of price negotiations, footsteps, chatter, children's exclamations, and the hooting of owls, all intermingling to create a tapestry of human existence that was not altogether unpleasant. Amidst this cacophony, Dumbledore recalled a distant memory, nearly faded, of his solitary student days and that fateful summer with Gellert. Perhaps he pondered nothing at all. It was merely an elderly man's moment of distraction. He spoke softly, uncertain to whom his words were directed. Yet, the only ones to hear this faint whisper were he and Allison. You cannot dismiss the significance of other wizards' existence based solely on their lineage or innate talent. Allison beamed with a radiant smile, her face adorably mischievous as she countered. The existence of all things is inherently rational. Yet, much like the flora by the roadside, to tread upon them is inconsequential. The earth shall not erupt as a consequence. Allison, you truly are a challenge for this old headmaster, struggling to find the right descriptors for such a unique child. Yet, a complex individual cannot be wholly encapsulated by simplistic terms. Ultimately, I can only settle on the most striking impression. A clever yet cruel young witch. Instead, Allison delightedly levitated, her feet leaving the ground as she cast a silent, wandless levitation charm, boldly planting a soft, moist kiss on the cheek of this venerable man, who often found himself at her mercy. Smack. In most European countries, including the UK and Germany, there exists a custom of greeting with a kiss on the cheek, though it is primarily reserved for friends and family among peers or younger individuals towards their elders. Naturally, men typically engage with handshakes, eschewing such practices. Her parents, during their courtship, likely indulged in such affectionate gestures. Perhaps they may have even ventured further. Dumbledore was caught off guard, warmth flooding his cheeks. He shook his head in resignation, tolerating the affectionate display of this child, who in his eyes, should merely be seen as a spirited daughter of a former lover and a rival. Come, let us proceed to Ollivander's wand shop. Upon their arrival at Ollivander's, Mr. Ollivander was busy arranging the wands on the shelves. The shop was only open for an extended period during the summer, and during peak times, he often had to attend to the aftermath of a young witch's magical mishap that had toppled the displays. Chapter 32 Ollivander. Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. This was inscribed on the weathered sign above the quaint little shop, its letters partially faded. Perhaps due to frequent cleaning and repairing spells, the interior, even housing some wands passed down from ancestors, was remarkably dust-free. Upon seeing Dumbledore enter, Ollivander promptly set aside his task, rising with a smile to greet him. Even the most illustrious of patrons would not typically receive such attention from the only wand master in Britain, who was utterly devoted to his craft. However, Dumbledore was an exception. Ollivander's shop exclusively utilized 3 powerful and rare materials for wand cores: phoenix feathers, unicorn hair, and dragon heartstrings. Dumbledore espait phoenix, Fox, was one of his stable sources for phoenix feathers. Ollivander's pale, large eyes regarded them, particularly scrutinizing the unfamiliar young witch in need of a wand. His voice gentle as he inquired, "Ah, Professor Dumbledore, is this the new student in search of a wand?" Dumbledore smiled and nodded. "Indeed, this is Allison Green." Mr. Ollivander's murky eyes fixed upon Allison, and in a soft whisper he said, "Then let us begin, Miss Green. Please tell me, which hand do you typically use?" This question is of little consequence to most wizards, as the dominant hand primarily affects the casting of complex spells. Allison extended her right hand for Ollivander to measure her arm length. She possessed several wands she had brought from the gaming world, yet each wand's appearance, attributes, and suitable spells differed. Acquiring another would be advantageous. Previously, she had relinquished her stylish ebony wand, adept in dark magic, to Grindelwald, who had escaped imprisonment and was without a wand. Now she wielded her initial wand, crafted from walnut wood and dragon heartstring. After measuring, Ollivander pondered for a moment, then retrieved a box from the shelf with his pale, slender fingers. "Try this one. Beechwood, unicorn hair, 12 inches, quite sturdy." Allison declined, outright refusing. "I specialize in dark magic. I do not want a wand with unicorn hair." A unicorn hair wand, much like the creature itself, is loyal and focused, resistant to distractions, yet highly resistant to dark magic. A phoenix feather wand boasts a wide range, but requires longer casting times, and is rather selective about its owner, displaying a strong will, much like the enigmatic and untamable phoenix. A dragon heartstring wand, on the other hand, is powerful and ornate, accelerating the learning of spells, yet prone to dark magic and more loyal to the strong. Ollivander paused, refraining from commenting on the young witch's proficiency in dark magic, amiably complying with her request as he rummaged through the shelves for another option. It is rare for a young witch to possess knowledge of such obscure wand lore. Typically, they are more concerned with spells and Quidditch. Then perhaps this one. You would, dragon heartstring, 13 3/4 inches, quite flexible. Allison waved it about, but found no peculiar signs of wand recognition. Instead, the cluttered table nearby erupted. This was not due to a mismatch. Rather, she effortlessly cast a shattering charm. Ollivander, undeterred by the ensuing mess, rubbed his hands together in excitement. It likes you, Miss Green, trust me, it will suit you splendidly. Allison gazed down at the wand, which was a slightly reddish black. It is indeed quite nice. I have previously used wands of walnut and elder, and this one feels just as smooth. Mr. Ollivander looked at Allison in astonishment. Elder? That is an exceedingly rare wand material. Dumbledore too furrowed his brow, instinctively touching the old wand in his possession. An elder wand is famously scarce and powerful, notoriously difficult to master, and only acknowledges those wizards of exceptional caliber, with a destiny marked by tumultuous fate. In the magical realm, there exists an ancient adage that serves as a cautionary tale regarding the formidable and perilous nature of the elder wand. Elder wand, never prosper. Allison lifted her gaze, engaging the wand master in a discourse about wands. Indeed, it is rare for a genius to be acknowledged by walnut wood. Surely such an individual's destiny is destined to diverge from that of the ordinary? Ollivander concurred. Well said, Miss Green. The masters chosen by walnut wands are destined to be far from mediocre. Allison toyed with the yew wand for a moment. Do you possess any silver lime wood? I wish to try that as well. Silver lime wood? That is a remarkably rare wand material. Ollivander hesitated. Refraining from uttering the discouraging words that once a wand had been chosen, it could no longer be tried. He swiftly retrieved another box from the shelves, stating, Let us try this one, 13 2/3 inches, exceedingly supple. Even if it were scarce, this 19th century best-selling wand would. Ollivander's wand shop surely had stock. As they chatted, Allison casually picked up the pure white wand and waved it a few times. The feel was satisfactory. Yet her enthusiasm waned swiftly as she conjured a harmless and sophisticated bluebell flame with precise control. It was indeed beautiful, but merely beautiful. She sighed, prodding the eternal fire with the wand, which much like the bluebell flame, was lovely, noble, mysterious, yet not particularly necessary. Silver lime wood is deemed suitable for seers and those who delve into the mind, but prophecy does not require the aid of a wand. Formidable mind readers can engage without wand or sound, merely through eye contact. Ollivander regarded the exquisite flame with a touch of awe. You are correct, Miss Green. Silver lime wands are seldom employed in combat. However, their elegance and magic are unparalleled by any other wand. Allison returned the silver lime wand to him, lamenting, Alas, I am a witch with a penchant for battle. The yew wood is quite commendable, controlling life and death, while possessing a dark and fearsome reputation in dueling and curses. Mr. Ollivander accepted the wand, carefully placing it back into its box, his voice airy as he remarked, The yew wood wand is indeed well suited for you, symbolizing death, power, and rebirth. Allison, reminiscent of a necromancer accustomed to the company of skeletal spirits, calmly inquired, What is the Ollivander family's stance on wands made from bones? Bones of powerful magical creatures, she added softly, and human bones. The bright morning sun could not penetrate this dilapidated shop, and the delicate features of the red-haired witch appeared almost detached, her exposed blue eyes resembling exquisite glass beads, devoid of discernible emotion in the shadows. Mr. Ollivander's expression shifted, a shiver coursing through him, revealing a palpable unease. Bone wands? That is an exceedingly dark magical item. Ollivander never crafts such wands. Even Voldemort had not been so audacious as to broach such morbid inquiries in broad daylight, especially in the presence of Professor Dumbledore, who abhorred dark magic. Chapter 33 Magic. At this moment, Dumbledore cleared his throat, interrupting the disquieting discourse. Allison, since you are satisfied with this wand, let us purchase it. Stealing a glance at Dumbledore, Allison complied, quietly and obediently paying for the wand. A game system notification, visible solely to her, abruptly popped up, indicating an achievement completed. Frighten 5 neutrals. With a mental flick, Allison dismissed the intrusive, seemingly mocking achievement panel. Mr. Ollivander accepted the payment, his demeanor reverting to a polite smile, casting a grateful glance at Dumbledore for interrupting the unsettling topic. He seemed relieved to send off the young witch who had posed such dreadful questions, not even uttering his customary phrase about the wand choosing the wizard, almost hastily ushering her out. Thank you very much, Miss Green. I hope this wand accompanies you through a delightful time at Hogwarts. Dumbledore bid farewell with courtesy, contemplative yet saying little more. As he guided Allison out of the wand shop, and onto the streets of Diagon Alley, Allison, clutching the U-wand, paid little heed to the 18th new wand, which was black with a hint of reddish wood, merely linking her arm with Dumbledore's, covertly observing his expression. After a short distance, Dumbledore could no longer ignore her piercing gaze and sighed, turning to Allison. "What is it you wish to know?" Allison was forthright, unmasking her curiosity and probing. "Of course, I wish to know your thoughts, Albus, be it on bone wands or on me." Dumbledore's pace remained unbroken, his demeanor composed and elegant, though his expression momentarily faltered as he pondered his words. "Bone wands are indeed unsettling. However, I believe that the nature of a wand ultimately depends on its wielder. Allison, you are the most gifted young witch I have encountered, yet as I mentioned before, you are overly self-involved and lack empathy. I hope that during your time at Hogwarts, you will learn not only magic, but also how to interact normally with others. While your talents are extraordinary, remember that great power comes with immense responsibility." The sun hung high in the sky, and the streets were less crowded, most people busily engaged in shops. The girl's red hair blazed like fire in the sunlight. Bright and striking, even her haughty demeanor exuded a unique charm. "Power is my own. I owe nothing to anyone. No, power does not exist in isolation. It influences those around us. If you cannot wield it properly, it may bring harm, much like Gellert once did." Dumbledore regarded her, seemingly lost in memory. Allison paid little mind to the repercussions he spoke of. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at him, striving to pluck the most taut string of his tension. "So, are you prepared for how to deal with me if I were to become someone like Voldemort?" Dumbledore's blue eyes, framed by half-moon glasses, remained fixed on her. Deep and resolute, his demeanor now carrying a hint of sternness, no longer the gentle warmth she was accustomed to. "Do not test my patience, Allison. I shall always keep an eye on you, ensuring such a fate does not come to pass. However, I sincerely hope you will understand that love is the most potent form of magic. It can enable you to become a better person." Allison felt a shiver at his captivating gaze, sensing that in this moment, she had truly entered the depths of her father's perception. It was not merely her essence, nor the dangerous caprice and haughty indifference that composed this young witch's nature, but rather a complex being, not merely a labeled puppet. Should she merely be a student, a relative, or an appendage to Gellert, any fool could earn his protection. Yet the proud and arrogant Allison was unsatisfied with such patronizing duty. Now, due to her very self, even the prospect of becoming Albus's adversary filled her with a sense of supreme honor. Grindelwald instinctively sought to seize everything from Dumbledore. She tightened her grip on her father's arm, inhaling deeply, striving to maintain her composure, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips as she broached the topic of love. "Will you love me, Professor?" Faced with this poignant inquiry, Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, recalling the Gellert of his youth. "Allison, love is a complex emotion, encompassing responsibility, acceptance, and sacrifice, difficult to articulate simply. I will love you. But love is neither a shackle nor a means of control." Allison scrutinized her father, teasingly invoking one of her aspirational figures. "Did you feel this way about that Riddle Senior in your time?" Dumbledore sighed, the rhythm of his copper-buttoned shoes echoing as he walked. "Tom is one of my greatest regrets. Do not tread the same path he did, Allison. Come. Gellert and Bathsheba are still waiting for us." Frosty treats awaited at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor on the north side of Diagon Alley. As they strolled along the cobblestone streets, they also stopped to purchase a telescope and potion-making supplies. Allison mischievously poked at his long beard that brushed against his waist, both challenging and clinging to her father's arm, a contradiction akin to a cat. Dumbledore let out a gentle sigh, yet allowed the child to playfully tug at his meticulously grown beard. "You know," he said, "there are moments when I genuinely wish you would approach the study of magic with the same innocent curiosity as other children." Allison's eyes widened as she exaggeratedly feigned surprise. "Well, I do have some thoughts on studying magic," she replied, although Dumbledore sensed that Allison was not quite as obedient as she seemed. A flicker of hope graced his smile. "Oh, that is splendid. What kinds of magic pique your interest?" "Emotional magic, to be precise." "I intend to delve into the emotion of fear first," Allison replied with a cheeky grin, reciting a concept from a game she once played. "I aspire to become a source of terror, so that simply standing there induces instinctive dread in others. The fear experienced by adversaries could render them utterly defenseless, overwhelmed by both physiological and psychological pressure, perhaps even frighten them to death. Furthermore, I wish to explore the expanse and pace at which fear spreads, corrupting the minds of living beings." Upon hearing such a sinister notion, Dumbledore's smile faltered, his brow furrowing as his previously gentle tone shifted back to seriousness. "Such ideas are perilous. Emotions are not meant to harm others, and fear has never been a true source of strength. He sighed deeply, attempting to steer the conversation. Perhaps we should discuss the theories of magic instead. Allison playfully blinked, continuing to dance on her father's nerves, bouncing around with irreverence. Magic theory? Then how about I switch to life, death, and the soul? Chapter 34, Tenderness. Even recognizing Allison's deliberate provocation, Dumbledore felt a weight of gravity settle in his tone. Allison, I must warn you. These are realms of forbidden magic that are fraught with danger. They could harm others and may even corrode your own soul. He paused. His voice soft yet resolute. If power is not guided, it can become a double-edged sword, capable of hurting both others and oneself. Why not focus your attention on more positive and safe studies, such as transfiguration or charms? I could guide you. Allison winked playfully, seemingly unfazed by his concerns. Her familiar antics, often directed at the irritable Snape and Professor McGonagall, were now turned toward Dumbledore. I do have some interest in causing harm through transfiguration of biological tissues. And as for charms, what about large-scale spells? Like the fire shield that nearly incinerated Paris back in the day. Dumbledore could not muster a smile. He sighed deeply, furrowing his brow as he paused to seriously regard Allison. We need to have a serious discussion. Your interest in magic consistently veers towards the more dangerous aspects. To become a powerful wizard, it is not only essential to master formidable spells, but also to wield power responsibly and create beauty. Allison continued to fiddle with his beard, her true thoughts obscured behind a facade of philosophical debate. Well, before one can create beauty, one must possess sufficient strength to protect it, don't you think? Dumbledore remained silent for a moment, pointing out the intentional gap in her reasoning. His calm eyes scrutinized Allison, searching for the true desires hidden within the heart of the red-haired young witch. But the powers you speak of transcend conventional guardianship, leaning more towards destruction. Allison, what do you truly wish for? What kind of person do you aspire to become? He gently patted her shoulder, offering a tender smile as his tone softened once more, attempting to reach the child with the compassion of an elder. Perhaps we can explore together, and strive to find a path that better suits you. Yet, despite her beaming smile, Allison remained impervious to such gentleness, her demeanor flippant while her words carried an air of deliberate detachment. But our relationship is not yet at the stage where I can divulge my innermost thoughts. Dumbledore sighed softly, masking his disappointment. He had anticipated Allison's obstinacy. He simply pondered the contradictions embodied in this capricious child, allowing her to cling to his arm, even though he wasn't accustomed to such intimate contact. I understand, Allison. Building trust takes time, and I shall wait patiently. Whenever you choose to open your heart, I am here to listen. Please remember, you are never alone. He waved at Grindelwald and Bida, who were seated by the window of the ice cream shop, signaling for the young witch to quicken her pace as he shifted to a lighter topic. Now let us seek out Gellert and Bida. Perhaps a scoop of ice cream will lighten our spirits. You can ponder which flavor you would like to try. Are you going to treat me? The young witch tilted her head playfully. They were both well off. Yet Allison was surprised that even with her rebellious demeanor, her father remained poised and gracious, prepared to buy ice cream for the mischievous child. Dumbledore smiled and nodded, always mindful that this was a significant moment for the young witch, embodying patience and understanding. Of course, it is my duty as your guide. Choose any flavor you desire, Allison. Today marks a day worthy of celebration, symbolizing the beginning of your journey at Hogwarts. Allison momentarily appeared taken aback. She had not regarded her enrollment at Hogwarts as particularly significant. This journey to Diagon Alley was merely an excuse to have Albus accompany her, and her interactions with Gellert were more important than acquiring her school supplies. Having enrolled in the magical world several times in games, she was accustomed to the same routine of solo shopping trips to Diagon Alley and completing tasks. Young witches and wizards across the globe entered magical schools at a certain age. It was a mundane affair, a standard for wizards. Birth, education, work, retirement, and death. This was the ordinary cycle of life. This was the first time someone had celebrated her seemingly ordinary enrollment, acknowledging a vital chapter in a child's life. Even she could not help but be touched by such a small act of kindness. As Dumbledore pushed open the door to the ice cream shop, he noticed Allison's moment of hesitation, assuming she was merely contemplating her flavor choice. He gently patted her shoulder, inquiring softly to encourage her. What is it? Are there no particular flavors you wish to try? Aside from the usual ones, there are many unique magical flavors here, such as pumpkin pie, butterbeer, and even jumping cherries. Do not worry, just choose what you would like. Allison returned to her senses, pursing her lips in a smile, though her focus had shifted from the cold treats. She wouldn't dampen her father's enthusiasm. I haven't really tried much, so please order according to your preference. Very well, We shall opt for the classics. He nodded, a hint of joy and childlike excitement guiding him to the counter, where he spoke proficiently to Mr. Florin, the shopkeeper. Please prepare 2 mixed-flavor ice creams for us, including vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry, with a sprinkle of jumping cherries. After settling the bill, he turned gently to Allison, sharing his enthusiasm as he hoped this small act of kindness would help her relax. This is the most popular combination. I suspect you will enjoy it. Give it a try. If it does not suit your taste, we can always choose something else. Allison quietly accepted the ice cream, cradling it in her hands as she approached Gellert and Bida's table. After tasting the delightful new flavor, her eyes sparkled as she gazed at her father, praising the deliciousness of the treat. After all, being half a Dumbledore, she too had a penchant for sweets. Her tastes mirrored her father's, yet to her, sweets would always be secondary to more pressing matters. Her sincere praise evidently lifted Dumbledore's spirits, and he beamed with satisfaction at seeing Allison so happy. I am delighted you enjoy it, Allison. He then sat down, turning to Gellert and Bida to explain. I apologize for the delay. We spent a bit longer at the wand shop. Allison possesses a unique perspective and fascination for certain forms of magic. When this topic arises, the educator's tone is imbued with both admiration and a hint of veiled concern. Subsequently, he seeks the insights of the elder, Bashida, as a historian of magic. What counsel can you offer to this inquisitive young witch? In Chapter 35, during a conversation, Allison sits beside Bashida, struggling to combat the peculiar, leaping cherries with her spoon. Upon hearing the inquiry, she attentively turns her gaze towards her great-aunt, eager to reciprocate the kindness of this amiable elder. However, her interest in the history of magic is rather scant. Her eyes covertly glance towards the cherries dancing atop her ice cream. Despite her age and forgetfulness, Bashida remains a lively, articulate, and gentle soul. She keenly perceives Albus's complex emotions, refraining from probing further, and instead smiles warmly, looking curiously at Allison. Advice? The history of magic is an exceedingly captivating discipline, encompassing the history, culture, and traditions of the wizarding world. Allison, which aspect intrigues you the most? Alison obediente menciona popular topic. Gossipy? Or perhaps legends and secrets? I've heard tales of the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin at Hogwarts, which still lingers in the school's lore, though many historians have returned empty-handed, unable to verify its existence. This topic indeed strikes a chord with the historian, and Bashida's eyes light up with excitement. The Chamber of Secrets. Now that is an intriguing subject. She glances at Headmaster Dumbledore, lowering her voice to speak in a conspiratorial tone. Legend has it that Salazar Slytherin constructed a chamber before departing Hogwarts, accessible only to his true heir, who could unleash the monster within to cleanse the school of all impure-blooded students. This legend has endured for centuries, yet no one has ever truly located the chamber. Such is the allure of magical history, filled with enigmas and unresolved mysteries. If you're interested in such secrets, I could recommend some pertinent literature. Dumbledore listens to Bashida and Allison's discussion, letting out a gentle sigh. Indeed, the Chamber of Secrets remains an unsolved mystery in Hogwarts' history, pursued by successive headmasters, yet never uncovered. However, I am more concerned with your perspective on this history, Allison. Allison takes a bite of ice cream, nonchalantly scooping some from Grindelwald's portion as she casually boasts. Speaking of Slytherin bloodlines, the most renowned would surely be Parseltongue, right? Is it possible that they used this unique ability representing the family as a condition to unlock the chamber? Bashida's eyes brighten. An astute conjecture. Unfortunately, Slytherin himself left no clear information regarding the chamber. We can only infer its existence through fragmented clues. Allison appears to jest, wearing a playful expression. Perhaps within lies a pet basilisk, controllable by Parseltongue, surviving from a millennium ago, dutifully executing its task of purging Muggle-born wizards, just as the legends say? Dumbledore furrows his brow, his demeanor turning serious. He recalls the death of Myrtle and the suspicions surrounding the giant spider Hagrid was accused of nurturing, alongside the contributions of Tom Riddle, the Chamber of Secrets and its progeny. He gazes intently at the red-haired young witch, who seems to have spoken in jest, and softly remarks, "Let us hope such occurrences do not come to pass. The chamber should not become a tool for certain individuals to fulfill their dark ambitions." Allison pokes Grindelwald's hand. Does the classmate from Durmstrang feel isolated? Grindelwald chuckles softly, shaking his head, his gaze shifting between Dumbledore and Allison, filled with profound meaning. No, Allison. I am merely contemplating. All magical schools harbor such legends to some degree, and Durmstrang possesses its own unique aspects. The key is understanding and utilizing them. Since you mentioned the chamber, are you indeed interested in legends? Legends from Durmstrang? That old fellow fervently pursued the Deathly Hallows during his schooling, and even sought them in England after dropping out. Allison leans on her hand, her expression flamboyant and somewhat arrogant, choosing not to respond. It's all right, but rather than pursuing those legends, I would prefer to create my own history and legends. Upon hearing this, Grindelwald's eyes glimmer with appreciation as he casts a meaningful glance at Dumbledore. Creating history and legends? Now that is a splendid notion. Dumbledore, with his thick silver brows, gazes calmly at them, retorting with equal significance. Creating history is indeed a magnificent endeavor, but the prerequisite is that your actions are righteous. Bashida senses a tension in the atmosphere and attempts to ease their dispute. Children, perhaps there is no need to argue? Little Allison, have you considered interests that are less perilous? Grindelwald raises an eyebrow. Or we could allow Allison to decide for herself. She is a clever young witch. Allison, focusing solely on Bashida and ignoring her parents, cunningly resolves to let them debate a while longer. She finds joy in the fact that these two old flames can still engage in argument. What she fears most is seeing them grow apathetic, speaking to each other with distant courtesy, having completely relinquished hope for their feelings. In Chapter 36, with a flourish, Allison retrieves her wand and waves it before Bashida, capturing the witch's attention. Bashida, look at the wand I purchased. Bashida, diverted by Allison, takes the wand and examines it closely, generously praising it as she turns her focus away from the debate between the two old lovers. How beautiful! The wand is widely recognized as rare and potent, typically associated with death and darkness, though it ultimately depends on the character and intentions of its master. Allison reclines in her seat, savoring the vanilla cream melting in her mouth, casually adding, "It does not choose the mediocre as its master, with equal probabilities of becoming both hero and villain. However, the most famous one must be Voldemort's, the wand with a phoenix feather." The kindly elder lapses into silence for a moment, steering clear of a topic that many in the British wizarding community prefer to avoid. Her fragmented memories still faintly recall her visit to the Potter household, witnessing the infant in the cradle, and in an instant, she is left only with the remnants of the Potter family ruins, and the statue at the heart of Godric's Hollow. Even those wizards who did not perish in the turmoil have, to some extent, encountered misfortune among their kin and friends. The wizarding world is small. So small that everyone can easily know one another, yet equally prone to separation. Indeed, wands choose their masters and can significantly influence them. Hogwarts stands as the most esteemed and ancient institution of magic, shrouded in countless enigmas throughout its storied history. Are you prepared to delve into these mysteries, Allison? Allison, with a rebellious retort, replied, "Even if I'm not ready, I have no choice but to attend school." Bashida chuckled, accustomed to Allison's defiance, and then turned to Dumbledore and Grindelwald. "It seems our little Allison will require some time to acclimate to school life." Dumbledore smiled, gently stroking Allison's red hair. "Of course. Growth always demands time. Allison, you may come to me whenever you wish." Allison unabashedly expressed her mischievous intentions. "Will you always be tolerant of me? What if I breach the school rules?" The old headmaster flashed a knowing, playful smile. "As long as you do not commit serious infractions, I will do my utmost to assist you. However, rule-breaking will inevitably incur consequences, and I sincerely hope you can focus on your studies." Allison's gaze drifted, contemplating her schemes. The young witch eager to challenge the authority of the masters. Serious infractions? What if I attempt to bully other professors? Bashida was taken aback by the audacity of the child, her eyes widening in disbelief. Bully professors? In my time at school, Hogwarts still had a stringent corporal punishment system. Students could be suspended and whipped for breaking the rules. This system was abolished only 20 years ago, and Arthur Weasley still bears the scars from his school days. Allison blinked innocently with her lovely blue eyes, trying to charm her way out of trouble. Dumbledore chuckled helplessly. "Allison, please direct your energy towards learning rather than rebelling against rules. If you maintain such thoughts, I fear you'll find your house points diminished. Naturally, if you truly wish to bully a professor, you may try, but the consequences shall be yours to bear." Allison playfully twirled his long beard, creating a braided mustache. "I'm already bullying Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore feigned a stern expression, though the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth was unmistakable. He allowed Allison to play with his beard without resistance. She adorned his beard with a red ribbon from a decorative ice cream cup, tying it into a whimsical bow. The old headmaster regarded his embellished beard with amusement, chuckling softly. "It appears our Allison possesses a unique artistic talent. Perhaps I should consider establishing a wizarding aesthetics magic course at Hogwarts for your skills, dear little professor." Grindelwald could not suppress his laughter, and Bashida shook her head with a smile. Allison, Dumbledore continued, his tone shifting to one of gentleness and sincerity. I am delighted to see you so spirited. However, it is essential to respect others. He patted Allison's hand. Would you kindly assist me in restoring my beard to its former state? Allison, with a capricious demeanor, disregarded his leniency, her wand pointing at the braided mustache. Dumbledore instinctively displayed a flicker of wariness in his eyes but maintained a calm expression, gently grasping the mischievous child's wrist. His voice soft yet firm. Allison, exercise caution with your new wand, especially when it is directed at others. Using magic recklessly against others is inappropriate, regardless of whether it is in jest, as it may lead to undesirable consequences. Although he held on to Allison's wand hand, he did not withdraw it, prompting her to flash a wicked grin and decisively cast a prank spell on his beard. Instantly, Dumbledore's beard began to grow uncontrollably, cascading to the ground in a flurry, with the whimsical bow still perched at the forefront, comical yet endearing. Grindelwald and Bathsheba erupted into laughter. Dumbledore sighed. Well, it seems you are determined to torment me. He waved his wand, and his beard swiftly returned to its original state. Though I am lenient, I am not without my temper. You may indeed play tricks on me, but I am not always as amenable as I am now. Allison's expression radiated joy, evidently thrilled by her successful prank. Unconcerned by the adult's warnings, she defiantly raised her chin and proclaimed, just wait until the professors come to complain about you. I will endeavor to collect every professor's grievances. Dumbledore let out a deep sigh, truly a troublesome little imp. He shook his head slightly, fixing his gaze on Allison's eyes. Hogwarts is a school, not a muggle amusement park. If you push too far, you will face repercussions including but not limited to point deductions, detention, my conversations, and parental involvement. There are mischievous students here, yet they excel academically, and many adore them. Allison, grinning cheekily, twirled her long hair around her finger, seizing upon the point she wished to hear. So if I learn everything, I can continue to prank? Dumbledore blinked his bright, keen blue eyes, a mischievous smile emerging on his otherwise aged and wise face, provided you ensure your pranks are harmless, and that you are prepared to take responsibility for them. Furthermore, be wary. Even the most mischievous students can find themselves on the receiving end of a prank. Her amiable father might actually retaliate for a prank? Allison was momentarily taken aback, for his playful implication widened her eyes in surprise. Chapter 37, Tradition. Although she was aware that her father could sometimes be a bit childlike, Allison instinctively glanced toward Grindelwald, unsure. The elder was applauding his old lover's playful declaration of war, noticing his daughter's gaze, his expression reflecting a youthful exuberance. Little ally, you seem quite astonished. Do not be deceived by Albus's appearance. While he may now seem like a benevolent headmaster, he was quite the creative troublemaker in his youth. Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore, a glimmer of nostalgia and mischief in his eyes. We concocted numerous amusing schemes together. I pride myself on having a good memory and often reminisce. Yet nothing quite compares to the pensive. I believe someone with access to such conveniences, like you, would know more about the details I have forgotten. Wouldn't you, old friend? Dumbledore, at that opportune moment, lowered his head to earnestly savor his ice cream, swiftly consuming a bouncing cherry, slyly evading the warm, affectionate, yet somewhat unfamiliar gaze directed at him. It would indeed be a pity if his beloved ice cream melted, wouldn't it? Grindelwald chuckled lightly, seemingly in good spirits. Bathsheba shook her head, secretly observing the subtly charged atmosphere between the two centenarians. Allison leaned on Bathsheba, curiously scrutinizing the pair of old lovers. Dumbledore, noticing their gaze, cleared his throat, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. All right, I believe we have strayed from the topic. Allison, is there any particular magic you wish to learn? Grindelwald, intrigued by the unfolding scene, wore a faint smile, teasingly prompting, do not be so eager to change the subject, Albus. I believe Allison is quite interested in our past. Allison, leaning against Bathsheba, blinked her eyes innocently, playfully teasing her father. I am currently quite interested in the magic of love. Will you demonstrate it for me? Bathsheba coughed heavily, interrupting Allison's words. Dumbledore, seldom flustered, quickly regained his composure. Allison, love is indeed a powerful form of magic, but it cannot be easily demonstrated. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, grinning with a hint of mischief. Oh, I find that rather intriguing. Dumbledore shot a serious glare at his ever-impish old friend before turning back to Allison to complete his thought. It exists within the details of life, requiring time to understand and appreciate. Bathsheba gently patted Allison's shoulder, unable to tolerate the malicious Grindelwald bullying Albus, and kindly attempted to shift the topic. Little ally, is there anything about your future school life that you wish to know? Feeling that victory was within her grasp, Allison was displeased by the adult's diversion and, in a childish manner, huffed in annoyance, her words turning sharp. There's nothing to discuss. I can't even go to the restricted section. Honestly, I should be thankful there aren't a bunch of sobbing little brats who just left home to live at school. No matter how enchanting the magical school might be, it can't mask the anxiety of these little creatures, most of whom are leaving home for the first time at the tender age of 11. And to think we'll be here until Christmas break. Allison didn't believe her classmates would be as wonderful as portrayed in novels, films, and games. Bashida cleared her throat awkwardly, attempting to overlook Allison's petulant dissatisfaction. How about we discuss which house you would like to join? Gryffindor? Slytherin? Ravenclaw? Or Hufflepuff? Allison blinked, feigning interest as she inquired about the sorting method. The tradition in the British wizarding world is to keep the sorting process a secret from the children, as the adults relish in toying with them. Naturally, with the script in hand, Allison was primarily curious about how they intended to deceive her. How is the sorting done? Surely, they wouldn't allow one to choose for themselves, would they? The adults instantly set aside their previous emotions, exchanging quick glances. Clearly, even Grindelwald from Durmstrang was aware of this tradition at Hogwarts. Perhaps because this couple had once practiced legilimency on one another in their youth? Dumbledore smiled mysteriously, saying, "The sorting method is one of Hogwarts' ancient traditions, a wondrous process that every new student must experience." Grindelwald interjected, "It's a surprise that new students want to know in advance." Bashida followed suit, feigning nonchalance to heighten the little witch's tension. "Don't worry, dear. There's nothing to fear." The adults harmonized in their teasing, and Dumbledore paused, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "However, if you are truly eager to know, perhaps we could offer you a small hint?" As Allison savored her ice cream, speaking with a mouthful, she pretended to be oblivious and anxious, resembling an innocent lamb. "I heard we might have to battle magical creatures like trolls to test our magical abilities?" Dumbledore struggled to suppress his laughter, maintaining a serious facade. The adults' mischievous hearts thoroughly ignited. "That is merely one possibility. We introduce new challenges each year." His eyes sparkled with barely contained mirth, shoulders trembling slightly as he feigned mystery and intimidated the young witch, adding that they might also ride broomsticks through the Forbidden Forest or compete in swimming races against a giant squid in the Black Lake. Grindelwald nodded in agreement. "I also heard from Albus that their year faced off against werewolves in the Forbidden Forest." Bashida hurriedly focused on her melting ice cream, fearing she might inadvertently laugh aloud. Dumbledore playfully winked and continued, "Regardless of the method, I believe the students will manage just fine. Allison, which do you prefer? Perhaps we could make an exception." She would opt to cast a dozen killing curses upon those magical creatures. The little witch harbored terrifying thoughts that could send others shrieking. Yet her innocent face remained composed, earnestly inquiring, unsure of who was truly teasing whom. "It sounds like trolls might actually be easier?" Seeing the child genuinely pondering, Bashida couldn't help but chuckle, hastily covering her mouth in an attempt to mask her indiscretion. Grindelwald and Dumbledore also succumbed to laughter, all three striving to maintain their seriousness, yet clearly failing. In the midst of the parental charade, Allison could not ignore their antics. She stared. Dumbledore cleared his throat, regaining control of the situation. "Ahem, we were indeed jesting. You will find out how sorting works in due time." Under the silent gaze of the little witch, Bashida felt a twinge of embarrassment. "So where would you prefer to go?" Chapter 38. The Plan. Allison propped her chin on her hand, bored, scraping the bottom of her ice cream cup, allowing the final morsel to melt in her mouth. Slytherin. The reputation of Slytherin House is hardly commendable, given its association with Voldemort and his Death Eaters, alongside its valorization of power, glory, and pure-blood status. Currently, the label affixed to its students is that of Death Eater recruits and Dark Wizards. "An intriguing choice, Allison," Dumbledore said gently, his expression revealing no further thoughts for the moment. "Are you aware of the traits associated with Slytherin House?" Bashida took a bite of her dessert. "Each house has its unique characteristics. There's no good or bad." "Little ally, why do you wish to join Slytherin?" Dumbledore added. "Ultimately, the sorting ceremony will determine which house you belong to, although it will also allow for some freedom of choice, depending on your traits." He paused, however. "I am curious about your reasons for choosing Slytherin." Allison smiled lazily, twirling her wand, keenly observing Dumbledore's expression, attempting to glean some insight. "Ambitious, shrewd, valorizing power. And it's said to produce dark wizards. Doesn't that suit me?" The old headmaster's expression grew slightly grave, his bright, sharp blue eyes locking onto Allison's. "Allison, every house has its strengths and weaknesses. Slytherin has produced many remarkable witches and wizards, Yet it has also given rise to some controversial figures. What matters is how you utilize these traits. Ambition and power do not equate to evil. Bathsheba expressed her concern. Dear, regardless of which house you join, what's most important is to become a good witch. Allison's gaze dropped to her wand, her tone deliberate and meaningful. Evil? I do not concern myself with definitions imposed by others. I simply believe. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, revealing a keen interest. Allison lifted her gaze, her eyes ablaze as she stared at Dumbledore, her bright blue eyes seemingly harboring profound ambition. The young witch spoke softly yet with a tone of arrogance, her words subtly alluding to Voldemort and the Death Eaters. The remnants of the old era should vanish entirely, and I shall become the new queen. Under the suddenly sharpened gaze of Dumbledore, she mused that her declarations might well be classified as adolescent delusions. Under that penetrating gaze, she instinctively glanced at Grindelwald. Clearly, behind Allison stood this enigmatic old friend with unknown intentions. Perhaps her actions and words reflected Gellert's own ambitions. Dumbledore noticed this and paused thoughtfully before saying, Allison, regardless of what the future holds, I do not wish to see you walk that path. Voldemort and his followers wielded power to dominate and trample others, and their actions in waging war are inherently evil. Allison softly countered, her voice fragile yet resolute. They are inconsequential. You have never regarded their power with any seriousness. That Riddle Sr. still lives merely because he employed some underhanded means to evade death. And you are waiting to discover that means to eliminate him entirely. Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly, but did not deny Allison's words. It seemed that Allison, or rather, the Gellert behind her, had a greater understanding of the current situation in Britain than he had anticipated. The red-haired young witch chuckled lightly, her words laced with a hint of cheeky sweetness. I have never regarded them as a threat. The only opponent I acknowledge is you, O Albus. Dumbledore regarded the child before him, who appeared as a young wolf asserting its dominance. I hope we can collaborate, Allison, for the greater good. He paused, his deep blue eyes probing. Do you understand what I mean? Allison casually twirled a strand of her red hair around her finger. That is your and Gellert's motto. But it is not my sentiment. Grindelwald interjected with a low, seductive chuckle, his aged laughter still resonating with allure. Perhaps we can indeed discover a shared objective. Allison, momentarily taken aback, promptly rebuked him with dissatisfaction. Gellert, which side are you truly on? We had an agreement. Grindelwald raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, his expression feigning sincerity. My dear ally, I am undoubtedly on your side. I am merely attempting to fathom Albus's perspective. After all, he and I are old friends. Allison shot him an indignant glare, as if chastising a comrade and father figure on the brink of betrayal. Dumbledore remained silent, observing the exchange with quiet vigilance. In a moment of impulsiveness, Allison restrained herself from divulging further details regarding their plans. Grindelwald's sudden escape from Nurmengard, accompanied by the prodigious Allison, who he permitted to use the saint's insignia to send students to Hogwarts, all while being acutely aware of the current state of affairs in Britain, was undoubtedly a cause for concern. Additionally, with Harry's enrollment this year and the abrupt appointment of a new defense against the dark arts professor, who had recently returned from Albania, it was evident that something was amiss, perhaps even linked to Quirrell and Voldemort. The situation had grown increasingly intricate, a tempest brewing on the horizon. Dumbledore exhaled deeply, his eyes betraying a tumult of emotions, as he could no longer disregard their conspicuous scheming. Allison Gellert, he called softly, first directing his gaze toward Allison. You are still young and have much to learn. At Hogwarts, we will not only teach you to wield magic, but also to master its control. He then turned his attention to Grindelwald. And you, Gellert? I had thought you had learned from the past. After a brief pause, his tone grew more resolute. In any case, I shall be closely monitoring your actions, keeping a vigilant eye on Allison's every step at Hogwarts, as well as your movements within Britain. Allison appeared unfazed by her father's admonition, instead exchanging a smile with him. Grindelwald also slightly curled his lips, seemingly relishing the attention and admonishment from an old flame. Dumbledore noted this interaction with a slight furrow of his brow. This is not a game. Allison is about to embark on her magical education, and I do not wish for her to be entangled in perilous schemes. Set a good example for the child, Gellert. Unable to endure the weighty atmosphere, Bathsheba interjected awkwardly, attempting to divert the conversation. Allison, are there any classes that pique your interest? Perhaps we could inquire about the professors. Allison smiled sweetly, obediently glancing at her father. Earlier, Albus mentioned that after my official enrollment, he would guide me in the proper use of magic. Dumbledore nodded, his expression softening slightly. Indeed, once Allison is formally enrolled, I shall personally mentor her. Allison cast a proud glance at Grindelwald. Dumbledore had not personally taught for nearly 40 years, attending solely to the duties of the headmaster. Such words implied a one-on-one instruction, a bond more intimate than that of a typical professor and student. Grindelwald, fully aware of his daughter's intentions, bore a subtle smile, unperturbed by Allison's display of pride. Of course, Gellert, if you so wish, you may also participate in guiding Allison's studies, Dumbledore remarked, observing his old friend's reaction. The most animated response, however, came from the young witch herself, her eyes widening. Are you suggesting that he become a professor at Hogwarts? Dumbledore appeared somewhat taken aback, not anticipating Allison's comment. Allison, I did not imply such a thing. Mr. Grindelwald's current status is not suitable for a professorship at Hogwarts. He spoke slowly, pausing to choose his words carefully, his tone instinctively becoming formal when discussing school personnel matters. I mean, as your guardian, he may guide you outside of school. However, he must adhere to the Ministry of Magic's regulations, refraining from teaching any curse-related dark magic. Dark magic is categorized into 3 levels: jinxes, hexes, and curses, with the infamous 3 unforgivable curses, Avada Kedavra, Cruciatus, and Imperius, falling under curses. Hogwarts is not particularly lenient regarding dark magic, lacking a formal curriculum on the subject. Nevertheless, minor jinxes among young witches and wizards, or even moderately harmful hexes, typically result in reprimands rather than expulsion. However, serious violations involving curses are treated with far greater gravity, warranting imprisonment in Azkaban rather than mere school discipline. Grindelwald chuckled lightly. It seems, Albus, that you do not hold much faith in me. Dumbledore regarded Grindelwald with a serious expression. This is not a matter of trust, Gellert. It pertains to safety and responsibility. Fortunately, Allison chuckled softly, appearing rather amused. I have heard that Professor Quirrell, who is responsible for the Muggle Studies course, has lost his mind this year, and has absurdly been reassigned to teach defense against the dark arts. Haha. If Gellert were to truly become a professor at Hogwarts, would he be expected to teach Muggle studies? Inciting a war against the Muggle world, viewing them as livestock, advocating wizard supremacy, attempting to overturn the statute of secrecy, and leading followers to dominate Muggles. What a farcical notion. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, momentarily surprised but quickly regained his composure, reflecting thoughtfully. Allison, you seem well informed about the school's personnel arrangements. You should still show respect to the professors. As for Gellert, he glanced at Grindelwald, clearly recognizing the humor in Allison's jest, his expression nuanced. He indeed was not the ideal candidate for Muggle studies. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, half joking. Muggle studies? I would rewrite the entire syllabus. Allison burst into laughter, collapsing into Bashida's embrace, who could not help but chuckle as well, patting her back. Clearly, this light-hearted exchange alleviated the earlier tension. Dumbledore smiled upon witnessing this, then cleared his throat to continue. Well then, is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Regarding magic? Allison, rather bored, scooped the last bite of ice cream from Grindelwald's bowl into her mouth. I have already gathered information about Hogwarts. If I must ask, I would like to know about the mirror space magic you used on Credence back in the day. Dumbledore instinctively glanced at Grindelwald. Half a century ago, Grindelwald had ensnared Dumbledore's estranged nephew, Aberforth's illegitimate son, the mute Credence. Grindelwald had convinced the boy that he was abandoned by the Dumbledore family, and sent him to assassinate Albus, only to have his uncle, prepared for the encounter, ensnare him in a mirror space, imparting a lesson on the nature of reality. Dumbledore inhaled deeply, his gaze turning serious as it shifted between Allison and Grindelwald. Allison. That passed. The mirror magic is profoundly complex and perilous, requiring immense magical power and exceptional control. I do not believe it is prudent to discuss this with you now. You are still too young. Perhaps when you are older, and if your interest remains, you may come to me to learn about it. Grindelwald, reveling in the unfolding drama, chimed in, Oh, I dare say her talent is quite substantial. What if she were to master it? Dumbledore shot a stern look at Grindelwald. Gellert, do not encourage her. He sighed and turned back to Allison. Allison, while powerful magic is indeed alluring, you are still too young. There are many intriguing spells suitable for your age. Why not begin with those? It seemed that Dumbledore was quite authoritative when it came to educational matters, targeting both mischievous children and their equally troublesome parents. Allison thought to herself, becoming obedient as she glanced at the time. All right then, shall we find a place to have lunch first? And then explore the snack shop and candy store in the afternoon? I can treat. This casual topic brought a soft smile to Dumbledore's face, and he responded warmly, A splendid idea. I know a delightful restaurant, conveniently located near Diagon Alley. Grindelwald nodded in agreement. After lunch, let us venture to Hogsmeade and visit Honeydukes to procure some sweets. Is that not a quintessential British delicacy? Bathsheba sighed with relief, appearing quite pleased that the conversation had taken a lighter turn. Dumbledore cautioned, however, Alison, there is no need for you to treat us. Save your pocket money for your school days. Thus, Alison obediently followed the adults out of the ice cream shop. Even though the wizarding world in Britain may be small, Diagon Alley evidently boasts more establishments than those mentioned in the original text. The restaurant Dumbledore referred to was relatively close to Florian Fortescue's. They arrived at an eatery named Old Bill. The place was clean and tidy, adorned with decor that exuded a magical ambience. Some toy figurines, transformed by transfiguration, frolicked on the shelves and bowed to guests, while golden balloons floated in the corners, with music wafting from within. Alison was captivated by the surroundings, her curiosity leading her to glance around. The restaurant was bustling with patrons, and the mingling aromas of various dishes were unexpectedly delightful. One wall was adorned with moving magical portraits, showcasing wizards merrily celebrating a feast. Dumbledore smiled at Alison's reaction and eagerly shared, this establishment has a rich history, and its signature dishes are the chameleon stew and dancing pudding. Grindelwald, the German wizard, skillfully added, eliciting a skeptical glance from Alison, and their butterbeer is also exceptional. The little witch scrunched her face in distaste. Chameleon and dancing? That sounds rather unappetizing. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Do not worry, Alison. The flavors here surpass their appearances. Bathsheba gently suggested, little ally. There is also a mystery surprise, featuring different magical dishes each time. Would you like to try it? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, cheerfully proposing. Or perhaps we could sample some more traditional fare. Their roast beef and Yorkshire pudding are quite renowned. The adults were clearly familiar with the place, having dined there before. A waiter approached, ready to take their orders. Alison, being quite cautious, said, you all choose. I've never eaten here before. Very well, let us order some specialties, Dumbledore replied, nodding to the waiter. 1 serving of roast beef and Yorkshire pudding, along with chameleon stew and dancing pudding. Chapter 40. The Dancing Pudding. Dumbledore then turned to Grindelwald, initiating a conversation suitable for adults. Gellert, would you care for a butterbeer? Though he was now an elderly gentleman not suited for drinking, it was evident that alcohol was only prohibited for children, not for the elderly. Upon hearing the mention of beer, Alison's ears perked up, her little eyes glancing over with curiosity. Young witches and wizards often yearn for the world of adults. Dumbledore noticed Alison's gaze and gently chuckled. Alison, you are still too young to consume alcoholic beverages. However, there is a special non-alcoholic butterbeer here that tastes delightful. Would you like to try it? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, accustomed to bending the rules, dismissing the caution. Come now, let her experience real butterbeer. A small cup won't hurt. Bathsheba appeared somewhat apprehensive. Gellert, I do not believe this is a wise idea. Fortunately, Dumbledore shot a serious look at Grindelwald, halting this irresponsible suggestion. Let us abide by the rules. Alison, what are your thoughts on the non-alcoholic version? At this moment, spurred on by her father, Alison impulsively declared, I want to try fire whiskey. Grindelwald couldn't suppress a laugh, but quickly composed himself under Dumbledore's stern gaze. Dumbledore became more serious. Alison, fire whiskey is too potent for you. Furthermore, it is illegal for minors to consume alcohol. Bathsheba attempted to lighten the mood. Dear, there is a special pumpkin juice here that tastes fantastic. Would you like to give it a try? Alison, we must adhere to the law. Once you come of age, you may drink whatever you wish. For now, how about pumpkin juice? Dumbledore chimed in supportively. Alison appeared somewhat deflated. Then I will have both pumpkin juice and non-alcoholic butterbeer. The restaurant resonated with melodious music as the waiter noted their orders and headed to the kitchen. Dumbledore playfully winked, his demeanor warm and relaxed. Alison, do not be disheartened. When you grow a bit older, you will be able to explore more intriguing beverages. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, grinning as he continued with his outlandish suggestions. Or we could find an illegal pub and procure some real alcohol for you, disguised in teacups. Bathsheba shot a disapproving glare at her nephew. Gellert, do not go too far. Alison's eyes brightened, contemplating loopholes. We could also use an aging potion. Dumbledore sighed, ruffling Alison's red hair with a firm hand. Alison, you cannot rely on magic to solve every problem. The atmosphere in the restaurant was delightful, with patrons engaging in hushed conversations. As they chatted and laughed at the table, the waiter promptly brought forth their ordered dishes. Alison, with a determined expression, wielded her knife, fixating on the plate of writhing yellow pudding that was performing a waltz. The little witch was experiencing this peculiar magical food for the first time, her reactions adorably amusing. Dumbledore couldn't help but chuckle. Allison, do not fret. Those puddings are merely dancing, they won't bite. Grindelwald scooped a spoonful of pudding and, with a slight smirk, offered, care to give it a try? Bathsheba encouraged Allison, dear. Be brave and give it a taste, it's quite delicious. Allison swiftly drew her wand, pointing it at the dancing pudding. Bind it quickly. The pudding was ensnared, ceasing its dance. Yet it continued to wiggle in the plate. The restaurant erupted in cheerful laughter, not only from the parents but also from the wizards who were discreetly observing the little witch's adorable reactions while dining. Dumbledore shook his head with a smile, using his wand to release the pudding from its bindings. Allison, the pudding simply wishes to dance. Do you not find that charming? Alas, the pudding would never have imagined that it would be subjected to the spell of the legendary Elder Wand. Allison glared at him in indignation, persistently casting spells upon the pudding. She did not wish for moving objects to dance in her mouth, as it reminded her of the horror stories of choking on raw octopus tentacles. Splitting 4 ways. The pudding was perfectly divided into 4 segments but continued to squirm. Perhaps wriggle would be a more accurate term? Surprised by the pudding's resilience, Allison widened her eyes. Watching the entire spectacle, Dumbledore cleared his throat, attempting to suppress his laughter. At that moment, he was far more interested in the delightful comedy unfolding than in Allison's flawless spellcasting. Allison, I appreciate your enthusiasm for food, however, perhaps we could enjoy it in a gentler manner? Grindelwald unabashedly roared with laughter, teasingly regarding his daughter. It seems we have a little warrior here. Bathsheba gazed at Allison with concern. Dear, perhaps you could start with a small bite? It truly is delicious. Following Bashida's suggestion, Allison solemnly scooped a piece of the wriggling pudding and popped it into her mouth, her eyes instantly lighting up and her expression softening. The rich flavors of cream and egg melted in her mouth, leaving a sweet and slightly bitter caramel essence in its wake. The 2 elderly gentlemen, youthful in spirit, erupted into laughter, while the kind-hearted Bathsheba genuinely sighed in relief. I told you it was delicious, did I not? Would you care for something else? Wiping away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, Dumbledore resumed his serious demeanor, gently stating, it seems you have taken a liking to this dessert. Grindelwald continued, his amusement still evident, for Allison could sometimes be excessively rebellious. Perhaps next time, you might sample it before deciding to attack it. The waiter approached, his eyes sparkling with a smile as he politely inquired if the little wizard wished to order more dishes. After a moment of hesitation, Allison decided to request the mysterious dish that Bathsheba had previously mentioned. The efficiency of this establishment was remarkable, likely due to some enchantment. Moment latte. A silver bowl billowing colorful smoke was presented. The waiter feigned mystery, announcing, enjoy our rainbow surprise. Dumbledore observed the bowl with curiosity, remarking that today's mysterious dish seemed intriguing. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow and addressing the young wizard, jested, let us hope it's not something explosive. Bathsheba encouraged the little wizard to unveil her surprise. Hearing Grindelwald's speculation about an explosive item, Allison's expression tightened, reminiscent of a bomb disposal expert. Although she deemed the likelihood low, one could never be too certain. British wizards were generally tolerant of humor, and even if it were a prank dish, they would likely laugh it off or even use it as a bragging point. Thus, she quickly cast a silent protective charm around the bowl and levitated the lid. Dumbledore's expression was somewhat nuanced. He seemed uncertain whether to commend Allison for her caution. This child believed she was suited for Slytherin, at least in terms of her prudence. Indeed, Allison, your control over magic is commendable. However, in a restaurant, we typically need not be so cautious. It appears our little warrior possesses a keen sense of vigilance. Grindelwald suppressed a grin of mischief. Bathsheba chuckled helplessly, simultaneously casting a scolding glance at Gale, who had mischievously instigated the situation. My dear, it's merely a dish. As the lid was removed, a plume of colorful smoke spiraled upward, coalescing into the shapes of various small animals. The plate revealed a vibrant dessert, seemingly crafted from an array of fruits and cream. The waiter, displaying impeccable timing, smiled and explained, this is our special rainbow jelly cake, accompanied by a magical smoke performance. Completely safe, please enjoy. The latter part of his statement seemed a direct assurance to Allison. Upon hearing this, Allison's expression relaxed slightly. She promptly pushed the bowl toward the merrily laughing Grindelwald, fixating her gaze on her father, clearly eager for him to taste the dish. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, not declining, and poked the cake with his fork. It seems our little warrior harbors doubts about the food here. He chuckled as he took a bite. Allison intently observed his expression. Grindelwald exaggeratedly smacked his lips, deliberately teasing her anticipation, and feigned mystery. This flavor is indeed peculiar. Dumbledore shook his head in resignation. Gellert, stop teasing her. Bathsheba also expressed exasperation. Allison, dear. It's just an ordinary dessert. No one would poison their food. Grindelwald finally broke into a smile. I was merely jesting, Allison. This cake is delightful, quite refreshing. You should try it. With a sense of assurance, Allison used the cutting charm and levitation charm to take a piece of cake, explaining to Bathsheba as she did so. Poisoning would be manageable. I carry an antidote. But what if it's a prank dish with a strange flavor? Like Bertie Bott's every flavor beans or pepper imps. Dumbledore winked. Allison, your considerations are thoughtful. However, I doubt the chef here would entertain such means of hospitality. Allison took a small bite of the cake, finding it quite agreeable, and then calmly fixed her gaze upon the adults. But I believe you troublesome adults would seize the opportunity to prank me. Grindelwald burst into laughter. Do you suspect us? Allison found herself puzzled by this carefree old man's lack of self-awareness. Surely, the most suspicious character here was him? Bathsheba stifled a giggle. As Allison munched on the cake, her gaze remained coolly accusatory toward them, her words half-muffled as she revisited their earlier tall tales. Don't think I've forgotten. You all conspired to convince me that sorting is akin to swimming with the giant squid, riding broomsticks through the forbidden forest, and dueling with trolls. Dumbledore innocently winked again, appearing utterly unrepentant. Grindelwald shrugged, employing his silver tongue in clever rebuttal. We were merely expanding your imagination. Allison harbored no ill will toward her gentle and affectionate father, who seemed softened by a warm glow, but her feelings toward her equally mischievous father were different. Seizing the opportunity to vent, she retorted with a smirk. My imagination is already sufficiently vivid. If you continue to expand it, I might end up like you, expelled at a young age and becoming a fifth-year dropout. Dumbledore could not suppress his laughter. Grindelwald playfully tapped her forehead. Such impolite speech from a little one. Allison, with a stoic face, shot back. Your behavior is quite unfriendly, old man. Bathsheba was in stitches from their banter. Once Dumbledore had his fill of laughter, he composed himself. For such childish bickering naturally carried a touch of leniency towards the children, even if one was merely 2 years younger than him. All right, you two. Put away your little claws. Allison huffed, conceding to a temporary truce and obediently enjoying her cake. Grindelwald also silenced himself, focusing on his meal. The Yorkshire pudding resembled fried dough, but was served hot alongside roast beef, accompanied by gravy and mashed potatoes, rendering it quite delectable and fragrant. The roast beef was equally delightful, tender and juicy, making it difficult for Allison to stop eating. The portion sizes at this establishment were ample, and with 3 adults and a child whose appetites were not particularly large, they had ordered more than enough. Allison discreetly noticed someone enjoying a glowing stew, which appeared unremarkable, and cautiously served herself a small portion. The dish's color shifted continuously, reminiscent of a magic show or the neon lights of a city at night, hardly resembling anything appetizing. She sampled a tiny bite. The flavor was somewhat spicy yet layered, seemingly comprising a variety of vegetables and spices. It did not resemble anything she had tasted before. The flavor was peculiar but not unpleasant. The sweet, smooth pumpkin soup washed away the oddity, and she drank it all in one go, feeling rather satisfied. The atmosphere in the restaurant was relaxed and cheerful, with waitstaff bustling about, serving a variety of delicious dishes and beverages. The adults mostly indulged in butterbeer, chatting amiably, and Allison, in keeping with the mood, took a sip of the non-alcoholic version. Dumbledore noticed this and, with a portion of his attention dedicated to the little wizard, inquired, Allison, are you still adjusting? Allison curiously surveyed this quintessential beverage of the British wizarding world. Many young witches and wizards eagerly frequented the 3 broomsticks for a taste of it, a part of their cultural tradition. Butterbeer, fizzy and sweetened. Bathsheba smiled kindly. Children love this drink. Allison stealthily eyed them, attempting to find an opportunity to sneak a sip from someone's cup. Dumbledore chuckled softly, gently turning her face away. No mischief, little one. He then resumed discussing some complex topics with Bathsheba and Gellert, concerning the history and current state of the magical world. Topics that, at least for Allison, were rather dull. Contemplating the state of the world during lunch would surely lead to indigestion. It was only after they finished their meal and prepared to depart for Hogsmeade that Allison felt a spark of energy. She obediently followed them, chirping cheerfully. Are there any other snack shops in Hogsmeade besides Honeyduke's? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. How many snacks do you intend to bring back to school? Allison boldly replied. At least enough to fill a sack. Dumbledore chuckled at the greedy little wizard, cautioning, your teeth will suffer. Allison brushed it off nonchalantly. I'll just take it with the tooth-strengthening potion. Isn't that what potions are for? Several adults exchanged resigned glances. As an educator, Dumbledore endeavored to persuade the rebellious young witch, although his previous attempts had yielded little success. I believe you should give some thought to your dental health, he suggested. To his surprise, Allison responded with a look of incredulity. How could a candy-loving Dumbledore utter such words? Surely, the entire family must have a sweet tooth. Allison, being half a Dumbledore herself, felt justified in her assertion. Grindelwald could not suppress a chuckle. He was well aware of Albus's penchant for sweets, and thus found little confidence in convincing a child on this matter. Dumbledore coughed awkwardly. Well, perhaps my fondness for sugary treats has made me more conscious of dental care. Allison shot him a sidelong glance, knowing that most of the snacks she intended to buy were meant for him later. After all, if one had the means, why not indulge, especially considering the social interactions required at school? Chapter 42, Hogsmeade Village. Grindelwald sighed. It was rare for the elder to fret over his daughter's generous disposition towards the social concerns of ordinary children, although Allison's character would likely shield her from any disadvantage. Have you ever considered that your abundance of snacks might attract others to you? He inquired. Allison had never contemplated such a scenario. Realizing this, she let out a soft, sweet laugh. If someone dares to ask me for sweets, I wouldn't mind sharing. As a protagonist shaped by the legacy of Hogwarts, she considered herself to be cheerful and amicable, despite having taken a darker path. If there were a gauge for affection among her classmates and professors, she estimated that her habit of distributing sweets would make her the cause of a diabetes epidemic among the entire school. Her compulsion stemmed from boredom, and currently, she was in a position of financial abundance. What she feared most was the potential discrimination from her classmates and professors, due to her affiliation with dark magic, which might lead to their hasty retreat in alarm. Bet they'll adore you, Allison, Bashira said, patting her shoulder. Reminded that reality was not a game, Allison sighed. Reconsidering her stance, perhaps it's better not to, as maintaining social ties can be quite cumbersome. Close relationships require remembering birthdays, and exchanging gifts during holidays can be a hassle. Dumbledore comforted her, assuming the young witch was merely worried about her pocket money. He had witnessed many young witches and wizards experience similar anxieties at Hogwarts. You needn't fret too much, Allison. Gifts need not be extravagant. What matters is the thought behind them. With a playful wink, Allison replied, but I don't even want to extend that thought. She felt rather despicable for her attitude. Nonetheless, she was at least willing to spend a little on gifts that young witches and wizards typically wouldn't buy for themselves. It was certainly better than contributing neither money nor sentiment, and simply expecting to receive. Grindelwald's voice was low as he remarked, then no one will take a liking to you. Allison smirked and suddenly recalled the well-known tale from the wizarding world, the tale of the three brothers. Among the 5 stories in the fairy tale collection, the most chilling was that of the wizard's heart, an admonition against the misuse of dark magic. It was a remarkably gothic tale, likely a childhood nightmare for many young witches and wizards. The story's male wizard was handsome, wealthy, and intelligent. Yet in his quest to eliminate emotions, he extracted his heart using dark magic and locked it away, only to later pursue an exceptional witch as his wife. The witch doubted his sincerity and demanded to see his heart. Having been removed for too long, the heart had shriveled and grown fur. As the wizard reattached it, his suppressed desires compelled him to extract the witch's heart to replace his own. The fur-covered heart controlled him, forbidding the exchange, leading him to use a dagger to pierce his own heart. Ultimately, both he and the witch perished, their chests open, with him clutching both hearts. After all, my heart has been removed and securely locked away, and it only beats for someone truly loved. Allison adapted the story's narrative, feeling a resemblance between its protagonist and Tom Riddle. This was the most renowned book mentioning the legend of the Deathly Hallows, which both Grindelwald and Dumbledore had perused multiple times in their youth, becoming quite familiar with its other tales as well. A flicker of surprise crossed Dumbledore's eyes, yet he soon regained his gentle smile. I am confident there will be those who appreciate your authenticity and uniqueness. Allison mischievously blinked her blue eye. Appreciate? No. I'm not one to sit idly by and wait. One must take the initiative. Otherwise, that heart will grow fur. Bashira nodded in agreement, mistakenly believing Allison was looking to find a partner at school. Well said, dear. Don't wait. Pursue your happiness boldly. Allison countered her notion of pursuit. I prefer to liken it to that of a hunter and its prey. Grindelwald's expression was inscrutable as he suddenly interjected. Little rascal, which role do you wish to assume? Allison beamed and quoted something she had once heard, striving to maintain the air of a top-tier dark wizard. The most cunning hunters often appear as prey. Grindelwald chuckled knowingly. Oh, an ambitious little one indeed. I hope all goes well for you at Hogwarts. Allison responded to his double entendre, hinting at their clandestine plans, with an unspoken understanding. Naturally, Albus was the prey eyed by both Grindelwalds. Dumbledore observed them quietly, saying nothing. The public fireplace in Diagon Alley offered direct access to Hogsmeade Village. With a sprinkle of flue powder into the fireplace, the flames transformed into a vibrant green, and one by one, the witches and wizards stepped into the fire, loudly declaring their destination as they departed through the flue network. They arrived in Hogsmeade Village. Nestled in the Scottish Highlands, this charming town was infused with a sense of magic, romance, and mystery. It was the only entirely wizarding settlement in Britain, situated adjacent to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and its decor was as fantastical as one could imagine. Allison inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, while engaging in light conversation with the adults. You know, I almost shouted for Nocturne Alley earlier, she confessed. Bashira gasped. Her usually kind demeanor transformed into one of disapproval and seriousness. Nocturne Alley? That's not a place for students. Grindelwald interjected with a smile, hoping to temper the elder's agitation. Indeed, it is quite alluring, but Hogsmeade is our realm of normalcy as wizards. Allison, brimming with curiosity, hinted rather vaguely. Are you capable of handling that at your 16-year-old level? She hadn't anticipated that Grindelwald's 2 months in Britain had been so eventful. Including a venture to Nocturne Alley. Grindelwald shrugged. Of course I can. Allison averted her gaze, suddenly less interested. Then I have no concerns. Bashira sought to steer the conversation away from the troubling topic of dark magic that had captivated both Grindelwalds. You both should calm down. Hogsmeade is a fascinating place. Allison disdainfully brought up the owner of the Hog's Head Inn, Aberforth Dumbledore, her uncle, her father's brother. Provided one does not encounter that annoying goat. The reckless goat boy was a nickname Grindelwald had coined for Aberforth, whom he resented for being a burden on Albus, preventing him from pursuing his dreams. Allison clearly inherited the disdain and complaints about the burden from the two young men of that time. However, the now centenarian Dumbledore had grown remarkably tolerant, having gained a sense of guilt over his sister's death and the estrangement from his brother. He regarded Allison with a degree of helplessness, believing her thoughts had been entirely influenced by Gellert. Aberforth isn't that terrible, Allison. Bashira nodded in agreement. Aberforth can be somewhat rough around the edges, but he is a kind-hearted individual. Allison's expression conveyed her skepticism, yet she refrained from contradicting her elders on this point, instead clinging to Grindelwald's arm, silently expressing her stance. Dumbledore sighed, exchanging a look of exasperation with Bashira. Chapter 43. The Duke of Honey. Grindelwald lowered his head, casting a glance at Allison, gently ruffling her hair and adjusting her fringe. Come on, let us head to the Duke of Honey. Chocolate frogs. Chocolate frogs. The young wizard instantly transformed into a muggle echo, excitedly urging his parents. The Duke of Honey candy store. The air was suffused with an enticing sweetness, mingled with a subtle hint of spices. An array of candies dazzled the eyes. Shelves lined with glimmering confections, stacks of various chocolates, barrels brimming with Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and sizzling honey candies. Enchanted sweets flaunted vibrant advertisements on a separate row of shelves. Currently, the candy shop was run by a middle-aged couple, both pleasantly plump and adorned with smiles, as if they had been immersed in the sweetness of their own wares. In such an environment, it would be peculiar to encounter a slender figure, Allison mused inwardly. Her gaze swiftly shifted to the prominent display of chocolate frogs, scrutinizing it intently. A multitude of pentagonal boxes with blue backgrounds and golden frames were neatly stacked, adorned with promotional posters depicting various renowned wizards. Her poor father, Albus, found himself in the corner of the poster. The other figures were a lang of bizarre, ancient personalities whose stories seemed almost fictional, such as a goddess from Greek mythology, Merlin, and the father of magical theory. Fortunately, due to Dumbledore's lack of fame in the realm of posters, the probability of unearthing his card was considerably high. It was likely that many young wizards hoping to collect the complete set of 101 cards possessed duplicates of this one. The card collecting game was timeless, wasn't it? One could hardly escape it in reality, if not for the presence of her parents. She would have been tempted to storm the chocolate frog factory and seize every Dumbledore card. The chocolate frogs were relatively petite, roughly the size of half a palm, just enough for 2 or 3 bites. However, one had to be cautious of their tendency to leap away, for these little creatures could hop quite swiftly. Noticing her fixation on the pile of chocolate frog boxes, Dumbledore interjected. A few boxes will suffice, otherwise you might overindulge. Allison candidly confessed. But I desire your card. Dumbledore appeared somewhat taken aback. You want mine? Allison chuckled at her father's astonishment. This little wizard seemed perpetually joyful, easily amused by the trifles of life. Because I am your fervent admirer. Dumbledore smiled gently. I am no celebrity. Allison pouted in dissatisfaction, correcting him. In my eyes, you are far more significant than Merlin. Gale certainly would want to compete with me for your card. Dumbledore paused momentarily, then chuckled. Very well, I shall purchase a few boxes for you. Allison yawned, mumbling in exasperation. A few boxes is hardly enough. There are so many different cards inside. I can't be sure I'll get them all. Dumbledore winked, attempting to comfort her by offering a solution. I can give you mine. No need, Allison replied nonchalantly, as she had no intention of spending their money. Raising her voice, she called out, Shopkeeper, pack up all the chocolate frogs you have in the store. The couple running the shop were taken aback. While they recognized Dumbledore as a celebrity, they were uncertain whether the young wizard had the authority to make such an audacious request. Really? Miss, that would amount to a considerable sum. Dumbledore gently reminded. Allison, perhaps we should consider the budget. Though the adults were all affluent, none could carry the entirety of Gringotts with them. Nor would they wastefully purchase chocolates in such a manner. Grindelwald also softly advised, do not squander excessively, little one. Bathsheba chimed in. You must exercise moderation. You have an entire school year ahead of you. Allison produced a perfectly sized ruby from her pocket. This extravagant item was something she had accumulated plenty of in her gaming account. The ruby was a rare monetary unit above the galleon, typically reserved for savings at Gringotts and rarely circulated in the marketplace. Occasionally, one might see goblins counting such items when entering Gringotts. And there was an official fixed exchange rate with galleons, so there was no need to worry about adult wizards being unfamiliar with it. Is this enough? If not, I can add more. Her tone was casual, yet it conveyed a sense of determination to monopolize the venue. In other novels, she might have been mistaken for a domineering CEO, but alas, her intent was merely to purchase her father's merchandise and snacks, which stripped away any air of grandeur. However, for the shopkeepers, who had never witnessed anyone wielding such a fortune to buy sweets, it was undoubtedly a shocking revelation, prompting them to gasp in astonishment. Miss, this is far too much. Allison dismissed their concerns lightly. After all, in her game, the system would routinely dispense a few guaranteed items each day, as if she were still in the gaming world. No worries, I still need to buy other candies. Let us package half of everything. The young wizard's presentation of her own funds was indeed her prerogative, independent of her parents, a customary understanding within the British wizarding community. Given that the young customer had the means to pay and was resolute in her decision, the shopkeepers promptly assisted in packaging the items, even neglecting to attend to Dumbledore and the others. Allison, however, turned to the adults, warmly inviting them to join her treat. As it was merely the small change for the sweets she was acquiring. Is there anything you wish to buy? Let us make it a group purchase. It's on me. Bathsheba couldn't help but chuckle. What a generous child. Before her elders, Allison adopted a modest demeanor. I would say I am merely not short of funds, and enjoy using money to resolve issues. Bathsheba, do not flatter me. Your writings have become the standard textbooks for the history of magic at Hogwarts. Which of us truly lacks money? This is merely a casual candy purchase. Bathsheba refrained from continuing the pleasantries, smiling as she remarked, You are far more generous than Gale. At this, Allison couldn't help but tilt her head in curiosity, particularly interested in the gossip about her parents. Was he once quite stingy? Bathsheba carefully chose her words to describe. Not exactly stingy, rather meticulous. Dumbledore interjected to provide a more precise description. Gellert is quite scrupulous in many respects. It seemed the stereotypes about Germans held some truth. Allison huffed softly. Yet I had assumed that such a boisterous and unpleasant character would be an exception. Bathsheba laughed, reflecting. But he is undeniably charming, I assent he? Dumbledore joined in the laughter, praising in agreement with Bathsheba. Indeed, he is quite an alluring individual. Chapter 44. The furry heart. Allison playfully glanced at Grindelwald, observing his reaction to the praise from an old flame. At that moment, faced with heartfelt words, Grindelwald feigned ignorance, continuing to survey the scenery around him. The corners of his mouth appeared to lift slightly. Bathsheba seemed to sense something amiss, blinking her somewhat clouded eyes, striving to see more clearly. Dumbledore, following Grindelwald's gaze, looked towards the majestic Hogwarts castle not far from the Duke of Honeycandy's store, and began to change the subject. Hogwarts Castle, steeped in antiquity, had witnessed countless historical events. Allison listened attentively, providing her undivided attention. Dumbledore, observing her obedient demeanor, continued with a smile. The castle harbors many secrets. only discoverable by those who earnestly seek them. Should you have the opportunity, be sure to explore thoroughly. Allison nodded dutifully. Grindelwald couldn't resist casting a glance at the father-daughter scene radiating affection. You two seem to share an exceptionally close bond. Allison beamed, enunciating her words with pride. After all, Albus will be my teacher and good friend. I will be attending Hogwarts for 7 years, far surpassing someone else. Grindelwald interrupted. All right. Enough of that. Silence, please. Allison obediently fell silent, her face adorned with an inexplicably mature smile of tolerance. This expression made her appear as though Grindelwald was indulging a child, a stark contrast to the gravity of the moment, silently mocking the absurdity of the situation. Dumbledore stifled a chuckle with a cough, while Bathsheba stifled her laughter as well. Now that the conversation had reached this point, Dumbledore naturally continued with his explanations. The Hogwarts Express would await them at platform 9 3/4. Dumbledore meticulously reiterated the location and the means of access to the platform, not only reminding Bathsheba and Gellert but also admonishing Allison, the protagonist about to embark on her academic journey. Although Bathsheba, having attended Hogwarts, should remember, there was always concern that the venerable witch, over 150 years old, might forget. Furthermore, it was the responsibility of the professors guiding the newcomers. Although Dumbledore had not personally led fresh students in decades, he still recalled these details with clarity. Bathsheba, clearly unbothered by the reminders, smiled kindly and nodded. I understand. Thank you, dear Albus. Dumbledore smiled in return. No need for thanks, Bathsheba. You are always so considerate. Allison, while waiting for the shopkeeper to pack the sweets, found herself yawning several times. She had risen early today to prepare a splendid breakfast. However, this was not the reason for her yawns. After all, what game protagonist doesn't often stay up late, living a life turned upside down? Moreover, her current energy levels were off the charts. She was simply... Grindelwald noticed Allison's weariness. Are you tired? Allison pressed her lips into a smile, cleverly scheming to arrange a date for her father and the man leading her, hoping to rekindle their romance. After all, she was still growing. How about I take a nap with Sister Bathsheba in Godric's Hollow while you two continue to explore? Bathsheba immediately caught on, smiling at Dumbledore. Dumbledore understood the child's intentions, his expression subtly revealing his thoughts. Grindelwald clearly grasped the situation as well. Little one, I would prefer you to be more straightforward. Allison's eyelids fluttered, and she coughed deliberately, interrupting her father's oblivious remark. After all, isn't romance all about the playful veiling and teasing? She linked her arm with Bathsheba's, casually assigning a task to the elderly lovers, or rather, creating a reasonable excuse for her father to avoid fleeing. In any case, we should return to store all these sweets and perhaps take a nap. Also, I noticed a potion ingredient shop nearby. I hope you can buy some complete sets of potion materials while browsing, as I want to prepare in advance. I've heard that Professor Snape is quite stern. Grindelwald, a graduate of Durmstrang, might not be well versed in the specific potion syllabus required for first-year students at Hogwarts. Naturally, it would fall upon Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, Allison's guide and future teacher, to assist the aspiring young witch in procuring the necessary materials for her potion practice. Having contemplated these matters, Dumbledore found amusement in this little scheme. Very well, we shall try to procure everything she needs. Ultimately, if he truly wished to refuse, he could easily excuse himself or simply return to Godric's Hollow after purchasing the materials. Thus, this small request to explore held considerable flexibility. However, he was indeed reluctant to decline. Whether it was out of curiosity regarding Gellert's sudden escape, concern for the state of the magical world, or his own heart. Half a century had passed, and he had once thought he had found peace, but upon seeing Gellert again, witnessing that face worn by time, he could not deceive himself about the tumultuous beating of his heart. It was as if, when he had imprisoned Gellert in Nurmengard, his heart, along with the once vibrant and youthful Albus Dumbledore, had also been confined there. What remained was merely the diligent perfectionist, and perhaps, as some would secretly mock, the saintly Dumbledore. Perhaps there was still time to reclaim that imprisoned heart before it withered and grew frail. Bathsheba nodded in agreement with the request. Allison could certainly use these. Grindelwald found it hard to articulate his current emotions. I will buy her what she needs. Allison mischievously winked at Grindelwald, reminding him to perhaps avoid a certain brother. Be careful not to get butted by a goat. The shopkeeper couple swiftly and skillfully packed and shrank the items, having organized everything just in time. Originally, Allison had intended to treat them, but now the minds of the adults were elsewhere. It mattered little. It was merely a trifle, after all, and not of great significance. Grindelwald shot a glance at Allison, Let us hurry. With a beaming smile, Allison linked arms with Bathsheba, placed the packed sweets into her bag, and the two of them returned to Godric's Hollow through the fireplace. Upon reaching the communal fireplace, Dumbledore and Grindelwald watched them depart, then fell into a shared silence. The sounds of insects chirping filled the air, and the streets of Hogsmeade were sparsely populated in the height of summer. Dumbledore chose to break the silence first. Allison is truly a delightful and clever child, isn't she? Grindelwald scoffed lightly. Indeed, but perhaps too clever. Dumbledore smiled gently. Wisdom is always a virtue, is it not? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. You seem quite fond of her. Dumbledore chuckled, neither confirming nor denying the sentiment. With their brief conversation concluded, they emerged from the awkwardness of this deliberately arranged outing, and Grindelwald, maintaining a degree of nonchalance, shrugged. Shall we go? Chapter 45, A Date. They walked quietly along the roads of Hogsmeade, until Dumbledore hesitantly inquired. Are you all right? Grindelwald glanced at him. Not bad. Dumbledore offered a warm smile. That is good to hear. They engaged in casual conversation as they strolled along the paths of Hogsmeade, occasionally pausing to admire the scenery. Hogsmeade was indeed charming, a rare destination for wizards, surrounded by the quintessential features of the Scottish Highlands, picturesque and sunlit. In truth, the afternoon sun of midsummer was somewhat scorching, reminiscent of that particularly sweltering summer when the heat was nearly unbearable. Suddenly, Grindelwald halted, turning to Dumbledore. Dumbledore stopped as well. What is it? Grindelwald regarded Dumbledore, recalling the youthful manner of their past, like a child calling upon a friend's nickname. You've changed, Al. Dumbledore hesitated slightly, then smiled. Indeed, we have both changed. Grindelwald shrugged. But we are still the best of friends, are we not? Dumbledore remained silent, gently caressing the wrinkles on Grindelwald's aged cheek. Grindelwald sighed. Al, you know what I've always meant. Dumbledore paused for a moment. I understand your point, Gellert, but I cannot. Grindelwald smiled bitterly, his voice low. Albus, I have never been this disappointed. Dumbledore opened his arms and gently embraced him. Grindelwald silently returned the embrace, holding Dumbledore tightly before finally speaking. Al, you are truly stubborn. Dumbledore released him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Sometimes I too despise my own stubbornness. Grindelwald snorted. But we both know you won't change. Dumbledore patted his shoulder, offering gentle reassurance. At least, we are still here for one another. Suddenly, Grindelwald's lips curled into a smile, a familiar expression of reckless joy returning to his face. Yes, we always find our way back to each other, do we not? Dumbledore laughed in response. Indeed, and we still have plenty of time. Grindelwald extended his hand, and Dumbledore grasped it in return. Grindelwald, with a hint of playfulness, suggested, at least we can accompany Allison. Dumbledore nodded, his blue eyes radiating warmth. Yes, at the very least, we can witness her grow into adulthood. Indeed, Albus had discerned the truth long ago. He was merely playing along with Allison's charade. Grindelwald could not suppress a chuckle. That little rascal, Allison, remained blissfully unaware of her failed disguise. It was utterly unrealistic to expect her to deceive Albus. Al, how did you come to know? Dumbledore revealed a mysteriously cunning smile. Intuition, a father's instinct toward his daughter. Grindelwald shook his head. That answer is rather dismissive, Al. Dumbledore playfully winked, omitting the fact that he had recently delved into his memories using the pensieve, searching for the shattered blood pact based on his conjectures, yet found nothing. It was indeed remarkable that he and Gellert had a daughter. Without the instinctive insight of a top-tier wizard, he might have subconsciously overlooked the past due to the conventional understanding that both he and Gellert were wizards and had not had any contact since. The child was indeed astute, audacious enough to exploit cognitive blind spots and flaunt herself before him, and she had even devised a method to interfere with the true name display in the Book of Admittance. Well, perhaps it is because she bears a striking resemblance to me in my youth. Grindelwald laughed. That much is true. She is indeed your spitting image. Upon hearing his admission, Dumbledore adjusted his half-moon spectacles, narrowing his cerulean eyes as he began to dig deeper. Gellert, what was your plan with Allison? The interrogated Grindelwald feigned innocence, attempting to preserve the delightful little secret. What plan? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Do not play the fool, Gellert. You know precisely what I am referring to. Grindelwald regarded Dumbledore once more, his cheerful smile resurfacing. Then why not take a guess? Dumbledore frowned, his demeanor and expression growing serious. Gellert, this is not a time for jest. Allison's behavior is far too perilous. Although he had previously praised Allison's cleverness, it did not mean he overlooked the provocation of her dangerous ambitions and formidable magical talents. Crucially, Even someone as perceptive as Dumbledore could not discern the true motives behind Alison's actions. The chaotic disorder, cold arrogance, and innocent curiosity that enveloped her were genuine. He could not unravel her essence amidst such a complex reality. I must know the truth. Grindelwald shrugged, continuing to circle around the matter. All right, Al. However, I can only reveal that we have indeed orchestrated some plans. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. What are they? Grindelwald's sly grin returned. That I cannot disclose, Al. It is our secret. Dumbledore attempted to insist. Gellert, you must understand, Alison is also my daughter. I have the right to know your plans. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow in triumph, a mischievous glee illuminating his expression. No, you do not. Moreover, even if I were to tell you, you would not comprehend. Dumbledore sighed in frustration and anxiety. Gellert, I am aware you have your own intentions. Yet Alison is only 11, she is still a child. For a fleeting moment, he questioned whether Gellert intended to make a comeback by first manipulating their daughter, but Gellert's lightheartedly mischievous demeanor quelled his worst fears. Nonetheless, this sense of losing control felt somewhat unsettling for Dumbledore, who was accustomed to managing the situation in Britain. Grindelwald shrugged, smiling reassuringly at his old lover, yet still withholding information. Al, I know what you are worried about. Rest assured, Alison is quite clever, she knows what she is doing. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment, conceding and refraining from further inquiry. They were of a kind, if one did not wish to reveal a secret, they would indeed carry it to the grave. I shall keep a close watch on her, he promised. Grindelwald smiled meaningfully, as if relishing the unfolding drama. Then I wish you luck, Al. Dumbledore sighed helplessly. I will do my best, Gellert. Chapter 46. Homecoming. Godric's Hollow. The Bashida residence. Upon returning home, the preoccupied Alison was sorting through the sweets she had purchased, unaware that she had already been unmasked in her father's eyes. Only her accomplice father was still conscientiously guarding the little secret of their ally. Presently, Alison was exceedingly anxious about the progress. After a comfortable afternoon nap, Bashida awoke to see her looking utterly disheveled, teasingly remarking, "Still worried about those two?" Alison was so agitated that she attempted to perform some sort of divination. Clasping her hands together, unsure of which deity to beseech, remembering the many depictions of Greek goddesses she had seen on chocolate frog cards, she resolved to hold a rose sugar, and began to chant in a tone as graceful as a hymn. O Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, may you bless them to find a room at the inn for the night. O fairest goddess, if your beloved still holds even a hint of pity, may you bless their love to endure trials and tribulations. In the wizarding world, a deity-like figure would be Merlin. Although wizards were not devout in their worship, their frequent exclamations were often of the ilk of Merlin's triangle pants or Merlin's stinky socks. Merlin was unconcerned with matters of love. Yet it seemed that few paid homage to the Greek goddesses. Bashida, having never witnessed such a spectacle, chuckled. You little rascal. The concerned young witch was busy lamenting. On the verge of tears. I should have prepared them a youth potion in advance. Finally recovering from the humor and shock, Bashida gently patted her shoulder. Do not fret. Albus and Gellert are not children. They do not require your care. Trust that they will manage well. Alison puffed her cheeks. Should I place a sign at the door reading Gellert Grindelwald not admitted to drive my father to seek refuge with Dad? Bashida laughed until she could hardly stand. Child, you must understand that Gellert is not easily swayed. The last remnants of reason dwindled, barely restraining her absurd impulse to ignite a fire. Indeed, I cannot burn down the house. In truth, she found the notion of the old house catching fire rather fitting. Love is akin to a beautiful and fierce flame. Bashida continued to laugh, her warning to the mischievous little, which lacking any real deterrent effect. If you were to set the house ablaze, Gellert and Albus would surely have your backside in stitches. Alison sighed heavily. Her spirits dampened as she headed to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner, using the opportunity to distract herself. The elderly witch watched her busy figure with a smile of contentment, entirely oblivious to the terrifying thoughts swirling in the young witch's mind. What a lovely foolish child. Amidst the sounds of sizzling and frying in the magical kitchen, dusk arrived. The sun descended, painting the sky in hues of crimson. Through the window, Alison observed two tall figures traversing the sparsely vegetated garden, walking side by side along the path toward the door. Dumbledore and Grindelwald appeared calm, as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. Bashida, having spotted them, softly remarked to Alison, "It seems they are getting along quite well." Dinner had already flown to the table, and Alison naturally chose to cling to the window for a closer look. Stealthily observing, the two seemed to sense her gaze and looked up toward the window. For reasons unknown, Alison instinctively withdrew her head, causing a shock of red hair to disappear from the window's ledge. Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged knowing smiles before continuing toward the Bathsheba residence. Bathsheba smiled affectionately as they entered the house. "All right, children, it's time to eat." Regardless of how renowned or aged these two young men might be, they remained juniors in Bashida's eyes. Her memories of them were still anchored in that glorious summer when two wise, solitary youths harmonized like fire and pot, even more radiant than the blazing summer sun. In the presence of a kind-hearted and warm elder, the atmosphere during dinner was naturally harmonious, with Dumbledore and Grindelwald rekindling their former rapport. Dumbledore once again noticed Alison's furtive glances and playfully winked at her. Upon catching sight of his gentle, smiling, deep blue eyes that seemed to mirror the vast ocean behind his half-moon spectacles, Alison quickly averted her gaze and focused on her steak. Grindelwald raised his glass in a toast, saying, "Cheers, little ally." Alison reciprocated by lifting her apple juice, meeting his gaze with a firm clink that nearly splashed the juice into his cup. She instinctively adhered to the German etiquette in such small details, which lightened the mood for everyone. After a delightful dinner, Dumbledore and Grindelwald retrieved an old wizard's chess set and settled by the fireplace to play. Bathsheba, seated nearby, busied herself knitting while cherishing this warm and familiar scene. The dishes, enchanted by magic, flew back to the kitchen sink, while Alison effortlessly cast a minor water prison spell to clean the soiled dishes automatically. The water prison was one of Dumbledore's most adept forms of advanced white magic, famously utilized during his duel with Voldemort at the Ministry of Magic. This spell could envelop an opponent in a swirling sphere of water, lifting them off the ground and rendering them unable to cast spells or make movements, potentially leading to drowning. Yet, in Alison's hands, this formidable white magic was merely employed for washing dishes. Not far away, Dumbledore watched intently as the water sphere spun under Alison's control, meticulously cleansing the dishes within without any clattering collision. He marveled at her deft magical manipulation, unable to suppress a quiet compliment. "Beautiful." The sparkling clean dishes, under the influence of transfiguration, eagerly leaped into the cupboard, while Alison busily prepared to brew tea. A small, fiery orange serpent coiled on the kitchen counter, attentively gazing at her as she worked her magic. The levitation charm gently lifted the teapot, the fresh spring water spell filled it, and the tea bag was tossed in before the lid was secured. The intricate interplay of basic spells, dark magic, and white magic flowed seamlessly from her, resembling effortless household magic. Dumbledore's lips curled into a slight smile. The ability to effortlessly control various forms of magic was indeed rare. He and Gellert had never reached such proficiency in their youth. The fiery serpent coiled gracefully, heating the teapot without harming it in the slightest. Before long, the rich aroma of blackcurrant fruit tea wafted through the air, tinting the water a delightful, gentle rose red. Bathsheba, catching the scent of the tea, could not resist joining in, exclaiming, "It smells wonderful, Alison." The teapot automatically floated to their table, while cups danced out, ready to receive the fruit tea before them. "After all, I personally selected the tea in London. It better be good." With steam rising, Alison cast her eyes down toward the fruit tea, its gentle hues glowing softly in the flickering candlelight. Dumbledore took a sip, his brow relaxing. The sweet and tangy notes mingled with the berry fragrance, distinctly different from ordinary English breakfast tea, and it certainly dispelled any heaviness from the earlier meal. "Quite delightful," he remarked, looking at Alison. "Did you learn the magic you used before on your own?" Alison's eyes sparkled as she glanced between him and Grindelwald, a hint of perplexity in her expression. Why couldn't it have been Gellert who taught her? Dumbledore smiled slightly. "Though Gellert possesses remarkable magical talent, he is not particularly adept at controlling magic." Alison understood that Dumbledore's remark indicated Gellert's lack of distinction among top wizards, even though that very lack still surpassed most ordinary wizards. She furrowed her brow, pausing briefly to offer an example. "What about his human transfiguration? Isn't that skillful?" Human transfiguration is an advanced form of transformation magic, notoriously challenging to master, requiring both talent and effort, not to mention the complexity of higher-level transfiguration. In the past, Grindelwald had utilized human transfiguration to replace the second-in-command of the American Magical Congress, leaving them utterly flummoxed. "Why don't people use human transfiguration then? Is it because they don't want to?" Alison teased. Dumbledore shook his head gently, the master of transfiguration refuting her example. Transfiguration and magical control are two distinct matters. Transfiguration alters the form of an object, while magical control demands a finer degree of precision. Alison pondered this, beginning to grasp his point. Spells and transfiguration belong to different classifications, even though she perceived them both as manifestations of magic. Perhaps the old man's penchant for grand displays was not entirely for show. After a moment of reflection, The young witch surrendered with a playful shrug. All right. I'm a practical learner. I just felt there was no difficulty in using it, so I didn't delve deeper. This nuanced distinction is simply perplexing. Dumbledore beamed with encouragement, praising her efforts. What you can achieve is already quite impressive. After quietly listening to Albus mentor the young witch, Bathsheba could not help but chime in with her own praise. Indeed, Allison, you are truly remarkable. Seizing the moment, Dumbledore continued gently, inquiring with a tone of curiosity. Might you share how you learned these spells? Allison, feigning innocence, blinked her eyes and confidently replied. I just learned the incantations or saw someone cast them once, and then I could do it. Dumbledore expressed disbelief. You've never had formal training? Allison's exaggerated expression mirrored his incredulity. Isn't it just about having hands? Bathsheba nearly spat out her tea. Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged baffled glances, recognizing that this somewhat boastful statement had left their elders in stitches. Allison, fully aware of her extraordinary talent, laughed mischievously. She knew she was unlike those around her, and anyone unaware of her gifts would have to be utterly naive. As a descendant of ancient magic, capable of perceiving magic itself, her very being was woven from magical essence, combined with the soul power of both angels and demons, making her a formidable presence over the course of 7 years. Noticing the light-hearted teasing, Bathsheba playfully chided, You little rascal. Allison maintained her defiant demeanor. While she had exaggerated slightly, she had not lied about her learning process. After all, which gamer really attends classes in a game? That's just how I learned my magic. Unable to resist, Dumbledore asked, Do you remember the first spell you ever learned? At this question, Allison's typically cheerful expression faltered slightly. She envisioned the moment she drew a golden card from the library's collection, only to discover it was a green, lethal curse. The killing curse, no less. A first-year student's initial spell was indeed Avada Kedavra. She had mastered it to the point of radiating with ominous power, earning the achievement of causing souls to flee in terror. Drawing gold from a single card, she felt it was her birthright as a European. The burden of the Dark Lord's legacy, she believed, should rest squarely on Gellert's shoulders, as it was undoubtedly inherited from him. Dumbledore's cerulean eyes peered through his crescent-shaped spectacles, discerning the peculiar hesitation in Allison. Would you kindly enlighten me? Allison was reluctant to utter unnecessary falsehoods beneath those strikingly beautiful blue eyes, so she confessed candidly. Avada, but Baida promptly halted her, exclaiming, Allison, the killing curse, also known as the death spell or the murderous curse, is one of the 3 unforgivable curses. It requires not only immense magical power as a foundation for the incantation, but also a heart brimming with murderous intent. For taking a life taints the soul of the caster. However, from Allison's perspective, the intent to kill could merely be seen as a tactical approach. One's level of magical prowess was of paramount importance, as a highly skilled wizard could effortlessly cast the spell without the need for such malice. Indeed, the efficiency of exterminating creatures was remarkable, especially with the advanced variant of the killing curse that could dispatch numerous foes in a single flash of green light. Yet, such a potent and efficient spell was evidently not endorsed by the more conventional wizards. Hearing about this nefarious dark magic from the lips of a young witch stirred Bahida's emotions quite fervently. As the tea dwindled, Baida decided against listening any further. She took the teapot to the kitchen, leaving Allison to be educated by the expert, Albus. Gazing at Dumbledore, Allison refrained from revealing the weight and tremor that the dark magic instilled within her, her expression a blend of innocence tinged with a hint of mischievous delight. If one seeks to understand me, they must also embrace the frightful essence of darkness, mustn't they? Dear Daddy Albus. Dumbledore scrutinized her eyes, searching for answers. Why do you wish to learn this? Yet in Allison's similarly blue eyes, only a sense of ease, amusement, and curiosity radiated, seemingly delighted by his response. After a brief silence, Dumbledore softly remarked, We all hope you shall never need to resort to it. Why do you not perceive my jest? The girl pursed her lips into a smile, her youthful voice filled with playful curiosity, questioning why her father took her seriously after she initiated the jest. Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon her, slowly articulating, Because your eyes convey to me that you are not jesting. Surprised, a flicker of realization crossed Allison's face. Muttering under her breath, My eyes? I have always been this way. Dumbledore's expression was complex, yet he maintained his patience, addressing her uncertainty. Your eyes tell me that you genuinely wish to do this, and possess the capability to achieve it. Under that seemingly penetrating gaze, Allison momentarily vacillated, instinctively turning her face away. Dumbledore appeared to have discerned her thoughts. Do not entertain the notion of denial, Allison. I have seen that gaze before. His eyes drifted into the distance, as if recalling bygone days. When Gale and I were still young. Allison turned her face back. Curiosity and intrigue radiating from her as she discreetly observed Grindelwald's expression. Throughout the exchange, Grindelwald had remained silent, merely watching them. Dumbledore sighed. Back then, both of us were youthful, filled with vigor and passion. We acted impulsively, heedless of the consequences. In the flickering candlelight, Dumbledore's blue eyes deepened in hue. We once believed we could change the world. Allison interjected, coolly assuming the role of the speaker. Our youth is splendid, allowing one to feel the pangs of love. This remark resonated with a scene from a film where Ron, under the influence of a love potion, found himself encircled by 3 girls while Dumbledore observed from behind with Snape, McGonagall, and Slughorn, all sharing in the spectacle. At that moment, Lavender called out to Ron, passing by Snape, whose bewildered expression and near-vomit reaction were unmistakable. Hearing such antiquated musings from a young witch, Dumbledore couldn't suppress a smile. Meanwhile, Grindelwald leaned casually against the back of the armchair, resting his elbow on the armrest and propping his head up, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Before Dumbledore could continue, Allison blinked and, in a childlike rebellious manner, covered her ears. After all, she was already well acquainted with this past, and had no desire to endure the subsequent lectures from the adults. Dumbledore found it amusing. He had assumed Allison would at least be a tad curious about her lineage. Do you not wish to listen? Despite the sounds still reaching her ears, Allison shot him a defiant glare, full of provocation and dissent, softly complaining. I refuse to endure your lectures. Dumbledore chuckled. When did I ever imply I intended to lecture you? Allison huffed, skeptically releasing her grip. Then why say all this? Dumbledore's gaze softened. I merely wish to convey that in youth, we all err and stray from the path. Without any epiphany, Allison found his words utterly perplexing. Emerging from an era inundated with information, she had encountered more than enough cliches and platitudes. Educating a headstrong and obstinate little witch with a formed worldview and self-consistent logic posed an extraordinary challenge. She could even foresee his next words. Next, you will advise me to turn back in a timely manner, to rectify my mistakes, won't you? Isn't that still a lecture? Dumbledore, caught off guard by her premonition, could only smile helplessly. You truly have a knack for undermining. Allison smirked, unabashedly declaring, I shall never regret, nor will I ever repent. Her obstinate and resolute demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Gellert. Dumbledore gazed deeply into her eyes. And if one day you discover you have erred? Allison responded with an unsettling calmness. Right and wrong have always been mere constructs defined by human moral civilization. No one has the authority to define me. And truth resides solely within the realm of my magic. Such sentiments made Dumbledore's gaze grow profound. If you truly believe this, then we have little left to discuss. The previously silent Grindelwald chose this moment to speak. I appreciate that statement. He smiled faintly and continued, in this world, no one has the right to define us. Allison's eyes brightened, and she gleefully leaned against him. In this instance, the viewpoints of the 2 Grindelwalds aligned remarkably well, fostering an atmosphere of intimacy and harmony. Grindelwald ruffled his daughter's hair. Dumbledore observed them quietly, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. Allison beamed a smile at her father. However, although I believe others lack the right to define me, I still acknowledge that I am, indeed, a villain. Why? Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly. He had initially assumed Allison to be akin to Gellert, firmly believing in her own theories and viewpoints, ready to condemn anyone who opposed her interests. Regardless of how terrifyingly malevolent Gellert's actions and thoughts may have been, he never viewed himself as committing heinous acts. He simply pursued what he deemed right, regardless of the costs. Yet, Allison was acutely aware that certain of her behaviors and thoughts deviated from morality, were indeed malevolent, and she was unwilling to change. Allison languidly propped her chin upon her hand, her eyes sparkling with flirtatious mischief as she regarded Dumbledore with an alluring glint, her tone dripping with mockery. Because benevolent souls often meet unfortunate ends, you see? Look, Albus, people no longer fear your formidable power. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. Kindness is not weakness. It is a choice of the heart. Kind souls may not always attain a beautiful conclusion, but at least they shall not regret. Allison scoffed, her words unfiltered. Perhaps. But I cannot tolerate the insolence of the inept, let alone the foolish who seek to manipulate through the self-restraint of the strong. Before Dumbledore could respond, Grindelwald sipped from his cup, setting it down with a gentle tap against the table. I can only say that you are becoming increasingly like me. Allison raised an eyebrow, tilting her head towards him. Should I consider that an honor? Grindelwald smirked. Absolutely, for it is not something just anyone can achieve. Allison chuckled softly. lifting her cup to sip the tart yet sweet blackcurrant tea. The living room fell into a brief silence. Dumbledore cast a glance at Grindelwald. I hope you do not mold her into another version of yourself. Grindelwald found himself unjustly accused, for Allison had only been by his side for a mere month. The old dark wizard, burdened by an undeserved reputation, fell silent momentarily, but any explanation would delve into Allison's origins, and he would not speak of it without her consent. Even in the presence of Albus. Yet perhaps from a genetic perspective, could the blame truly be misplaced? Do you think I am teaching her? Dumbledore remained silent for a second, responding coolly, at the very least, you are influencing her. Chapter 49, Sin and Love. In light of such remarks, which bore an implicit accusation, Grindelwald remained unperturbed and merely smiled. And what do you believe distinguishes her now from me? Dumbledore regarded the little girl, who was now clinging to Gale and casting a triumphant, provocative look in their direction, his calm demeanor momentarily faltering. You would not exhibit her childishness. Allison's eyes widened, and upon realizing this, her expression shifted to one of exasperation, losing the languid elegance she had previously maintained. Is there any logic to this conversation? Why did we suddenly pivot to her childishness? Dumbledore could not suppress a chuckle. Grindelwald's amusement grew, and he turned to Allison. What do you think? Allison scoffed, countering with another question. What is your usual reason for employing the unforgivable curse? Grindelwald replied lightly, as though discussing the taboo of the wizarding world was trivial. While there were reasons such as clearing obstacles or conflicts of interest, the most fundamental and common reason was because they irritate me. Allison nodded, casually articulating the perspective of a gamer. You use the unforgivable curse out of displeasure, whereas I am displeased without resorting to it. This declaration was rather audacious, causing both parents to fall into silence. After a moment, Grindelwald chuckled. You are even more wicked than I am. Dumbledore shook his head, calmly observing the duo of Grindelwald and the little girl. Both of you are quite dangerous. Allison burst into laughter, correcting him and finding it amusing that her father, the old dark wizard, was outshone in wickedness. It seems Gale is somewhat better? At least he possesses a sense of responsibility? Grindelwald quickly grasped her meaning. Are you mocking me? Allison innocently tilted her head indifferent. Perhaps. But you wouldn't mind, would you? Grindelwald smirked. Indeed. Dumbledore sighed from across the table. You both are quite similar. However, I still hope that Allison retains a touch of innocence. Allison playfully blinked her blue eyes, peeking from beneath her red hair, her expression transforming into one of naive innocence. Am I not innocent? You are intelligent, but intelligent people often become callous. Dumbledore scrutinized her. Allison's face radiated genuine delight, her smile lighting up her features. Not at all. Am I not always lively and cheerful? Dumbledore sighed ruefully, shaking his head. If you were truly lively and cheerful, you would not have posed those previous questions. Thus, Allison pondered for a moment, and rephrased her earlier statement. All right. Provided it is in front of those worth the effort, like you, Gale, and Bashida. Dumbledore seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. That is reassuring. Allison pressed her lips together, smiling, and grew curious once more. Do you wish to see if I differ from that Voldemort? If I still possess love? Upon her conjecture, Dumbledore paused. You could say that. Allison tilted her head in confusion. Is this truly important? Although the theme of this world was love, Allison struggled to comprehend it rationally. Her emotions stemmed from the affection Dumbledore and Grindelwald shared when they forged their blood pact. Yet she merely possessed that love, even willing to sacrifice for them. But she could not grasp the true power of love as expressed by her father. In her eyes, many matters could be resolved through scheming and plotting to achieve goals, with love being merely one of the positive emotions inherent in human nature. She acknowledged the existence of this power, but did not consider it particularly decisive. Dumbledore looked at her earnestly, speaking softly yet firmly. It is of paramount importance. Allison furrowed her brow in deeper confusion, slowly inquiring, even if my sins are not diminished by it. Dumbledore smiled, his demeanor lightening. But you have not genuinely committed evil, have you? Allison closed her eyes briefly, her voice airy, unsure whether to interpret his relaxed attitude as a reminder or a warning. That is merely the current state. Dumbledore's gaze was profound and gentle, as if a tide was stirring beneath the surface. So long as you do not forsake yourself. Allison chuckled softly. That cannot be termed as forsaking. My sins are also my rights. But you must understand, sin will ultimately destroy you. That is impossible. Bashida returned with freshly brewed tea, gripping the handle of the teapot through a towel, just in time to overhear this exchange. The old witch set down the slightly hot teapot, gently ruffling Allison's hair, patiently offering her counsel. Child, you may certainly follow your whims, but you must take responsibility for your actions. Upon hearing this, Allison laughed cheerfully, immediately launching into a counterexample. But Gale did not have to when he was wanted. As long as he could best the Aurors and escape at will, Bathsheba was momentarily rendered speechless. Glancing at the dubious role model, Grindelwald casually sipped his tea, casting a glance that exuded the arrogance and recklessness often seen in youth, clearly untroubled by his daughter's line of thought. It is a fact that as long as your power is sufficiently great, you may act as you please. Bathsheba shot her nephew a glare. The historian felt no overwhelming anger or reproach towards Grindelwald for igniting war and attempting to overturn the statute of secrecy. After all, she understood that amidst the currents of history, at pivotal moments requiring change, no one could definitively ascertain which path would lead to the best future. However, she was evidently incensed by the notion of corrupting a child. That is not something to be proud of. Grindelwald dismissed her concerns, his cunning and persuasive silver tongue, once again reiterating his ideology. Strength itself is a form of capital. Dumbledore, exasperated, interjected, great power requires proper guidance. Grindelwald shot a glance at his old lover. If you are powerful enough, the world will adapt to you. Dumbledore found it exceedingly difficult to persuade him. At this point, he could only manage a wry smile. If you wish to say it that way, I do not oppose it. But I still hope that Allison can become a gentle person. Bathsheba also gazed at Allison, her loving eyes filled with concern. You can do it, Allison. Yet. Allison promptly retorted, willing to comply with the friendly elder on trivial matters, but unable to compromise on principles, nor would she lie or deceive. I cannot. I am a jester. I am not the gentle sort who would be bullied. You child, Bathsheba sighed, casting a questioning glance at Dumbledore. I still believe she needs a friend her own age. Chapter 50, Dual Facets. Allison quickly followed up with encouragement. Hope is also a first-year student proficient in the unforgivable curse. Dumbledore was momentarily speechless. Are you serious? Allison scoffed, fully aware that this was impossible, discounting malicious emotional demands. Ordinary young witches and wizards simply lacked the immense magical power to support a killing curse. I merely wish to inform you adults not to dream. Those little brats my age cannot even converse with me about magic. We cannot connect. Bathsheba rubbed her temples, recalling the similarly wise and solitary Gale and Albus of years past, feeling a headache coming on. Indeed. Dumbledore fell into contemplation, pondering. I shall devise a solution. Bathsheba lifted the slightly cooled teapot, striving to cultivate a relaxed and homely atmosphere. Well, since our conversation has flowed so well, allow me to share my new tea with you. Allison, quick-witted, promptly offered her cup, attentively observing as the amber liquid gradually filled it. She delicately inhaled the fragrant aroma, then smiled brightly as she took a generous sip, laudably praising Auntie's exquisite collection of tea and her thoughtful diligence. Though her compliments were lavish and exaggerated, they delighted the elderly lady, who chuckled with joy. My sweet darling, you are simply adorable. The tea, devoid of sugar and milk, bore a slight bitterness, yet Allison, with a cheerful demeanor, quickly gathered an assortment of candies purchased that afternoon, arranging them on a large platter to serve as delightful accompaniments to the tea. Following this, she playfully nestled close to her elder, her radiant smile and endearing words seemingly sweeter than the candies themselves. Bathsheba, typically benevolent and fond of children, feigned mild reproach, her face alight with a grin. Oh dear, do refrain from such antics. The other two parents exchanged knowing glances. Dumbledore sipped the slightly bitter tea, selecting a toffee to mask the taste, his expression inscrutable. It appeared she truly possessed an exceptional knack for endearment. Allison was indeed adept at caring for the elderly. Or perhaps to put it more accurately, she was astute and resourceful. Bathsheba, lacking children of her own, and rarely encountering teens who attended school, had a somewhat idealized perception of youth. Yet Dumbledore, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, had encountered countless children of this age over the decades. Typically, 11-year-old wizards were innocent and exuberant, embodying the youthful vitality and naivety of their age, often a bit mischievous but fundamentally benign, rarely displaying the responsibility and charm that Allison exhibited. Her proactive approach to household duties, coupled with her playful humor and infectious smile, set her apart. Such children often possessed a maturity and cunning far beyond their peers. Bathsheba, who was consistently buoyed by Allison's sweet words, genuinely believed her to be the most considerate and delightful little angel. After their interactions, Dumbledore, while acknowledging his daughter's beauty, charm, and intelligence, perceived much more. At times, Allison would deliberately challenge him, yet her defiance was always purposeful and measured, in stark contrast to the impulsive outbursts typical of other children. Instead, It exuded a sense of mature contemplation. The juxtaposition of her vivacious playfulness against her rational scrutiny was both unsettling and familiar. In Allison, he occasionally found echoes of his youthful impressions of Gellert, reminiscent of the rapid emotional shifts and the underlying terrors within his character. The capacity for sudden outbursts, shifting from tranquility to fury, gentleness to brutality. It was as if two distinct personas were orchestrating a single body, each eye reflecting a different soul. In Allison, some essence of inheritance or legacy unconsciously manifested. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, a hint of concern creeping in. The only solace he found was in the promise Allison had made, that she would not cross his boundaries until she matured beyond his control, maintaining her guise as an innocuous student, impervious to his principles. Thus far, Allison had not truly strayed into malevolence. It was evident that Grindelwald had also taken note of this. Both Dumbledore's emotional state and Allison's demeanor. They exchanged a knowing glance, tacitly shifting the topic to mundane English domestic matters. After a few exchanges, Allison, who had been entertaining her great-aunt, suddenly turned her gaze toward her father, completely disregarding her earlier adeptness in magic, presenting a superficially innocent excuse with a hint of playful sweetness. "Professor, would you consider staying over tonight? It would be immensely helpful if you could assist me with some lessons over the next month, so I can keep up with the pace at Hogwarts." Dumbledore, naturally, saw through his daughter's intentions. Her magical aptitude was more than sufficient for her to thrive at Hogwarts. Her proposal was merely a ploy to create opportunities for interaction with Gellert. He hesitated, but ultimately relented at the sight of Allison's eager and innocent expression. Allison beamed and dashed off to retrieve the textbooks she had acquired that very day. Dumbledore watched her joyful retreat, shaking his head in resignation. Grindelwald, too, settled back into the sofa with a sense of relaxation. Bathsheba couldn't help but exclaim, "Allison is truly irresistible." Dumbledore, maintaining his composure, nodded in agreement indeed. Grindelwald, however, showed no such restraint, his satisfaction with Allison evident upon his face. Allison soon returned, cradling her textbooks. Dumbledore opened the book alongside her, and the old professor began to tutor his daughter. Indeed, Allison had not yet encountered these foundational theoretical concepts. She had learned many spells simply by hearing the incantations or observing others perform them, effortlessly mastering them to the point of surpassing their original forms. Among them was the infamous multi-target killing curse. Her daily endeavors primarily revolved around slaying creatures and completing tasks, leaving little time for in-depth exploration of spells she could already wield. Only occasionally would she delve into specific texts when interested in refining a particular spell, such as those related to fire magic. Yet, bolstered by her innate mental faculties, she grasped her father's teachings with remarkable speed. Even without a foundational understanding, she quickly comprehended unknown theories, drawing parallels and making connections. While Dumbledore instructed, he also observed Allison, and Grindelwald watched as well, noting her adeptness in learning. Allison exhibited remarkable learning capabilities, with an exceptional understanding and a nimble mind. Although her experience was primarily practical, her exposure to advanced magic, coupled with her life in the Muggle world, often led to innovative ideas. Her intriguing thoughts evidently captivated Dumbledore, causing him at times to forget he was tutoring her, instead engaging in discussions about magic. Initially, Grindelwald felt a twinge of annoyance, but was soon drawn in, joining the conversation as well. They were both among the most formidable wizards, yet they often found themselves astonished by Allison's insights. However, it was noteworthy that Allison, in her focus on the magic itself, seemed to overlook ethical considerations, with some of her ideas carrying an undercurrent of danger. The three of them happily deliberated on magic well into the night, unaware that Bathsheba had long since retreated to her room for rest. Chapter 51, Shared Slumber. Their discussions extended late into the evening, until Dumbledore, noting the hour, gently reminded them that it was time to conclude this magical symposium, albeit reluctantly. The two elder gentlemen momentarily experienced a nostalgic illusion of returning to that summer of 1899, when Dumbledore and Grindelwald shared a mutual passion, engaging in profound discussions about arcane magic and grand aspirations for their fellow wizards, wishing to lose themselves in the night. Allison casually picked up the initial textbook she had examined, Introduction to Transfiguration, flipping through its pages, too engrossed in their dialogue for the actual teaching to have progressed significantly, though it was already far ahead of a typical lesson. Dumbledore gently reassured her, "There is no rush. Take your time." Allison nodded obediently, then exchanged knowing glances with her father, feigning formality before suddenly coughing adorably to suggest, or perhaps to imply, "Gellert, I believe it would be prudent for you to arrange accommodations for my teacher. If the guest room is still unprepared, ahem. Grindelwald chuckled softly, yet played along to avoid prolonging the situation with this little imp. Of course, I shall take excellent care of him. With that, Allison swiftly made her exit, leaving the two aging lovers alone in the sitting room. Dumbledore sighed, watching her retreating figure with a hint of exasperation. Grindelwald cast a glance at Allison, remarking, "She truly is still a child." Dumbledore shook his head. "She has done remarkably well." Grindelwald did not offer a rebuttal. Instead, he gazed at Dumbledore and inquired, "Albus, do you intend to stay?" Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, eventually nodding in affirmation. A subtle smile graced Grindelwald's lips, while Dumbledore maintained his usual demeanor, though a flicker of resignation passed through his eyes. The two tidied up the living room before ascending the stairs to rest. Upon entering the bedroom, Dumbledore's gaze fell upon a pillow resembling him, adorned with a likeness of a bespectacled old headmaster with a white beard, wearing a purple robe, and preparing to cast a spell with a cheerful expression. Unable to resist, he picked it up to inspect it. The pillow, transformed through transfiguration, was remarkably soft, his fingers sinking into its plushness. He stared at the pillow, a smile creeping across his face. Grindelwald's eyes also landed on the pillow, a hint of tenderness flickering within them. After taking turns to freshen up, the two lay in bed, both wide awake, the room so quiet that only the sound of their breathing could be heard. The deep of night often stirs a multitude of thoughts. As time ticked by, Dumbledore suddenly broke the silence. "Gellert." Grindelwald replied softly. Dumbledore asked, "Do you remember our first meeting?" Grindelwald seemed to chuckle softly. Dumbledore continued, reminiscing fondly, "I remember it well. It was a sunny afternoon, and you were reading on the grass." Grindelwald chuckled again. "We were debating at that time and ultimately—" Dumbledore interjected with nostalgia, "We argued." Grindelwald's tone was lighthearted. "I won." Dumbledore laughed joyfully. "I recall you were quite smug about it." Grindelwald scoffed lightly, adding, "Your face was utterly sour." Dumbledore, lost in the memory, burst into laughter once more. The two exchanged words, gradually recalling their shared past, the days of their youth seemingly resurfacing before them. Dumbledore mused, "Time passes so swiftly." Grindelwald fell silent for a moment before replying, "Indeed, in the blink of an eye. We have grown old." Once again, silence enveloped the room. After a long pause, Grindelwald gently spoke, "Will you return to the school tomorrow?" Dumbledore smiled. "I suppose I shall spend a little more time with that child." Grindelwald chuckled in agreement. "Very well." Thus, they embraced and drifted into slumber, the night passing without further conversation. Morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow on the bedside table. Dumbledore opened his eyes, turning to look at Grindelwald, amusement dancing in his gaze. Grindelwald awoke as well, offering Dumbledore a slight smile. "Good morning," they both said in unison, sharing a smile before rising to wash up. Allison, as usual, had risen early to prepare breakfast, her abundant energy rendering her oblivious to the late hour they had kept the night before. After all, aside from her, there were 3 centenarians in the house, and she felt a pang of conscience at the thought of making them cook. With a flurry of spells and deft movements, she prepared a sumptuous breakfast in under 10 minutes, never once needing to touch the food. The plates, laden with breakfast, flew to the table, arranging themselves neatly. Dumbledore and Grindelwald, having finished their morning routines, descended to witness this scene. As they approached the dining table, Grindelwald playfully addressed Allison, who was half a member of the Dumbledore family, with a new moniker, teasing Dumbledore in the process, for bees and phoenixes were indeed symbols of the Dumbledore lineage. "The industrious little bee," he called, to which Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye, "Indeed." Bathsheba joined them in the dining room, and together, the 4 enjoyed breakfast while engaging in light conversation. Allison, with a hint of mischief, inquired, "Albus, how long can you teach me here?" Dumbledore hesitated before responding with a smile, "Well, that depends on the school's schedule." Allison blinked, undeterred, and pressed on, "What about in the next few days?" Dumbledore sighed, "Allison, I think it would be more prudent for you to focus on your studies." She feigned innocence, isn't that simply inquiring about tutoring times to better plan? Dumbledore chuckled, confessing, "All right, there's not much happening at the school these days. I will remain here." Grindelwald chimed in, "Rest assured, I shall ensure you study diligently." Allison's expression momentarily faltered, but quickly returned to a smile. "Then how much free time will I have? And how long are the classes?" Under her eager gaze, the two exchanged a knowing glance and reached a silent accord. Dumbledore gently began, "Every morning, there will be 1 to 2 hours of study time." Grindelwald elaborated, "Afternoons are free for personal activities, but evenings will be reserved for reviewing what was taught in class." Upon hearing of the entire afternoon being free, Allison's eyes sparkled. Bathsheba ruffled her hair affectionately. Dumbledore added, "Of course, should you have any questions, feel free to come to me at any time." Allison hastily consumed her breakfast, eager to complete her classes, casting anxious glances at the elders who were leisurely enjoying their meal. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "So eager to learn?" Allison sighed dramatically. "I'm just waiting to finish class as quickly as possible, so I can head to Diagon Alley." Her remark, akin to a child yearning for playtime, did not raise any suspicions. Dumbledore gently reassured her, "Do not fret. You will grasp it all in no time." Chapter 52. The Search. Allison, distracted, finished clearing the table before fetching her textbooks. Despite her considerable talent, facing the three elders in the study, all focused on her while providing supplementary lessons, was quite daunting. Why had she carelessly invited Albus to stay under the pretext of needing tutoring? Now, sitting in her chair felt as if she were perched upon a bed of nails. Dumbledore, who had previously served as the Defense Against the Dark Arts and Transfiguration professor, had now taken up the Guide to Defensive Magical Theory, and began to explain patiently. Allison wore a pained expression. As a dark sorceress, she was actually receiving remedial lessons in first-year defense against the dark arts. Defend against whom? Against myself? Help. The magical creatures mentioned within could easily be vanquished with a single curse. Many of them were creatures she had already dispatched. Nevertheless, her father's lectures were indeed humorous and engaging, and listening to his stories was quite enjoyable. It was a pity he was no longer responsible for teaching. Grindelwald watched from the side, occasionally interjecting with comments, while Bathsheba smiled, enjoying the lecture. Gradually, Allison's expression softened, and she found herself happily immersed in the old professor's teaching. And before she knew it, an hour had passed. Dumbledore set the book aside, smiling, his cerulean eyes twinkling with mirth. "All right, that shall suffice for today." Allison snapped back to reality, suddenly recalling her plans for the day, and dashed out of the house, calling back to them, "Don't forget to prepare lunch or go out to eat. I want to be back to cook." Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged glances, both chuckling helplessly. Grindelwald responded, "Understood." The elderly wizards continued to sit in the study, reading and chatting. Allison, clutching an old empty suitcase, stealthily exited Bashida's home, and glanced around cautiously, before using the disillusionment charm to become invisible. She then slipped into the yard of Dumbledore's house, having preemptively cast a silencing charm, and began her precise search for the pesky gnomes on her map. Of course, she was not merely capturing these root-eating pests out of goodwill or boredom. It was to maintain her father's garden. The wizarding world was indeed peaceful. Knowing full well that the muggle-repelling creature was a natural enemy of these rapidly reproducing pests, they were often deemed too cruel to use. Wizards usually preferred to simply stun the gnomes, and toss them far away. Thus, her ruthless actions must remain undiscovered. As gnomes squealed, "Let me go," Allison used the stunning spell to incapacitate them, diligently cramming as many as possible into her suitcase. These lowly magical creatures, the unwelcome byproducts of the wizard's garden, possess heads as large as potatoes, barely reaching a height of 30 centimeters, resembling nothing more than dim-witted little dwarfs. Yet they undeniably belong to the realm of magical beings. A box brimming with them, so heavy that it could only be lifted with a levitation charm, was being tended to by a cheerful necromancer, humming a tune as he prepared to delve into the cave of Horcruxes. Allison, clutching her suitcase, made her way to the public fireplace in Godric's Hollow, bound for Diagon Alley. However, Diagon Alley served merely as a transit point. Soon, a young wizard who had exchanged some pounds at Gringotts emerged from the leaky cauldron, stepping into the muggle world of London. Before departing, she took a moment to glance back at the rubbish bin she had previously vanished with a disappearing charm, which had now been replaced with a new one atop the bricks. Her wizarding robes had seamlessly transformed into a checkered skirt, elegant and fashionable without drawing attention in the muggle realm. Standing by the roadside, Allison hailed a taxi. The streets of London bustled with life, vibrant and lively. Now past the morning rush hour, ensuring that taxis arrived promptly. As she approached the car door, she hesitated, feigning casualness, and quietly inquired of the middle-aged driver, who was well acquainted with the city, uncertain if the orphanage still existed, as the original story had it replaced by a new building years later. She asked, "The Wooten Orphanage. I believe that's its name. Do you know its location?" The driver pondered for a moment. "That sounds familiar. Yes, I know it." Allison then entered the vehicle and shut the door behind her, letting out a sigh as if she were confiding in a stranger, fabricating a tale. "My mother was raised there. She was adopted at a young age, but the family soon moved away from London. I want to see if I can contact my older brother from the orphanage." Although she felt the odds were slim, she was determined to make the journey. The driver, touched by her narrative, asked with genuine concern, "How is your mother?" Allison furrowed her brow, shaking her head in silence for a moment, merely touching her suitcase. "Not well. She can no longer get out of bed. To put it bluntly, it might be." She hesitated, her expression clouded with sorrow, leaving her words unspoken. The kind-hearted driver, sensing her distress, offered comfort. "Don't be disheartened. Things will get better." Allison sighed, "Thank you. Regardless of my circumstances, I must do my utmost to fulfill her wish." The driver, gripping the steering wheel with determination, replied with conviction, "No problem. I will ensure you arrive safely." The red-haired girl expressed her gratitude repeatedly. The taxi halted before the Wooten orphanage, and Allison paid the fare, stepping out with her suitcase. As the driver departed, he reminded her to be cautious. She nodded in acknowledgement. The grand gates of the orphanage stood firmly shut, suggesting it had long since closed. Observing her surroundings, Allison made her way into a quaint, unremarkable little restaurant. The elderly owner, tidying up tables, warmly greeted her. "Welcome." Allison glanced at the menu, ordering a sandwich and juice before inquiring about the orphanage. The orphanage from the 30s. There must be nearby beaches suitable for a picnic? The owner considered. "Well, there are plenty of beaches to the west. The scenery is quite lovely." Gratefully nodding, Allison finished her meal, complimenting the owner's culinary skills and leaving a generous tip. The owner beamed, his eyes crinkling with delight at the polite child. "No need to mention it. Do come again." Following the owner's directions, Allison made her way to the beach. Using the disillusionment charm, she became invisible and retrieved her Nimbus 2000 from her enchanted backpack. Swiftly gliding along the coastline while consulting the map that gradually revealed the surrounding terrain, including the cliffs and the remnants of a village from the original tale. Found it. Allison's eyes sparkled with determination. Chapter 53, The Cave. The winding coastline on the map revealed a grayish irregular depression encircled by a white line, densely populated with red dots representing foes. Such an abundance of corpses transformed into fragile, fire-averse wraiths would be a waste. Instead, I shall summon powerful skeletons. Allison's eyes gleamed as she stifled her glee, akin to winning a lottery. In this modern society, where information flows freely, it was no longer possible to slaughter an entire village as Voldemort had done to create wraiths, significantly limiting her capabilities as a necromancer reliant on resurrecting the deceased. As expected of a senior, they always have the good stuff to share with their juniors. With a flick of her wand, Allison cast the levitation charm. Feeling light as a feather despite still being grounded, the sea breeze causing her to waver slightly, she nimbly leaped down the cliff, landing on the dark pebbles below, scrutinizing the rock wall until she discovered the passageway, intensifying the levitation charm to soar through. The tide had just receded. Otherwise, she would have missed the submerged entrance. The summer air inside was relatively cool, but the sticky mud surrounding her was off-putting, which she skillfully avoided. Walking slowly down the steps at the end of the passageway, she intently examined the magical traces that sparkled before her eyes. Then raising an eyebrow, she gazed at the rock wall leading to the true mechanism, which bore unmistakable magical signatures, suppressing the urge to scorch it with a fire spell. Allison retrieved several vials of goblin blood she had meticulously saved from her backpack, and smashed them against the concealed blood-sucking trapdoor. A goblin, barely a foot tall and slender, made it difficult to fathom how many lives had been sacrificed to produce this flowing, fresh blood. The magical traces at the door flickered slightly, evidently drawn to the blood's essence, typical of a bothersome senior to require goblin blood for their traps. As the boulders blocking the door vanished completely, she casually obliterated the magical traces reacting to the blood. Inside lay a vast black lake, with a greenish glow at its center serving as the sole source of light, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. Instinctively, she considered employing her father's signature fire shield for illumination, but restrained herself, knowing the flames could harm the delicate creatures dwelling in the lake. Allison roughly extracted a goblin from her suitcase, using the soul snare spell to command it to fish for the protective wraiths. Soul out. The goblin, expression blank, approached the lake's edge, only to be seized tightly by the pale hands emerging from the water, subsequently pulled out by Allison with a summoning charm. "Goblin, come forth." Allison restrained the feeble wraith, brandishing a dagger she had previously used, plunging it into the back of the wraith's skull where the black magical traces were most concentrated. This action was executed with the same cold precision as if she had been fishing for a decade, rendering the previously animated wraith lifeless. Perhaps, according to dark magic defense techniques, exploiting the wraith's fear of flames and warmth could counteract the controlling black magic, but dark wizards excelled in violence. Allison tirelessly repeated the process of fishing and dispatching, displaying remarkable patience, as the wounds inflicted were not her own. Beneath the dim green glow, Allison, engaged in her misdeeds, appeared rather ominous. Without the presence of elders, her expression often remained a mask of cold focus, akin to an intricately crafted wax figure devoid of life. Seated atop a growing pile of soft, lifeless bodies, the pretty little girl wore a captivated gaze, fixated on the pale corpses soaking in the water. She could easily star in a horror film. Would she dare let her father see her like this? Certainly not. Even when confronted by her grandfather. One must consider the psychological endurance of the old Dark Lord, for he is merely a dark wizard with aspirations of world domination, not a deranged individual. Following the brave switch brought about by the soul fragment, this place was once again besieged by an abundance of wraiths, attracting the greedy necromancer. Voldemort found himself robbed yet again. Until she leisurely caught several hundred foolish indigenous folk, Allison carefully stowed away the corpse clad in a tattered wizard's robe, while the remaining villagers and vagrants were unceremoniously stuffed into a pocket enhanced by a spell of seamless expansion. Stretching languidly, with one hand cradling a suitcase and the other grasping the now wrinkled, dazed goblin, she boarded the dilapidated vessel that would ferry her to the lake center. The rickety boat remained still, as it had been magically enchanted to accommodate only one adult wizard at a time. In Voldemort's eyes, a minor like Allison was scarcely considered human. With no one aboard, the boat naturally refused to budge. Allison's expression darkened, ancient magic swirling around her. It seemed that the vessel sensed her formidable magical essence, rivaling that of an adult wizard, and finally began to move, albeit sluggishly. The bow of the boat cut through the water, producing a gentle rustling sound, accompanied by Allison's playful splashes as she navigated the fully automated craft. The small vessel carved deep ripples across the glassy surface of the lake, reminiscent of grooves on a black mirror. The eerie atmosphere was rather captivating, Allison mused. It would be even more amusing if a little demon bat were to leap out and attack, potentially frightening some of the little ones. After a brief journey, the boat gently collided with a rocky islet at the lake's center. At the heart of this stone slab-like island was a large basin filled with a verdant liquid, emanating a green glow. Enchanted to prevent direct contact with the ominous substance, one could only find a container to dispense it for magical beings, as any spillage would merely return to the basin. Regrettably, the soul fragment had long since vanished. Otherwise, Allison would have relished the opportunity to mischievously pour basilisk venom into the concoction, simmering it over a gentle flame, to create a pot of soul broth for the affluent upperclassmen with a stash of corpses. What a delightful indulgence that would be! She sighed wistfully, as she grasped the goblin, and began to administer the noxious potion to her sacrificial offering. Indeed, the thoughts of a true dark wizard are often straightforward, brutal and efficient. The suitcase, crammed with goblins, writhed in pain as they struggled, confronting the most regrettable moment of their existence. Being caught by the terrifying little demon after peering out of their burrow out of sheer curiosity, they emitted indistinct, sorrowful cries. The innocent little witch could not comprehend what regrets such lowly creatures could harbor. She merely attributed their discomfort to weakness and thirst. With her adorable, inquisitive eyes she blinked. In truth, had there been more than one bowl, her own curiosity would have compelled her to sample a taste. Eager to witness what experiences could evoke such regret and anguish, though she was aware that she possessed nothing of the sort. Alas, Allison was not inclined to share a bowl with the goblins, thus she abandoned that thought. Whether it was her consuming goblin saliva, or the goblins consuming hers, such indirect kissing was decidedly distasteful. Chapter 54. Pranks. After she forcefully tore through the fabric of space, the long-dormant, tattered game interface finally sputtered to life, sluggishly revealing a mocking achievement, Goblin Butcher. Allison paid no heed to the accolade, swiftly closing it with her mental energy. The game interface offered no rewards for such disparaging achievements, leaving players unfazed by the mockery. As the basin gradually emptied, the green shimmering glow of the potion faded, shrouding the area in darkness. She carelessly set aside a rather attractive replica pendant box, igniting a harmless, everlasting gobbledygook flame for illumination, then focused intently on the faintly writhing magical trajectory of the poison regenerating at the basin's bottom. Unsure of which represented the poison, and which illustrated the ability to regenerate or replicate, she ignited a small serpent of flame and casually tossed it in. Then with reverence, she placed a trading card of a chocolate frog featuring Dumbledore into the concoction, attempting to regenerate another basin. The magical circuit remained unresponsive, as if it were lifeless. With a sigh of discontent, Allison begrudgingly retrieved the card. However, upon realizing that the basin's enchantment prevented her from reaching past the covering to touch the object beneath, and that it would assess whether the covering affected magical, sentient beings, a mischievous idea sparked within her. A smirk crept upon her lips, and a delightfully wicked smile blossomed. A true trickster must always find amusement, possessing an eye keen to discover joy in the mundane. She first took out a piece of parchment, resting her palm upon it as she scrawled in a haphazard script, dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, what misfortune! After all your efforts, you discover you have arrived too late. Surprised? Unexpected? Thrilling?" After a moment's thought, she added a cutting remark. "Actually, bringing your own bowl is acceptable. I highly recommend it. You wouldn't have used the dirty bowl I left behind, which has served many goblins, would you?" The parchment floated down to the pristine base of the basin. Next, she rummaged through her system backpack to retrieve the Duke of Honey's candies purchased the previous day. While organizing, she had discovered an assortment of gag jelly beans. The packaging clearly stating that strange flavors comprised 90% of the contents. In her opinion, such a product ought not to be found in a confectionery shop, but rather in a nearby joke shop. The back of the bag listed a variety of bizarre flavors: cow dung, intestines, earwax, and vomit. What sort of candy was this? Merely a glance evoked a loss of courage to even consider tasting them, leaving one with a desire to discard the lot into the trash. Yet, at this moment, she was exceedingly grateful for their presence, as well as for having bought half the store's inventory of sweets and cultivating the habit of carrying assorted materials whenever possible. A wicked grin graced Allison's lips as she hastily emptied all her prank jelly beans into the basin. At this point, the oversized basin was barely half filled. Following that, she added an assortment of peculiar candies, including small, fiery pepper candies, ice mice that chilled the teeth, and mint ice cream shaped like toads that leaped in one's stomach, along with blood-flavored lollipops and explosive gummy candies, until the basin was filled to the brim. She attempted once more to retrieve the candy directly, but the magic of the tattered basin activated, presenting resistance to her hand, preventing her from grasping the objects within. The trickster stirred the mixture of prank candies with the bowl previously used to feed the goblins, blending them together, and left the bowl atop the basin, unable to suppress a strange, villainous chuckle echoing through the empty cave. This infernal concoction of mixed candies would likely instill a loss of courage to consume them in anyone, be they old lions, young cubs, or even a young serpent. It could send one's soul soaring from their body, in a literal sense. Yet one must consider, her beloved Dumbledore would most certainly not choose to indulge in a basin filled with sweets. Such a grand display of humor could only be executed by a charming little witch like herself. Her elder brother, with his penchant for the mundane, could never match her wit. Imagining her dear father, Dumbledore, seated opposite Harry Potter, both green in the face as they continuously stuffed each other's mouths with prank candies, occasionally gagging, was a scene fit only for dreams. Allison puffed her cheeks. Nonetheless, she quickly reassured herself that her father would likely act stealthily, and even if he did grimace while consuming every last candy, she wouldn't have to witness it. Surveying the dismal surroundings of this wretched den, the young sorcerer's gaze once again fixated upon the small, dilapidated boat trembling upon the lake's surface, as if quaking in fear. With a deft application of transfiguration, he transformed the vessel's cabin, placing several scare boxes within, ensuring that halfway across the eerily silent, obsidian waters, a clown would suddenly spring forth, emitting a piercing cackle from within its confines. Voldemort's enchantments upon the boat merely prevented 2 adult wizards from boarding and venturing to the lake center, allowing for alterations to the cabin's comfort. Yet, who could have anticipated such a mischievous child's antics? A timid wizard, frightened of the dark, would likely capsize into the lake at such a fright. With the goblin bodies left behind, she nonchalantly pocketed the pendant box, and amidst the cacophonous laughter of the dolls springing forth, Allison cheerfully returned to shore aboard the rickety boat. Enveloped by a spell of anti-apparition, she could not simply vanish from this place. Approaching the shattered entrance, she surveyed it once more and, with a flourish of her wand, inscribed a boastful declaration. Allison was here. In the distance, the lake's surface glimmered with a faint, crimson glow. After a moment of silence, the previously mischievous, devil-may-care smile that had danced upon her lips gradually faded into an impassive expression. Her vision began to swirl with a haze of dark magic, the screeching of green specters, and the flickering embers of ancient spells. An overwhelming surge of magic resonated with her emotions, fiercely attempting to obliterate everything before her. Taking a deep breath, Allison struggled to suppress the sudden tide of fury swelling within her. Her eyes tinted with red, and the whites began to spread, her blurred form slowly regaining clarity. Here, there would never be a father who endured pain yet held on bravely, calmly facing death. I shall protect him. No one shall harm my father. Let this place become a grand prank indeed. With her adventure concluded, she apparat from the cavern to a corner of Diagon Alley, where she meandered through the streets, even discussing her upcoming potion ingredient orders with the shopkeeper. As dusk approached, Allison returned to Godric's Hollow via the public fireplace, her face radiating genuine joy, as if she had spent a delightful afternoon at play. Chapter 55 Gellert. Leisurely strolling along the path in Godric's Hollow, bathed in the golden hues of sunset, she gradually approached the doorstep of the burrow. Through the verdant foliage of the garden, she spotted Dumbledore, engrossed in a book, awaiting her return. It seemed he had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Allison, a gentle smile graced his features. Unable to contain her earlier longing for him, she rushed into his embrace, nuzzling against him, relishing the comforting aura he exuded. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback by her sudden display of affection, but soon, he tenderly stroked her hair. Allison, with a playful lift of her chin, announced with childlike enthusiasm, "I can hardly wait for school to start." Dumbledore chuckled softly. "Then let us anticipate your performance at the academy this year." Her eyes sparkled with mischief and challenge, as she declared, "Just wait until I put the professors and my classmates in their places." Dumbledore remained unperturbed, responding with a calm smile, "I look forward to seeing what you conjure up." Allison, feeling emboldened, nestled closer, twisting playfully like a gummy worm, and pressed her advantage. "I don't want to attend remedial classes, at least not tomorrow. I might need to take a day off." Dumbledore, maintaining his good-natured demeanor, inquired, "And why is that?" With a sweet, mysterious smile, she replied, "Because I have a little secret, and it involves a splendid treasure that requires a day off to unearth." Dumbledore, with a playful wink, responded, "Very well. You may take a day off, but you must first tell me what this treasure is." Allison turned her head away, clearly refusing to divulge. Dumbledore sighed in resignation. "All right. We shall leave that for now. However, before we proceed, I must ask you a question." Allison tilted her head inquisitively. Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he fixed his gaze upon her. "Where did you go just now?" Allison's eyes flickered, contemplating what might have given her away. Indeed, she had just wandered through Diagon Alley, but not for the entirety of the day. Dumbledore's keen gaze seemed to pierce through her deception. "Do not attempt to mislead me." With an impassive expression, Allison maintained her composure, but subtly omitted crucial details, casually adding, "I merely visited the Leaky Cauldron in London for a bit, but it wasn't very entertaining, so I returned." Dumbledore scrutinized her, weighing the veracity of her words. Allison chuckled lightly, feigning innocence, her tone nonchalant. "What's the matter? I simply went out to enjoy my free time. It is summer. After all." Dumbledore appeared convinced, smiling as he replied, "That's a relief. I was beginning to think you were lost." Allison cast a sidelong glance at him, casually inquiring, "Did you come to Diagon Alley looking for me?" Dumbledore hesitated, his fingers momentarily pausing as they brushed through her crimson locks. He did not deny it. "Yes. I was somewhat concerned about you." Although Allison's magical prowess was commendable, she remained an 11-year-old child, newly acquainted with the wizarding world of Britain. However, simple mischief and deceit were not particularly alarming. The most pressing concern was the subtle, almost imperceptible aura of dark magic surrounding Allison. As she spoke, her voice gradually diminished, a smirk adorning her lips as she seemed to recognize this obscured aspect, silently challenging him with her gaze. The young sorcerer was, after all, a source of magic, her magical pathways inherently complex and chaotic. Having spent her previous life in a gaming world, she had grown accustomed to the overflow of magic without a second thought. Nonetheless, it was evident that the previous outburst had left some lingering repercussions. Dumbledore chose to disregard her challenging gaze. "Shall we step inside?" Allison wrapped her arms around his as they entered. Grindelwald was in the living room, sipping tea, and upon hearing their arrival, looked up. "Back already?" His eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing Allison. Like a child returning from a delightful shopping spree in Diagon Alley, she exuberantly declared, "Yes, I'm back." Grindelwald regarded her with keen interest. "What did you acquire from Diagon Alley?" Allison blinked innocently, responding with confidence, "I didn't buy anything. I enjoyed a sandwich meal in the Muggle world, and discussed my school supplies with the potion ingredient shopkeeper in Diagon Alley." Grindelwald scrutinized her with a knowing gaze. Allison beamed back at him. The Dark Lord did not press further, instead taking a sip of his tea. As Allison's eyes flitted towards Dumbledore, the old headmaster, sensing her gaze, smiled warmly at her. In that moment, a mischievous idea sparked within Allison, and with a playful tone she probed, eager to tease her father's nerves. "Dear Professor, are you familiar with the Gaunt family?" Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, Dumbledore's expression shifted subtly. "Why do you bring this up?" He was, of course, well aware of the Gaunt lineage. When Voldemort had emerged with his Death Eater faction, wreaking havoc across Britain, he had recognized his former student, Tom Riddle, who had vanished after graduation. Dumbledore could no longer ignore Tom's ambitions and malevolence, prompting him to investigate Tom's origins while simultaneously organizing the Order of the Phoenix to resist. In light of the impressions gathered from the small circle of followers that Voldemort had amassed during his student years, along with his knowledge of Parseltongue, it was only natural that he uncovered the origins of Tom Riddle, the offspring of Mara P. Gaunt, a daughter of the Gaunt family, who had bewitchingly ensnared the Muggle, Tom Riddle. From his reaction, Allison gleaned the information she yearned to know and, with a coy smile playing on her lips, remarked, "It appears there is indeed something to uncover, though I seek more specific details." Dumbledore remained silent, casting a deep gaze toward Allison. With an innocent tilt of her head, she unabashedly expressed her intentions. "I wish to pay a visit there, yet I cannot pinpoint the exact location of Little Hangleton. You know how remote it is." Grindelwald offered no words, merely observing their exchange with quiet interest. Dumbledore lowered his gaze slightly, lost in contemplation. In that fleeting moment, he pondered much regarding the Gaunt family, Voldemort, and the motives, plans, and secrets of his daughter, Allison. After a brief pause, he finally spoke, "I can take you there." Allison refrained from immediate response, elegantly biding her time for his elaboration. "However, before we proceed, I would like you to share your reasons for seeking the Gaunt family." At this, Allison was not taken aback. She smiled slyly and decisively revealed the whereabouts of an insufferable upperclassman. "The Resurrection Stone ring is there, and I intend to unearth that treasure." The mention of one of the fabled Deathly Hallows caused Dumbledore's expression to sharpen. "Where did you learn of this?" Chapter 56. The Mind of a Dark Wizard. Under the intensity of Dumbledore's penetrating gaze, Allison instinctively sought refuge beside Grindelwald, who in a show of solidarity, shielded her from Dumbledore's scrutiny, speaking in a tone of indulgence. "If Allison wishes to go, let her." Dumbledore's gaze turned to Grindelwald. "This is no jest. The significance of one of the Deathly Hallows is immense, and the dangers it may entail are unknown. Furthermore, the Resurrection Stone is said to have an alluring effect that can ensnare the unwary." Grindelwald replied languidly, "It is her decision to make. She must bear the consequences." Dumbledore fixed a steady gaze upon Grindelwald. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Grindelwald retorted, "Members of the Grindelwald family never engage in actions devoid of purpose." His words carried dual implications, pointing to both his own intentions and to Allison, who outwardly bore the title of his half-blood daughter. The peculiar foresight granted by that extraordinary transparent I ensured that the Grindelwalds, as seers, could seize upon the faintest threads of the future. Allison, unexpectedly, inquired about his past jealousy. Was the fire shield that burned Scamander not of significance? Grindelwald maintained his composure. "That is an entirely different matter." After a moment of silence, Dumbledore furrowed his brow. "I do not consent to her going." Allison, displaying remarkable determination, immediately issued a veiled threat, or rather stated a fact. "Then I shall go alone. It will merely cause a bit more trouble." Dumbledore's gaze intensified upon her. "You cannot go alone. It is too perilous." Allison raised an eyebrow, finally revealing her true intentions. "What if the three of us went together?" Surprised by her suggestion, the two elder wizards exchanged glances, seemingly contemplating. Apart from those 2 months in the summer of yesteryear, they had not collaborated or forged an alliance since. Yet now, it appeared that perhaps they could, and it would not be without merit. If the two of them joined forces, there would be little that could stand in their way. Grindelwald was the first to speak. "I agree." Dumbledore, after a moment of deliberation, nodded in assent. Allison, brimming with joy, offered a cautionary reminder. By the way, I have heard that there is a curse that tempts others to don it, which then triggers a deadly hex. Therefore, let us not have anyone attempt to act in secret." Both Dumbledore and Grindelwald's expressions grew serious. Dumbledore's concern stemmed purely from the danger involved. Meanwhile, Grindelwald recalled Allison's earlier words about how Dumbledore might one day fall victim to a fatal curse. Allison, with a knowing glance exchanged with her father, further affirmed his suspicions. For those who are obsessed with the deceased, it is particularly perilous. Grindelwald's expression remained impassive. Dumbledore lowered his gaze slightly, responding in a hushed tone. "I understand." In that moment, both wise men were lost in their own thoughts. Allison tilted her head, observing them with a smile. "It seems I alone may remain unscathed?" Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon her, stating thus, "You are even less permitted to go alone." With wide eyes, Allison, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "Why not?" Dumbledore's tone turned grave. "You just said that only you would be unaffected." Allison blinked, somewhat oblivious, and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Dumbledore's expression grew even more serious. This means you would have to confront the danger directly. Alison's expression became nuanced, as she regarded him as if he were a fool, finally grasping what was amiss. She turned her gaze to Grindelwald, seeking his thoughts. In such a situation, what would be the usual course of action? Grindelwald shrugged, responding delicately, I am a dark wizard. At last Alison broke into a joyful laugh, having found a kindred spirit who shared her sentiments. Of course, one must first seek materials to tread the path of danger. Dumbledore paused, exhaling a sigh. You too. Grindelwald wore a sly smile, while Alison bubbled with delight. The normally compassionate wizard, Dumbledore, found himself at a loss when faced with two dark wizards. Can you not contemplate a more conventional approach? Alison, with righteous indignation, retorted, is this not normal? A typical dark wizard's mindset is both efficient and safe. Dumbledore, with an expression of sternness, corrected her. That is not efficiency, that is cruelty. With a sigh, Alison shook her head, begrudgingly conceding, very well, very well. I shall control lifeless summons to retrieve the ring and use a goblin as a sacrifice? Dumbledore's demeanor lightened slightly. At least this is far better than sacrificing a human life. Alison remained somewhat vexed, muttering complaints while casting a challenging glance at her father. How unreliable this seems. If I may say, we might as well use the killing curse to find a lucky soul. Dumbledore's expression darkened once more. He maintained a stern countenance, stating, absolutely not. Alison, with a playful huff, turned to Grindelwald, loudly expressing her discontent. Gellert, have your old subordinates find a way to locate the place. We shall not involve Albus in our endeavors. Grindelwald's expression was peculiar as he gestured with his eyes for her to observe Dumbledore's reaction. With a cheeky grin, Alison looked over at him. Dumbledore's face remained stern. Alison. Alison elongated her tone. Dumbledore's voice grew more emphatic. I said no. The more he insisted, the more delighted Alison became, reveling in her ability to disrupt her father's usual calm demeanor. Does even the good-natured Albus become irate with me? Dumbledore maintained his serious expression. This is a matter of principle. With an innocent face, Alison began to argue cunningly. This does not constitute personally taking a life. It is merely inviting a fortunate soul. The curse is not of my making. It is the one who casts the curse who bears the mantle of the murderer. Dumbledore's gaze turned sharp. Your actions are indistinguishable from murder. Pleased by his demeanor, Alison burst into boisterous laughter. Do you know that, just as Dumbledore was about to continue, he was suddenly enveloped in a tight embrace from Alison. Taken aback, he remained silent for a moment before reciprocating the hug. Alison nuzzled against him, her tone languid. What do you know, my dear teacher? In that moment, Dumbledore found it difficult to maintain his stern facade. He sighed, ruffling her hair, his tone softening. You know we cannot resolve issues in this manner. Alison laughed joyfully, shaking her head. I do not know. I only know that I must strive to grow until you can no longer manage me. I adhere to the belief that magic equates to power, so for now, I shall acquiesce to your guidance and refrain from employing such methods. Dumbledore, visibly troubled, sighed and sought to correct her. I hope you will consistently uphold this principle. Chapter 57 The Oath. Naturally, such words are of little consequence, as Alison remains intent on garnering her father's vigilance and attention. She chuckled softly, leisurely uttering, dream on. Faced with the audacity of the young witch regarding principles, Dumbledore's expression grew stern once more. Alison, unfazed by his demeanor, she merely smiled subtly, her countenance enigmatic. Even if I were to truly make a promise, what then? Would you genuinely believe it? Even the magical vow can be circumvented in numerous ways. The most unreliable entity in this world is the human heart. As a blood pact bound by magical oaths, the greatest skepticism lies within the vows themselves. This, one must admit, is a form of irony. Much like Dumbledore and Grindelwald in their time, vows exchanged in fervor ultimately became void. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. I am well aware of that. But you should understand that oaths are not without significance. A semblance of a smile danced across Alison's face as she stated the facts. But for someone like me, prone to deceit, they indeed hold no value. Under her beaming gaze, Dumbledore shook his head, sighing gently, his tone softening. Alison, I am fully aware of your cunning nature. Yet, I shall not abandon you for it. He lifted his hand to caress his daughter's silky red hair, his voice tender. I know the essence of who you are. A flicker of emotion passed through Alison's eyes as she heard her father softly speak, her eyes widening slightly. You are intelligent, formidable, and delightful. Dumbledore smiled. His expression warm and embracing, devoid of the usual childish glee. He made a gentle promise. Thus, I shall never forsake you. Instinctively, Allison cast a triumphant glance at Grindelwald. Her face adorned with a practiced smile. Though she was clearly pleased by his words, her demeanor remained unmoved. Grindelwald, with a teasing tone, remarked, "I dare say, dear Albus, your recent declarations may not sway her." Dumbledore appeared to anticipate this, calmly observing Allison. "I know you are not one easily swayed. You are acutely aware of your desires, and will not waver due to a mere phrase." Gradually, a smile graced his lips. "However, you would not genuinely resist the kindness of others." Allison cast a nonchalant glance at him, her demeanor cold and unyielding. "Of course, being a freeloader is ever so appealing. The actions of others do not hinder my subsequent betrayals." Dumbledore found himself both amused and exasperated by his daughter's obstinacy. "Allison," she lazily retorted, "dear Professor, are you attempting to tame a venomous serpent?" Dumbledore sighed. "I am endeavoring to comprehend you." Allison's expression gradually morphed into one of cold arrogance, articulating a harsh reality. "It is impossible for one to truly understand another. Empathy is a mere illusion." Dumbledore shook his head, his striking blue eyes reflecting an almost childlike persistence. "Yet, I believe love transcends all." Allison's gaze turned frigid, her demeanor increasingly impatient, akin to an agitated serpent. "But I prefer that which is unique. If you think to placate me with a love that could extend to my classmates, it would only incite my ire." Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, studying the young witch, and spoke earnestly, his tone deliberate. "No, it is not that way. Love is both an ability and a choice. You can choose to love, or not to love. But I will always choose to love you." Allison closed her eyes momentarily, unsure of her thoughts, and upon reopening them, her tone was flippant. "As a friendly warning, I advise you not to attempt to sway me. That could prove perilous. You must have noticed I share certain traits with Gellert. We are both the type to seize everything from those we cherish in an effort to obtain one another." Dumbledore listened calmly, his tone resolute. "I understand. Yet I do not fear this. For I believe love can alter everything, including altering you." Almost scorched by such unwavering and courageous conviction, Allison slyly turned her face, seemingly preoccupied with observing Grindelwald's expression, her smile betraying a blend of provocation and pride. Dumbledore followed her gaze. Grindelwald's lips curled into a sardonic smile, dismissing Allison's youthful provocation, his gaze fixed intently on Dumbledore. Uncomfortable under such scrutiny, Dumbledore cleared his throat and averted his gaze. Allison leaned forward, positioning herself between the two, deliberately attempting to obscure her father. Even if she were to assist in mending their relationship, it did not imply she wished to relinquish her attachment to her father. After all, it seemed their progress was satisfactory, and she felt no qualms about slowing it down. Noticing the glaring and overtly transparent intentions from his daughter, Grindelwald smirked with a hint of derision. Even without witnessing Gellert's expression, he could surmise the circumstances on that side, leaving Dumbledore somewhat helpless. It appeared that in the face of two challenging Grindelwalds, one large and one small, his usual composure was beginning to wane. "You two." Both turned their gazes toward him. Dumbledore sighed. "Why can you not coexist peacefully?" Allison, her eyes twinkling, playfully responded, "That would depend on when you chose to divide yourself into two." Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. Under Gellert's keen interest, Dumbledore's headache resurfaced. Allison lightly scoffed, unreservedly expressing jealousy and malice. "Is it the same with every student you favor? Overflowing with affection, striving to understand them, eternally loving them?" Dumbledore paused, then chuckled helplessly. "Of course it is not." Allison fixed her gaze on him, scrutinizing his expression, clearly unwilling to allow any falsehoods. "Scamander, Hagrid, those you favored who were expelled." Dumbledore regarded her with gentle eyes. "They are my dearest friends, my most trusted companions." Allison retorted sarcastically, shaking her head. "Oh, how many best and most trustworthy individuals does my dear teacher possess? The term most should undoubtedly be exclusive. Professor McGonagall certainly qualifies, along with several other heads of houses, and then there's Scamander, Hagrid, and those Weasleys from the Order of the Phoenix, not to mention Potter, who might very well consider their friends as well." Dumbledore found himself momentarily speechless by this onslaught of sarcasm. Regaining his composure, he regarded Allison, her smile concealing dissatisfaction and anger, which only exacerbated his headache. "Listen to me, Allison. I do not treat everyone in such a manner. You and Gellert are unlike anyone else." Grindelwald, his gaze intense, clearly found this rare admission intriguing. Chapter 58. The Horcrux. Dumbledore chose to ignore the burning gaze. He turned to Allison. "Do you understand my meaning? I am not one to be easily swayed by sweet words." Allison, nonchalantly twirling her long hair, appeared relaxed and unfazed, clearly not easily moved. The young witch was not as easily appeased as an old flame. She posed a pivotal and lethal question. How much time and energy do you intend to invest in Gellert and me? Grindelwald had been laughing since Allison began speaking, sipping tea and observing the drama unfold, which only served to further irritate her. Dumbledore's tone was sincere. I will do my utmost. Allison pressed her lips together, chuckling knowingly, but I doubt it will compare to Hogwarts. In light of such a comparison, the old headmaster looked decidedly exasperated. I will try my best, but there are always certain matters. Allison was not interested in her father's explanations, her expression turning frigid as she coldly scoffed and ascended the stairs to her room. There is nothing left to discuss. I am a person of many falsehoods, harboring secrets in my heart, and thus I perceive others as equally duplicitous. Therefore, I have always focused solely on actions that reveal intent, dismissing the sweet words that blur the lines between truth and deception. Grindelwald smiled serenely at his former lover, whose daughter was clearly distressed. Dumbledore sighed in resignation, calling out, Gellert. Grindelwald, in a buoyant mood, hummed in response. Dumbledore glared at him, saying, Do not stoke the flames further. Grindelwald feigned innocence, replying, You truly wound me, Albus. You know full well I have done nothing. Dumbledore sighed softly, lamenting, You are truly incorrigible. Grindelwald smiled charmingly, While I indeed am a rogue, I must thank you for the compliment. Dumbledore fell into a momentary silence, reflecting, You both give me quite the headache. I sense you rather enjoy this. Grindelwald teased. Dumbledore lowered his gaze. At the very least, I hope to assist Allison. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, meticulously calculating. I had thought your affection for me would be more apparent. Dumbledore met his gaze. My feelings for you are sufficiently clear. Grindelwald chuckled lightly, offering him a cup of tea, his mood evidently bright. Yet I believe it still falls short. Dumbledore accepted the cup, sipping the honeyed brew. If you insist on sweet nothings to satisfy you. Grindelwald burst into exuberant laughter. Why not? Dumbledore, though resigned, spoke naturally. Very well, I love you, Gellert. Grindelwald leaned in with a grin, and Dumbledore pressed a kiss to the corner of his mouth. Grindelwald, elated, exclaimed Albus. A flicker of amusement danced in Dumbledore's eyes. The two sat quietly, sharing a tender moment until Grindelwald rose to leave, pressing a kiss to Dumbledore's fingers. Dumbledore remained seated, simply smiling as he gently caressed his own fingers. Despite any dissatisfaction, due to Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and Bashida being elders over a century old, Allison soon exited the room to prepare dinner. Upon noticing that only her parents were at the dining table, she rested her chin in her hand, curiously inquiring, Where's Bashida? Dumbledore replied with a smile. She has been invited to visit a friend. Allison blinked, transitioning to business. All right then, shall we depart for Little Hangleton tomorrow morning? Dumbledore nodded calmly. Suddenly, Allison tugged at Grindelwald's sleeve, asking, When are you bringing home a house elf? Grindelwald paused, then laughed. What prompted this sudden thought? Allison, maintaining a serious expression, replied in a calm, almost sage-like tone. I am a house-trained witch, not a house elf. I am responsible for cleaning, cooking, and tending to the yard. I am doing everything they can do, and more. Do you not feel a pang of conscience? Besides, I will be going to school, and someone needs to take care of you and Bashida, given your advanced ages. Grindelwald stifled a laugh, ruffling her hair. Dumbledore cleared his throat, comforting her. We will resolve this issue soon. The three finally settled down to enjoy their dinner. Halfway through the meal, Allison unexpectedly burst into a light, almost manic giggle. Grindelwald glanced up, perplexed. What is so amusing? Allison, playfully batting her blue eyes, leaned in conspiratorially, deliberately teasing her father, the solitary white wizard. Have you ever heard of the dark art known as Horcruxes? At the mention of such malevolent magic, Grindelwald instinctively exchanged glances with the slightly furrowed brow of Dumbledore. Dumbledore's expression turned serious. From where did you hear that term? Allison casually dismissed him, focusing on her father. Please, I am a dark wizard, Gellert. What about you? Grindelwald replied nonchalantly. Horcruxes? I have heard of them, though I do not know much. Allison continued, kindly explaining, it involves killing to split one's soul, achieving a state of immortality. For even if the body perishes, the fragments of the soul tethered in the Horcrux prevent one from crossing into the afterlife. You are correct. Dumbledore said, his brow furrowed. But how do you know this? Allison supported her chin with her hand. I read it. Secrets of Dark Magic is a rather intriguing book. Dumbledore gravely admonished his rebellious daughter. You should not be reading those things. This incited another bout of giggles from Allison, who collapsed onto the table, tears of mirth welling in her eyes as she extended her voice, teasingly invoking Voldemort's name. Knowledge is paramount after all. Some fool split his soul into 7 pieces. Dumbledore's expression grew tense, a multitude of thoughts flashing through his mind. The notion of Voldemort, who had not truly died but merely vanished. The existence of Death Eaters marked by dark magic, and the sinister, arcane knowledge of soul-splitting weighed heavily upon him. He fell silent for a moment, his tone shifting to one of unusual seriousness. "We need to discuss this, Allison. The matter of Horcruxes." Allison tilted her head innocently, firmly refusing no. Dumbledore's tone turned resolute. "I must know how much you understand." Allison stubbornly reiterated, "I won't." Dumbledore fixed her with a steady gaze, softening his tone as he attempted to coax her. "I merely wish to confirm a few things." Allison continued to enjoy her steak, cheerfully mumbling, "I won't. Not even Veritaserum will work." Dumbledore lapsed into silence once more. "What must I do to elicit your cooperation?" Allison chewed thoughtfully, "Nothing will work. I will speak when the time is right." Dumbledore sighed softly, his patience with Grindelwald's cryptic nature and secretive demeanor entirely depleted. Allison playfully snuggled against Grindelwald, receiving a tender kiss on her forehead from her father. After dinner, Allison surprisingly adhered to the rules and reviewed the dark magic defense topics covered in her morning lesson, while the other two leisurely played wizard's chess. Chapter 59, Little Hangleton. Hangleton is a quaint village located in the southeastern part of England, specifically in Surrey. It is renowned for its traditional agrarian lifestyle and its isolation from the modern world. Following the Industrial Revolution and 2 world wars, this remote village remains largely unaffected, preserving its relatively closed and conventional way of life. The variations in English accents across the UK are significant, and the distinctive southern accent here might sound almost like a foreign language to outsiders, further fostering a sense of insularity among the locals. A stream divides the village into Little Hangleton and Great Hangleton. Despite the diminutive designation, Little Hangleton is the more populous and vibrant of the two, while Great Hangleton is characterized by its remoteness and desolation. The Gaunt family, known for their extravagant displays of wealth, has continuously intermarried to maintain their noble bloodline, resulting in the depletion of their ancestors' fortunes by the same coarse and arrogant progenitors. Consequently, by the 1920s, the last remnants of this pure-blood family, deemed as mad vagrants by the local muggles, were forced to reside in a dilapidated house closer to Great Hangleton. A mere 4 miles from Little Hangleton, 2 elderly individuals, hand in hand with a child, trudged through the overgrown weeds, making their way with great difficulty. The path had long since vanished from disuse. At last, they arrived at the Gaunt family's old residence. Nestled between 2 steep hills, a tangle of trees and a dense patch of nettles partially concealed a crumbling structure that Allison would more aptly describe as a dilapidated shack. The walls were thick with moss, the roof tiles scattered, and the wooden beams within were exposed to varying degrees. Nettles outside had grown up to the windows, and the small, dirt-caked panes allowed only fragmented rays of sunlight to filter into the grim, abandoned dwelling. A decaying door was nailed shut with a snake in the shape of a death symbol, emblematic of Slytherin's pureblood lineage. The house consists of 3 exceedingly cramped rooms, with the central spacious area serving as both kitchen and living room, enveloped in dust, mildew, and even thriving weeds sprouting from the cracks. The former owner, Morfin Gaunt, was rendered unconscious by Tom Riddle, who sought to unearth his lineage. Riddle seized Morfin's wand, slaughtered the Muggle family of Riddle, and implanted false memories into Morfin, implicating him in the murders of those Muggles. It was during this tumultuous episode that Voldemort also acquired the Gaunt family's ancestral ring, known as the Resurrection Stone. Dumbledore once located Morfin in Azkaban and uncovered the altered memories. In exchange, he secured Morfin's release. However, Morfin succumbed to the frailty brought on by years of confinement in Azkaban, passing away unnoticed before his release. Standing at the edge of a stinging nettle patch and gazing at the dilapidated house, Dumbledore softly remarked, "We have arrived." Allison raised her hand, and the surrounding earth swiftly coalesced into a towering clay golem. Under the summoner's command, the golem dutifully creaked open the large door, meticulously searching the interior of the Gaunt ancestral home. The erudite headmaster expressed astonishment at this novel magic, yet soon turned his focus, alongside Grindelwald, to the old house, remaining vigilantly alert. The Resurrection Stone ring was relatively easy to locate, positioned in a not-so-obscure spot, and well guarded by dark magic. After all, Voldemort himself appeared to have inherited certain traits from the Gaunts. Despite their mutual denial, some similarities were nonetheless transmitted through bloodlines. He had a penchant for collecting mementos, particularly those imbued with potent magic and historical significance, arrogance, madness, cruelty, alongside a relentless ambition for status. The soulless golem remained impervious to the protective dark magic surrounding the ring, merely cradling it in its hands. Dumbledore and Grindelwald immediately sensed something amiss. The grotesque golden ring, adorned with a black diamond etched with the Peveril crest, now radiated an indescribable malevolent darkness, desperately enticing those nearby to don it. An inexplicable yearning surged within Dumbledore to grasp the ring and resurrect his deceased loved ones. While Grindelwald maintained a semblance of composure, he too felt the pull of the ring's allure. This craving was abruptly interrupted by Alison's freezing spell. Under the weight of her considerable magic, ice rapidly formed into a wall, standing shoulder-high, completely obstructing their contact with the golem. The sudden chill snapped their frenzied minds back to clarity. As Alison had stated, only she remained unaffected. With no desire to resurrect the deceased, Alison's clear blue eyes focused intently on her parents. The two parents, regaining their senses, took deep breaths, their expressions serious, and simultaneously cautioned their daughter in low voices. "Be careful, do not let it influence you. Do not touch it." Alison smiled reassuringly. "Of course, after all, I have no one I wish to bring back." They nodded, silently observing the young witch as she navigated the situation, ever ready to intervene should she fall under the soul fragment's malevolent influence. Alison ignited a fierce flame, directing it towards the soul artifact held by the golem. The fire scorched the ring, gradually spreading along the golem's arm and body. The clay golem remained still and unyielding. The black diamond remained unscathed even amidst the flames, a testament to the peculiar nature of this ancient relic, one of the fabled deathly hallows associated with the Grim Reaper. Meanwhile, the ugly golden band began to char and crack, oozing a viscous, dark substance reminiscent of aged blood, accompanied by distant, faint screams. Despite being ensnared with dark magical traps and protections, this most wicked of magical items displayed no resistance against the ferocious flames. The trio fixated on the ring as it was reduced to ashes, and Alison, initially somewhat nonchalant, found herself compelled to take the matter seriously due to her parents' influence. The clay golem too was gradually consumed by the crimson flames, and the black diamond fell lightly onto the grass. The dark magic traces on the resurrection stone were so intricate that they were nearly impossible to decipher. Still cautious, Alison scrutinized it and accurately tossed the half-conscious earth into the air, striking the resurrection stone to ensure that the lethal curse remained dormant. Both the goblin and the stone remained intact. Then, the fiery serpent coiled nearby casually devoured this magical creature, which had no place in the Muggle world. She hesitated, her gloved hand lifting the stone. Dumbledore and Grindelwald approached, observing the stone in their daughter's palm, one of the deathly hallows they had once yearned to study in their youth. Chapter 60, The Resurrection Stone. Noticing their keen interest, Alison pursed her lips in irritation. Perhaps I should find a lucky fool to test it? After all, goblins were merely magical creatures, not wizards. Dumbledore shook his head, his azure eyes fixed intently on the resurrection stone, signaling his intent to touch it first. No need, this stone should pose no threat. Hearing his implication, Alison paused momentarily, biting her glove's index finger before removing a single glove, her ungloved hand reaching out to touch the resurrection stone before them. Her body could regenerate and replace itself. As long as her soul endured, she would be safe, a trait inherited from the souls of angels and demons. In this world, magic, aside from killing curses, generally could not affect the soul. If there truly existed a lethal curse, she being able to change bodies, was the optimal candidate to touch it first. Both elders appeared momentarily taken aback. Dumbledore silently marveled, keeping the warmth of the moment to himself. Nothing occurred. This was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. The sins seemed to have been seared away by the fierce flames. Alison turned her face away, coldly tossing the artifact to them. No curse. Take it and play with it. She felt a slight relaxation as she removed her glove. Grindelwald caught the gemstone. You're so generous with us? Alison replied, somewhat perplexed. I have no desire to encounter the deceased, nor am I interested in a zombie army. I recall you were quite eager to acquire this for creating an army of the undead in your youth. She, being one who toyed with skeletal undead, looked down upon the inferior version that was a zombie, even having to compete for sources of corpses. Grindelwald chuckled, handing the resurrection stone to his old lover. Indeed. I was quite young back then. Dumbledore examined the resurrection stone, issuing a casual warning, you'd best not entertain such thoughts now, Gellert. Grindelwald shrugged. I merely wish to study it. Alison regarded the black diamond with a languid tone, betraying her indifference. I believe the correct method is to turn it thrice in your hand, is it not? Grindelwald turned his attention to Dumbledore, watching as the latter rotated the stone 3 times, just as they had theorized in their youth based on the legends. Only Dumbledore could witness that, after 3 rotations, figures more tangible than souls, yet more ephemeral than living beings appeared beside him. They traversed the overgrown grass, producing faint sounds, their delicate forms moving toward the now-aged Dumbledore. The memory of his parents, nearly corporeal, bore gentle, affectionate smiles. Ariana, still shy, gazed curiously at her brother and the two unfamiliar figures beside him. Percival was no longer the furious father from his most vivid memories, consumed by hatred, but rather a calmer, gentler version from much earlier. Kendra was also no longer the weary matriarch burdened with the care of her children, struggling to uphold a family. She offered a soft, tender smile, watching her eldest son, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ariana remained shy and introverted, yet the pallid, dazed, and tormented visage wrought by painful memories had faded away. Everything seemed to be frozen in their most enchanting moments, now adorned with a touch of beauty. Dumbledore, with an expression of rapt bewilderment, gazed quietly at them, tears cascading down his cheeks. Those ethereal figures, visible only to him, embraced him tenderly, as family members exchanged whispers of love and longing. Dumbledore extended his hand in return, embracing them back. A smile gradually graced his face, even as tears continued to flow. Allison, somewhat awkwardly, nestled beside her father, careful not to disturb him as he sought the presence of his parents and sister. Grindelwald gently wrapped his arm around her, remaining silent and unobtrusive, granting him a moment of solitude. Dumbledore spoke to the void for what felt like an eternity, listening intently in return. In that moment, he was no longer the greatest wizard, the headmaster of Hogwarts, or the guardian of the British wizarding community, the bastion upon whom all relied. At that instant, he was merely a child of the Dumbledore family, a son to his parents, and an elder brother to his sister. For this fleeting moment, at the very least, he had returned home. His parents felt a pang of sympathy for him, yet swelled with pride. His sister had forgiven him, urging him to look after their brother, Aberforth, hoping they would all live well and joyfully. The family even cast curious, gentle glances toward Grindelwald and Allison, playfully teasing the once humble and proud Aberforth of the past. How could a true soul, after so many years, glimpse the present state of affairs? Yet at the very least, this illusion born of memories was sufficient to soothe the weary and grieving hearts of the living. The cerulean eyes behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, typically warm and serene in the presence of others, now sparkled with childlike innocence and joy, glimmering with unshed tears. Dumbledore maintained his smile until he finally turned to face Grindelwald and Allison. "Let us depart," he said, as he clutched the resurrection stone. The remnants of tears still graced his cheeks, even dampening his meticulously groomed beard, yet he radiated warmth in his smile. Grindelwald returned the gesture with a gentle smile, patting Dumbledore's shoulder. Dumbledore smiled back, his expression imbued with palpable relief and nostalgia. "Indeed, I am quite happy." They exchanged glances, sharing a silent understanding. Dumbledore then looked down at the red-haired young witch. "Allison, a tenderness flickered across his face. "Thank you." Allison, feeling somewhat awkward, turned her face away, displaying an indignant demeanor, seemingly uninterested. Dumbledore did not expect a response. Instead, he affectionately ruffled her hair. He stowed away the resurrection stone. Allison blinked her blue eyes. Her curiosity piqued. "Why not use it all the time?" Dumbledore smiled softly, his voice gentle yet resolute. "Because I know I will never lose them again." Allison looked perplexed. However, Dumbledore offered no further explanation, simply taking her hand. "Let us go home." Allison remained baffled. "You adults are truly strange. If you could conjure images, why not just keep using it? If it were me, I would use it all the time." Dumbledore merely smiled, listening to his daughter's lively chatter without rushing to apparate her away. Allison muttered, "Why not treat it like a magical portrait? Isn't it delightful to have someone around, creating a lively atmosphere?" Grindelwald chuckled lightly, assuming a mentor's tone. "Everyone has their own choices." Allison pursed her lips and with a furrowed brow, posed a question. "Will you keep holding on to it forever?" Dumbledore shook his head. "While the resurrection stone poses no danger, prolonged contact is not advisable." Chapter 61 Leasing. "I mean, why not rent it out? Charge by the minute, right here at Hogwarts." Allison proposed an ingenious idea immediately. Both elderly wizards were momentarily taken aback by the absurdity of her suggestion. Dumbledore struggled to maintain his composure but ultimately failed, bursting into laughter. "I apologize. I simply couldn't help myself." Grindelwald chuckled as well, patting Dumbledore on the shoulder, gasping for breath from laughter. Once Dumbledore regained his composure, he coughed lightly. "I certainly did not anticipate that idea." Grindelwald, suppressing his laughter, finally gave in. "Ha ha ha. I never considered it could be a source of income." Dumbledore chuckled again, drawn into Grindelwald's mirth. Amidst their laughter, Allison's expression shifted from confusion to indignation. Dumbledore finally managed to stifle his laughter, preserving the dignity of the young witch. I apologize. We merely found your idea quite amusing. Once their laughter subsided, they exchanged glances. Allison, in a huff, insisted, providing a service for reunions with the departed. Isn't that a profoundly meaningful endeavor? With this exclusive business, you could also secure funding and scholarships for the school. Grindelwald managed to contain his amusement, remarking, "It is indeed quite meaningful." Dumbledore added with a smile, "You certainly possess a talent for generating good ideas." Allison gazed skeptically at their stifled laughter. Grindelwald, striving to maintain an air of composure, nodded earnestly. "We truly should consider this. Do you have any suggestions?" With this, Allison's spirits lifted further. She felt like a genius. "Aside from ensuring the charges are high, that is all I can think of. The indulgent ones will go bankrupt. And then they have to work hard to earn money again, only to return and indulge, thus promoting the circulation of the wizarding economy." The two old fathers exchanged amused glances, their smiles widening. Dumbledore, attempting to suppress his laughter, spoke lightly, "You certainly have opened my eyes." Allison regarded them with mild disdain. "Your imagination is quite lacking. It's surprising you are such powerful wizards." The two elders refrained from rebuttal, still stifling laughter. "Indeed, we do need to contemplate this thoroughly." Allison rolled her eyes as the adults brought them back to the Bashida residence. Upon arriving at the Bashida home, they finally had an opportunity for a serious discussion. Allison leaned over the table, her curiosity fixed on them. Dumbledore and Grindelwald sat on the sofa, embarking on a serious dialogue regarding her proposal. Initially, when Dumbledore first heard Allison's suggestion of renting the resurrection stone by the minute, he thought it a delightful jest. However, as the conversation progressed, their perspectives transformed. It was an intriguing and rational idea. Not only could it fulfill the desires of wizards yearning for a reunion with their departed loved ones, but it could also generate some revenue for Hogwarts, providing a bit of assistance to students in need. Countless wizards in the past had pursued the resurrection stone, whether in hopes of resurrecting those lost or seeking to reunite with beloved departed ones, or like Gellert, ambitiously attempting to create an army of the undead. After using the resurrection stone, hiding it away in obscurity was the mark of a wise individual, while attempting to manipulate death with it was the hallmark of an ambitious one. All held a cautious attitude towards the resurrection stone, consistent with the legend of the Deathly Hallows, including Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who had once sought it. Yet their daughter Allison viewed the resurrection stone as an ordinary tool, unfazed by its mystique or dread, and unconcerned by its unparalleled power. She merely utilized its function to enhance life. There was no misuse, no adoration, but rather a choice for a broad, creative, and somewhat mundane application. As she argued, it represented a meaningful service, providing people with a fleeting opportunity to reunite with the departed. What a warm and beautiful function it was. Far more tangible than those elusive legends. Upon reflecting on this, smiles crept onto their faces, and mutual admiration gleamed in their eyes. She is destined to become a remarkable witch. Both the old headmaster and the old Dark Lord thought in unison. They subsequently deliberated slowly and reached a concrete implementation plan. However, it could not be executed just yet, as Professor Quirrell, who had recently exhibited unusual behavior potentially linked to Voldemort, remained at the school. Time drifted by amidst the daily revelry of supplementary lessons, leading to the long-awaited day of Hogwarts commencement on September 1st. Allison sluggishly arose, attending to her morning rituals. Perhaps it was the innate pressure of returning to school that weighed upon her, as she found herself reluctant to embark on this new chapter, despite having meticulously prepared for it. Since the arrival of the house elf, Allison had grown quite accustomed to a life of leisure, biting into her fried egg while mumbling complaints to her three guardians. "Can't I just wait until evening and fly directly to Hogsmeade using the Flu network? Must I absolutely take that wretched Hogwarts Express?" Dumbledore shook his head, a smile gracing his features as he replied, "The express train is a cherished tradition of Hogwarts, and it will allow you to truly savor the atmosphere of the new school year." Allison's face scrunched up, reminiscent of someone who had just tasted a sour plum. Bashida, also smiling, added reassuringly, "Do not fret, it's merely a few hours, and you might even meet some new classmates on the train." Grindelwald affectionately ruffled Allison's red hair, saying, "Worry not, for we shall accompany you." Allison's eyes widened, her spirits instantly lifted. "You all are coming to see me off at the station?" She was aware that someone would accompany her on her first day, but she had not anticipated the presence of all three elders. After all, Bashida was quite elderly, and her father had responsibilities to attend to at Hogwarts for the opening of the school year. It seemed that only her grandfather was free. Dumbledore's azure eyes sparkled with gentle mirth. Indeed, this marks your inaugural journey to Hogwarts, and we simply must see you off properly. Allison smiled, biting her lip, and glanced at her father. I thought you would be busy preparing for the school year at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's tone was lighthearted. Rest assured, Minerva and Phileas will be there. All will be well. Allison's mood brightened further, her voice lifting in excitement. Could it be that you will ride the Hogwarts Express with me? Dumbledore's eyes mirrored her childlike joy as he playfully winked and revealed this delightful surprise. Indeed, we shall share this delightful journey together. I will remain by your side, introducing you to some fascinating things along the way. Chapter 62, King's Cross Station. At King's Cross Station, Allison, her hands free after stowing her school supplies in her enchanted backpack, strolled alongside her parents, observing the throngs of travelers around them. She leisurely sought out platforms 9 and 10. Just then, a somewhat familiar, diminutive figure appeared before them. The Dursleys had driven Harry to King's Cross Station, mocking him maliciously for not having a ticket to platform 9 3/4. Struggling with a heavy suitcase and accompanied by a large owl, Harry faced the curious gazes of passers-by, feeling overwhelmed and anxious. He had contemplated asking a guard for assistance, but at that moment he fortuitously spotted Professor Dumbledore. The headmaster was accompanied by the same beautiful girl who had inexplicably grabbed his throat earlier. The girl, unencumbered, radiated confidence amidst the presence of her 3 guardians. Yet, at that moment, Harry could think of nothing else. Spotting a fellow wizard from his world felt like a lifeline, and he could not suppress the expression of surprise that crossed his face. Professor Dumbledore. Bashida and Dumbledore gently greeted the anxious young wizard. Harry, it's been a while. Dumbledore smiled, patting Harry Potter on the shoulder. You are well, I trust? Clutching her father's arm, Allison exhibited visible resistance and distaste, clearly unwilling to allow outsiders near him. Dumbledore softly reassured her, but it had little effect. With a haughty laugh, Allison, embodying the role of a little antagonist, disregarded her father's presence and unleashed a biting remark. Yet, inwardly, she found the situation amusing, feeling it fit the narrative of a Slytherin student perfectly. Wow. Clearly, the boy who lived doesn't necessarily become wise. I suppose that brutish half-giant neglected to tell you how to access platform 9 3/4, causing you to seek a savior. Bashida gently tugged at Allison's sleeve. Witnessing the friend who had led him into the magical world being insulted again, Harry's face flushed crimson with indignation, momentarily forgetting his previous fear of being choked, and glared at the girl. You mustn't speak of Hagrid like that. In response, Allison wore a cold, arrogant expression, raising her chin in a manner that suggested superiority. Dumbledore cleared his throat softly, breaking the awkward tension. Allison, such remarks are quite impolite. Harry, displaying a hint of cleverness, turned to Dumbledore, the one whose words held weight. Hagrid said you were his good friend. Dumbledore, momentarily taken aback, replied softly, Indeed, Hagrid and I are good friends, Harry. Harry looked at Dumbledore, his curiosity piqued. But why would you allow her? He glanced at Allison. Why would you let someone like this join Hogwarts? At this, Allison shot him a mocking smirk, her disdain for Harry evident. Waiting to be the queen of the school even before classes begin, are we, Potter? Harry clenched his fists but managed to restrain himself. Dumbledore remained unperturbed, calmly stating, Every student has the right to choose the school they wish to attend, Harry. Hogwarts welcomes any student eager to learn. Harry regarded Dumbledore, his tone softening slightly, but Allison interjected, smirking with an air of bravado. Oh, still half asleep, are we? My teacher would never expel me. Otherwise, when I enroll in Durmstrang in Germany to study dark arts, I might just become the next Voldemort. Her voice dripped with malice and pride. Even if Hagrid were to expel you, he could never dismiss me. After all, he must keep a watchful eye on me. Harry paused, gritting his teeth. Bashida interjected, All right, children. Let us hurry along to the station. We mustn't miss the train. Grindelwald, who had been quietly observing the exchange with amusement, affectionately ruffled Allison's hair. Come now. Hearing her elders, Allison's demeanor softened as she took Dumbledore's arm, eager to depart and avoid further interaction with the bothersome Potter. Yet Dumbledore halted. Harry. Allison impatiently tugged at Dumbledore's sleeve, entirely disregarding the boy whom she had treated like a toy. Dumbledore, unaffected by Allison's pull, spoke gently to Harry. I believe you owe an apology. Allison froze, her mischievous expression morphing into disbelief. Dumbledore regarded her with warmth but firmness. Allison, you should apologize to Harry. The impish child's eyes sparkled defiantly, her attitude rebellious. Apologize for what? I refuse. You know forcing me to apologize is futile. Dumbledore replied calmly, Allison, do you realize? Words can inflict harm, just as you did to Harry just now. and also in Diagon Alley. He had refrained from allowing Allison to confront the visibly frightened Harry in Diagon Alley, as she clearly showed no intention of learning from her actions, harboring malice instead. However, that did not mean he would permit this rebellious child to bully Harry once more. This time, even if Allison was a cunning child who might not learn her lesson. As the headmaster, he had to ensure that Allison apologized for Harry's plight. An apology was not merely about making the offender recognize their mistake, but also about providing the victim with some solace to mend their hurt. Dumbledore paused briefly, his tone gentle yet his gaze stern. He reiterated his oft-repeated sentiment. We must learn to respect others, especially those who differ from us. I hope you can grasp this. Allison. Allison frowned in annoyance. Is it simply because I called Hagrid that half-giant foolish and uncouth? Is he not a drunken gambler who glorifies violence? Dumbledore maintained his serene demeanor, his bright blue eyes fixed intently on his daughter. Hagrid is my friend, and I believe he is not the person you portray him to be. Allison scoffed, but he is. I suggest you investigate the dangerous creatures he illegally keeps. He conducts clandestine breeding experiments, attempting to create grotesque and pitiable beings. Dumbledore's expression shifted subtly upon hearing this unexpected yet predictable revelation. I will look into this matter, Allison. Her dissatisfaction grew. Why do you indulge him so? Is it because of your memories of Scamander? Chapter 63, Apologies. Upon hearing Allison's astute reference to Newt, Dumbledore fell silent, his expression becoming somewhat complex. Newt was indeed one of his favorite students. As for Hagrid, one could not deny that witnessing him, due to his striking physique and simple nature, lacking friends during his school years, fostered a degree of affectionate empathy towards him. Grindelwald, who had been observing the scene unfold, released his grip from Allison's shoulder as he noticed Scamander's gaze narrowing dangerously. Ow! Dumbledore turned to face Grindelwald, their eyes locking. He inhaled deeply, and then exhaled slowly. Do not act this way, Gellert. Grindelwald's expression revealed a subtle displeasure, yet he refrained from pressing further. After half a century in Nurmengard, it was likely that Dumbledore had accrued several favored students. Allison's irritation stemmed from the fact that this was an unpleasant reality he could easily deduce. Dumbledore then addressed Allison. Allison, regarding this matter, I shall speak with Hagrid. Feeling that she had successfully navigated her way through the situation, having previously choked Harry when purchasing school uniforms, a look of triumph washed over her face. However, Dumbledore added, addressing the troublemaking child, you must also apologize to Harry. Allison blinked her blue eyes, her argument becoming sly and confident. I spoke the truth. He should be the one to apologize to me. Dumbledore sighed, aware of Allison's skill in sophistry, always armed with a convoluted logic. Thus he chose silence, simply watching her continue. Allison raised her chin, glaring at Harry with an air of superiority. What do you want me to apologize for? You know nothing, unaware of that half-giant's past, his interactions with others, or the grotesque creatures he has raised. Judging me based on mere hours of acquaintance. At merely 11 years old, innocent Harry found himself rendered speechless by her words. Indeed, he knew nothing of these matters. Having so easily made the insufferable brat doubt her own perspective, Allison triumphantly pulled Dumbledore away. Dumbledore remained still, sighed, and addressed Harry. I apologize, Harry. Allison was taken aback by her father's unexpected apology, her eyes widening in disbelief and irritation. Harry too was momentarily stunned. This gentle and rational parent said to Harry, I hope you can forgive Allison. Harry hesitated before responding, it's all right. However, it was Allison who found this unacceptable. She puffed up her cheeks, clearly unwilling for her father to apologize to the loathed Potter on her behalf. Dumbledore affectionately ruffled Allison's hair, and reiterated to Harry, thank you, Harry. He chose to ignore Allison's sulking demeanor, instead gently speaking to Harry, let us be on our way. It is nearly time. As Dumbledore took hold of Allison's hand, she could not help but angrily shake off her father's grasp after a few steps. Dumbledore observed Allison's furious countenance, shaking his head in resignation. Allison closed her eyes briefly before clinging to her father's arm and holding hands with Bathsheba. She temporarily wished to disregard her father. Though Grindelwald appeared indifferent to the conflict, he was keenly attentive to Allison's emotions. He discreetly squeezed her hand, offering silent comfort. Bathsheba also noticed Allison's mood and gently patted her head, softly reassuring her. It's all right, dear. Allison glared at Harry with malice, eager to ignite a spark. I warned Potter. If he dares approach Dumbledore, I shall set him ablaze. Dumbledore sighed helplessly. Allison. The young girl looked up at her father, her expression one of grievance, feeling neglected in favor of another child. Dumbledore caressed her head, soothingly saying, do not be angry, all right? Allison, feeling coddled, grew even more aggrieved, her eyes welling with tears. You are clearly my teacher, now solely responsible for my education. Our bond is the closest of any. Dumbledore sighed again, I know. He crouched down to meet Alison's gaze, his expression earnest. However, Harry is also my student. Alison resented this distinction that seemed to undermine her unique place in his eyes. Others do not matter. You have long ceased to teach. Dumbledore paused momentarily before continuing, regardless. Harry is a student of Hogwarts, and I am the headmaster. He looked at Alison's furrowed brow, sighing in exasperation. I have a responsibility to protect every student at Hogwarts. Alison studied her father for a moment, her gaze dropping in reluctant concession. Then Albus, kiss me. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. The red-haired girl shyly turned her face away, murmuring, just a kiss will suffice. Dumbledore regained his composure, offering a gentle smile as he leaned in to plant a soft kiss on Alison's forehead. Clearly, that previous instance had crossed a line for her father. It seemed she would need to adopt a more cunning approach at school. Alison lowered her gaze, concealing her calculating demeanor. When she finally lifted her head, the mischievous child wore an expression of sincerity and sweetness as she turned to Harry, her voice soft and apologetic. I apologize, classmate Potter, for the hurt I caused you. Harry was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the icy and haughty Alison would suddenly apologize. As a good child, Harry had never considered that there might be ulterior motives at play. He hesitated for a moment, somewhat embarrassed by the beautiful girl's softened demeanor. It's all right, I should also apologize to you. I should not have argued. Alison beamed a radiant smile. Harry returned the gesture. Dumbledore observed the two children finally reconcile. A look of contentment gracing his features. Yet a lingering unease dwelled within him, sensing that Alison's behavior was not typical. This seemed too much like normal childhood behavior. While Alison usually approached people and matters with a cold detachment akin to a child treating toys, could she genuinely be so docile in her apology? Thus, he discreetly watched Alison, ever wary that his daughter was scheming something untoward. Bathsheba, however, released a breath of relief, not contemplating further. She patted Alison's head, praising, well done, dear. Alison displayed a sweet, innocent smile, appearing obedient and endearing. Grindelwald observed from the sidelines, arching an eyebrow. He did not believe this matter would conclude so easily. Given Alison's nature and his own, such sudden softness and sweet words could only mask a deeper, more insidious plan. Chapter 64. Concealment. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with life. A cacophony of activity enveloping the scene. The cacophony of parents and children exchanging words, the hoots of owls, the dragging sounds of suitcases, and the resounding whistles of the deep crimson steam train all mingled together in delightful chaos. Britain has always been home to a multitude of wizards with whom Dumbledore is well acquainted. The train station on the first day of school serves as a bustling nexus for both generations, where the past and the future converge. Mrs. Molly Weasley, holding her young daughter's hand, was busily reminding her 4 red-haired sons about their school preparations. When she instinctively looked up and recognized a familiar face passing through the magical barrier onto the platform, her eyes brightened, and she guided her children over. Dumbledore greeted them with a warm smile, while Bathsheba engaged in pleasantries with her dear friend's niece. Molly glanced at the 2 small children beside them, a girl with red hair and blue eyes, and a boy with black hair and green eyes. In her friendly curiosity, she inquired about the children. Are you here to see your children off to school as well? She examined the 2 children and their elderly companion, whose appearance did not quite resemble that of typical English folk. Bathsheba gently ruffled Alison's red locks. Indeed. My daughter Alison is also starting her studies at Hogwarts this year. Mentioned by the elder, Alison offered a polite nod, exuding an air of elegance tinged with aloofness, clearly uncomfortable with the enthusiastic middle-aged witch. Molly eagerly pulled over the tallest and clumsily built of her boys, who blushed at being introduced so openly to a stranger. What a coincidence. My son Ron is starting this year too. Before the adults could proceed to introduce Harry, the twins had already noticed the lightning-shaped scar on the forehead of the black-haired boy. One of them pointed excitedly, "What's that?" "Oh my goodness." The other twin chimed in, "Could you possibly be?" They both exclaimed in unison, "Harry Potter." After Harry confirmed their suspicion, the twins stared at him in wide-eyed amazement. The youngest, holding her mother's hand, gasped and gazed adoringly at the boy who had survived against all odds. Molly Weasley's attention was inevitably drawn to the shy boy, her heart swelling with a motherly affection. Given the Weasley family's role as a cornerstone of the Order of the Phoenix, unlike the rumors known to the Muggles, she had a deeper understanding of the Potters and felt a kinship with this frail orphan, akin to her own children. Alison, feeling slightly impatient, tugged at Dumbledore's sleeve, silently urging him to accompany her onto the train. Noticing her subtle gesture, Dumbledore smiled gently. It's time for us to board. He bid farewell to the Weasley family, and Allison also exchanged goodbyes with her father and Bathsheba. Grindelwald ruffled Allison's hair. Remember to write to us once you're at school. Bathsheba kissed her daughter's cheek. Off you go, my dear. Dumbledore exchanged a knowing glance with Grindelwald, then led Allison onto the train. Harry was warmly welcomed by the friendly Weasley family. Allison quickly sought out an empty compartment, and Dumbledore followed her inside. Leaning languidly against the back of the seat, Allison remarked, I thought you were going to try to make me befriend Potter. Dumbledore chuckled with a hint of resignation. I merely hope you will not harm him. Allison merely smiled in silence, offering no promises. This familiar expression elicited a soft sigh from Dumbledore as he observed her demeanor. Allison nestled close to him, reminiscent of a typical child seeking the comfort of a guardian. This dissonance stirred a sense of nostalgia within Dumbledore, as if he were gazing upon a younger version of himself. Indeed, Allison bore a striking resemblance to him, especially in moments of quiet repose, when the vibrant laughter and haughty demeanor typical of Gellert faded away, revealing a serene elegance. Yet, during his own youth, he had no one to rely upon. As the train departed, the picturesque landscape outside whirled by. They sat together in tranquil silence, neither feeling the need to speak. After a while, Allison lazily drew out her words. I hope no peculiar individuals come looking for toads. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Allison opened her eyes. I've heard some toads have hallucinogenic toxins on their backs. Do wizards ever get addicted to licking toads? Dumbledore paused, taken aback by her whimsical question. I'm not quite sure. Feeling that her inquiries into dark magic might be stifled, Allison pouted. How dull. The old headmaster chuckled. Don't entertain such nonsensical thoughts, Allison. With a mischievous smile, Allison began to play with his long beard. If I were to use a slicing spell. Dumbledore anticipated her direction, interrupting. Do not even think of experimenting on my beard. Allison sighed in boredom, muttering fine. Then let us discuss something else. Why must we travel on this sluggish express? It's such a bother. Last time, you mentioned Horcruxes. What would you choose to create one? Just hypothetically, I'm curious what you would select. Something of immense personal significance? A grand antique? Or perhaps something utterly unremarkable? Dumbledore smiled at her inquiry. That is indeed an intriguing question. He pondered for a moment before responding. If it were me, I believe I would choose something that represents my past. Allison tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. Such as? Dumbledore contemplated. Perhaps some precious books or cherished photographs. And what about you, Allison? Her expression was gleeful yet mischievous. A stone buried in the desert. If possible, I might even use a drop of water and toss it into the sea. Or simply have muggles launch the stone into outer space. Aren't we discussing how to conceal things, and what might remain undiscovered? Dumbledore chuckled. I concede, your method would indeed be challenging to uncover. However, if such a day were to come, I would be the first to unearth it. How about if it became floating space debris? Allison insisted, relentlessly pursuing the topic. Dumbledore laughed, playfully engaging with her banter. Then I shall make outer space my new research subject. After a moment of silence, Allison quietly asked, and what happens after it's found? Will it be incinerated like my previous resurrection stone ring? Would you truly burn my soul? Dumbledore gazed steadily at his daughter, his tone resolute. No, Allison. I will not allow you to reach that point. Allison pressed her lips together and turned to gaze out the window. The scenery outside reflected the suburbs of London, with grey-roofed houses dotting the green fields, trees clustering like masses upon the grass and gentle hills, while a river, as wide as satin, flowed steadily by. Dumbledore sighed. I apologize, Allison. This topic is rather heavy. The young necromancer, however, did not perceive the weight of the subject. In fact, upon hearing her father's response, she felt a sense of joy, revealing a part of her true feelings beneath her light-hearted demeanor. Honestly, I despise aging more than death. Dumbledore paused, taken aback. Aging? Allison explained like Bathsheba, forgetting many things and becoming frail. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment. Everyone must face aging. It is inevitable. He paused again. However, we can choose how we wish to confront it. Allison lifted her chin defiantly. I shall employ magic to transform it. Dumbledore chuckled softly, bemused. The children often held an unyielding enthusiasm and faith in the wondrous power of magic. Allison. Magic is not a panacea. She cast him a sidelong glance, choosing not to retort verbally. Dumbledore gently tousled her hair, adding thus, do not constantly seek to evade. Instead, learn to accept it. Around 12:30, a cacophony of sounds echoed down the corridor. Both father and daughter turned their gaze towards the door. A smiling woman with dimples pushed open the compartment door, instinctively inquiring about the children within. "Dearest, would you like to purchase any snacks from the cart?" However, upon realizing that the esteemed headmaster was present, the middle-aged woman, who had just uttered such affectionate words, appeared momentarily taken aback. Dumbledore offered her a warm smile, alleviating the awkwardness. "No thank you, madam." The vendor repeatedly apologized. "Oh, I am so sorry, I thought." Dumbledore, with understanding, waved his hand gently and said, "It is quite all right, madam. Please, do carry on with your duties." Alison's gaze lingered on the chocolate frogs for a moment, tempted to unwrap more cards. Dumbledore discerned her silent yearning. "Alison, are you longing to unwrap the cards from the chocolate frogs again?" Alison did not respond. Instead, she rose and slipped out of the compartment, moving towards the snack cart to express her desires through action. The old headmaster sighed with a smile and followed her out. He stood behind Alison, observing as the young witch conversed with the vendor. Alison smiled shyly, her demeanor exuding an endearingly introverted charm. "May I purchase all the chocolate frogs?" The woman paused, then smiled curiously. "Of course, dear, but why would you wish to do so?" Alison's eyes sparkled as she replied, "I enjoy collecting the cards within. But there's no way to consume all the chocolate frogs, which seems wasteful. Might I trouble you to distribute the unopened ones to classmates who wouldn't mind?" The woman, taken aback, quickly agreed, "Certainly, dear, you are such a kind child." She calculated the total. It was no small sum, at least for a young witch. "That will be 27 sickles and 3 nuts." Alison generously handed over 2 gold galleons. "The excess is to compensate for your efforts." Such a generous patron was a rarity on the Hogwarts Express. Even the children of affluent families tended to be frugal with their pocket money. "Thank you, dear. You are truly a generous child." The woman beamed as she accepted the galleons, her smile growing brighter. Patiently, she paused her cart to assist Alison in unwrapping the chocolate frogs. To prevent the nimble frogs from escaping, they carefully cut a slit at the base of the pentagonal boxes, allowing them to retrieve the cards without disturbing the chocolate. Before long, they had unwrapped dozens of boxes. After graciously thanking the vendor, Alison returned to the compartment, while the woman continued on her way, calling out to potential customers. Dumbledore approached Alison's side. "It seems you are quite popular, Alison." Alison meticulously counted the animated cards, diligently setting aside a few featuring Dumbledore. The magical cards depicted him flashing by, as if attempting to hide, before being stacked with their counterparts. She languidly responded to Dumbledore, her tone nonchalant. "It must be the allure of the galleons." Dumbledore chuckled, "Perhaps, but I am more curious to know why you chose to share those chocolate frogs with others." Alison glanced up casually. "I cannot consume them all, so it seems prudent to foster social connections. Anything that can be resolved with money poses no problem, especially since only children concern themselves with such trifles. Adults naturally do not lack for such things, and might even disdain opened ones. However, for young witches counting their pocket money, such free chocolate remains quite enticing. Moreover, it is an invitation for all, not an act of charity, thus devoid of any burden of pride. Yet, accepting goodwill without a second thought, a simple child would naturally feel indebted, and encountering generous strangers would elicit a measure of warmth." Dumbledore paused, his expression inscrutable behind his half-moon glasses. "Alison, you are remarkably astute." Alison raised an eyebrow, grinning at him. "You have mentioned it numerous times." The old wizard chuckled again, tenderly ruffling Alison's hair. "I merely believe that children of your age should embody more innocence and joy, rather than adopting the somber perspectives of adulthood too soon. This is not to say your actions are misguided. Everyone has their own path to growth. I simply wish for you to retain a childlike heart, and appreciate the beauty of this world." Outside the window, the scenery grew increasingly desolate yet majestic, composed largely of low shrubs and moss clinging to rocky hills, occasionally interrupted by vast expanses of purple blossoms erupting at summer's end. Chapter 66. The Child of Hope. Another knock sounded at their compartment door, and a round-faced boy entered, tears brimming in his eyes. Upon seeing Dumbledore, he appeared startled. Neville, noticing the headmaster's presence, seemed somewhat apprehensive, yet summoned the courage to speak. "Sir, may I ask if you have seen a toad?" Alison, recalling Hermione's imminent arrival, fell into a momentary silence, then decisively interjected to provide information. "Your pets and luggage will be delivered to your respective dormitories by house elves after you disembark. There is no need to search for them." Indeed, Hermione's earlier demeanor had not been particularly endearing, and Alison was not one to patiently endure external lectures. She might have resorted to a Petrificus Totalis spell to silence them physically. Neville blinked in surprise before responding, "Really? Thank you." Allison shook her head. "Just don't disturb us." Hearing this, Neville once again expressed gratitude to the seemingly aloof yet kind-hearted girl, then quickly closed the door and fled. Allison's mood soured. The little witch, who had previously been full of bravado and playfulness while teasing her father, now pursed her lips, continuing the earlier topic, a subtle sense of grievance gnawing at her heart. The lack of security felt like maggots feasting upon her insides. "So, do you prefer those who retain their childlike wonder, the innocent ones who sincerely seek friendship everywhere?" At that moment, she regretted her pretense of being Grindelwald's adopted daughter, and added the title, Professor. Dumbledore paused, keenly sensing that something was amiss with Allison's emotions, then heard her stubborn clarification. "I can be willful, flamboyant, cold, arrogant, cruel, cunning, extravagant, and petulant, and I enjoy clinging to you, targeting those around you, while disdaining fools. Do you find me utterly detestable?" Dumbledore was taken aback by her declaration. "Allison, why would you think such a thing?" Allison, feeling irritable as she reflected on her capricious behavior, replied, "You once hoped for that, and if it were someone outside your circle clinging to me, provoking me, and being disobedient, I would surely despise them enough to curse them." Dumbledore paused, extending his arms to envelop Allison in a gentle embrace, softly patting her back. "Allison, everyone possesses their unique personality and approach to life. You need not alter yourself to please others." Stealing a glance at him, Allison inquired, "Even if I act like a mischievous child?" Dumbledore chuckled softly. "To me, being playful and whimsical is the essence of childhood. It merely reflects your charm." The red-haired girl swung her legs, defiantly pursuing, "What if I never grow up?" Dumbledore lowered his gaze slightly, promising in a tender whisper, "Then I shall remain by your side forever." Allison blinked her blue eyes, feeling that this was not the demeanor one would expect from a mentor-mentee relationship cultivated over the course of a month. Nor did it seem fitting for the guardian of an old flame. The intimacy and affection displayed were somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Even if her father were to discover their closeness, as long as he remained taciturn and compliant, all would be well. It was only natural that she could not outwit her father. She had her own plans. At present, Allison felt confident that she could elicit greater vigilance and attention from her father. She continued to probe. "Even if I am perilous and frightening?" Dumbledore sighed softly. "As long as you remain Allison, that is sufficient." Allison sniffled and widened her eyes. Was it because of her? Or was it for others such as Gellert? Or those who wore the label of needing her protection? Dumbledore chuckled at her choice of words. "Do you care about this?" Allison tightened her embrace around him and boldly declared to her father, "I wish to earn your affection through my character and thoughts, just as Gellert did." Dumbledore, with a resigned fondness, embraced her back, stroking her head gently, and murmured, "Allison, emotions are neither transactions nor competitions. There is no need for comparison. You are wonderful. Truly wonderful." Allison lifted her chin, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him, her tone playfully teasing. "Well, I don't care. You must like me a little more." Dumbledore, bemused, appeased her. "All right. I shall like you a little more." Only then did Allison release him, her expression one of triumphant pride, exuding a sense of small triumph akin to a petty victor. Dumbledore could not resist pinching her cheek. Allison obediently allowed her father to play with her, becoming as quiet as a beautiful doll. Dumbledore, in high spirits, continued to praise her. "Allison, do you know? You are a very special girl. You possess your own thoughts and convictions, which are rare qualities. Though I am unaware of your past experiences, it is evident that you have borne burdens far too great for someone of your age." Allison's gaze wandered, yet her smile remained unchanged. The 7 years of becoming a demigod could hardly be described as suffering. Having inherited her parents' gifts, she managed quite well, though at times she was inevitably indifferent to mortality, and the encroachment of her surroundings and the elevation of her soul had rendered her somewhat mad and extreme. Perhaps her desperate attempts to cling to her father and papa, akin to grasping two lifelines at the edge of a precipice, were not only the underlying logic of their blood bond as a magical contract, but also her last shred of self-preservation amidst the distortion of humanity. Dumbledore sighed. "If it were possible, I would hope you could relax a little, not always remain so tense. It can be exhausting." Allison leaned in to kiss his cheek, then produced the warm lunch she had prepared that morning and stowed away in her system backpack, and the two shared a cozy meal together. The little witch was more clingy than ever, snuggling up to her father, who had once taught defense against the dark arts, and requested tales of dark magical creatures he had never taught her. Dumbledore willingly indulged her curiosity, patiently recounting the history of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. As evening fell, an announcement echoed, instructing students to change into their school robes, and the Hogwarts Express gradually came to a halt at a dark, narrow platform. Dumbledore boarded the night coach with the upperclassmen to prepare for the sorting ceremony, while the new student, Allison, was to adhere to Hogwarts' founding tradition, traversing the grassy fields, woods, and the Black Lake, retracing the path of the founders to reach Hogwarts. In the distance, a lantern swung high, signaling Hagrid, whom Allison had always despised, beckoning the new students to follow. Though she held contempt for everyone except her parents, the exceedingly foolish were sure to incur her greater malice, especially one who was untrustworthy, likely to divulge secrets in a drunken stupor, disregarding friends or benefactors. This half-giant. She lagged behind the newly gathered chicks, following at a leisurely pace. The nervous, excited newcomers were unaware that under the cloak of darkness, the last red-haired young witch's feet, buoyed by the silent floating charm, glided effortlessly, avoiding any trace of mud. Chapter 67. The Sorting. Hogwarts stood atop a cliff, its towering spires piercing the clouds, with corridors and towers that were ancient and intricate. Allison quietly gazed at the magnificent, familiar castle, while the new students remained almost silent, awestruck by the sight of the castle they would soon call home, and where they would grow. When Hagrid knocked open the grand oak doors, a tall, black-haired witch in a long emerald robe, her expression grave and serious, led the newcomers into a small chamber at the other end of the hall. Professor McGonagall welcomed the new students and, as the vice principal who would also oversee the sorting ceremony, briefly introduced the sorting process, the 4 houses, and the house cup. The stern professor's gaze lingered momentarily on the somewhat muddy shoes of the newcomers, prompting them to tidy themselves up while she cast cleaning spells to assist them. Many newcomers instantly warmed to this seemingly stern and rigid professor, who was in truth kind and meticulous. Professor McGonagall noticed Allison's pristine shoes and scrutinized the red-haired witch. Allison responded with a mischievous, wicked smile, silently mimicking exaggerated lip movements towards the serious old witch, Professor Cat. Professor McGonagall's expression darkened momentarily, but quickly regained composure. Ghosts began to chat and emerge from the walls behind them, startling the newcomers as they prepared to head to the Great Hall. Allison, however, found this quite fascinating, and was eager to catch a few for research. After the ghosts floated past, Professor McGonagall led the line of new students toward the Great Hall. The hall exuded an enchanting and opulent atmosphere, with a starry ceiling and thousands of floating candles illuminating the space. At the head of the hall sat a long table for the teachers, where Headmaster Dumbledore smiled warmly at the newcomers, his gaze resting on Allison for a moment before he playfully winked at her. The long tables of each house were filled with upperclassmen, adorned with golden platters and goblets, though the students were forbidden from drinking alcohol. All the newcomers lined up in front of the watchful eyes of the assembly, as Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool in the cleared space at the front of the hall, atop which rested an old and tattered sorting hat. The hat opened its mouth and began to sing a song of its own composition, the tune pleasant enough, and the audience applauded when it finished. The newcomers whispered nervously amongst themselves. Professor McGonagall approached the sorting hat, holding a list, and began to call out names based on the first letters of the students' surnames. When I call your name, please don the sorting hat and take a seat on the stool, awaiting your house assignment. Hannah Abbott. The hat covered the rosy-cheeked blonde girl as she shouted, Hufflepuff. Naturally, the corresponding house table erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Granger Allison. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat atop the head of this mischievous newcomer, who had been teasing her. Allison obediently donned the hat, loosening a part of her mental barriers. Of course, she would not reveal the kind of green lightning chain that would make the sorting hat scream. She accurately inquired within her mind, which houses am I suited for? The sorting hat pondered for a moment. You are quite special. I have never encountered anyone like you. You are intelligent and calm, cunning yet somewhat arrogant, and possess a hint of wickedness. Ravenclaw and Slytherin, perhaps even Hufflepuff. A flicker of surprise crossed Allison's eyes. Hufflepuff. The sorting hat hesitated for a moment, its voice slow and deliberate. Indeed, you possess some traits of Hufflepuff, though they are not pronounced. Perhaps you might find a more suitable home in Ravenclaw, the sorting hat suggested. However, Allison disregarded this advice, instead breaking into a cunning smile. I've heard that those who take longer than 5 minutes to be sorted become special hat stalkers. It seems destined that I shall become a renowned figure, much like Professor McGonagall. The sorting hat seemed taken aback by the young witch's awareness, its voice tinged with amusement as it graciously acknowledged her insight. Indeed, hat stalkers do receive an extraordinary amount of attention. Allison's voice, laced with mirth, chimed in. Might I prolong my sorting for just a moment? Perhaps to engage in a delightful conversation with you, dear Hat? The Sorting Hat paused momentarily before erupting into hearty laughter within Allison's mind. Not at all disapproving of her clever maneuver. It was quite tolerant of such unprecedented ideas. Ah. Of course, my dear young lady. Within the 5-minute time frame, Allison deftly and cheerfully conversed with the Sorting Hat about the distinctions between the houses, accommodation matters, and indulged in a bit of gossip regarding the founders. Below. Whispers filled the air as some students, aware of the hat stalkers, shot glances at the girl seated at the staff table, explaining and scrutinizing her presence. The Sorting Hat finally proclaimed, "Well then, dear young lady, you have indeed surpassed the 5-minute mark." Allison chuckled lightly, not neglecting to shower compliments. "I sincerely appreciate your kindness. Dear Hat, it has been truly delightful to converse with you. Your inner world is so vibrant, you are undoubtedly a one-of-a-kind hat in this world." The old hat basked in her flattery, feeling quite buoyant. "Ah. Thank you, young lady. You are quite special yourself." It then announced an unexpected outcome to the awaiting crowd: Slytherin. Sparse applause erupted from the Slytherin table, which valued pure blood, and did not accept Muggle-born wizards. Their interest in this half-blood witch, bearing a Muggle surname, and presumed to have been raised in the Muggle world, was notably lacking. The scant clapping was merely out of respect for Professor Snape and the Sorting Hat. The pretty red-haired witch, oblivious to her classmates' complex expressions, bounced over joyfully, resembling a soft, harmless little creature. The atmosphere at the Slytherin table became somewhat delicate as a few Slytherins whispered among themselves. A girl from a pureblood family leaned in to speak to Daphne Greengrass, her tone rife with disdain. "I haven't heard of her. Is she from a Muggle background? How could she possibly be sorted into Slytherin?" Millicent Bulstrode chimed in. "Could it be that the Sorting Hat is malfunctioning?" The whispers grew louder among the Slytherins. Meanwhile, Draco, having previously informed his father Lucius about Allison's antics and drawn the dark mark in his notebook, had received a stern warning to keep his distance from her. Chapter 68. Malicious Intent. Draco subtly shifted away, anxious that the flames of conflict might engulf him. He regretted his earlier choice of seat, feeling as though there were nails embedded in it. Allison stole a glance at her ill-intentioned classmates, her expression a mask of innocent bewilderment, resembling a rabbit that had inadvertently wandered into a snake's den. Draco, worried about being burned by the flames of animosity, felt a twitch of disquiet. He thought to himself that her acting skills were exceptional. He shifted uneasily, cursing those foolish individuals who had been ensnared, although he could not yet discern Allison's intentions. Millicent rolled her eyes and endeavored to belittle the red-haired girl. A lowly half-blood, perhaps even a mudblood? That surname surely indicates a Muggle origin. Facing the malice of unfamiliar classmates, the red-haired witch lowered her head, appearing somewhat dejected and anxious, like a target for bullying. She contemplated the possibility of justifiably retaliating against her classmates, seeking someone to serve as a human punching bag to alleviate her pent-up frustration. However, she knew that a sudden assault would earn her a reprimand from her father, so self-defense seemed the better option. Therefore, she needed to provoke her classmates into making the first move. Dumbledore, seated at the staff table, had noted this dynamic but chose not to intervene, observing quietly instead. The Slytherins, noticing the situation, grew increasingly animated, unabashedly discussing their opinions while disregarding Allison's feelings, prompting other students at the Slytherin table to join in the hushed conversations. Young witches and wizards from pureblood families often knew one another, having mingled at various gatherings since childhood. The vast majority of them had also been sorted into Slytherin, which revered pure blood and rejected outsiders, especially those with Muggle surnames. Slytherin accepted only purebloods and half-bloods, and this Greengrass surely had wizarding lineage. However, a child of wizarding blood with a Muggle surname, raised in the Muggle world, indicated that her parents must have disrespected wizarding heritage by marrying a Muggle. Some astute Slytherins opted to observe from a distance. They would refrain from placing bets until this hat stalker displayed some remarkable talents. If the newcomer could not assert her strength, then she would deserve the bullying from those brainless individuals. Subsequently, the new Slytherins trickled in without much incident, until Harry Potter, the boy who lived, sparked a commotion upon his sorting. Many Slytherin elders were Death Eaters loyal to the Dark Lord. After the Dark Lord's failure to kill Potter and subsequent disappearance, their families had suffered repercussions, with some relatives even imprisoned in Azkaban. It was hardly surprising that the indecisive green-eyed boy eventually followed in his parents' footsteps and was sorted into Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in loud cheers, and several professors at the staff table took notice. "We have Potter! We have Potter!" shouted the Weasley twins, as many classmates clamored to shake hands with Harry. Even the ghosts patted his arm. Dumbledore rose, beaming as he extended his arms to address the students. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I wish to share a few words. Idiots, crybabies, dregs, twists. Thank you all. As the feast commenced, the Slytherin table quickly filled their empty plates with a variety of delectable dishes, their cups brimming with juice. Students conversed in hushed tones while dining, the topic predominantly revolving around the recent sorting ceremony. A few newcomers joined in the criticism of the witch with the Muggle surname, as if doing so would elevate their own status. The professors appeared oblivious to the situation, as the headmaster engaged in a discussion with Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House. Allison, fixated on the delicious food, began to eat heartily. The British fried delicacies and the aromatic, warm meats, freshly cooked, were quite delightful. Then came the desserts, like puddings, as if to ensure that no student would go hungry, reflecting the Hufflepuff's penchant for nurturing. Eventually, all was consumed, and the feast drew to a close. Dumbledore rose once more, and the hall fell silent. His bright eyes surveyed the mischievous Weasley twins and Allison. First-year students, take heed. The Forbidden Forest is off-limits to all students. Our older classmates should remember this as well. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. He issued a solemn warning, resembling an odd, nonsensical joke. Lastly, I must inform you that anyone wishing to avoid misfortune and a painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Following this, the school song was sung. Faculty and students alike raised their voices to the words that appeared in the air. Allison casually sang a lively tune, albeit out of sync with the lyrics, making it sound rather peculiar. Yet there were many strange individuals. The Weasley twins even sang along to the funeral march, garnering a nod of approval from Dumbledore as he conducted the final measures. Allison sighed regretfully, realizing she could not compare to them. After all, their father was the conductor. Subsequently, the heads of houses led the students back to their common rooms, particularly attentive to the first years, who might easily lose their way in such a complex place as Hogwarts. Allison timidly trailed at the back of the new students, making every effort to distance herself from the ill-intentioned classmates. In truth, the sight of their backs made her want to kick them. Exposing one's back in the presence of adversaries was far too careless. The male prefect uttered the password pure blood, causing the door to curl upwards like a serpent. The Slytherin common room was nestled deep within the dungeons, warm and dry under the influence of magic. The walls were adorned with numerous portraits. The floor carpeted with thick rugs, and comfortable armchairs were scattered about. Upperclassmen lounged in small groups or returned to their dormitories to pack their belongings, while the new students were led by the prefects to learn the rules of Slytherin. The two prefects diligently introduced the nuances of Slytherin, covering everything from its history and traditions to important reminders and classroom locations, leaving no detail unaddressed. They emphasized to the newcomers that in Slytherin, strength reigns supreme, and only the powerful earn respect, cautioning them not to provoke others indiscriminately, nor to appear overly weak. At this point, the prefects cast a pointed glance at the timid red-haired girl nervously tugging at her sleeves. Slytherin venerates honor, power, and ambition, and they hoped the newcomers would swiftly acclimate to life here. After imparting this information, the prefects dismissed the new students. Once the prefects departed, the bewildered and innocent Allison was predictably cornered by several fellow newcomers. The boys and older students gathered to watch the spectacle. Hogwarts' division of prefects by gender also subtly suggested that boys managed boys' affairs, and girls managed girls' affairs. Chapter 69 Snape. Who would have thought that a Muggle-born like you could make it into Slytherin? Indeed, we Slytherins are the most exceptional wizards. How could a mudblood like you ever measure up? You've sullied Slytherin. Better to leave now. Several girls jeered, their taunts dripping with sarcasm and cruelty. Cornered, Allison lowered her head, trembling slightly with fear. Although Draco considered warning a few pureblood girls he often socialized with, he refrained from doing so openly, fearing the repercussions of drawing the attention of Miss Green, who his father had warned him to avoid. Pansy disdainfully declared, "Stop wasting time with her, just take action." With a look of anticipation, Millicent stepped forward, intending to shove Allison. She could already picture the girl begging for mercy, being expelled from Slytherin. The thought filled her with a disturbing sense of power over another's fate. Suddenly, with her head bowed, Allison smirked, refusing to retreat. In a deft motion, she yanked Millicent's hand and delivered a fierce kick to her abdomen. Millicent screamed and collapsed to the ground, clutching her stomach in agony, feeling as though she might vomit her dinner. The other girls instinctively recoiled at the sight. Their attempt to intimidate had backfired, and Pansy, witnessing Millicent on the ground, was exasperated. "You worthless fool, You can't even handle a mudblood. At that moment, Pansy failed to grasp the gravity of the situation and rushed forward, swinging her hand towards Allison's face. Like a nimble leopard, Allison darted into the fray of girls, delivering elbows, punches, and swift kicks with a blend of brutality and grace. In mere moments, her fluid and rapid combat style left no one standing but herself. Internally, Allison assessed that these soft pampered brats were even easier to strike than those she had faced in the past. The Slytherin common room fell into an eerie silence, as the onlookers gaped in astonishment at Allison, unable to intervene. A few untrained young witches battling physically proved to be far more effective than spells, which perhaps explained why Draco's family had assigned him 2 formidable companions. Yet at that moment, Draco pondered. It seemed that Crabbe and Goyle might not stand a chance against that girl. The prefects rushed in, and upon witnessing the scene, their expressions grew grave. Several pureblood freshmen lay bruised and curled up on the ground, lamenting and wailing. Some had dislocated limbs, others had lost teeth, and a few bled from their noses, while others had vomited all over the ground. Such injuries, easily treatable with a few potions, were not considered serious in the wizarding world. They would heal in a few days. What was truly severe were the irreparable damages caused by dark magic or fatal physical harm. However, at first glance, the scene appeared rather dire. The female prefect sternly inquired, "What transpired here?" Allison blinked her innocent blue eyes and replied, "They attempted to assault me, only to find themselves on the receiving end of my blows." The 2 prefects surveyed the chaos around them, and then glanced at the impeccably clean Allison, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, the female prefect stated dryly, "Regardless, resorting to violence is unacceptable. You have violated school rules." The male prefect took a deep breath and added, "We will report this incident to the headmaster as it occurred, but how he chooses to address it is beyond our control. Heal as good as new." They first cast a few minor healing spells on the girls on the floor, to ensure they could make it to the headmaster's office for potion treatment. Then the prefects escorted Allison and the injured girls out of the common room. Allison obediently followed the prefects, ignoring the furious and frightened glares from the girls. A few minutes later, they arrived outside the potions professor's office. The prefects recited the password, leading the restless newcomers inside. Curious, Allison surveyed her surroundings. The office was draped in an oppressive decor, the air thick with a faint, indescribable mixture of potion aromas. Professor Snape sat behind his desk, engrossed in grading holiday assignments when he looked up at the commotion. The 2 prefects and that peculiar muggle-born witch from Slytherin, whom Dumbledore had specifically instructed him to keep an eye on, had already caused trouble before the night was even over. The other girls, clearly from pureblood families, were dislocated, clutching their stomachs with swollen faces and missing teeth, all evident signs of physical altercation. Snape furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" The female prefect recounted the entire sequence of events. As the main character of this incident, Allison wore an innocent expression. Upon hearing the account, Snape's demeanor darkened further. "As students of Hogwarts, you should be aware that fighting is a violation of school rules." His piercing gaze scrutinized the impeccably clean Allison, a clear anomaly in the chaos. "Especially you. As a newcomer, engaging in a brawl right upon your arrival. Do you comprehend the implications?" Allison stifled a laugh, suddenly pointing an accusatory finger at her own head of house, mimicking the girl's words with a mocking tone, having mastered their haughty inflections. "This muggle surname must surely belong to a muggle-born mudblood. What are you pretending for? Who would have thought that a muggle-born like you could make it into Slytherin? We Slytherins are the most exceptional wizards. How could a mudblood like you ever measure up? You've sullied Slytherin. Better to leave now." The atmosphere in the potions professor's office froze. The prefects stared at Allison dumbfounded. Snape's expression turned ominously dark, his eyes seeming to bore into her soul. After her tirade, Allison quickly reverted to her serious demeanor, though a hint of mischievous laughter lingered in her voice. She then redirected the blame towards the bruised girls beside her, stating, "I feel they were throwing subtle jabs at you regarding your muggle surname, so I merely reiterated their sentiments to you, headmaster." Upon hearing this, the girls' faces turned ashen. They lacked the sharp tongues to defend themselves under Professor Snape's wrath and stumbled over their words, unable to explain their way out of the situation. The prefects could not help but inwardly lament, astonished that the seemingly innocuous young girl could be so audacious. Snape inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his ire. He gazed at Allison, icily uttering 3 curt affirmations. "Good. Very good. Extremely good." Chapter 70. Intimidation. I find it quite agreeable as well. When one cannot resolve a problem, one must choose to amplify it, thereby inviting those capable of resolution to intervene. Allison's face radiated with mirth, her tone ascending in joyful exuberance. utterly failing to conceal her delight. The expressions of the prefects when she feigned innocence moments ago were utterly amusing. The two prefects exchanged glances, each perceiving caution and trepidation in the other's eyes. They had not anticipated that this freshman, despite her tender age, possessed such intricate thoughts. Snape suddenly let out a cold laugh. You certainly have a knack for clever tricks. Unfazed by him, Allison continued to smile, her interest piqued as she observed him. Always a tad smarter than some. Snape's dark eyes fixated on her, eventually huffing disdainfully. Very well, since you enjoy your little games so much. Let us see how long you can sustain them. Allison raised her hand to adjust her unbuttoned uniform, inadvertently revealing the dark mark concealed beneath the layers of fabric. Her tone languid and unabashedly provocative. I am certain I can manage to the point of compelling your tolerance. Snape's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze riveted on the dark mark on Allison's uniform. That German dark wizard was evidently still remembered by British wizards. Despite the half-century that had elapsed since the height of the Death Eater's power, for Professor Snape, he was merely a legend of the previous generation. The male and female prefects beside him followed Snape's gaze, also catching sight of the simple outline of the dark mark on Allison's uniform. Their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of shock. Snape's fingers instinctively curled, and he inhaled deeply to regain his composure. Allison, still brimming with cheerful curiosity, regarded them with an infectious smile, unabashedly reveling in the spectacle. The prefects regained their senses and turned to their head of house. Snape fell silent for a moment, then rose to toss several vials of healing potions toward them, his gaze sweeping over the girls with a flicker of disdain, his voice low and gravelly. Each of you shall write a 12-inch reflection, to be posted in the notice board by tomorrow morning, along with a month's detention. This matter is concluded. You may all leave. Allison cast a languid glance at the foolish girls, her demeanor replete with disdain. Even the dimmest of them sensed the ominous atmosphere. Aware that Allison was no ordinary girl, they trembled, hastening to follow the prefects out, eager to escape the light-hearted gaze of the red-haired witch. Allison raised an eyebrow, leisurely preparing to depart as well. Snape suddenly called out to her, "Halt!" He fixed his gaze on Allison, inquiring in a grave tone, "Who exactly are you?" Allison playfully winked, revealing a mischievous smile. "You might as well ask Dumbledore. After all, he is my teacher." Snape warned the audacious young witch. "You best refrain from engaging in any actions that might jeopardize the safety of Hogwarts." Allison nodded obediently. I certainly won't, especially since my father is the headmaster, and Hogwarts is his domain." The process, however, might not be so straightforward, but rounding it off, one could say it amounts to nothing much. Snape furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at this rapidly shifting freshman, before waving his hand to indicate she could leave, seizing the opportunity to vent her frustrations at her house head. Allison hummed a tune, skipping happily back to the Slytherin common room. She harbored a degree of misplaced ire toward the loyal subordinate of her father, for Snape had so obediently resorted to the killing curse against her father. Snape watched Allison depart, replaying the encounter in his mind, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Dumbledore's peculiar little lion. It was utterly absurd. Dumbledore had never mentioned that this eccentric child was a Death Eater, merely instructing him to keep an eye on her, clearly concealing and deceiving him. "Dumbledore, you are a scoundrel," he muttered through gritted teeth, cursing inwardly yet feeling utterly helpless. Meanwhile, far away in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sneezed. Snape picked up the parchment on his desk once more, beginning to grade summer assignments. Though his thoughts were far from the task at hand, resulting in a more stringent grading process. On the other side, in the Slytherin common room, other students, upon witnessing Allison's return, cast subtle curious glances her way. In high spirits, Allison greeted her classmates with a bright, sunny smile, waving her hand animatedly. The common room fell silent in an instant. Allison was genuinely perplexed. What? The little snakes exchanged glances, having never encountered such unabashed behavior from a Slytherin. One of them, unable to contain themselves, cautiously inquired, "You're not angry?" Allison was baffled. "What? Am I supposed to continue being angry after I've already dealt with them?" The question left the snake speechless. Another Slytherin, curiously appraising her, hesitated to fully articulate, "Some of the girls you just confronted come from pureblood families. Aren't you afraid?" Allison blinked calmly. "My family is of the Death Eaters. Pureblood families do carry weight, many of them aware of certain histories." The common room was suddenly enveloped in a profound silence. The air seemed to solidify, and no one dared to breathe. Some of the less informed little snakes, seeing the reactions of their peers, followed suit in silence. They exchanged glances, collectively deciding to play dead, temporarily extinguishing any thoughts of befriending her. Allison beamed. her expression betraying a blend of mischievous delight and a hint of boasting. Dumbledore would never expel me. He believes I might become the next Dark Lord. If he were to expel me, I would have no choice but to transfer to Durmstrang to study dark magic. The little snake swallowed hard, inwardly cursing that old fox Dumbledore for admitting such a dangerous individual into the school, and placing her in Slytherin. For a moment, the entire common room was steeped in an oppressive and tense atmosphere, with everyone internally unraveling. My classmate is a Dark Lord in training. Many snakes felt a familiar shriek akin to Draco's echoing in their minds. I'm going to tell my dad. Dark power surged within Allison, manifesting as wisps of shadowy mist and shrieking green specters, her eyes subtly reddening. Maintaining this state, a result of her extensive practice with dark magic. Her smile deepened as she softly threatened her classmates. I am a fervent admirer of Dumbledore, so I would kindly ask you and your families not to cause him any trouble. Otherwise, the dark magic I've self-taught is rather effective. After delivering her threat, she found the scene amusing, unable to suppress a light chuckle. The little snakes gazed at the witch before them, who seemed on the verge of losing control, each too frightened to utter a sound. Chapter 71. The Dormitory. Humming a Muggle tune, Allison bounded up the stairs, eager to inspect her dormitory. Once the red-haired young witch departed, the Slytherin common room erupted into chaos. The little snakes began to discuss among themselves, voicing all manner of opinions, their volume inadvertently rising. Dark Lord in training, a prodigy of dark magic, a lunatic, a perverse individual with a penchant for tormenting others. Allison, with her keen ears, suddenly leaned over the staircase, cheerfully correcting their misconceptions. I do not enjoy tormenting others. I prefer music over the cries of fools. If one were to insist, I would rather favor corpses. The room fell silent in an instant, all the little snakes staring in terror at the red-haired head above. I would now rather have that pure-blood traitor Weasley in Slytherin. Weasley is quite nice truly. One little snake gazed at that beautiful red hair, silently wailing within. In this silence, Allison too paused momentarily, her voice amplified in the stillness. I once believed that the tales surrounding Slytherin, often depicted as the breeding ground for dark wizards and Death Eater reserves, would not evoke fear. After all, does dark magic not include the existence of inferi? The young serpents, realizing the necessity of promoting Slytherin's amicability to outsiders, pondered that perhaps a more favorable reputation could alleviate such misconceptions. One particularly bold serpent, summoning its courage, ventured to defend the honor of dark wizards, asserting that they generally have an aversion to corpses. Inferi are simply too grotesque. Allison raised an eyebrow, her temper remarkably mild as she engaged in the discussion of magic, her tone gentle and serene. However, she remarked, sometimes, the dead can be more trustworthy than the living. Indeed, the deceased do not betray nor lie. Another serpent echoed this sentiment, drawing curious glances from their peers. Was this fellow a sycophant or a hidden eccentric? Observing the Dark Lord's protégé in such good spirits, another young serpent seized the opportunity to interject, referencing the 3 unforgivable curses, in an attempt to divert the conversation away from the distasteful topic of corpses. At this, Allison smiled and lowered her gaze, eager to share her knowledge. I am proficient in all 3 unforgivable curses. This declaration sent the entire Slytherin common room into a frenzy, akin to the sizzling of food in hot oil. The dormitory above remained eerily silent, as if its inhabitants were not home, while the enchanted portraits below gasped in astonishment. Despite the presence of accomplished Slytherin graduates adept in dark magic, none had encountered a student so casually discussing the unforgivable curses, as if they were mundane matters. Expressions of fear spread across the faces of her peers, and someone mustered the courage to timidly inquire, You wouldn't use them on classmates, would you? Allison paused, carefully deliberating her words, striving to avoid shattering the innocence of her companions. Not on you, I assure you. With basic spells such as the levitation charm, the switching spell, and the stunning spell, I could easily crush a person's skull. A collective gasp echoed through the room, as the Slytherins, typically viewed as novices, inhaled sharply. Isn't that alarming? They seem to think. We dare not move, not even a twitch. Allison sighed, exasperated. In truth, the killing curse is rather merciful. At least it spares one from torment. It's a swift end, far more pleasant than being burned alive, frozen, crushed, or blown apart. A trembling serpent finally spoke, clearly expending all their courage just to utter the words. How could you be so skilled? Allison cleared her throat, as though concealing something. I've practiced on magical creatures. The Slytherins fell into a profound silence, beginning to question whether their choice to join Slytherin had been a grave error. Perhaps attending Hogwarts itself was a mistake. They should have ventured to Beauxbatons or Durmstrang instead. Upon broaching such unsettling topics, Allison coughed lightly, then slipped back to her dormitory, choosing not to continue the conversation. The young serpents exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to act as if nothing had transpired. They suddenly found their long-lost classmate, who had been absent all summer, to be exceedingly endearing. And thus they jovially began discussing the typical safe small-talk topics of England. Naturally, as a venomous serpent, it was quite normal to occasionally hibernate and forget certain matters. A brief slumber could erase all troubles. Allison surveyed her dormitory, a double room. Yet the nameplate at the door bore only her name. The accommodations were comfortable, boasting an en-suite bathroom and a large window through which she could observe the small creatures of the Black Lake, akin to an aquarium. Though at night it was shrouded in darkness, perfect for slumber. This was one of the reasons she chose Slytherin: fewer students, wealthier surroundings, and the likelihood of having either a single or double room, with the dungeons providing an ideal atmosphere for rest. One bed had even been thoughtfully prepared with fragrant green and silver serpent-patterned sheets, the bedpost adorned with a ribbon, though the sheets were somewhat disheveled. Puzzled, Allison stepped out of her dormitory once more, glancing at the doors of the adjacent rooms, all of which bore the same double-room nameplates. Perhaps a kind-hearted friend helped to make the bed, or maybe the school simply provides for its students, she mused. It cannot be that my roommate was so frightened by my charming self that they fled without taking their bedding. With a cheerful disposition, Allison began to unpack, retrieving an entire wall's worth of dozens of glued-together chocolate frog cards featuring Dumbledore, and hung them on the wall for frequent viewing. The chocolate frog cards were indeed splendidly crafted, capturing more dynamic magical photographs of the living. Dumbledore, with his shimmering silver hair, gazed curiously outside in some, while others playfully blinked or hid away, appearing vividly alive and endearing. Allison assessed the wall, feeling it still lacked a few hundred cards to truly feel complete. She settled by the window, lighting a candle to study her textbooks, waiting until curfew. Now was the moment for her nocturnal escapade. On the very first night of the term, she intended to infiltrate the common rooms of other houses, leaving behind the proud mark of Slytherin. Had no one ventured in for centuries? Was it impossible for those not of the house to enter? Tonight, Slytherin would boldly etch its insignia upon those hallowed halls. Rising to her feet, Allison employed the disillusionment charm, her body shimmering like a chameleon as her colors and texture seamlessly blended into the background. The common room was silent, save for the faint sounds of water rippling from the depths of the Black Lake. She stealthily made her exit. Chapter 72, A Grand Adventure. Allison chose to prioritize the furthest destination, Ravenclaw. After all, should she inadvertently alert Hufflepuff, her return to Slytherin would be thwarted. As she made her way towards the cellar, traversing a corridor, she suddenly heard a faint commotion, accompanied by a delicate mewing sound. It was Filch, the caretaker, and Mrs. Norris, his feline companion. In a moment of quick thinking, Allison rummaged through her pocket and tossed a catnip ball at the corridor's entrance. Instantly captivated by the scent, Mrs. Norris wobbled towards the ball, while Filch hurried after her. Although he was aware that students were likely out and about, the ball rolled too swiftly, and if he didn't pursue it, his errant cat would surely escape him. The Ravenclaw Tower was located on the western side of the castle, atop a spiral staircase. Even running from the first floor of the castle would take 20 minutes, a significant reason why she had never considered becoming a Ravenclaw. However, Allison was not one to follow the ordinary path. She slipped outside the castle, summoning the flying broomstick that first years were prohibited from bringing. The outside of the castle was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight spilling onto the ground, revealing the silhouettes of surrounding trees and shrubs. The latest model, the Firebolt 2000, carved an elegant arc through the night sky, heading straight for the Ravenclaw Tower. The entrance to the Ravenclaw common room was an ancient wooden door, adorned with a bronze eagle-shaped knocker that posed a question, the sole means of entry. The eagle did not concern itself with the identity of the one before it. Upon detecting someone, it promptly asked, "What is more terrifying than death?" Allison pondered for a moment before replying, "Living." After a brief silence, the door creaked open. Allison dispelled the disillusionment charm, clutching her broomstick as she stepped into the Ravenclaw common room. The atmosphere here was in stark contrast to Slytherin. The walls, predominantly light-colored stone, were adorned with blue curtains, and numerous windows allowed glimpses of the starry night sky through the skylights. In the late hours, the common room was sparsely populated, with only a few Ravenclaw students seated on sofas, either engrossed in books or gazing through telescopes at the celestial expanse. Upon hearing the door creak, they all turned their heads in astonishment at the sight of Allison striding confidently into their midst. Allison's wicked grin twisted with delight as she transformed a small bookshelf on a table into the emblem of Slytherin from a distance, taunting them as she turned to flee. Your common room has been invaded by outsiders. The Ravenclaws, momentarily bewildered, soon regained their composure. Their swift response suggested that the bookworm Ravenclaws were perhaps the most physically adept, given the considerable distance from their dormitory to the classroom. Alas, Allison had already soared away on her Firebolt 2000. The houses would never store such valuable items as flying brooms in their common rooms, leaving the pursuing young eagles to watch in frustration, as only the tail of the broom vanished from sight. While spells could be cast, it would be perilous to target that little serpent soaring in the sky. After all, she merely played a harmless prank. In a brief moment, Allison landed at the Gryffindor Tower. The Gryffindor Tower was enveloped in silence, save for the portrait of the fat lady at the end of the corridor, who was dozing. Allison coldly prodded the portrait and, leveraging her knowledge of the original plot, uttered the password, Dragon Dung. The fat lady was roused, her face a mask of displeasure and confusion. What are you doing? You rude child at this hour? Allison shot her a derisive smile, and tugged at the green collar of her uniform. The fat lady, now fully awake, suddenly understood. It's that little Slytherin rascal. What brings you to Gryffindor at this hour? Allison pointed her wand threateningly at her, declaring, the password is Dragon Dung. You may step aside. Reluctantly, the fat lady complied, muttering under her breath, so rude, not a decent one among Slytherin. Allison strode in, broom in hand. Traversing the tunnel-like passage, the Gryffindor common room exuded an aura reminiscent of an ancient guild hall, a gathering place for valiant knights and adventurers in a fantastical realm. Inside, a lively commotion filled the air. A few students were engrossed in a card game, while others animatedly chatted, oblivious to her presence. Swiftly, Allison darted to the nearest window, flung it open, and transformed a large tapestry emblazoned with the Gryffindor crest into the Slytherin emblem before nimbly riding her broom out into the night. The fierce wind tousled her fiery red hair, rendering her akin to a great red bird. Perhaps a phoenix? Nearly headless Nick was the first to shriek, capture that invading Slytherin. Yet as the comfortable sofas were vacated, the little serpent had already vanished, leaving behind a newly fashioned silver-green Slytherin tapestry. A cacophony of curses erupted in the Gryffindor common room. The young lions were seething with frustration, yet powerless to act. Allison landed at the castle entrance, stowed away her broom, and prepared to venture to the Hufflepuff common room, also located underground. The castle was quiet, with only the portrait at the end of the corridor still dozing, oblivious to the pandemonium that had erupted elsewhere. Using the disillusionment charm once more, Allison stealthily passed the portrait and descended the staircase to the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room. She gently tapped the second barrel from the bottom, in the center, creating a rhythm reminiscent of Helga Hufflepuff's name. The barrel slowly shifted aside, revealing a path lined with earth. The Hufflepuff common room was low and rounded, resembling a badger's den, adorned with a cozy ambience, walls festooned with plant specimens and artworks, and shelves brimming with various flora. The badger seemed to have retired for the night, with only the flickering flames in the fireplace providing light. Allison quietly settled into a corner, dispelled her invisibility, and transformed a herbarium specimen hanging high on the wall into an exquisite Slytherin emblem. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind her. What are you doing? Turning around, she found Cedric Diggory, clad in fluffy pajamas and brandishing his wand warily. Allison smirked, her tone brazen and chilling. Your common room has been invaded by an outsider. I'm here to pilfer. With that, she snatched up the snacks from the table and sprinted away. Cedric was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated anyone would raid the Hufflepuff common room for snacks at such an hour. Recovering quickly, he called out, "Stop!" Allison, clutching the snacks, darted away with remarkable speed. The dozing portraits were awakened, and those esteemed graduates hung upon the walls began to murmur, decrying the thief. Hufflepuff has been robbed. One portrait noted the transformation of the herbarium specimen into the Slytherin emblem, causing even the typically gentle badger to grumble. Cedric, unable to catch up, could only watch helplessly as Allison soared out of the common room in a flash with the aid of the levitation charm. Chapter 73, The Professors. Safely back in her dormitory after her snack heist, Allison changed her clothes and tidied up before collapsing onto the bed of her friend, the snail girl, and drifting into a blissful slumber. The following morning, Hogwarts was abuzz with chatter, as many discussed the events of the previous night. After curfew, the common rooms of 3 houses had been infiltrated by Slytherin, with items transformed, leaving unmistakable Slytherin emblems as a taunt. Moreover, that audacious serpent had managed to evade capture. The prefects were incensed, vowing to apprehend the despicable culprit. Meanwhile, the Slytherin common room remained blissfully unaware of the commotion, tranquil and undisturbed. Allison rose leisurely in the morning, prepared herself, and descended from her dormitory. The Slytherins below regarded the little witch with a mixture of awe. Soon, the previous night's terror faded, and a bold student approached her, eager to share the exclusive news. Last night, someone impersonated you and wreaked havoc in the Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw common rooms. Allison was momentarily bewildered by the notion of being framed in such a scheme, slowly blinking her blue eyes at him. So, is there a possibility that it was indeed me? The little serpent's eyes widened in disbelief as she exchanged glances with the red-haired witch. You invaded the common rooms of other houses? Allison chuckled, elaborating with a mischievous grin. I even transformed the tapestry in Gryffindor, the bookshelf in Ravenclaw, and the herbarium specimen in Hufflepuff into the Slytherin emblem. The student looked utterly incredulous. But why would you do that? Allison raised an eyebrow, playfully responding. To break the school record, of course. Haven't the common rooms boasted for centuries that they've never been invaded by outsiders? The student, taken aback by her brazen antics, watched her retreating figure with a mix of admiration and disbelief before pursuing her. But doing this will cost Slytherin points. Allison, unfazed and unapologetic, retorted, regardless. Our head of house will reclaim more points from the other houses in potions class, so it will all balance out, won't it? Hearing this logic, the student halted, deep in contemplation. That does seem to make a certain sense. Allison then randomly selected her next victim, passing by a frightened upperclassman who promptly transformed her face into a bloodied, twisted mask. The pale-faced boy turned an even paler shade, shrieking in terror before running off in tears. Allison could not suppress her laughter. The other Slytherins glanced over, then nonchalantly resumed their activities. Allison, returning to her original form, prepared to head to the Hogwarts dining hall. In the dining hall, students from the other three houses whispered among themselves, occasionally casting wary glances at the Slytherins. The Slytherins, still seated, upon hearing of the little witch's exploits from the previous night, began to eat their meals with serene expressions, utterly indifferent to the world around them. As a Slytherin, Allison's flamboyant red hair stood out distinctly amidst the more common shades of blonde and brunette. Upon her entrance through the dining hall doors, a Gryffindor student abruptly rose, pointing an accusatory finger at her. It must be her, the red-haired Slytherin who invaded our common room last night. In a brazen display, Allison provocatively gestured at the irate Gryffindor, relishing the sight of their flushed face, confident that the presence of professors in the hall would deter any retaliation. The professors, who were also enjoying breakfast, were well aware of the chaotic events that had transpired the previous evening. A brawl after dinner, a late-night incursion into another house's common room, the violation of school rules by brandishing a broomstick, and gallivanting outside the castle under the cover of darkness, casting spells in the corridors. In her first day at Hogwarts, Miss Green had already committed nearly every imaginable transgression. Dumbledore remained remarkably composed, having anticipated that Allison would stir up trouble. However, he pondered the necessity of tightening oversight on her, as the child seemed increasingly unruly. Professor McGonagall's expression was inscrutable. She could not shake the feeling that Allison resembled a Gryffindor more than a Slytherin. Yet, even the most mischievous Gryffindors rarely crossed such lines. Professor Snape, meanwhile, sat expressionless, sipping his pumpkin juice, his gaze distant as he ignored the commotion entirely. Though classes had yet to commence, the professors had already silently labeled Allison as a troublesome student. Professor Trelawney was still muttering her predictions in the background. After selecting her breakfast with care, Allison cheerfully prepared to dine, happily carrying her plate to Dumbledore's side, forcefully pulling up a chair to squeeze in beside her house head. Snape's face darkened, shooting a glowering look at Allison, convinced that this little giant had been placed in Slytherin solely to torment him. Dumbledore paused briefly before breaking into a warm smile, disregarding Snape's glare, and gently inquired of his daughter, "How did you sleep last night?" Allison, with a mouthful of bacon roll, beamed broadly. "Quite well. The little snail girl even helped me make my bed." Snape's expression soured further. Allison blinked her blue eyes innocently, calmly explaining to her father, "My roommate abandoned her bedding and fled in the night." Dumbledore stifled a chuckle, sighing, "Oh, how unfortunate." Snape shot another scathing look at Allison. Dumbledore cleared his throat, interrupting Snape's glare. "Allison, why don't you focus on your meal?" As she continued to eat, her curiosity piqued. She observed the other house heads. Professor Flitwick, the diminutive half-giant Ravenclaw head, gazed at her with equal curiosity, while Professor Sprout, the cheerful Hufflepuff head, added a fried egg to her plate. Allison's bright-eyed gratitude made Sprout smile even wider, leading her to generously offer a slice of pumpkin pie as well. Professor Sprout found this lively and cheerful child far more delightful than the dreary Slytherin students. Though McGonagall maintained a stern demeanor, she could not help but glance at Allison several times. Typically impartial to all houses, she found herself favoring the brilliant students. The transfiguration performed the previous night had been remarkably clever, though she wished it had not been executed under the Slytherin banner, prominently displayed in the Gryffindor common room. Mischievous students always left a lasting impression on professors, eliciting both affection and exasperation. Chapter 74, A Reluctant Welcome. Snape's menacing gaze bore into Allison, as if he were ready to dispatch her with a single glance. Did you wreak havoc in another house last night? At that, Allison began to defend herself, weaving a web of fabrications with an innocent expression. I did not. Someone must have framed me. I'm merely a first year, and hardly know any spells. Snape replied with a derisive chuckle. Professor McGonagall finally spoke up. Allison, you must honestly tell me, was it you? Allison blinked, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, her pride shining through. Of course. For the glory of Slytherin. Though they were fond of the girl, the professors would not show leniency when it came to punishment. Professors Flitwick and Sprout held their tongues, recognizing that Snape was Allison as head of house, while McGonagall was the deputy headmistress. McGonagall sighed and turned to Dumbledore. Albus, how do you intend to handle this matter? Dumbledore, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, since Allison has confessed, let us deduct 50 points. Allison, unfazed, responded merrily, deduct away. I'll cover it. Our headmaster will foot the bill. Her nonchalance elicited an awkward silence from the professors and curious glances from the surrounding students. McGonagall inhaled deeply, attempting to correct the first year's misguided notions. I must emphasize that the house's honor is not to be squandered in such a manner. Allison retorted confidently, regardless, our headmaster will recover it during potions class, so a collective deduction of 50 points is effectively meaningless. Snape's expression darkened, primarily because her assertion held a kernel of truth. Dumbledore chuckled as he tousled Allison's hair. McGonagall sighed. Albus, you must understand that the nature of last night's events is quite serious. Snape glared at the red-haired young witch, his expression grim. Indeed, this will not only tarnish Slytherin's reputation, but also reflect poorly on the entire school. Allison widened her eyes, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, and innocently fanned the flames further. Isn't it true that Slytherin lacks both reputation and image to begin with? Snape's face turned a shade of green with fury, yet, given Dumbledore's presence, he refrained from casting a hex upon her. Dumbledore remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. McGonagall believed that Miss Green should face disciplinary action, while Snape felt a period of detention was warranted. Given that expulsion was not on the table for Allison, the punishment would be relatively mild. Detention at Hogwarts usually involved assisting professors with tasks or performing community service. If a professor favored a particular student, they might take them under their wing during detention, circumventing punishment while imparting knowledge. Snape typically assigned detested tasks involving copious and unpleasant potion ingredients, such as snails and toads. After a moment's contemplation, Dumbledore reached a decision. Very well, a week of detention it is. Allison frowned, casting a wary glance at the ominous Snape, and tugged at Dumbledore's sleeve, making a petulant request to evade punishment. Dear Professor, may I come to your office instead? Perhaps you could conjure up a task for me? Dumbledore stroked his beard, playfully winking. Let me think. Sensing a hint of leniency, Snape's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth to interject. McGonagall concurred, believing Allison should receive a lesson she wouldn't soon forget. Dumbledore, with a twinkling smile, replied, I merely suggested. Allison's eyes widened, sensing her father's implication that he might relent. Snape regarded her with a mocking smile. What? Do you still hope Dumbledore will shield you? McGonagall frowned at such leniency, her expression serious. Albus, we ought to treat this matter with the gravity it deserves. Dumbledore paused for a moment, then said, very well, if that is the case, a week of detention it shall be, and the location will be Severus's office. Allison pouted, falling silent. Having finally succeeded, she relished the sight of the reluctant Snape, whose lips curved into a satisfied, cold smile. No problem. It starts tonight. It seemed that he had perceived her displeasure at his smugness. Allison puffed her cheeks in irritation as she stared at him, though her gaze held a hint of depth. Dear Headmaster, I hope that you too shall bask in such pride in the future. People are often unwavering in their belief in the fruits of their labor, yet they remain reluctant to ponder the pitfalls that lie beneath. The art of feigned reluctance is universally effective, regardless of the setting. Upon witnessing the red-haired little giant storm away in frustration and indignation, Snape felt an inexplicable surge of joy. Ordinarily, during free periods, Allison would seek out Professor Dumbledore to inquire about additional classes personally. However, given the events of the day, it was only natural for her to appear disinclined to meet him. Thus, she spent her entire morning alternating between herbology lessons in the greenhouse and reading in the library. Professor Sprout was exceptionally amiable, and the greenhouse offered a pleasant view, but the first-year herbology class presented little challenge. The initial lesson merely involved a cursory introduction to bizarre magical plants and a smattering of herbal knowledge. This instilled in her an impulsive urge to engage with the biting cabbage and venomous tentacles, much to the amusement of her classmates. The library on the 5th floor remained as it always was, with shelves so high that one required a ladder to retrieve books, while Mrs. Pants busied herself cataloging the borrowed tomes. At noon, Allison hurriedly ascended the stairs, only to be greeted by Dumbledore's laughter echoing from behind. He sauntered over to where Allison had paused, reaching out to touzle her red locks. Though she nuzzled against his hand, she feigned annoyance with a slight huff. "Why are you still pursuing me? Didn't you plan to send me to Snape for detention?" Dumbledore chuckled. "I merely wished to see if you would come looking for me. Are you upset?" He gently patted her shoulder. "Come now, do not harbor anger. Follow me." The two entered an empty classroom, where Dumbledore waved his hand to close the door. He settled in the center of the room and motioned for her to sit beside him. Reluctantly, Allison approached and took her seat. Dumbledore produced a bag of lemon drops from his pocket. "Would you care for a sweet?" Allison glanced at the candies and accepted one. Dumbledore's smile returned, warm and gentle. "Are you upset because you feel wronged? Is it because you think I do not favor you?" Dumbledore was bemused by such accusations. "How could I not favor you? Who told you that?" "It's because you never speak on my behalf and instead conspire with Snape to bully me." Dumbledore sighed in resignation, patting the young witch's shoulder. "I only wish for you to understand that one must face consequences for their misdeeds. One cannot always act with impunity. Now enough of this. Let us find something to eat." Chapter 75, Transfiguration Class. The first Transfiguration class commenced with Professor McGonagall's tabby cat lounging on the podium. The cat watched the students trickling in, its tail swaying lazily. This 45-minute lesson was a combined session for Gryffindor and Slytherin. Allison arrived just in time for class, swiftly making her way to the podium to clandestinely place a catnip ball on the tabby cat, hoping to astonish the first years with Professor McGonagall's animagus form. The tabby cat was instantly captivated, circling around Allison's hand and mewing softly. Joyfully, Allison scooped up the entranced cat and settled into her seat, indulging in its furry charm. The cat, completely unguarded, nestled against her, purring contentedly. While her audacity in disturbing the professor's cat astonished her peers, they were still merely 11-year-olds. As the class bell rang and Professor McGonagall had yet to arrive, the students couldn't resist the allure of the cat and gathered around. Allison showered the entranced feline with kisses on its head and belly, seemingly oblivious to its true identity. Professor McGonagall, wishing to revert to her human form to reprimand Allison, found herself ensnared by the overpowering effects of the catnip. She could do nothing but emit a series of blissful purrs, rubbing against Allison. Eventually, Allison raised the entranced tabby and announced its identity to the nearby Gryffindors. "Gryffindor, courage above all. Your head of house can transform into a cat." The little lions stared in astonishment at Allison and the tabby cat, erupting into hearty laughter and cheers. The Slytherins, however, simply gazed on, their expressions increasingly serene. Nearly 10 minutes after the class bell had rung, Professor McGonagall finally regained her senses. Naturally, she retained the memory of the preceding events. The tabby cat, tightly held by the young witch, suddenly fluffed up in indignation, transforming back into her human form, awkwardly navigating the narrow desks and chairs. Professor McGonagall, red-faced with embarrassment and fury, bellowed at the red-haired witch before her. "Granger." Allison responded innocently, "Oh dear. Cat Professor." McGonagall glared at her, teeth clenched. Before she managed to collect her thoughts, "Miss Granger, report to my office after class." She reiterated and warned, "Do not even think about running away." To this, Allison replied with a playful drawl, "All right, Cat Professor." The classroom erupted in laughter, and as class was still in session, with the catnip having delayed proceedings, Professor McGonagall could only continue with a stern demeanor, even neglecting to address the tardiness of Potter and Weasley. The first lesson revolved around theoretical aspects of transfiguration, with practical exercises slated for the next or subsequent lesson. As Allison propped her chin in her hand, listening to concepts she had already been tutored on during the summer, she felt herself drifting into a state of drowsiness. After class, Professor McGonagall, maintaining a stern expression, led Allison to her office. Allison followed with a bounce in her step. her demeanor so nonchalant that it seemed she had committed no wrongdoing. McGonagall, observing her indifference, felt her anger simmering. "Do you even comprehend your misdeed?" Allison boldly retorted. "Not at all. The cat was just too adorable." "Professor, has no one ever told you how cute you are?" McGonagall's expression darkened. "That is not the point. The crux of the matter is that you, as a student, openly mocked a professor during class. Utterly audacious." Taking a deep breath, McGonagall reiterated. "You disrupted the classroom and ridiculed a professor." Allison covertly scrutinized her expression. McGonagall, resolutely frowning, found this behavior utterly bizarre. She had not encountered such a student in decades. "Merlin, you even brought catnip." McGonagall glared at her, her frustration mounting. Aware that deducting points would have little effect, she declared, "The entire class was halted because of you. You ought to be given detention." Allison feigned innocence, weakly reminding her, "But I already have detention from Professor Snape." McGonagall's expression remained stern. "Then let it be an additional week." Allison's face crinkled in dismay. Professor McGonagall strove to temper her fury, attempting to speak in a calm tone. "I hope you will reflect on your actions. I will inform Albus." With that, McGonagall opened the door and ushered Allison out. She then sank into her chair, massaging her temples, a headache threatening to overwhelm her, and sighed heavily. That evening, Professor McGonagall sought out Dumbledore to report Allison's antics during class. Upon hearing her account, Dumbledore could not suppress a chuckle. "Albus, how can you still be laughing?" McGonagall snapped. Dumbledore cleared his throat, struggling to contain his mirth. "Fear not, I shall have a proper conversation with her." McGonagall shot him an exasperated glare, feeling that both teacher and student were equally vexing, before storming out of the office. Dumbledore watched her depart, unable to stifle another laugh. On the other side, Allison first ventured to the Ollery to send a letter, not only describing her tumultuous school life to Bathsheba and Gellert, but also requesting her father to procure a substantial quantity of specific herbs from various potion shops across England. Following this, she made her way to the potions professor's office, bracing herself for impending detention. Naturally, Severus Snape was not inclined to show any kindness to the mischievous Allison, a predictable reaction from him. Seated at his desk, diligently grading assignments, he smirked derisively at Allison as she entered, sullenly, gesturing for her to attend to the bucket of fresh slime eels prepared specifically for her. Although she feigned extreme disgust at the writhing, slimy black creatures, her heart remained unaffected. After all, she had once extracted boggart slime herself, and even brewed it into potions to drink. Snape occasionally taunted the sluggish first year, ultimately sneering dismissively, "Enough. Just leave it in the storage room and go rest." Allison appeared to harbor a deep resentment towards him, which was entirely understandable. Even students from Slytherin faced his venomous tongue after causing trouble. After a few days of compliant confinement, she once again became the target of ridicule. And in her rebellious fury, she unleashed a thunderbolt explosion, obliterating Snape's meticulously organized potion storage room. The enraged headmaster bellowed, "You fool! How dare you!" Snape seemed on the verge of cursing the smugly self-satisfied Allison with a hex, yet he ultimately refrained. "Get out of my sight." Thus, Allison joyfully concluded her detention. Chapter 76, Material Shortages. Snape, infuriated and pale, surveyed the wreckage of the potion cabinet, cursing inwardly. Thankfully, this was not his more private storage room, which housed many controlled potion ingredients and precious high-grade potions that required special permissions. Each time Allison deposited the processed basic ingredients, such as slime eels, they were merely stored in the more common public potion cabinet, containing materials needed for student lessons and submitted potion assignments. Struggling to suppress his fury, Snape began cleaning up the destroyed cabinet and reorganizing the potion materials. Many items were in need of reorder, otherwise it would disrupt classes. These materials were urgently required, though not particularly rare or troublesome. Among them, the most crucial were those for the 5th and 7th years, as students prepared for their wizarding level examinations. As he organized, he muttered curses, "That damned crazy girl. Not even a troll could wreak such havoc." Snape toiled throughout the night, finally managing to salvage what could still be used from the cabinet, adding further burdens to his already exhausting teaching responsibilities. The following day, the beleaguered potions professor, having labored through the night, downed a revitalizing potion, and promptly visited Dumbledore's office to report the destruction of the cabinet. In just a few days, he had become the second professor to lodge a complaint with Dumbledore. Upon hearing the news, Dumbledore recalled the rebellious and obstinate Allison, feeling a headache coming on. "This child," Snape scoffed, "she is nothing short of a little hellion." No Slytherin student has ever dared to turn the tables on the Serpent King like this. Dumbledore chuckled helplessly, recalling the familiar sensation of receiving complaints from parents due to their children's mischief. Severus, she is still just a child. Snape's expression darkened further. Child? What child would use Thunderbolt explosion? Dumbledore playfully winked, attempting to brush past the issue. She can be a bit unruly, but that is part of her charm. Snape looked at him with disdain, retorting sarcastically, charming. Dumbledore, have your eyes finally failed you? Enough, Severus, don't be so agitated. Allison is simply a tad rebellious, Dumbledore said with a smile, soothing the beleaguered potions professor. He then stood, patting Snape on the shoulder. Let us leave this matter at that. Snape, still scowling, reluctantly nodded. After exchanging a few more words, Dumbledore allowed him to depart. Once Snape was gone, Dumbledore rubbed his temples, sighing. This child is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Snape arrived at a potion supply shop in Hogsmeade, ready to purchase materials according to his meticulously organized list. However, the proprietor expressed his difficulties, stating that some of the potion ingredients were sold out and temporarily unavailable. Sold out of basic materials? Snape furrowed his brow. How long until they can be restocked? The shopkeeper, sensing Snape's displeasure, cautiously replied, at the earliest, 2 weeks. Internally, the shopkeeper bemoaned the situation. The potion materials required by Hogwarts were typically pre-ordered during the summer, and Snape himself only occasionally purchased high-grade potion ingredients, usually not in a rush. What was unfolding today? Snape, irritated yet helpless, continued to the potion supply shop in Diagon Alley. Here, some stock remained, but it was still insufficient, and restocking would similarly take time. Ultimately, Snape purchased the remaining materials without placing any new orders. The severely lacking nightshade herbs still required about a quarter of their necessary quantity to expedite their acquisition. It would be more convenient to gather them himself in the Forbidden Forest. Additionally, while foraging there, he could keep an eye out for other rare materials, as it was not his first excursion to that location. Meanwhile, in flying class, Slytherin, again outnumbered by the mini Gryffindors, attended a combined lesson. For the first-year students, who were prohibited from bringing their own broomsticks, this was one of the most eagerly anticipated classes. Madame Hooch, the strict witch in charge of the lesson, instructed the newcomers on how to properly ride a broomstick. With her short gray hair and hawk-like yellow eyes, she possessed a legendary history. She had once collided with a Muggle anti-aircraft gun while flying and survived, though she regarded it as a disgrace. The ability to summon a broomstick with a simple gesture indicated some degree of flying talent. Only a few could command their brooms effectively, while many others merely rolled over or remained completely still. Some first years, riding brooms for the first time, appeared quite nervous, yet Madame Hooch remained calm, patiently guiding the students on how to grip the broom and balance their bodies. As expected, an accident soon occurred. Neville Longbottom, overly anxious, sent his broom soaring abruptly into the air, resembling a firecracker shooting into the sky, quickly distancing itself from the ground. It was hard to fathom that the school's antiquated brooms could achieve such speed, even fast enough for the experienced Madame Hooch to react too late. Perhaps Neville did indeed possess some flying talent. Allison, with a flick of her wand, cast a fifth-year spell, Reductio. The incantation struck Neville, and although he had already fallen from the sky, his descent gradually slowed, allowing him to land safely on the ground. Madame Hooch rushed to Neville's side to check for injuries. Fortunately, he was merely startled and unharmed. The flying class proceeded smoothly. The stern professor awarded points to Slytherin and commended Allison. Well done, Miss Green. Draco continued to laugh at Ron, who had clumsily been struck by his broomstick, secretly competing with Harry, who was also flying quite well. Harry, however, glanced at Allison. In contrast to the Slytherin's clear awareness of the little witch's intimidating nature, the other students were simply curious about the red-haired newcomer who had invaded their common room. Although Allison's behavior towards Hagrid and her threats had left Harry with a less than favorable impression, her previous apology and her current act of saving Neville suggested that this Slytherin girl might not be as terrible as he initially thought. There was also Draco, who had previously offered him solace. It seemed that Slytherin was not so malevolent after all. The red-haired young wizard exhibited little interest in the leisurely flying lessons, preferring to sit quietly and perform the required flying maneuvers. Soon, the time for class came to an end, and students departed in small groups. Rather than returning to the dormitory, Allison ascended the castle stairs like a first-year Gryffindor, seemingly heading for the library. Chapter 77, The Godfather. Harry's mind was in disarray. With a fleeting glance from those piercing blue eyes, he inexplicably chose to follow Miss Green. He himself was unaware of the impetus behind his actions. but it felt as though an unseen force compelled him onward. Allison turned into a hidden passage. Harry hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow her. The passage was shrouded in darkness, where only the sound of his own breathing could be heard. Dust filled the air, suggesting it was little known to others. Allison navigated the passage with ease, entering an abandoned classroom at the end, where she suddenly spoke in a calm and gentle tone. "Come out, Mr. Potter." With his covert actions exposed, Harry emerged from the passage, his heart racing with anxiety. He offered a somewhat awkward smile, stammering, I noticed you were being followed, so I brought you here because there are some things I want you to know." Allison interrupted his faltering explanation with a languid tone. No one understood better than she why the boy, who had narrowly escaped death, would be pursuing her. In the realm of modifying surface thoughts, legilimency proved to be a useful charm. "What is it?" Allison inquired, her lips curving into a subtle smile as she regarded the bewildered young lion. Her voice calm and measured. "You probably don't yet realize that you have a godfather." Harry stared at her in shock, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. His voice almost dreamlike as he questioned, "Godfather?" Allison kindly elucidated, stepping closer to him. "Your parents' closest friend, Sirius Black." Harry appeared momentarily baffled. But what happened to him? He was wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" Allison spoke softly. "Your father gathered a small group, for individuals. However, one of them betrayed them, revealing your family's location, which allowed Voldemort to find you." The weight of this revelation left Harry feeling dizzy, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. The adults he had encountered had never shared such truths, merely stating that Voldemort had killed his parents while he survived. An overwhelming tide of questions, and a desperate longing for his parents swirled within him. He took a deep breath. Allison, undeterred by his silence, continued her narrative with patience. She arched an eyebrow, a subtle expression of amusement gracing her otherwise aloof countenance. "Black was your father's childhood companion and relative. Initially, he was chosen to be the secret keeper, as the protective charm required one. As long as the secret keeper remained discreet, no one could locate your home. However, Black felt that his closeness to your father would lead Voldemort to suspect him. So at the last moment, he suggested changing the secret keeper to another friend, Peter Pettigrew. Black, meanwhile, posed as the public secret keeper to divert attention from the true one." Harry tightened his fists, gritting his teeth in anger over his family's tragedy. Peter Pettigrew? Allison calmly recounted the facts. He wished to survive. Harry fixed his gaze on Allison, reaffirming the truth he had already surmised, his voice strained. "So he betrayed my parents, didn't he?" Allison nodded, adding with a gentle touch, "After your parents' deaths, Black was the only one aware that Pettigrew was the true secret keeper. Thus he sought to hunt Pettigrew down. Pettigrew detonated a Muggle street, killing several Muggles before faking his own death, allowing the identity of the leaking, murderous Death Eater to fall upon Black. The aftermath of the war was chaotic, and the Ministry of Magic found it hard to believe that a Black would commit such acts, given their status as an ancient pureblood family aligned with Voldemort. Your parents' choice of godfather was recklessly imprisoned by the Ministry in Azkaban, while one of your family's enemies, at least one, was posthumously awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class, for his contributions to the wizarding world." Harry felt a wave of suffocation, as if a hand were tightening around his throat. He was engulfed by sorrow and cold fury over this absurd reality, breathing heavily until he gradually regained composure. Allison regarded him coolly, her gaze scrutinizing and frigid, reminiscent of the initial deadpan stare she had given him in the robe shop. After a moment, Harry managed to calm himself. The red-haired witch was slightly taller than his scrawny frame, her eyes cast downwards, a mixture of pity and indifference as she delivered her final statement. "And I happen to know where Pettigrew is hiding." The dark-haired, green-eyed boy abruptly lifted his head, staring intently into Allison's blue eyes, almost expending all his energy to ask, his voice echoing through the abandoned classroom. "Where is he?" Allison gently caressed his face, their breaths mingling in the charged air. "What will you give me in return, Harry?" she inquired in a voice that was almost a sigh, calmly posing a most ordinary question. That piercing, bright gaze momentarily invoked images of venomous creatures hunting their prey, with him as the target. "Anything," Harry replied, resolutely. Chapter 78, The Forbidden Forest. "Then I want you to meet me by the Black Lake after dinner. Once we accomplish a task, tomorrow afternoon, I will hand over that little rat to my instructor, Professor Dumbledore." Allison withdrew her hand, seemingly satisfied with his promise. Harry nodded emphatically, then left the abandoned classroom in a flurry of disarray. After his departure, Allison too exited the classroom, taking a different path. No conscious entity would ever discern that she had conversed with the boy who had narrowly escaped death. After dinner, by the Black Lake, Harry arrived early. Seated on a large stone by the lakeshore, his gaze wandering aimlessly. He had not confided in Ron, opting instead to slip away under the pretense of an excuse. Ron would undoubtedly deem Miss Green, along with everything Slytherin, untrustworthy. Yet, he was desperate for a family, a longing that had consumed him since childhood. Perhaps this decision was misguided? But what if it was not? Allison appeared silently from a distance, approaching from the direction of Hagrid's hut rather than the castle. At that moment, Harry was too preoccupied to think further. He shook himself from his reverie, quickly rising to his feet, and taking a deep, steadying breath. The grass by the Black Lake muffled his footsteps as Allison regarded him, raising an eyebrow with a light laugh. Nervous? Harry bit his lip, speaking softly. I just want to know what you want me to do. Allison smiled, her demeanor remarkably relaxed. Come with me to the Forbidden Forest. Harry gazed at Allison in disbelief, swallowing hard as he stammered, the Forbidden Forest? That's south the place Professor Dumbledore sternly warned against visiting during the opening feast. And I've heard terrifying rumors in Gryffindor. There may be werewolves, trolls, and dark wizards lurking within. Allison nodded gently, her voice soft yet confident. I possess enough strength to protect you. If necessary, even setting that forest ablaze would be permissible. Harry gazed at Allison, fell into thoughtful silence for a moment, and ultimately nodded in agreement. Since we've resolved to rescue Sirius, let the true enemies pay the price. Allison's tone became noticeably lighter, clearly attempting to ease his tension. You should be more concerned about the potential deductions and punishments we might face if we're discovered. Harry managed a wry smile. Honestly, I'm far more worried about whether I can make it out of the Forbidden Forest alive tonight. Allison chuckled softly. Her laughter was easily triggered, as if even the slightest jest could evoke her genuine amusement. Let me share one of the more renowned spells I know. I am proficient in the unforgivable curses, including the killing curse that Voldemort used to slay your parents. Harry stared at Allison in shock. At that moment, he could somewhat comprehend Ron's biases. If Slytherin were filled with such dark wizards, it would indeed be terrifying. Allison casually strode ahead, urging him to follow. Come on. If we hurry, we can finish tonight. If we dawdle, we might have to return tomorrow. Harry quickened his pace to keep up. Allison tilted her head and effortlessly cast a weakened levitation charm on him, allowing him to glide gracefully through the woods. I thought you'd be asking a myriad of questions. Harry looked down at his lightened steps, sensing her lack of concern in her words. Taking a deep breath, he mustered the courage to ask, What exactly do you want? Allison replied with remarkable candor and decisiveness. I require the Black family to assist me with some mundane, yet essential tasks, as well as to vex my headmaster. Expecting to hear some convoluted scheme, Harry was taken aback by the simplicity of her answer. He regarded Allison with hesitation before inquiring, Then why not inform Professor Dumbledore? Allison pondered for a moment, her expression somewhat awkward as she provided a reason. Well, I must maintain a few of my own little secrets. If I wish to prepare a surprise for him, I cannot exactly ask for his assistance. Harry chuckled at her response, the atmosphere lightening considerably. The night enveloped the Forbidden Forest in darkness, the decaying leaves effortlessly muffling any sounds of life, with only the gentle rustle of the wind weaving through the branches occasionally breaking the silence. So what are we doing in the Forbidden Forest? Allison smirked, playfully batting her blue eyes at him and casually remarked, We're here to exterminate a nest of spiders. Harry fell silent for a moment. His thoughts were still preoccupied with the tiny spiders of the Muggle world. Did they truly need to venture into the Forbidden Forest to hunt down such creatures? He felt a mixture of frustration and anxiety as he called out Allison's name. Allison clearly discerned his thoughts, her expression brimming with mirth as she teased him. Darling, do not view the spiders of the magical world through a Muggle lens. The adult ones are the size of carriages. Imagining the enlarged spiders in his mind, Harry felt a shiver run down his spine, his mouth opening in shock, unable to articulate a single word. Allison feigned concern and added, Moreover, they are naturally carnivorous. Finally regaining his composure, Harry swallowed hard, striving to convince himself that Allison was indeed trustworthy. All right. He followed Allison into the Forbidden Forest, navigating uneven ground for an indeterminate length of time, until they arrived near a clearing. Through the shadows of the trees, he beheld a throng of spiders. The enormous spiders, as well as the smaller ones, were all hairy and adorned with either black or brown fur, their 8 beady eyes keenly observing the intruders. Allison remained unperturbed, even taking the time to introduce them in a normal voice. Do you see? Acromantulas, venomous, cannibalistic, social creatures, and they reproduce at an alarming rate. Harry felt his legs weaken. He had never imagined spiders could be so terrifying. Struggling to speak, he asked, "So, why are we provoking them?" Allison, with a playful grin and a lively tone, declared with righteous fervor, completely disregarding the acromantulas that were edging closer, "Of course, it's for the safety of the school and its students. If any little miscreants were to stumble in here like us, they would become an easy snack. We are warriors, Harry." Harry felt as though he might lose his mind. The glint of greed in the spider's eyes made him shun the notion of being labeled a warrior. "Allison, we cannot possibly contend with so many spiders." Allison chuckled lightly, elegantly spinning around and tracing a circle with her wand, summoning a blazing blue flame that enveloped them. "A fire shield," she corrected. "You cannot fight them." "I can." "You are merely a cheerleader." Harry stared in awe at the ring of scorching, dangerous blue flames surrounding them. An irreverent thought crossed his mind. This resembled a Muggle gas stove. He blinked, suppressing that thought, and stammered, "Allison, I suddenly feel as though you don't need me at all." Allison glanced at him, a smile gracing her lips as she cast several silent cruciatus and killing curses at the acromantulas beyond the flames. "Do not doubt my decisions." The intertwining red and blue spells struck the surrounding spiders, leaving peculiar green the 10th marks on their bodies. Some acromantulas writhed in agony, while others mindlessly attacked their companions under the spell's influence. Those attempting to breach the blue flames were instantly reduced to ashes. Harry felt as if he were witnessing a gruesome spectacle. Despite being just two small wizards, their combined stature hardly matched that of a single spider, yet they slaughtered the colossal arachnids like seasoned hunters. Watching the acromantulas struggle in torment, emitting piercing shrieks, he felt a chill wash over him, his heart racing, uncertain whether it was from fear or exhilaration. Chapter 79 Threats. Allison casually tossed a piece of fabric towards the acromantulas outside the flames, then turned to Harry, appearing remarkably relaxed. "Would you like to try practicing some dark magic? There are plenty of targets here." Harry stared at Allison, bewildered. "Me?" Allison patiently explained. "The Cruciatus Curse is one of the 3 unforgivable curses, renowned for its powerful control capabilities. However, compared to the Killing Curse and the Killing Curse, it bears no irreparable consequences. In the face of danger, you can use it as an emergency measure, much like a Muggle firearm. While using a gun to harm someone is illegal, having one on you can provide a sense of security when faced with threats." Harry took a deep breath, observing the chaos outside, and hesitated. "Is the Cruciatus Curse difficult?" Allison sighed with a laugh. "Dark magic is quite straightforward. You only need a bit of talent and the right emotions. The Cruciatus Curse requires you to harbor a strong desire to control your enemy." Harry fell silent, acknowledging that he was indeed curious to try. The controlled acromantulas herded more of their normal counterparts towards them. Allison demonstrated the spell with precision, exclaiming, "Soul depart." Harry watched as the controlled acromantula moved stiffly towards its companion, then viciously bit down. Harry pressed his lips together, mimicking Allison's stance, and directed the spell at another half-sized acromantula. Upon uttering the incantation, the creature paused momentarily before turning to face him. Allison's voice rang sharply in his ears, "Remember, you want to control it. If you cannot control your enemy, you are the one who will perish." Gritting his teeth, Harry shouted the incantation again. "Soul depart." He fixated on the acromantula, feeling a surge of power flood his mind. The blue spell faintly tethered him to another consciousness, vying for control. The acromantula gradually lost awareness, its gaze becoming vacant. He staggered back a few steps, drenched in cold sweat. Allison reminded him, "This is just the beginning. Command its actions." Harry drew a deep breath, striving to assert control over the acromantula, directing it to move as he wished. The 8-eyed giant spider commenced its movements at Harry's command, yet it appeared cumbersome and sluggish. Harry, feeling a tinge of frustration, remarked, "Allison, it's too slow." The previously stern Allison offered a patient encouragement, "It's all right, it's the first practice. The fact that it can be utilized at all is commendable. We can always find some living creatures for further practice later." Due to its intelligence, comparable to that of humans, the 8-eyed giant spider was not easily controlled. Harry nodded and naturally inquired, "What if it were a wizard instead?" After a moment of contemplation, Allison replied, "The Imperious Curse primarily governs the mind. Its efficacy diminishes against powerful wizards and those with strong will. Additionally, individuals who have endured long-term control may eventually break free. Of course, your proficiency with spells also plays a role." The dark-haired, green-eyed young wizard pondered this, feeling his magical energy return, and practiced a few more times, gradually becoming more adept. Meanwhile, Professor Snape, engaged in herb gathering, encountered several 8-eyed giant spiders. Observing the colossal creature before him, His gaze turned cold. Stupefy. The spell shot towards an 8-eyed spider, yet the creature deftly evaded it. Each spider bore peculiar green cross markings. Realizing something was amiss, Snape retreated swiftly while casting several defensive spells. At that moment, he noticed one spider clutching a bloodstained collar from a Hogwarts uniform, unmistakably in Slytherin green, though the identity of the garment's owner remained unknown. The young professor's pupils constricted. His expression darkened, and a surge of murderous intent filled his eyes. The 8-eyed spiders had hunted a student, or perhaps they were under someone's control. Judging by the freshness of the blood, that student might still be alive, a threat compelling him to act. Clenching his wand, Snape raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of spells towards the spiders. Several of the 8-eyed creatures screeched as they were forced back, retreating towards their lair, which was also the direction of their controller, Allison. Snape followed closely behind, anxiety gnawing at him. He cared not for anything else but to locate that student. Upon arriving at a clearing, Snape quickly spotted Harry and Allison encircled by blue flames, casting the imperious curse, while a dense mass of 8-eyed spiders, covered in green cross markings, surrounded them. Allison, standing within the blue fire, regarded him with a cheerful smile, seemingly unfazed, and waved in greeting. What a coincidence, dear headmaster. Snape's expression darkened as he took in the scene, fury surging within him. What on earth are you doing? Just then, the tip of Allison's wand emitted a brilliant green light, casting the entire swarm of spiders into a radiant sea of green. They all silently succumbed to death, collapsing to the ground with a dull thud. The two observers could only hear her calm, gentle voice, which sounded more like a soothing bedtime blessing than a deadly incantation. Avada Kedavra. The scene was not particularly gruesome. The killing curse left no visible wounds, as if the spiders had simply fallen asleep. Harry stared in shock at the unfolding spectacle, feeling a cold sweat trickle down his back. Memories from infancy, filled with green light and mingled screams, suddenly resurfaced. Snape remained silent, his gaze complex. He tightened his grip on his wand, wishing to reproach Allison, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. As the circle of blue flames gradually extinguished, Allison raised an eyebrow at Snape, her tone light yet serious, fabricating a falsehood with her eyes wide open. I apologize. Professor Snape, please forgive my excessive concern for my classmates' safety, which led me to resort to an unforgivable curse in a moment of desperation. Snape regained his composure, coldly regarding her. You did that on purpose. Allison's smile deepened, and she did not contest his accusation. She invoked the unbreakable vow, suggesting that he would forgive her and keep her secret, wouldn't he? I believe an unbreakable vow would suffice. Snape narrowed his eyes. An unbreakable vow? What do you wish me to do? Allison smiled gently. Simply to swear that you will not voluntarily disclose what you know regarding Allison. Snape scoffed coldly. Do you truly think I would agree? Allison fixed her gaze upon him, her smile widening exaggeratedly, her soft voice laced with a hint of threat. Mr. Potter is still here, dear headmaster. Chapter 80 The Oath. Snape's expression hardened as he turned to Harry, who was gazing at them with a look of confusion. Allison, however, maintained her smile, playfully winking at Harry, reminiscent of Dumbledore's whimsical gestures. Snape's countenance fluctuated as a sense of powerlessness washed over him, realizing that Allison had him cornered. Ultimately, he closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly, choosing to concede. I swear. Allison's malevolent glee was palpable as she extended her right hand. Snape, his dark gaze fixed upon the red-haired witch, remained silent for a moment before reluctantly extending his own hand to clasp hers. Allison playfully winked at Harry. Mr. Potter, kindly point your wand at the place where we are shaking hands. Although Harry had no idea what they were discussing, he obediently complied. Allison smiled slightly, invoking the premeditated wording of the magical inquiry. You swear you will not voluntarily disclose what you know regarding Allison, correct? Snape's eyes were icy as he fixed his gaze on Allison, ultimately grinding out the words through clenched teeth. Yes. A slender, dazzling tongue of flame erupted from the tip of Harry's wand, resembling a hot, red metal strand that coiled around their clasped hands, leaving behind a mark of an unbreakable vow. Once the flames dissipated, Snape immediately withdrew his hand, his expression dark. Allison giggled lightly. Dear headmaster, you've grown quite complacent. Most of the potion ingredients you were missing, I have procured. From the very start, it was no surprise when I blew up your potion cabinet, nor when I was initially assigned to your detention. The only reason for the delay was to provoke you appropriately, so the teachers wouldn't suspect anything. Snape's expression darkened instantly, his voice low. You planned this from the very beginning? Allison cheerfully twirled a lock of her long hair with her fingers, her demeanor exuding pride and excitement as she boasted. Isn't it reminiscent of Albus's style? Snape tightened his grip on his wand, struggling to suppress his anger. Managing to squeeze out a terse statement. You are truly terrifying. The lair of the eight-eyed spiders was devoid of any other creatures. As midnight approached, a profound silence enveloped the area, devoid of even the chirping of insects, with only the lifeless bodies of the spiders bearing witness to the actions and words of the three wizards. Harry, standing beside them, pursed his lips, sensing an unusual tension between Allison and Professor Snape. Snape, his voice hoarse and icy, pressed on with his questioning. Why? Allison, calm and gentle, radiated an air of confidence and arrogance, as if she were a chess player surveying her pieces. It conveniently eliminates the watchful eye Albus has on me in Slytherin. He must have instructed you to keep a close watch on me. Snape fell silent, realizing he had indeed received orders from Dumbledore to pay special attention to Allison. In that moment he felt the weight of the pressure he had once felt facing Dumbledore, realizing that everything had been meticulously orchestrated. The unseen architect observed them as mere pawns, silently maneuvering everything. Green and Dumbledore were remarkably similar. Both engaged in absurd behavior cloaked in meticulous calculations for their own interests. Unable to restrain himself, Harry interjected. What on earth are you two talking about? Allison cheerfully began to explain, deliberately simplifying the matter. My dear teacher, Professor Dumbledore, has issued an order to the headmaster to keep an eye on me, reluctant to be scrutinized by adults. I devised a little trap to compel him to take an oath. Harry found the situation somewhat absurd and couldn't help but ask, aren't you afraid of his retaliation? Allison smiled, biting her lip. She could not disclose any information regarding herself to the outside world. At this point, he might not even be able to mention point deductions or detentions, as that would require the precise disclosure of infractions. Harry was momentarily stunned and involuntarily glanced at Snape. The latter's expression was dark, yet he did not refute this notion. Snape glowered at Allison and suddenly sneered. Do you truly believe this will grant you peace of mind? With her objective achieved, Allison tilted her head, losing interest in the game and coolly appraising this tool of her father. When her father was not around, she displayed a surprising patience for many things. I do not mind if Albus detects something amiss from the fire's remnants. Even if he does, he cannot replace you. Moreover, designing you was merely a small challenge I posed to Albus. Snape's gaze turned menacing. You are truly mad. Allison remained unfazed, treating her own headmaster with utter disregard. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Challenge Letter. Snape scoffed. I shall see how you intend to win this challenge. Allison retorted, regardless of victory or defeat. Only the pawn will be hurt. Snape fixed his gaze upon her, enunciating each word with venom. You had best pray that you do not lose too embarrassingly. Allison smiled sweetly. Perhaps there may not be a loser between Albus and me at all? After all, our desires differ. Maybe I simply wish to play chess with him. Indifferent to victory or defeat. Snape scoffed, clearly unconvinced by her words. How hypocritical. Allison tilted her head innocently. Thank you for the compliment. Though I find that as the head of Slytherin, you are hardly a paragon of sincerity. Snape's eyes turned icy as he fixed his gaze on Allison, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I am indeed no saint. However, I would not stoop to scheming against a child like you. Allison remained unperturbed, displaying an accommodating demeanor towards this tool. Is this merely the self-comfort of a failure? In truth, top wizards are precocious and extraordinarily gifted. Your perspective and abilities render you incapable of understanding us. Snape snorted coldly. Indeed. How could a failure like me possibly comprehend a genius such as yourself? Allison nodded, readily echoing his words. It is good that you know. Self-awareness is commendable. Snape was left speechless by her audacity, his face turning ashen as he struggled to suppress his anger. I warn you, if you dare harm any other students, I will not spare you. Of course. This is for Albus's sake. In truth, I am merely threatening you. Even if you refuse to swear, I shall not genuinely harm his subordinates. Subordinates? They are all living beings, not mere objects. Allison blinked playfully, mimicking Dumbledore. In my eyes, this identity is far more significant than mere mortals. To me, you are a darling little baby who has never taken a life, dear Severus. Snape was thoroughly disgusted. Be quiet. Chapter 81 Phineas Black. Allison declined her headmaster's suggestion to return to the castle at that moment. Her gaze swept over the countless corpses of Acromantula, her instinct as a resourceful player preventing her from wasting materials. Even though she was quite wealthy, I specifically employed the unforgivable curse rather than fiendfire to obtain complete bodies. An ounce of Acromantula venom seems to fetch around 100 galleons, does it not? Their fangs are also valuable materials. Snape regarded the girl before him, momentarily at a loss for words. She spoke calmly of the consequences wrought by the unforgivable curses, as if she had not just slain a host of creatures, but rather extracted lifeless items, meticulously calculating what to flay and dissect. Allison discreetly retrieved a large bundle of collection tools from within her robes, unceremoniously distributing a portion to Harry beside her. Harry accepted the tools, clearly bewildered. What? Allison urged the novice, adeptly targeting his vulnerabilities. Just follow along. Although you lack for money, I have a way to rationally distribute this unexpected windfall to your friends. You would want to ensure the Weasley family has a better life, wouldn't you? Upon hearing this, Harry began to observe Allison's actions with newfound seriousness. They methodically collected the acromantula corpses while Snape coldly observed from the sidelines. Allison lifted her gaze, disapproving of the potions master's idleness, and thrust a handful of tools into his hands. Don't just stand there. Cherish the potion resources and do not waste them. Snape tightened his grip on the tools, his expression impassive as he began to collect. Time passed, and the three finally finished gathering all the materials as dawn broke. Snape examined the overflowing bag in his hands, his demeanor softening slightly. Allison reclaimed the bag of materials from Harry, and handed him another bag filled with galleons, clinking with a few hundred coins. Here. Sell me your illicit materials to avoid trouble. The acromantula are controlled creatures. I can have Weasley seek you out for the money by noon. This should suffice. Harry accepted the galleons, confusion etched on his face. What exactly are you doing? Allison pursed her lips, lightly chuckling. You will find out today. Snape, watching coldly from the sidelines, still bore the responsibility of escorting the two troublesome children back. He was now devoid of the inclination to deduct points from Gryffindor or punish and mock Potter. Just in time for breakfast, Allison stealthily slipped away to the headmaster's office. Typically, Dumbledore would not be present at this hour. Allison quickly recited the recently requested dessert menu and Honeyduke's candy list in front of the gargoyle guarding the corridor at the end of the third floor. Upon mentioning the lemon sherbet, the gargoyle moved aside, revealing the spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. As she ascended the stairs, they kindly transported her to the deserted office. With a clear purpose, she directed her gaze towards the magical portraits on the wall. The portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses regarded the unfamiliar child with caution as she appeared in the empty office, and they all spoke in unison. Who are you? Allison did not respond but scanned the room, her gaze lingering on the former headmaster, Phineas Black, a familiar figure from the legacy of Hogwarts, albeit one with whom she shared unreciprocated familiarity. Headmaster Black, shall we make a deal? The painted heads paused momentarily, then donned expressions of vigilance. The ever-unpopular headmaster of Slytherin, Phineas Black, was the first to speak. What deal? Allison maintained her composure. I will retrieve the body of Regulus Black and help Sirius Black clear his name. And in return, you will assist me henceforth. Phineas Black, who valued the Black family's legacy, narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, Can you accomplish this? Allison's smile widened as she began to leverage her father's reputation. Perhaps you have heard my name, Allison Green, associated with the Saints, from Albus. Phineas Black's pupils constricted slightly. Allison continued to raise the stakes. While this may not align with negotiation principles, I cannot be bothered to quibble over such trifles. Previously, Albus and I retrieved the resurrection stone. If persuading the family head, Walburga, proves challenging, I can add that to the deal, allowing a mother to bid farewell to her beloved son. Phineas was indeed intrigued, as this ancestor naturally prioritized familial legacy over the private emotions of the offspring. He fell silent for a moment, while the other portraits quietly appraised the exchange. On what grounds do you believe I would agree? Allison raised an eyebrow, deeming his words trivial. During his tenure, the password to the headmaster's office had always been the Black family motto. Why do you refuse? She pressed. The distinction between an heir and a complete absence of descendants is significant. His expression shifted subtly, clearly struck by her insight. Ultimately, he endeavored to regain the upper hand. Fixing his gaze firmly upon Allison's cerulean eyes, and spoke in a low tone, I may concede to your request, but you must first fulfill your end of the bargain. With a good-natured agreement, Allison bent down to playfully tease Fox and the Sorting Hat. The old hat and the venerable phoenix were charmed into a merry cacophony by the lively little witch, filling the air with laughter. As Allison departed from the headmaster's office, she encountered Dumbledore standing in the corridor. This was hardly surprising. Many portraits at Hogwarts were interconnected, able to traverse various frames, remaining loyal to the current headmaster. A precaution Allison took to ensure no portraits or ghosts lingered nearby while she engaged in mischief. Allison blinked. momentarily adopting the guise of an obedient child before him. Dumbledore smiled. Had it been another young witch, they would likely have been flustered by his imposing yet graceful presence. I heard you were conversing with the portraits just now. Allison affectionately embraced him, tilting her head to poke at his beard, offering a casual ahm-ham. Dumbledore permitted her embrace, his attention resting on her. What did you seek from them? Allison smirked, unreservedly provoking his thoughts, her demeanor shifting from compliant to eager. I sought to negotiate with Headmaster Black, urging the Black family to heed my counsel. The former headmaster chuckled lightly, as if engaging in casual banter. And how did your negotiations fare? Allison scrutinized him intently through his crescent-shaped glasses, her piercing blue eyes locked onto his. Responding nonchalantly, of course, it was a success. Dumbledore smiled gently, appearing unsurprised by her reply. His gaze was deep and tranquil, leaving Allison guessing his thoughts. Not receiving a significant reaction from him, she visibly felt a pang of disappointment. Chapter 82. The Mouse. Noticing her mood, Dumbledore inclined his head slightly and inquired softly, "What troubles you?" Allison, brimming with irritation, asked directly, "Why are you not angry?" Dumbledore regarded her with a warm smile, his eyes filled with understanding. "Why should I be angry?" Allison looked as if she wanted to bite her father in frustration. "Because I am currently engaging in some rather dubious endeavors to consolidate power." The old headmaster chuckled gently, his expression serious yet his tone soothing, exuding a sense of ease and indulgence. "I am aware, but this does not constitute a wrongdoing. You have always been a clever and discerning child with your own plans and thoughts. I fail to comprehend why you pose these questions to me." Feeling stifled, Allison hesitated to admit her desire for her father's vigilance and attention. Ultimately, she merely huffed awkwardly, casting a defiant glance at him before slipping away. Dumbledore watched her retreating figure with a smile until she vanished at the corridor's end, before returning to his office. In the shadows, away from Allison's sight, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by profound weariness and concern. He silently approached his desk, picked up a picture frame, and gazed at the radiant, exuberant golden-haired boy in the photograph. "Gale." He sighed, placing the frame back, then closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair, lost in contemplation. Phineas had already vanished from the magical portrait, evidently to communicate with the Black family's ancestral home, informing the current head of the family, Walburga, of the situation. The portraits on the wall, depicting previous headmasters, were engaged in hushed discussions about the girl from earlier. They deliberated for quite some time, ultimately concluding that she posed a danger. These portraits, having witnessed the growth and transformations of countless students, could readily discern the character and disposition of children. They unanimously agreed that, despite her youth, she harbored a meticulous mind and profound depth, undeniably a perilous individual. They fretted over the future of Hogwarts, debating fervently. Yet they failed to notice that Dumbledore had opened his eyes. Dumbledore quietly listened to the portrait's concerns, withholding his words. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. "I understand your worries." The portraits fell silent, their attention riveted on the wisest among them. Dumbledore sighed and continued, "She is indeed no ordinary child." The portraits tensed immediately. Dumbledore paused before adding, "But I believe she will prove to be a good child." The portraits exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Believe? Such a term often stemmed from Dumbledore's rationality and comprehension of human nature. Ultimately, he believed in himself. Yet at this moment, the sage's words bore an element of somewhat blind trust. Dumbledore rose and approached the window, gazing out at the bright sunlight, his expression contemplative as he murmured, "You need not be overly concerned. I shall keep a watchful eye on her." He then turned back to the relieved portraits, smiling as he said, however, "I also hope you will pay her more attention. After all, she is a rather exceptional child." The elder headmasters on the walls unanimously pledged to do their utmost. At noon, in the dining hall, Dumbledore entered to find the children blissfully enjoying their lunch, a smile gracing his lips. However, upon entering, Allison, a new Slytherin, made her way towards the Gryffindor table. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow but said nothing, silently taking a seat beside the professors. Professor Snape was also present, his cuffs slightly raised to reveal his wrists. The old headmaster immediately noticed the newly formed, indelible mark of the unbreakable vow on the wrist of the Serpent King. He narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with conjecture. Snape remained silent, his gaze icy as he directed his attention towards the Gryffindor table. Dumbledore followed the young professor's line of sight, not surprised to find Severus intently watching Allison. He offered a discreet smile, refraining from further comment. Allison approached Ron Weasley, her intentions clear as she looked down at him with a commanding demeanor. Ron seemed startled by this audacious little serpent, nearly choking on the chicken leg in his mouth. Allison scrutinized the scruffy, yellowish-gray rat he clutched in his hand. "Are you selling your pet rat?" Ron's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her. The other Weasley children, hearing Allison's words, turned to look at her, as did the surrounding young lions, perplexed. In an age where toads were considered outdated as pets, and owls and cats were in vogue, who would seek to purchase a common, plump rat? This little snake was here to provoke and humiliate them? Ignoring the astonishment of those around her, Allison maintained her composure and casually declared, 200 galleons. The other Weasley children gasped in shock. Ron swallowed hard, struggling to ask, "You want to buy my rat, Scabbers?" 50 galleons was sufficient to procure the finest pet owl. This rat had been kept as a pet for over a decade due to the Weasley family's financial constraints, and after Percy became head boy, they acquired an owl, relegating the old rat to Ron as a pet. Allison disregarded Ron's inquiries and hesitations, raising an eyebrow as she raised her offer to silence him. 300 galleons. The children around them erupted in chaos. Ron, now utterly bewildered, could not fathom why anyone would spend such a fortune on an old, overweight, unattractive rat. Allison assessed the rodent, which had begun to sense the gravity of the situation, becoming increasingly anxious. It was, in fact, the hidden traitor, Peter Pettigrew. The other Weasley children were utterly bewildered, and even the twins found it difficult to maintain their usual levity in the face of such a substantial financial onslaught. Unable to muster a single jest, only Percy, the head boy, seemed to sense something amiss. This ambitious and caring third son of the Weasley family furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Allison for a moment. He then turned his discerning gaze back to his former pet, Scabbers, carefully inquiring, "Why did you purchase that rat?" Allison smiled. Her lips pressed together, her words laden with significance. "A rat that has lived for over a decade is quite a rarity, isn't it?" Percy's expression instantly soured. The emphasis from an outsider made it impossible to overlook Scabbers' peculiarities. He felt a veil of truth separating him from a burgeoning awareness of something vague, yet unsettling. Scabbers, too, grew increasingly agitated. Once docile and lethargic, he struggled fiercely to escape Ron's grasp, even biting his hand in the process. Chapter 83. Peter Pettigrew. Ron yelped in surprise, instinctively loosening his hold. Seizing the opportunity, Scabbers darted to the ground in an attempt to flee. Calmly observing the chaos, Allison nonchalantly waved her wand and cast the soul-stealing curse. The blue spell accurately struck the plump rat, leaving Scabbers with a vacant stare, like a mere shell of his former self, obediently approaching Allison. Using an unforgivable curse in public was, without a doubt, an act of sheer madness. This sudden turn of events cast a palpable tension over the dining hall. Students who recognized the dark magic gasped in shock, while those still perplexed were instinctively silenced by the charged atmosphere, learning from their older peers to keep their distance. The young Slytherins watched with ashen faces, fixated on their house's little witch. Although they were aware of her proficiency with unforgivable curses, the brazen use of such magic, even against a mere rat, was utterly outrageous. The gathered professors, too, were taken aback, rising from their seats to intervene. Snape narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Allison. She levitated the rat to float alongside her, disdainfully refusing to make physical contact. She intended to march directly to Dumbledore with the rat in tow, casually turning to Ron to suggest, "You should ask Harry for that money. This little rat counts as his." Ron stood frozen, taken aback that this matter involved his friend Harry. Instinctively he glanced at Harry, only to find him staring intently at the entranced rat beside Allison. "Allison." Harry seemed to grasp the implications. His face darkened, fists clenched tightly as he ground his teeth, calling out, yet unable to voice his concerns fully. He had already confirmed the unsettling truth in his mind, feeling a wave of nausea and dread at the thought of having once played with, and even slept alongside the rat. Professor McGonagall's first transfiguration class had been just days prior. He was acutely aware that wizards could transform into animals. Allison continued her stride toward the professors, casting a sidelong glance at him. "If you wish to follow, then do so." By this point, Dumbledore had also sensed the unease in the air. His keen blue eyes, peering through half-moon spectacles, regarded Allison without initially reprimanding her for the unforgivable curse. Instead, he calmly inquired, "Allison, what is the meaning of this?" Allison approached him, lowering her gaze to examine the rat, and in a composed whisper, revealed the answer, "An illegal animagus." The professor's expressions turned grave at this revelation. An illegal animagus was no trivial matter, especially one that had infiltrated the school masquerading as a pet for several years. The thought of it potentially harming students sent chills through many of the professors. The students were oblivious to Allison's words, Yet the solemn expressions of the professors conveyed the seriousness of the situation. Whispers began to circulate throughout the dining hall, but the professors were too preoccupied to notice. Allison casually transformed a nearby cup into a cage, confining the rat under the spell's control. Surely I need not elaborate on what Peter Pettigrew's continued existence signifies while hiding within the Weasley household. Dumbledore's bony hand reached for the cage, his expression grave as he scrutinized the vacant-eyed rat within. Professor McGonagall leaned in closer, her gaze fixed on the peculiar rat with its missing digit, her face equally troubled. The red-haired young witch raised an eyebrow, playfully teasing them. To have evaded the watchful eyes of two masters of transfiguration for so long, in a sense, this little rat possesses quite a bit of audacity and skill. As the transfiguration professor shot a stern look at Allison, she turned seriously to Dumbledore. Albus, what shall we do now? She did not question the veracity of Allison's claim. The clever and mischievous girl was not one to speak without reason. Moreover, Scabbers' sudden escape had clearly exhibited the traits of an intelligent wizard, along with the anomaly of his longevity. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, recalling the deaths of the Potters and the leak concerning the Order of the Phoenix that had persisted for a year, considering the traitor he had once suspected. He resolutely made a decision, addressing the surrounding professors with quiet authority. I will handle this matter. You may return to your classes. Allison blinked, subtly hinting at her house leader, a potions master who undoubtedly possessed a stock of Veritaserum. Her words brimmed with audacity, showing no concern for the illicit nature of her actions, resembling a lawless rogue. Legilimency or Veritaserum? Snape cast a cold glance at Allison before turning to leave the hall. Dumbledore's silence signaled tacit approval of Allison's suggestion, indicating his intent to retrieve the Veritaserum. The double agent, too, sensed the gravity of the situation. The once notorious marauders, alive yet masquerading as a pet rat in the home of the deceased. Dumbledore sighed deeply, observing Allison and Harry, who seemed to grasp a fraction of the truth. I will address this matter promptly, he assured them. Allison turned to her father, seizing the moment to propose an idea, hoping to curry favor with her future tool of a student. May we observe? After all, this concerns Harry as well. Dumbledore contemplated for a moment, before nodding in agreement. Of course. Allison shot a fleeting glance at Professor Quirrell. The dark presence of Voldemort, lurking beneath his turban, seemed indifferent to the capture of this treacherous subordinate. Since the rat had only turned to him out of fear for its life, his focus was presently on the Philosopher's Stone, leaving him no time to risk exposure for the sake of another. Professor Quirrell, as the host, seemed to sense Allison's gaze. He lifted his head and offered her a stiff smile. Allison returned his gesture with a bright smile, delightfully and maliciously complimenting the stuttering servant possessed by Voldemort. Professor Quirrell, the scent emanating from you is simply exquisite. The gaze of the Hogwarts troublemaker caused Quirrell's face to pale instantly, stammering, What did you say? Allison, taking pleasure in teasing and frightening him, elongated her tone. I meant that the aroma of what seems like decaying flesh is both familiar and delightful to me. Quirrell's eyes widened in terror, instinctively retreating a few steps as if Allison were a fearsome beast. McGonagall could no longer bear it. She admonished firmly Allison. Allison raised her hands in surrender, offering a weak defense. Oh, very well. I merely wished to express my admiration for the defense against the dark arts professor's expertise. Understanding dark magic necessitates knowledge, and death and decay are indeed facets of dark magic. Chapter 84. Interrogation. The cunning child, as ever, adeptly justified himself, leaving others at a loss for words, as though he possessed a silver tongue. Professor McGonagall sighed in resignation, turning to Dumbledore, only to find him gazing pensively at Allison. However, the old headmaster soon averted his eyes, directing his attention to Professor Quirrell in an attempt to diffuse the tension. Quirinus, you may return to your class, he said. Professor Quirrell, looking as if he had been granted a reprieve, scurried out of the great hall in a comical manner, eliciting laughter from the students. After a brief silence, Dumbledore turned to them. Let us return to the office. Once back in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore seated himself behind the desk, gesturing for Allison and Harry to take their seats as well. Severus Snape entered with the Veritaserum in hand. Dumbledore accepted the potion and then regarded the young professor, whose expression was taut and inscrutable. I appreciate your efforts, Severus. Snape merely snorted in response, his penetrating gaze fixated on the dazed fat rat within the cage. Dumbledore opened the cage and tipped the rodent onto the desk. I believe it would be more appropriate to place him on the floor, Allison interjected cheerfully. A plump, squat, old, and unattractive man sprawled across the headmaster's desk is quite unsightly. Dumbledore chuckled, glancing at the exquisite silverware on his desk that was emitting wisps of smoke, and acquiesced to her suggestion. With a flick of his wand, he cast a countercharm that transformed the struggling rat on the floor into a balding, diminutive man. The man, shrinking under the sharp gazes of Dumbledore and Snape, twisted his hands nervously, his eyes darting. He was remarkably short, barely taller than the two young wizards. His lackluster, sparse hair was tousled, with a bald patch atop his head, and his timid demeanor, sharp nose, and watery green eyes lent him an unmistakable resemblance to a rat. As he scanned the room, his breath quickened, and Harry noticed his beady eyes glancing furtively toward the door. Dumbledore, seated in his chair, regarded the man from a position of authority. Before Peter could plead for mercy, Allison exaggeratedly sniffled, seizing the moment to perform an exaggerated voice, her dramatics infusing the atmosphere with comedic effect. "Oh, Professor Dumbledore, Severus, and Harry, you wouldn't believe what others say, would you? I had to hide out of fear." Harry, initially filled with animosity, found his emotions completely derailed. Snape cast a dispassionate glance at Allison, evidently considering her antics rather childish. Dumbledore, bemused, clapped his hands, signaling for Allison to quiet down. Complying, she blinked innocently, donned the sorting hat, and retreated to the sofa with Fawkes, the old phoenix, to watch the unfolding drama. Dumbledore turned his gaze back to Peter, his striking blue eyes radiating an authority that made deceit nearly impossible. "Peter, you may now speak the truth." Peter trembled, raising his head, his eyes filled with fear and despair. The interruption by the red-haired wizard made it even harder for him to articulate his pleas for mercy. Dumbledore sighed. Snape seized the Veritaserum from the desk and brutally forced the entire vial down Peter's throat. Peter's eyelids fluttered, and as he opened his eyes, they were vacant. He inhaled deeply, trembling, and in a monotonous tone devoid of emotion, began recounting his experiences and inner turmoil under Dumbledore's precise questioning. During the era of Voldemort's formidable power, the Potter family had been hunted for reasons unbeknownst to Peter. As a companion marked by the Dark Lord himself, Peter had been easily subdued, coerced into becoming a spy, gathering intelligence for a year, and ultimately revealing the Potter's location as the true secret keeper. The Dark Lord's magic was overwhelming. I was terrified. I was never as brave as James and the others. He would have killed me, so I collected information for him. Dumbledore continued to inquire. "Did you carry out all the tasks Voldemort assigned to you?" Peter nodded vacantly. Allison, however, did not share the same level of anger as the others. She regarded Peter with a detached demeanor. To be fair, she found him more sympathetic than the other three members of the marauding group. Viewing him through the lens of an upper echelon of the dark side, such a subordinate could easily be manipulated through threats of life and fear. For the sake of survival, he possessed enough tenacity, ruthlessness, and intelligence. As long as he remained under a credible threat, he would diligently handle most matters for you. As a wizard, while Peter may not have shone as brightly as Potter and Black, he was not entirely inconspicuous among the four. Mastering the difficult Animagus transformation placed him at a commendable level within the wizarding community. The other three, however, despite her theatrical tone when riling up Harry, she had always perceived them as possessing a certain foolish charm. James, the first of the clever ones, had outright refused when her father suggested that someone among them might be leaking information, and proposed to personally become the secret keeper, wagering the lives of the three on the trustworthiness of a friend, ultimately leading to catastrophic failure. Sirius, the second clever one, had executed a last-minute switch in selecting the secret keeper, unwittingly replacing him with the betrayer among them. This led to a situation where no one believed him when he pursued the traitor, and he despondently found himself imprisoned in Azkaban, nearly forgetting that his dear friend left behind an orphan in need of care. Remus, the third clever one, was somewhat better but still prone to lapses, occasionally forgetting to take his potion, and engaging in foolish midnight strolls as a werewolf. He had never disclosed to her father the critical information that they had practiced illegal Animagus transformations. The other two clever ones were untrustworthy, but her father had protected the werewolf. There was a modicum of gratitude there, was there not? In summary, these three, under the scrutiny of those in power, were seen as utterly ineffective, capable of leading everyone astray. Her father was of the noble faction, possessing a kind disposition. Had Voldemort or Allison been faced with such incompetent individuals, they would have long since cast a lethal curse. Chapter 85 Fawkes. Allison engaged in a mental exchange with the Sorting Hat. "It seems your decision to place Peter in Gryffindor stemmed from his desire to befriend the illustrious Potter and Black?" Indeed, he was exceedingly envious of James and Sirius, believing that becoming their friend would empower him. That viewpoint isn't entirely flawed. In a world devoid of war, such wavering evils would not have emerged. He even mastered the challenging animagus transformation during his time at school, proving himself a commendable wizard. Listening to Alison's commentary, the Sorting Hat sighed, casting a glance at Dumbledore. The old hat was uncertain whether its decision to place Peter in Gryffindor had been right or wrong. Tragedies always evoked a sense of melancholy. Dumbledore had been listening intently to Peter's account, maintaining a calm demeanor, while Snape and Harry exhibited varying degrees of disdain. Alison discreetly continued her whispered conversation with the Sorting Hat. I have a feeling that Dumbledore will ultimately ask this man if he has ever felt remorse. I share that sentiment. However, based on my understanding of Dumbledore, he will not easily let Peter slip away. Alison stroked Fawkes's feather. The old phoenix chirped softly, recognizing the child of its master, the bloodline of the Dumbledore family. He is a rational man, perhaps a bit cold in certain respects. Yet, does the potential for someone to truly regret bring him a semblance of comfort? I am different. I place great significance on the actions of others, seldom delving into the depths of their hearts. The Sorting Hat exhibits a flicker of interest. Do you truly care about the behavior of others? There is an Eastern adage. One should judge by actions, not by intentions, for even a sage harbors shadowy thoughts. Intentions and actions are two disparate matters. Thus, do you consider Peter's actions excessive? Alison's demeanor is marked by a calmness that borders on indifference. I cannot ascertain his precise thoughts. If his desire is merely to survive, it is but a biological instinct. To speak bluntly, no one should compel another to sacrifice their life for them. The Sorting Hat pauses, contemplating the novelty of such a detached perspective, especially for one that embodies the philosophies of the four founders and frequently encounters the courageous and loyal spirit of young witches and wizards. While Slytherin may indeed be self-serving, they are steadfast in their loyalty to friends for a lifetime. I anticipated you might label him a coward. Fear of death is the norm, which is why bravery is extolled. Many who claim to fear nothing are merely oblivious to the true costs of death, leading to their untimely demise. So in your view, Peter merely made a choice that any ordinary person would? No. An ordinary person would distance themselves from Britain, withdrawing from the battlefield. Those who remain must accept the possibility of facing the worst outcomes. Indeed, if one fears danger, they ought not to linger on the battlefield. The two, a person and a hat, lapse into silence as they continue observing the ongoing interrogation. Dumbledore has finished listening to Peter's account, his emotions obscured, and poses another question. Do you now feel regret? Peter remains silent for a moment, as if even a truth serum could not fully reveal his inner turmoil. He feels regret yet simultaneously does not. Dumbledore sighs. Peter, you must understand that betraying a friend is an exceedingly shameful act. Peter lowers his gaze. I know. But I wish to survive. Dumbledore rises and approaches Peter, observing this once prominent student who had followed James and made a name for himself among the marauders. Peter, you have greatly disappointed me. Alison cradles Fawkes. It feels as though Albus has discerned the answer, yet insists on asking, only to be left unsatisfied. The Sorting Hat's voice resonates once more in her mind. Perhaps he merely seeks to provide himself with some sort of justification. Dumbledore approaches Harry, squatting down with a measure of concern. Harry, are you well? Harry's emotions are turbulent, and as he nods in response, his voice is somewhat hoarse. Iem me fine. Dumbledore gently strokes Harry's head, causing the nearby red-haired wizard's expression to sharpen instantly. As for Peter's words, I shall hand him over to the Ministry of Magic for judgment. The esteemed headmaster then stands and turns to Snape, carefully instructing him to take Harry to procure a soothing dreamless sleep potion. Severus, please escort Harry to the hospital wing for some rest. Snape nods and leads Harry out of the office. Dumbledore returns to his chair, casting a glance at his daughter. Alison, still holding Fawkes, peers around while wearing the Sorting Hat, then meets his gaze with an innocent expression. Albus, do you know why I chose to keep you here? Alison ponders for a moment before decisively shaking her head. Dumbledore pauses, fixing his gaze on her. Because you perplex me. Upon hearing her father's words, Alison's demeanor shifts to one of evident pride, unabashedly so. Well, perhaps concern would be a more accurate term. Alison, you are intelligent, yet at times, your cleverness can be excessive. Alison playfully tests the waters. Like the unbreakable vow you hold? Dumbledore, with a hint of resignation, replies, that indeed was a misstep, but I was not referring to that. Alison reflects, recounting her misdeeds. Was it my desire to gain the Black family's favor? Dumbledore contemplates for a moment. Indeed, but that is merely a fragment of the truth. More significantly, you embody an abundance of uncertainty. At this, Alison becomes even more smug, promptly lowering her head to nuzzle Fawkes. resuming her mischievous antics in an attempt to coax her father's pet. Fox, shall we elope together? The old phoenix emits a resigned chirp, flapping its wings at her. Dumbledore finally clarifies his purpose. I am uncertain of your motives for approaching Harry, but I hope you understand that he bears a heavy burden of responsibility. Allison exaggerates her wide-eyed expression. Oh, you've seen through me. Your intentions are far too transparent. Allison, lounging against the back of her chair, finally adopts a serious expression. Her gaze sharp and penetrating, as if she can see through to the very heart of a person. Her tone is languid as she speaks, her eyes fixed on her father's face. You actually choose to reveal part of your thoughts to me. How rare. Is it because you've realized I already know much of your plans? Dumbledore nods, appearing earnest. Yes, and I hope you can be equally forthright. Allison smirks, deftly dismantling his facade. No, what you've shared is information I already possessed, yet you seek knowledge I have yet to uncover. Dream on. Dumbledore, feeling a touch of exasperation, opts for a more circuitous approach. Very well, let us discuss something else. Allison, still cradling Fox, whimsically proposes another condition. If you have the ability, grant me Fox, and I shall divulge my secrets. Dumbledore is momentarily taken aback by her request, then offers a gentle smile. Fox is free. Allison leans down, attempting to persuade Fox. Dear Fox, surely you do not wish for Albus to be troubled? The gentle old phoenix casts a sidelong glance at the whimsical young witch before soaring back to its perch. Chapter 86, The Headmaster's Office. Fox stands gracefully on its perch, preening its feathers. Allison blinks in disappointment. As a descendant of Dumbledore, and having faced various dangers, she has even summoned a fledgling phoenix. Perhaps the connection between the phoenix's traits and Dumbledore's ability to summon one is profound. That half-formed phoenix, like her, was proud and radiant. Yet her mischievous and vivacious phoenix, named Eos after the ancient Greek goddess of dawn, preferred to roam through time and space, only responding when she called. Thus, her envy of her father's obedient and gentle Fox is entirely understandable. Dumbledore chuckles softly. Enough of this mischief. He straightens in his chair, fixing his gaze on his spirited daughter. Allison, I have long wished to know what it is you truly desire. Allison scrutinizes her father's beautiful, deep blue eyes, and Dumbledore meets her gaze with calm acceptance. Then the red-haired witch huffs in annoyance. Do you intend to interrogate me? Dumbledore shakes his head. I merely hope you can place your trust in me. Allison bursts into a light, joyful laughter. Oh, come now. We are kindred spirits. Trust and candor are only manageable within one's own grasp. Have you ever been forthright with Snape or McGonagall? Or with Gellert? Dumbledore remains silent for a moment before gently responding. At the very least, with you I am willing to attempt it. Yet you are always at risk of betrayal for the sake of justice. I will do my utmost to prevent such a scenario. But within the confines of your unchangeable principles, you will seek to constrain me. The old headmaster does not deny the young witch's assertion. Consequently, Allison declines to engage in further discussion, but remains unwilling to depart, slumping onto the sofa with the sorting hat shielding half her face from the light. Dumbledore is amused by her relaxed posture, then takes a sip from the honeyed red tea on his desk. After a while, a low voice emerges from the sofa. So, is it because I attracted Quirrell's attention? Dumbledore sets down his teacup, looking at Allison, not particularly surprised by her keen insight. He has already instructed Snape to keep an eye on Quirrell, who has returned from his travels in Albania exhibiting clear signs of distress. However, little did he expect that Allison would audaciously confront him head-on, leaving no one unscathed. Indeed, the incident with Chilo made me realize that I could no longer allow you to develop unchecked. Allison, with a cheeky demeanor, retorted, What are you going to do about it, dear teacher? Dumbledore sighed in resignation. I shall devise a way to keep you close. Allison, in a jubilant display, reclined and swung her legs playfully. I haven't brought my textbooks. Do you still possess any of your old ones? Or have you sold or given them away? Dumbledore rose and approached the bookshelf, retrieving a book and handing it to Allison. She propped herself up, happily accepting the tome and perusing her father's neatly penned notes. Dumbledore resumed his seat, tending to the paperwork from Wisengamot, while gently reminding her, You may read here until dinner time. I shall have a house elf bring your meal. Allison's eyes widened in surprise, but she did not reject the idea. Rather, the thought of compelling her father to this extent thrilled her. Are you planning to confine me to the headmaster's office indefinitely? I still need to sleep and attend classes. Of course not. I will arrange for someone to escort you back to the Slytherin dormitory. He observed the flicker of mischief in his daughter's eyes and added, The school has intensified its night patrols. Should you be caught, I will have to enforce the regulations. Dumbledore appeared to sigh again, his tone serious. This is not your first escapade after hours, Allison. It is perilous to wander at night. Allison covertly scrutinized him, her expression betraying her mischievous intentions. Do you already know I took Potter into the Forbidden Forest to threaten Snape? Behind his half-moon spectacles, Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes sparkled with insight as he adjusted his glasses. No, but I can surmise. He spoke soothingly. Allison, dear. Her expression softened, becoming endearingly demure, at least on the surface. She shuffled over, making room on the couch. Dumbledore stood, moved beside her, and gently patted her back. Allison murmured contentedly. Are you attempting to gain the upper hand in our conversation, much like when facing Voldemort? Dumbledore paused. I do wish to persuade you, but... He reached out, enveloping his daughter in a warm embrace, tenderly stroking her flowing red hair. Allison, none of us are perfect. The compliant Allison looked up, her gaze locking with his deep, gentle blue eyes. Thus, let us allow each other to err and to amend our mistakes. Hearing such sweet words, Allison stiffened slightly, resolutely denying her own feelings, and cleverly shifted the topic. Wow. Gellert will surely explode when he finds out. Dumbledore hesitated, then chuckled resignedly. As he gently patted her back like a child, Allison gradually dozed off, clutching the sorting hat. The gentle father tucked her in with a blanket, and continued to attend to his duties nearby. Allison slept soundly until dinner time, when Dumbledore gently roused her. Allison, it is time for dinner. The young witch yawned, rubbed her eyes, and sat up groggily. The sorting hat, which she had held tightly all afternoon, could not help but protest upon waking. Allison blinked, carefully placing the old hat aside, and accepted the dinner her father offered, eating slowly. Dumbledore watched her as he ate. Nearing the end of her meal, Allison sneakily glanced at the untouched pudding on his plate, a delighted smile spreading across her face as she proclaimed triumphantly, Your troubles are coming. She chuckled softly at her father's puzzled expression. I took Harry to the Forbidden Forest last night to slay the Acromantula. There was quite a swarm, all because your giant baby thought its friend was too lonely, and found it a mate. To prevent Hagrid from interfering, I slipped him some potion beforehand. And it should just be wearing off now. Dumbledore frowned. Hagrid had always regarded the Acromantula Aragog as a friend. Yet he should not have allowed them to breed a multitude in the Forbidden Forest. Given the rapid breeding rate of spiders, after half a century, the Acromantula population would likely have become a dominant force in the Forbidden Forest. He wished to trust Hagrid's friendship with Aragog, but he did not believe Hagrid could control a brood of cunning, man-eating offspring. Dumbledore set down his utensils and rose. I must go check on Hagrid. Chapter 87, Aftermath. Upon seeing him prepare to leave, Allison's face fell, and her voice took on a melodramatic tone, tinged with a hint of a whimper as she clutched the hem of her father's robe. Are you going to abandon me? Just to clean up the mess left by that half-giant? It was his fault to begin with. Dumbledore ruffled her hair, resuming his role as the soothing parent. I apologize, Allison. However, I must address this matter. Setting aside his reflections on Hagrid's friendship with Aragog, it was indeed a fortunate turn that Allison had preemptively dealt with the Acromantula swarm. Unlike the three-headed dog Fluffy, which was difficult to breed, Fluffy would be sent back to its native Greece once it completed its duties this school year, where it would be taken in by the Magical Creature Protection Organization. The eggs of these dangerous spiders, native to Borneo and known for their rapid reproduction, were classified as a Class A non-trait item by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Hagrid had secretly bred Acromantulas in Scotland for half a century. If he reported to the Ministry of Magic to arrange a suitable habitat for the spider's relocation, the bureaucratic process would be cumbersome, and it would be hard to find a suitable habitat for thousands of giant spiders. Ultimately, it was likely that ministry officials, in collaboration with professors, would eliminate the Acromantula swarm. Dumbledore's handling of the matter involved calming Hagrid's emotions, preventing a scene that would alert the entire school to his illegal breeding of a large number of man-eating Acromantulas. Otherwise, Hagrid would truly be unable to remain at Hogwarts. Allison muttered complaints, her face filled with dissatisfaction and annoyance at her father's departure. You previously said you would talk to him about his clandestine attempts at illegal hybridization. And now you must clean up his mess. Dumbledore, too, felt somewhat torn and helpless about the recent disasters Hagrid had caused. Hagrid meant no harm. He was as enthusiastic and innocent as a child, yet his unresolved issues required assistance from others. Hagrid was not a bad person. He just sometimes acted impulsively without considering the consequences. Knowing that the original story hinted at Hagrid revealing Fluffy's weaknesses to Quirrell, Allison grew disheartened, releasing her grip on his robe and simply gazing at her father. Fine, even trash has its place for recycling. You may go. But make sure to return quickly to keep me company and teach me. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in promise. Of course, I assure you. As she watched her father leave the headmaster's office, Allison slyly devoured the pudding from his plate. Hagrid's hut. This small wooden cabin at the edge of the Forbidden Forest boasted a door adorned with a crossbow and a pair of rubber boots, everything appearing rather oversized. Dumbledore approached swiftly and knocked on the door. Inside, a flurry of nervous rustling and low growls could be heard, followed by Hagrid's voice. Back up, Fong, back up. Hagrid cracked open the door, revealing his face, framed by a wild tangle of curly hair and beard. He had just woken up, unaware that he had been drugged, and had slept an entire day. He also did not know that Allison had eradicated the Acromantula swarm deep within the Forbidden Forest the previous night, leaving only a field of dismembered spider corpses. Seeing his most esteemed Professor Dumbledore, Hagrid eagerly tugged at the collar of his large black hound while warmly inviting him inside. Professor Dumbledore? What brings you here? Please. Come in, no need to be shy. The small wooden hut contained only one room. Hanging from the ceiling are some hams and wild game, while a large bed, adorned with patchwork quilts made from scraps of fabric, occupies a corner of the room. Hagrid's life is rustic and uncomplicated, as he devotes nearly all his passion and attention to the perilous magical creatures, his furry companions. In stark contrast to his fearsome exterior, Fong whimpers affectionately at the feet of the unyielding headmaster, seeking warmth and affection akin to Hagrid himself. Hagrid busies himself with boiling water, preparing to serve hot beverages and rock cakes to his guests, while Dumbledore settles at the edge of the bed, observing Hagrid's actions with contemplative deliberation. I heard there was an incident in the Forbidden Forest last night, Dumbledore states. Just roused from slumber, Hagrid scratches his head, genuinely unaware of any such events, his thoughts still tethered to the previous day as he struggles to recall the details of his nighttime patrol. What happened? I didn't hear anything amiss. Dumbledore fixes his gaze upon him. You have a colony of acromantulas, Hagrid. Instantly, Hagrid's demeanor shifts to one of trepidation, his eyes darting away from the headmaster's piercing gaze in panic. I know, but that was just. He falters, unable to articulate his justification, having never contemplated the repercussions of his actions being discovered. Dumbledore, not waiting for Hagrid's incoherent explanations, continues. Last night, a group of students sneaked into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid is taken aback, a wave of genuine concern washing over him at the mention of the acromantulas. Students. Are they all right? Dumbledore sighs, they are unharmed. But your acromantulas. Logically, the formidable acromantulas, deep within the Forbidden Forest, are typically unmatched, yet the ominous implications of Dumbledore's words cause Hagrid to swallow nervously. What happened to them? Calmly, Dumbledore responds, they are dead, Hagrid. Hagrid's eyes widen in disbelief, the emotions flooding in faster than sorrow itself. The headmaster's seemingly casual remark about the loss of his few dear friends strikes him with an overwhelming sense of despair. He instinctively retorts, dead? How could that be? They're acromantulas. Dumbledore remains silent, merely observing his reckless friend, who is evidently aware of the acromantula's danger. Under such scrutiny, Hagrid becomes flustered. Yes, you. They would never harm any students. Dumbledore interjects, I know, Hagrid, I understand that you keep them in check to ensure they do not pose a threat. Hagrid, at a loss, nervously runs his fingers through his hair, overwhelmed by grief. I just wanted to find Aragog a companion. He is so lonely. Dumbledore pauses, letting out a resigned sigh. Hagrid, I understand that Aragog is your dearest friend, but acromantulas are inherently dangerous creatures. Hogwarts is a school, they could endanger the students. Hagrid looks up at Dumbledore, his eyes reddened, desperately defending his furry friends. They are not dangerous, Professor. They just need companionship. Recalling the stubborn young Hagrid and Newt, who fiercely protected their animal friends, Dumbledore hesitates briefly before continuing in a gentle yet firm tone. However, it has become evident that their level of danger extends beyond your control. No, that is not true, Professor. Hagrid stammers, ultimately succumbing to tears. His weeping is raw and genuine, a stark contrast to the beautiful yet hollow cries of Allison. Dumbledore, internally sighing, maintains his composure. Hagrid, please calm down. Hagrid attempts to regain his composure, sniffling, Yes, Professor, I will remain calm. Dumbledore regards him with earnestness. He refrains from disclosing that the situation was instigated by Allison's actions, choosing instead to shoulder the blame himself. I empathize with your feelings, Hagrid. However, I must make it clear that we cannot allow personal sentiments to overshadow potential dangers. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, it is my duty to ensure the safety of all students. Hagrid falls silent, his head bowed in sorrow, faced with the esteemed Professor Dumbledore. He can no longer disregard the past as he once did when hearing the unkind words of young witches and wizards, nor can he simply use his imposing stature to intimidate others. Dumbledore's bright, sharp blue eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, bore into him, his voice calm and gentle yet resolute. Therefore, Hagrid, I must insist that you promise not to keep dangerous creatures in the future. Hagrid lifts his gaze, his eyes glistening, hesitating as he murmurs, I understand, Professor. The kettle whistles, steam rising, yet Hagrid's heart is not in the hospitality. Dumbledore, too, feels no inclination to sample the hard rock cakes. The headmaster nods, rising to offer comfort as he takes his leave. Take care, Hagrid. I will handle this matter. Hagrid nods, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, Professor. Chapter 88. Settling Scores. Sneaking away with the remnants of her father's pudding and finishing her dinner with satisfaction, Allison begins to brazenly rummage through the bookshelves in the headmaster's office. Aside from the restricted section, the shelves contain certain carefully curated and perilous tomes on dark magic, including the book Allison had previously mentioned, Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic. Here, no professor's permission is required, but unfortunately, no student dares to seek out such books. The portraits of past headmasters watch the little witch with keen interest, whispering among themselves, preparing to report her mischief upon Dumbledore's return. Allison retrieves the Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic, a hefty tome she had once found in the Hogwarts library within her game world, and stands before the shelf, thumbing through its pages once more. This volume is a substantial work on dark magic, bound in brown leather with purple mystical patterns adorning its cover. The pages are filled with various perilous and profound dark spells, and it is the only known book offering detailed descriptions of the creation and destruction of Horcruxes. Holding it, one can feel the seductive power of dark magic emanating from its pages, coiling like a serpent around the depths of one's soul, persistently stirring up negative emotions. It perfectly aligns with the allure of dark magic, drawing one deeper into the abyss of darkness, conforming to the external stereotypes surrounding it. Allison's assessment of it is, a rather cute little menace. Perhaps it could serve as a catalyst, enhancing her dark magic by amplifying the malice required for powerful spellcasting. It seems Horcruxes possess similar properties. Should she procure a fragment from Senior Riddle, could she not use it as an accessory while practicing dark magic? If one were to evaluate the methods of immortality, she muses, perhaps being bitten by a vampire would be a more cost-effective alternative compared to the soul-rending Horcruxes. Aside from the most nefarious invention of dark magic, the book also details methods for salvaging damaged souls through repentance, sincerely atoning for past sins, seeking forgiveness from others, and even going so far as to take one's own life in pursuit of restoring a complete soul. The magical world is indeed idealistic. The vast majority of dark wizards likely would not engage in such repentance. Returning to the headmaster's office, Dumbledore appears silently behind his daughter, who is lost in her thoughts over the tome. Allison? She turns around, holding the dangerous dark magic book with unabashed confidence. Did you manage to placate the giant baby? That was not deception. Hagrid needed to calm down. Dumbledore, with a touch of exasperation, ruffles her hair. Glancing down to see she has opened to the page detailing the killing curse and the splitting of souls, pausing momentarily. The yellowed, worn pages illustrate a rather grotesque and terrifying depiction of dark magic, seemingly exuding a faint scent of blood. Now put the book down. Allison reluctantly returns the book, visibly dissatisfied, and grabs a blank piece of parchment from the desk, hastily scribbling with a quill. What's the big deal? It's not like I haven't seen this before. I was the one who told you about Horcruxes. Dumbledore sighed as he took his seat behind the desk, observing the scene without intervening. Allison's sharp and flamboyant handwriting adorned the parchment. To Harry. Please compose a meticulously worded request letter to be delivered to Draco Malfoy, entrusting him to pass it on to his parents. Mrs. Malfoy, before her marriage, bore the surname Black and is a cousin of your godfather, maintaining a cordial relationship. The Malfoy family's connections within the Ministry of Magic could expedite Peter's judgment and Sirius's release, and the beleaguered Malfoy family would undoubtedly welcome the resurgence of kin in social circles. Subsequently, Allison, with a beaming smile, enlisted Fawkes's assistance to instantaneously deliver the letter to Harry. Having overstepped her bounds earlier, she was now confined to the headmaster's office as a consequence of her reckless antics. In a subtle act of revenge against Harry, she conspired to ensnare his unsuspecting friend Hagrid's furry companions, which alleviated some of her frustration, and she was now willing to refer to Harry as her unwitting accomplice. The old phoenix, not averse to delivering messages for its master's progeny, emitted a melodic call before grasping the parchment and vanishing in a blaze of flames. Dumbledore, having witnessed this clever maneuver of exploiting free labor, wore an expression of deep contemplation mixed with resignation. Allison, you truly excel. Yet, I hope your brilliance does not lead you to become cold and unfeeling. Allison leaned in to plant a sticky kiss on his cheek, affectionately akin to a playful puppy. Gellert and I are still quite fond of you. Albus. Albus. Dumbledore chuckled resignedly, his face adorned with traces of youthful exuberance. Indeed, you are all remarkable, but Allison, undeterred, countered assertively, refusing to be drawn into internal conflict. There is no but. Why don't they reflect on why we lack common ground? Have they mastered the unforgivable curses? Can they control fiend fire? Have they studied multiple languages? Dumbledore, bemused yet unable to counter her fervor, shifted the conversation to a pressing matter. Now we must discuss the Acromantula situation. Allison blinked innocently, attempting to misinterpret his intentions while diverting the subject. Are you suggesting I submit the materials I toiled over all night? Absolutely not. Our headmaster has collected contraband as well. You go rate him. Undeterred by his daughter's chatter, Dumbledore remained steadfast, his bright blue eyes piercing through her ruse, further clarifying. I merely wish to ascertain how you dispatched them. Chapter 89, The Rewind Spell. Show me your wand. Under her father's calm gaze and steady hand, Allison's eyes darted nervously, concealing her wand behind her back, silently refusing, though her resolve wavered. This is quite reminiscent of Gellert's previous wand investigation. Why this uncanny synchronicity in such matters? Dumbledore, wielding his own old wand, with its evenly distributed knobbiness, gently waved it, and Allison's wand was silently seized by a summoning charm, slipping from her grasp to obediently land in Dumbledore's hand. He lifted the dark wand, carefully sensing the corrupting influence of dark magic that had begun to taint its power. Rewind spell. The tip of the elder wand aligned with the U-wand, casting an investigative charm that compelled the young witch to retrace her prior spells. First, it revealed the transfiguration spell used on a cup during today's meal, followed by the blue soul-binding curse cast upon Peter. Dumbledore's expression remained serene and gentle, his blue eyes tranquil as he continued to observe. Next emerged the lethal curse that had slain the Acromantula last night, a burst of green luminescence. Within the headmaster's office, this profoundly destructive dark magic was effortlessly deflected by a transfiguration spell, shattering a beautiful piece of silverware into fragments. Allison flinched at the sight. The alternating flashes of blue and red light from the soul-binding curse and the Cruciatus curse illuminated Dumbledore's pale, serene face, adorned with a long white beard, rendering it akin to a radiant palette. Stealing a glance, Allison found it difficult to discern whether the brightness of the unforgivable curses outshone her father's sparkling blue eyes. As the spectacle of the unforgivable curses subsided, a protective fiend fire shield, a spell of Gellert's own creation, appeared, presumably intended for her and Harry's protection. The unfortunate blue fiend fire, having just erupted from the wand, was promptly extinguished. Preceding this were some ordinary minor spells. While they were somewhat advanced for a first year, they did not constitute dark magic and posed no significant issue. Dumbledore set down the wand, his long fingers interlacing atop the desk, silently regarding Allison. Feeling increasingly anxious, Allison averted her gaze, glancing at the portraits of former headmasters, hoping one of them might interject with an inappropriate remark to disrupt her father's interrogation, perhaps reminiscent of their prior admonitions. However, the old headmasters, adept at reading the atmosphere, feigned ignorance. Some discreetly slipped away, others pretended to sleep, turning a blind eye while feasting on the unfolding drama. A few brazenly watched with glee, a mischievous smile gracing their lips as they caught Allison's eye. The red-haired witch, observing her father's unnaturally calm demeanor, sensed impending doom. Growing increasingly anxious, she held back for a moment before finally forcing a dry chuckle. Her voice strained as she exclaimed, Professor, I need to use the restroom." Dumbledore calmly interrupted her feeble excuse for an escape. "Sit still, Allison." Obediently, she complied, not daring to lift her head. Dumbledore took a deep breath, his blue eyes intensely focused on her. "Tell me, why employ these dark magics?" Allison blinked, somewhat nonchalant. "Because the unforgivable curses leave complete corpses for material collection." This seemingly rational justification prompted Dumbledore to massage his temples in frustration. He had previously considered the possibility that Allison was obsessed with practicing dark magic, or harboring a strong desire to vent her malice upon the Acromantula swarm. Allison, discreetly observing him, nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. Dumbledore sighed, pressing further. His penetrating blue eyes, capable of discerning truth from falsehood, scrutinized her. "Is there another reason?" Feeling as though she were sitting on needles, Allison shifted uncomfortably, weakly adding a supplementary justification to bolster her actions. Acromantula venom is worth 100 galleons an ounce. Dumbledore fell into a moment of thoughtful silence, recalling his daughter's extravagant purchases of snacks, struggling to comprehend this child's obsession with earning money. Allison, are you in dire need of funds? The aspiring witch, steadfast in her beliefs, retorted with unwavering conviction. When it comes to spending, I can be quite lavish, but when it comes to saving and collecting materials, I must be thorough. Not in need. But this is free money. And all such difficult materials. Dumbledore sighed softly, ruffling her hair. Instantly, Allison's spirits lifted. As the perceptive child discerned from her parent's demeanor that she had passed this hurdle, Dumbledore regarded her, momentarily pausing. But I wish for you to remember. While the unforgivable curses are powerful, they are equally perilous, and you must not wield them indiscriminately. Allison, emboldened by this point, retorted defiantly. Only enemies with a red name and health bar can be dispatched with those spells. Even in the real world, I adhere to this principle. I do not kill indiscriminately. I did not use them indiscriminately. That was for gathering materials to deal with foes. Dumbledore, exasperated by her rebuttal, found himself smiling helplessly. Very well. If you insist on being right, you must not use them so frequently, understand? Allison huffed lightly, resolutely shifting the blame back onto him. You must first blame your giant baby for having raised too many eight-eyed giant spiders. Dumbledore was rendered speechless. This child always seemed to find a way to defend herself. Unable to resist, he reached out and gently pinched the young wizard's cheek. Allison wore a face full of innocence. The pudding that Dumbledore had left on the dinner plate on the table had already been secretly devoured by her. And the empty plate had been whisked away by the house elf, effectively erasing all evidence. Once the inquiries regarding dark magic were concluded, Dumbledore gazed thoughtfully at the vacant space on the table, recalling the dinner plate. Ultimately, the kind-hearted father decided to let the mischievous child off the hook, merely reminding her, "Remember to come to my office after class tomorrow morning." Chapter 90. Allison's Resentments. Recently, the top 3 figures on Allison's resentment list were Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Harry. Professor McGonagall, as her father's longtime assistant, despite having a partner who did not fancy her father, was nonetheless envied by Allison for her adorable and convenient animagus form of a tabby cat. In her past gaming experiences, Allison had died several times, ultimately forcing her way into becoming an animagus of a magical creature. At the time, she thought the dragon form was splendid. Now, however, she reflected that it was hardly suitable for her father and his partner to embrace daily. How infuriating. If only she had a cat form. She wouldn't have to resort to scaring children once a year. She would transform into a charming little creature instead. Alas, that form's potential remained utterly unexploited. But then again, had Professor McGonagall dared to be so affectionate towards her father daily, she would have cast an Avada Kedavra on her long ago. As for Snape, he was an excessively obedient worker. In the original story, her father commanded Snape to kill him with the killing curse, and Snape actually complied while delivering sardonic remarks. Ugh. That detestable Snape. Allison was resolute in her determination to torment him. She would make him follow her around, grumbling and cleaning up her mess. What further irked her was that these 2 dutiful subordinates were not even hers. Such useful subordinates were akin to certain quest tasks in games, requiring sufficient reputation and mainline progression to trigger randomly, perhaps even necessitating some monetary investment to obtain. The black she had her sights on was someone her father didn't even need in the original tale. Merely a simpleton left at home who had caused trouble by wandering off. The house elf he was supposed to be watching had failed in its duties. Although Allison hadn't invested much thought into him, she primarily intended to have him perform some menial tasks, keeping the savior baby at bay, and preventing Potter from clinging to her father. Oh well, it was like receiving a free character shortly after starting a game. Complete with a Potter to serve as a little errand boy, training him would likely prove more effective than that husky. She had always believed that Black's animagus form should not be a Scottish deerhound, but rather a husky. Wait, a deer? Free of charge. What more could she ask for? It would suffice. As for Potter, her only grievance lay in her father's surreptitious attention towards him. Anticipating that once this little imp had a godfather, he would become all warm and fuzzy with him, leaving Albus utterly heartbroken as he realized that they were indeed a family, while Dumbledore would forever belong to Grindelwald. Having cunningly sown discord, she doubted Hagrid would even realize it was her doing. As for Riddle, she often found it hardly worth her time to engage with the deceased unless Quirrell was not prancing about before her. Upon careful reflection of those within Hogwarts who might capture her father's attention, Allison smirked, delighting in the thought of a bunch of unremarkable underlings being no cause for concern. As she diligently prepared herself, she resolved to head to the headmaster's office first thing in the morning. And the potions class in the morning? Was her house head's class truly that significant? If she already knew the material, attending would be superfluous. Skipping out was no issue. After all, the vow prevented him from even articulating punishments. Even if there were indeed consequences, was he willing to confine Allison to her quarters or risk exploding the potion storage cupboard instead of deducting points from Slytherin? Having finished her preparations, she deliberately left her hair down, cascading smoothly about her shoulders, knowing her two fathers both enjoyed ruffling her hair when they had the chance. As she descended from her dormitory, she could still see groups of little snakes in the common room engrossed in reading, completing assignments, chatting, or playing wizard chess. The dynamics within Slytherin were not nearly as filled with intrigue and deception as outsiders imagined. There were no conspiracies, backbiting, or pointless duels. Most of the little snakes were simply a bunch of bored kids, all from similar backgrounds, sharing a camaraderie that often led to playful banter. Reflecting on how they had once gone to great lengths to compose the song Weasley is Our King and rehearsed in a grand chorus merely to mock Gryffindor during the Quidditch matches, one could tell that, in a sense, everyone was just seeking amusement. The Sorting Hat had indeed placed Allison in the right house. Upon seeing Allison descend the stairs, the Slytherin common room fell into an eerie silence. Allison widened her eyes, scanning the little snakes, and promptly accused them. "You aren't going to discriminate against me just because I dabble in dark magic, are you? What kind of people are you?" The Slytherins shook their heads in unison. Yet, Allison was not particularly concerned. She was too preoccupied with heading to the headmaster's office, casually mentioning to the little snakes behind her, "Here's a fun fact. The killing curse can penetrate the armored charm, and can only be blocked by a transfigured entity, or by summoning a living creature to counter it. So, it's best to pay close attention in Transfiguration class." Such knowledge was hot in the gaming world, as those who indulged in dark magic often found it most bothersome when faced with someone proficient in Transfiguration. Yet, in reality, it was decidedly cold knowledge. The little snakes in the common room exchanged glances. Yes, it is indeed rather cold. Allison didn't even bother to grab breakfast in the dining hall, hastily making her way to the headmaster's office. The advantage of being in a basement house was that a quick dash only took 10 minutes, whereas traversing from the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor towers down several floors would require at least 20. Had she been in either of those houses, she would have undoubtedly taken a flying broomstick around the school daily. Otherwise, the distance was simply too great. She ascended the spiral staircase and spotted her father finishing breakfast. Engrossed in the Daily Prophet, Allison sidled up beside him. The front page featured the latest report on the illegal incursion at Gringotts on July 31st. The Ministry of Magic was still investigating, though the goblins were proving uncooperative, resulting in a lack of findings. Goblins interviewed insisted that Gringotts was secure and offered no pertinent information, stating that the items in the vault had been withdrawn by their owners in advance. In essence, both sides were merely passing the buck, attempting to stall and downplay the incident, evoking a sense of familiarity. Dumbledore folded the newspaper, set it aside, and looked up at the exuberant Allison, surprise flickering in his eyes. "Good morning, Allison." "Good morning, dear teacher." Allison, quickly losing interest, reached for the book titled Revealing the Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic from the shelf, feeling the book's alluring power over her darker emotions, and waved it at her father. "What do you think about when you hold this?" Dumbledore approached her, took the book, and fell into quiet contemplation. "Dark magic is always captivating." He then smiled, stroking the book's smooth, peculiar cover, yet remained unmoved. "However, more often than not, I think of those who have suffered at the hands of dark magic." Chapter 91, The Art of Mental Capture. Hearing her father's gentle admonitions, Allison's gaze had already drifted far away, her mind wandering. At that moment, she resembled a small, dazed creature. Dumbledore tenderly ruffled her hair. "Allison, do not forget your initial intentions in studying dark magic." Allison pondered for a moment, uncertain why her father, who typically disdained dark magic, was behaving this way. "Initial intentions?" she echoed slowly. Dumbledore gazed at his daughter with warmth, guiding her in an attempt to help her understand that power is meant for protection. Last night he pondered earnestly, realizing that attempting to intervene now with Allison, who had evidently mastered the unforgivable curse, was somewhat belated. It was all in pursuit of greater power, was it not? Allison blinked, recalling her father's words from their first meeting, and promptly amended her statement. This time she spoke from the heart. Otherwise, why would she not major in herbology, becoming a formidable and efficient Hufflepuff, unleashing Chinese chomping cabbages upon her foes daily? Badgers were indeed the most fearsome creatures, unflinchingly confronting danger, devouring snakes as if they were mere spicy snacks. No, I simply find dark magic rather impressive. Dumbledore stared at the earnest young girl before him, momentarily taken aback, as her bright blue eyes made it difficult to discern whether her words were sincere or not. Allison yawned, her demeanor languid and carefree. Just admit it. Isn't Gellert's fiend fire shield quite magnificent? This is what I call a fire in the Forbidden Forest, and the headmaster falls in love with me. Dumbledore averted his gaze, awkwardly stroking his long beard before returning to his seat. It is indeed quite impressive. Expelled from school at the start, falling head over heels for a country lad, embarking on a legendary journey of a European Dark Lord post-breakup. After escaping, the charmingly sophisticated headmaster's old house catches fire, and she seeks to reconcile with the Dark Lord father on the preferences of an openly gay British headmaster for a German opportunist. A series of peculiar titles flashed through Allison's mind, and she felt a surge of brilliance today. Dumbledore noticed her momentary distraction and lightly tapped the table. What are you thinking about? Allison blinked, gazing at him, a mischievous idea stirring in her mind, accompanied by a delightfully wicked smile. If you dare, use legilimency to see what I'm thinking. I permit it. Such an opportunity is rare. Dumbledore chuckled helplessly at the girl who seemed to have no concept of privacy. In truth, he seldom employed legilimency, especially not on students, as he could easily perceive the thoughts of children at their age and experience level. Thanks to his keen observational skills, whenever you allow it, I still cannot use legilimency on a young lady. Allison appeared momentarily perplexed, then let out a soft huff. She then fixed her gaze sharply upon her father's blue eyes, initiating a legilimency invasion, seeking to delve into his thoughts and memories. Her consciousness surged through the vast expanse of his memories with reckless abandon. Surprisingly, Dumbledore did not employ a mental block to repel her intrusion. Instead, he indulgently permitted her to explore her curiosity. The scenes of the headmaster's office swirled before her, intermingling with vivid cinematic images within her mind, flickering like a film. It was as if the world had split into two layers, with her oscillating between the realms of the mental and the tangible. Before her lay a myriad of images. The familiar headmaster's office, various professors conversing with her father, scenes from public areas of the school, students greeting and chatting with him. The Ministry of Magic, the Wisengamot, where numerous wizards gathered, and unfamiliar settings, perhaps in a wizard's private residence, where elderly wizards joyfully engaged in research, correspondence, and hearty laughter with him. Those rich emotions gently buoyed Allison's consciousness, devoid of any harm. Yet, she had little interest in those mundane memories, opting instead to sift through those buried treasures from her father's youth. To be blunt, she sought to unearth memories of her father and grandfather during their younger days in the barn, yearning for a glimpse of their romantic escapades and juicy gossip. Dumbledore, who had been calm and smiling, sensed this intention and immediately expelled his daughter's consciousness with a mental block. His eyes bore a hint of the emptiness that accompanied emotional shielding, while his cheeks flushed with a subtle hue. Allison. He could tolerate the mischievous Allison learning about his past experiences and emotions, even his relationship with Gellert, but he could not abide her attempts to witness such intimate memories. Despite his openness towards his past emotions, a reasonable adult could not condone an underage child rummaging through his mind for romantic films. Allison pouted, turning the tables. Oh, come on, you're such a miser. Dumbledore, rarely angry, set his face sternly, rising to open the window of his office for some fresh air, attempting to dissipate the warmth that had risen to his cheeks. Allison leaned on the table, curiously tilting her head to observe her father's expression. Dumbledore shot her a glare, his bright, sharp blue eyes reminiscent of the beauty he once possessed in his youth. From now on, you are forbidden to use legilimency to pry into others' memories. Allison elongated her tone, appearing unbothered. Got it. Dumbledore returned the book Advanced Dark Magic revealed to the shelf. His mind no longer inclined to educate Allison on the intricacies of dark magic. He resumed his serious demeanor, completely shedding the earlier indulgence. Allison, you must understand that invading others' privacy is unethical. Allison blinked her similarly colored blue eyes, attempting to divert attention and charm her way out of the situation. Professor, I'm hungry, let us eat. Dumbledore paused momentarily, sighing in resignation. He tapped the table with his old wand, as if conveying a command to the house elves. A plate of steaming honey pastries appeared on the table, which Dumbledore handed to Allison. Allison accepted the honey pastry and began to nibble on it, sipping honey-red tea from Dumbledore's desk, appearing quite obedient. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore observed her compliant demeanor, his mood lifting slightly, and then began to outline her study tasks for the day. His gaze lingered briefly on the Slytherin first-year schedule. This morning, Professor Snape's class was taking place. Yet Allison had arrived early at the headmaster's office, showing no intention of attending class. Dumbledore regarded this troublesome student with a serious expression. Allison, no skipping class. Allison, unrepentant, replied defiantly, let us see if the headmaster dares to deduct points. I'm curious to see whether he cares more about losing Slytherin points or I do as a newcomer. Chapter 92 Disguise. Far away in the potions classroom, Snape surveyed the empty seats, confirming attendance. The only truant was his own house's little troublemaker, which darkened his expression further. The young professor stood at the podium, scanning the room, his gaze landing on the Gryffindor students sharing the lesson with Slytherin, particularly focusing on a certain Potter. In this potions class, the poor professor's voice grew even softer and more somber, and his criticism, mockery, and point deductions intensified. The fire at the city gate had repercussions for Potter. It seemed. Of course, Neville and the explosive little prince, Seamus, were conducting potions together, causing a cauldron explosion, thus attracting plenty of ire, and earning a fresh dose of Snape's scathing rebuke. Professor Snape doubled down on deducting points from other houses, working overtime to recover points lost by Allison, the little madcap, both now and in the future. He deducted 10 points from first-year Gryffindor in a single class. Naturally, he ignored Allison's skipping class. He could never voluntarily deduct points from his own house. The little lions, mocked by the little snakes, dared not voice their anger, for they all understood the nature of Snape's potions class. Subsequently, Allison skipped other classes as well, spending her days nestled in the headmaster's office. Several professors approached Dumbledore, yet he adeptly evaded their inquiries with various excuses. Allison's progress was indeed swift, exceeding normal expectations to the extent that attending large classes felt like a waste of time. In the span of a single class, while her classmates merely grasped the essence of the lecture delivered by the professor, she managed to peruse the entirety of the book and effortlessly apply all the magic contained within. Dumbledore, personally taking the time to arrange lessons for Allison, utilized his experience as a former professor of transfiguration and defense against the dark arts. During his school years, he was the exemplary head boy and president of the male student council, excelling in various subjects such as alchemy, magical runes, and potions. And he is now recognized as one of the greatest contemporary wizards, collaborating with esteemed figures in the field. As a fellow genius, his ability to instruct Allison was more than ample, and she was keen to learn from him. Time swiftly passed, and Allison found herself spending her days in the headmaster's office, occasionally engaging in a battle of wits with her father, or playing hide-and-seek around the school. By chance, she overheard that the Weasley twins, during a training session with the Quidditch team, had invited Harry to join them for a bit of fun upon discovering his remarkable flying skills. The captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, was immediately astounded by Harry's extraordinary talent. Following an assessment by Professor McGonagall, she made an exception for Harry, allowing him to join the team as a seeker in his first year, providing him with a brand new Firebolt 2000 broomstick as a gift. At breakfast, Draco brought up these exaggerated tales, his face betraying both envy and regret. Having had a previous encounter with Harry, he was now able to touch the Firebolt 2000 that his family refused to purchase for him due to school regulations. However, following yet another argument with the bothersome Weasley, he was unable to take flight on the beloved broomstick. Peter, a recipient of the first-class Merlin Medal, recognized as a heroic figure for his sacrifices against evil, was still alive and in truth, a genuine Death Eater. This matter dominated the headlines of the Daily Prophet for several days, inciting much discussion among the students. The newly appointed Fudge, eager to earn a good reputation for himself, was keen to rectify the injustices of his predecessor rather than defending his own judgments. To this end, he wrote to the venerable Dumbledore for advice, whose esteemed presence had noticeably diminished in frequency. The case concerning Sirius Black gained widespread attention, with magical photographs depicting the gaunt yet still somewhat handsome wizard stirring up emotions, contrasting sharply with Peter, who was loathed by the public for his rodent-like appearance. Compassionate witches, having learned of Sirius's journey of atonement, inundated the Ministry of Magic and Wizarding Court with letters demanding the swift release of Sirius, which arrived like a flurry of snowflakes. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, various events unfolded, and as the days passed, Halloween approached, enveloping the castle in an air of festivity. During this time, Allison did not forget to correspond with her father, inquiring whether he wished to partake in a youth potion to sneak into Hogwarts and dress up for the Halloween feast. Grindelwald evidently found this proposal intriguing. Thus, on Halloween Day, Allison stealthily exited the school through a secret passage leading to Honeydukes to meet her father. the red-haired young witch slyly pulled her father into the passage, where, in the solitude of the corridor, they employed transfiguration alongside a pre-prepared youth potion to transform themselves. After drinking the potion, Grindelwald quickly assumed the appearance of a 16 or 17-year-old, radiating youthful exuberance, with a familiar flamboyance and an infectious joy reminiscent of a successful prank. At that moment, the golden-haired youth with mismatched eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to the magical photograph of Dumbledore on his desk. His youthful spirit seemingly untouched by the passage of time, captivating all who beheld him. Allison gazed at him in awe for a moment. Grindelwald conjured a mirror to admire his reflection. Coming back to her senses, Allison joyfully crafted an extravagant Halloween costume for him, showcasing the brilliance of transfiguration. Horns of red and black sprouted from his head, and his shoulder blades extended outward, transforming into animated bat wings, albeit lacking the necessary chest cavity for flight. Allison had adorned him as a demon from Muggle mythology. Complementing the physical changes, she painted his face with dark, Halloween-themed makeup. The dazzling golden bird now resembled a seducer of mortals, clad in a chain-embellished leather outfit that, while not overly revealing, exuded an enticing allure of wild abandon. Typically, Halloween in the wizarding world merely featured dinner and performances by dance troupes, lacking such extravagant makeup effects. However, Allison was determined to make this Halloween a truly joyous occasion. The young Dark Lord assessed his handsome yet slightly wicked reflection in the mirror, refraining from uttering any disheartening remarks about avoiding Muggle-related costumes, and nodded in satisfaction. Allison blinked and inquired, "Will you use the disillusionment charm to become invisible and then surprise Dad at the feast?" Grindelwald smirked, raising an eyebrow. "Of course. You would never expect my arrival." Allison gleefully seized the moment to slip away. "Then you can explore Hogwarts invisibly while I go to prepare Dad." Chapter 93. The fallen angel Allison skipped into the headmaster's office, initially neglecting to mention her Halloween costume, as another curiosity from the original story flashed through her mind. Dumbledore was engrossed in paperwork when he noticed her entrance, and offered a resigned smile. "Allison," he began, only to see her sneakily attempting to lift the hem of his robe. "Allison, stop that." Dumbledore swiftly caught her mischievous hand and pressed it down, his expression turning serious as he regarded her with a warning gaze. "I'm not causing trouble," she protested, feeling wronged. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, scrutinizing her with a bemused expression, unable to fathom the thought process of this impish child. "Then what are you doing?" Allison, bubbling with excitement, insisted on seeing. "Dear Professor, I heard that the scar on your left knee resembles a complete map of the London Underground." Dumbledore's expression momentarily froze, surprised that she was aware of his jest. Eventually, with a resigned indulgence, he leaned down to reveal the scar on his left knee. The magical world possesses numerous scar removal treatments. However, like his crooked and broken nose, which he chose not to mend, should a wizard wish to retain a mark, no one can assist him. Allison leaned in closely, intent on deciphering the intricate patterns of the scar, which at a glance, indeed appeared to be a complete map of the London Underground, filled with winding and intersecting lines. Thus, this scar, laden with profound past experiences and subtly veiled pain, was rendered whimsical and endearing under the attentive gaze of the red-haired witch. Allison found it utterly fascinating, her blue eyes sparkling with excitement. The old headmaster chuckled and lowered his pant leg. The little witch blinked and began to encourage him. "Tonight is the Halloween feast." Dumbledore regarded her quietly, awaiting her explanation. "Don't you think every year is the same? Just some dance troupes performing while everyone eats, drinks, and dances is a bit dull? This year, why not try dressing up like Muggles, transforming into various vampires, demons, mummies, and dark elves that fit the Halloween spirit?" Upon hearing such an innovative idea, Dumbledore's tone softened, and a glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. "Are you inviting me to join you in this mischief?" With a cheeky smile, Allison playfully nudged him. "So, what do you say?" Upon consuming the age-reducing potion, the unfamiliar senior startled his classmates, and audaciously proclaimed to the professors, "Trick or treat." The somewhat childlike headmaster, swayed by her words, pondered for a moment before a mischievous smile graced his features, conceding with a nod. "Let us give it a try." Prepared, Allison produced a vial of the potion. Dumbledore accepted it and drank deeply. In an instant, as if time itself had reversed, his beard and white hair transformed into a vibrant red, while the wrinkles on his skin gradually smoothed out. Dumbledore reverted to his youthful self. The handsome young man, with red hair and blue eyes, exuded a gentle demeanor, though his attire and long beard appeared somewhat incongruous compared to the spirited youth captured in his photographs. He now radiated a calm patience, his striking blue eyes betraying an underlying wisdom and depth. The resemblance between him and Allison became increasingly evident. Yet both chose to remain silent on the matter. Dumbledore chuckled softly, his youthful voice resonant and warm. You seem quite pleased, Allison. Returning to the present, Allison busied herself with transfiguration, feigning a flurry of activity to draw attention. The red-haired youth allowed her to work her magic, merely conjuring a mirror to observe. The comfortable purple starry robe transformed into a pure white garment reminiscent of layered Greek attire, adorned with delicate pearl chains. The outfit, meticulously wrapped, exuded an air of opulent purity and sanctity. Behind him, wings fashioned through transfiguration occasionally fluttered. In contrast to a typical angel, these wings were entirely black. Allison toiled away on his visage, removing his beard. The resulting darkly styled makeup unmistakably hinted at a fallen angel, embodying a blend of divine allure and subtle seduction. It was as if he were an angel or saint proclaiming sacred tenets, presenting a fade of vibrant beauty while the church behind was already mired in decay, luring the innocent lambs into becoming sacrifices. Of course, this transformation was merely a whimsical endeavor for Halloween, with no profound narrative or logic behind it, nor did it delve into the complexities of fallen angels donning Greek robes. Allison had contemplated a vampire and vampire hunter duo for a more balanced pairing. Yet the inconvenience of fangs during dinner and passionate kisses rendered that idea less appealing. Dumbledore gazed at his reflection in astonishment, unable to suppress a laugh. Given his usual attire and the exquisite silverware in his office, it was clear that this flamboyant style delighted him, and his demeanor and appearance could certainly carry it off. The magical portraits adorning the walls, initially holding their breath, erupted into animated discussion. Some of the more vivacious headmasters vocally praised the splendid idea and extravagant outfit. Dumbledore smiled and nodded in acknowledgement of their compliments, flexing his wings and touching his face as he beheld the unfamiliar yet familiar visage in the mirror, feeling a sense of novelty and surprise. His once beautiful face, under the guise of Halloween's darker aesthetic, appeared both sanctified and subtly alluring. Once more, he posed in front of the mirror, chuckling softly. Allison, what do you think? Allison replied decisively. You will undoubtedly captivate a throng of little trick-or-treaters. Just imagine their faces upon realizing you are the headmaster. The red-haired youth couldn't help but chuckle, his playful demeanor blossoming into childlike anticipation. Then I shall look forward to it. As Allison noted the time to attend to her own affairs, she hurriedly slipped away. I must prepare as well. Where I'm going and what I'll be is a secret. Just remember to frighten those little ones. Dumbledore chuckled in response. Very well. I shall see you at the feast. Chapter 94, Quarrel. In an unoccupied ladies' restroom, after wandering for a spell to set things in order, Allison entered, silently regarding her reflection. The red-haired witch wore a soft, lively smile, her blue eyes intently observing her own. Though the tranquility and joy of a life devoid of tasks and bloodshed was pleasant, she occasionally found herself nostalgic for the seemingly dreamlike past, including her old friends from Arkham Asylum. The figure in the mirror began to curl her lips into a silent, maniacal grin. The transfiguration spell rendered the witch's fair, rosy complexion into an eerie, flower-dusted pallor, darkening her eye sockets, while a grotesque scar extended from her painted lips, stretching into a wicked smile. Her red hair transformed into a short green style, and her mismatched eyes shifted to a pale green hue. The witch's robe morphed into a garish, bright purple suit, paired with a green collar and a yellow lining, resulting in an overwhelming and chaotic color palette that appeared quite filthy. However, bystanders would likely overlook the abominable ensemble, instead being struck by her chaotic, malevolent, and dangerously unhinged aura. The jester before the mirror chuckled lowly, the laughter crescendoing into a silent, wild cackle. Perhaps those who donned masks on Halloween were the true individuals shedding their fades, were they not? Students and professors eagerly anticipated the annual Halloween feast, with many arriving early to the hall. Yet some remained absent for various reasons. Clad in an oversized, ludicrous purple scarf, the neurotic young professor unleashed a giant troll he had recently introduced to the school in the corridor. This reckless act left him in a state of heightened anxiety, his face ashen, one eye twitching uncontrollably. Just as he was about to turn, a sound sliced through the air behind him. Quirrell attempted to dodge, but felt his body immobilized as a crowbar brutally shattered his shin bone. The unfortunate man screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, and amid his frantic struggles, he found he could move again. Turning his head, he beheld his assailant, a ghostly clown face, cold and fervent, fixated on him, the bloodied crowbar gripped tightly in hand. It was unclear whether the terror of being attacked after committing misdeeds or the sight of this bizarre, inhuman assailant was more frightening. For a wizard, a wand was undoubtedly more perilous than a crowbar. Yet the ease with which this tool had broken his leg sent a wave of cold sweat cascading down Quirrell's spine. The black magic defense professor, already trembling, had attempted to signal for help from the outside world beneath Voldemort's very gaze by unleashing a troll. And now his heart raced perilously close to fainting. He tried to cast a spell in defense, but his wand was effortlessly disarmed by the assailant's disabling charm, and the maniac began to beat him rhythmically with the crowbar. The fragment of Voldemort attached to Quirrell, roused by the commotion, began to inhabit Quirrell's body, transforming him into a temporary Horcrux. However, this parasitic existence was not sustainable, as Quirrell's flesh began to decay like the animals Voldemort had previously possessed. Even as he endeavored to maintain the life of his host in a state of slumber, hoping to endure until he could reclaim the Philosopher's Stone to restore his body, Voldemort needed to sustain this temporary servantess body, ensuring he did not perish completely. However, as Voldemort attempted to cast a spell, he discovered that the surrounding purple scarf had adhered to his pale visage like glue, rendering him utterly unable to extricate himself. Moments later, silent flames erupted around Quirrell's form, and the fearsome serpent lunged toward Allison, only to be thrust violently against the wall of an empty classroom along with Quirrell by a powerful spell. The mindless, foul-smelling troll meandering the corridors was also ensnared by the soul-sucking curse, and both were confined within the empty classroom. Allison kindly added a silencing charm to ensure that no one would disturb the desperate professor, the Dark Lord, and the troll as they became acquainted with one another. The Joker hummed a cheerful little tune as he swung his blood-stained crowbar, merrily making his way toward the Great Hall, excited to partake in the Halloween feast. At the entrance of the hall, a small stall manned by an unknown individual displayed the sign, "1 nat each, help yourself." The table was adorned with an array of plush animal-themed headbands, gloves, and an assortment of Halloween masks, some resembling animal faces, others crafted from feathers or bones, all delightfully peculiar or endearing. The evident traces of transfiguration indicated they were mere disposable trinkets. Many passing students, unable to resist, eagerly gathered around to select their preferred costumes. Typically, Halloween at Hogwarts was merely an occasion for students to don their robes for a feast, but the idea of dressing up had sparked excitement, and even the little creatures were eager to join in the fun. The Weasley twins seemed to have caught the spirit of the occasion, loudly attempting to peddle their prank props nearby, yet no one dared to buy them for the moment, most simply observed with amused caution, ever wary of the mischievous duo. Professor McGonagall, passing by, paused, her serious demeanor silencing the prattling twins. She cast a brief glance at the two red-haired boys, not wishing to dwell on their antics on such a joyous day. Approaching the stall, she examined the offerings and delightedly purchased a tabby cat mask to wear. Everyone exchanged glances at their costumed peers, finding the spectacle amusing, and the atmosphere gradually grew more vibrant. As Dumbledore exited his office and made his way to the Great Hall, he garnered numerous astonished stares along the way. One student, clutching their textbooks while descending the stairs, nearly stumbled upon spotting the striking fallen angel. The red-haired, blue-eyed young man twinkled with mirth as he deftly caught the clumsy student with a flick of his wand. A young wizard of Muggle descent stared in awe at the magnificent wings, exclaiming that angels truly existed and, astonishingly, wielded magic. The presence of a fallen angel at Hogwarts was indeed remarkable. More seasoned students discerned the difference, pondering whether he was a senior from one of the houses. For such a handsome visage should surely be familiar. Dumbledore, overhearing the whispers, stifled a laugh, playfully winking at them with his captivating blue eyes, gracefully adjusting the elaborate Greek robes as he continued on. The students whispered among themselves, some inadvertently following the angelic figure, as they entered the kaleidoscopic Great Hall, where swarms of bats fluttered across the walls and ceiling, and low-hanging clouds swirled above the dining tables, causing the candle flames nestled within floating pumpkins to flicker. The air was thick with the sweet, enticing aroma of roasted pumpkin, and sumptuous dishes suddenly appeared on golden plates, brimming with Halloween-themed delicacies for the awaiting wizards. Chapter 95, Halloween. The striking blue-eyed fallen angel curved his lips into a smile, walking straight to the staff table without looking back. As he sat down, he was met with astonished and curious gazes from the professors. Although most had never seen the old headmaster in his youth, his calm and gentle demeanor was enough for the astute professors to recognize him. However, even upon realization, Dumbledore's attire elicited a shriek from Professor Flitwick, who nearly toppled from his lofty seat. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore subtly nodded, then nonchalantly took a sip of pumpkin juice from the table. Professor McGonagall, adorned with her cat mask, gazed at Dumbledore in astonishment, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Albus, what on earth are you wearing?" Dumbledore playfully winked. "It's Halloween after all." McGonagall shook her head in resignation. yet found herself unable to refrain from appreciating the strikingly attractive young man who naturally drew attention. Well, it certainly fits the festive spirit. Dumbledore noticed that even Professor Snape cast a glance his way, though it was quickly averted. Students stared in bewilderment at the handsome young man masquerading as a fallen angel at the headmaster's table. Dumbledore observed their reactions, delighting in their shock, confusion, and curiosity. Unable to contain his laughter, he felt particularly jovial, and the dark wings behind him fluttered slightly. It seemed that everyone was in high spirits. Then, the headmaster cleared his throat, preparing to deliver his Halloween address. Instinctively, the room fell silent, all eyes turning to the head table. The red-haired, blue-eyed youth rose, arms outstretched, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he warmly exclaimed, "Happy Halloween, everyone!" The students, finally snapping back to reality, erupted into applause, though it felt somewhat half-hearted. Dumbledore chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement, before signaling that the feast could commence. As the banquet began and the guests indulged in the delectable fare, many glances still strayed toward the young man. Dumbledore feigned ignorance to the unusual attention, calmly enjoying his meal, though his gaze lingered momentarily on the Slytherin table, pondering the whereabouts of Allison. However, his thoughts soon shifted as the entrance doors swung open once more, and a striking young man, clad in leather and embodying a devilish guise, strode in. With his golden hair and mismatched eyes, he fixated intently on the red-haired youth at the staff table. The students gaped at the unexpected arrival, the devilish figure's attire curiously complementing the fallen angel's. Both were resplendently dressed, radiating brilliance under the bright candlelight of the banquet hall. The professors exchanged wary glances, certain this was not a student of the school. Some recalled the magical photographs on the headmaster's desk, their eyes darting suspiciously between the two theatrically dressed individuals. Older professors, like McGonagall, who had experienced Grindelwald's heyday, were momentarily stunned by the sight of the transparent right eye. The unfamiliar youth made his way directly to Dumbledore, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Leaning in closer, he fixated his heterochromatic gaze upon the older man's expression, elegantly and enticingly extending his hand, his voice a low murmur as he inquired, "May I have the honor of meeting this fallen angel?" A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. In that instant, Dumbledore comprehended the primary aim of Allison's antics that day. The red-haired youth raised an eyebrow, regarding the devilishly adorned golden-haired young man, his tone gentle as he responded, "Of course." The fallen angel willingly placed his hand atop the others, tacitly permitting this alluring demon to enjoy a splendid Halloween in his domain at Hogwarts. "Absolutely," he confirmed. Grindelwald's face lit up with a triumphant smile as he unceremoniously seated himself beside Dumbledore. Shortly after his arrival, the dinner before him remained untouched, and Professor Snape, squeezed between them, silently glared at the couple, his expression dark and brooding, much like a gloomy mushroom. Dumbledore, undeterred by the astonished and peculiar looks from the students, turned to Grindelwald, inquiring softly with a hint of amusement in his eyes, "What brings you here?" "Why, to spend Halloween with you," Grindelwald replied, raising an eyebrow as he leaned closer to Dumbledore, whispering in his ear. Dumbledore, somewhat exasperated, tilted his head to avoid the warm breath tickling his ear. The young man's body was invariably more attuned to sensations. Noticing the tips of the fallen angel's ears turning slightly pink, the demon couldn't help but let out a low chuckle, embodying the very essence of their mischievous attire. The beautiful blue eyes shot a glare at Grindelwald, who, unfazed, grinned even more boldly as he grasped his lover's hand beneath the table, as if they had truly returned to the vibrant summer of 2 months prior. Dumbledore did not extricate himself, allowing Grindelwald to hold his hand. The small creatures were rendered into a state of bewilderment, gazing at the headmaster seated on the dais alongside the enigmatic young man who had abruptly invaded the hall, and was now behaving intimately with him. Grindelwald chuckled softly, continuing to whisper in Dumbledore's ear. Everyone appeared astonished. Dumbledore cast a resigned glance at his partner, who was intentionally displaying their affection before the gathered assembly. It was evident that this was a rather wicked pastime. Grindelwald did not contest the accusation, his face alight with the glee of a successful prank, fervently locking eyes with Dumbledore's cerulean gaze, murmuring compliments. "You look exceptionally handsome this evening." Dumbledore cleared his throat softly. "Thank you, you look quite dashing yourself." Grindelwald encouraged. "Shall we venture out together later?" Dumbledore, feeling a youthful vigor coursing through his heart, which seemed to pulse with life, inhaled deeply and adopted a serious demeanor. "We shall discuss it later. For now, let us relish the Halloween feast." The impish Grindelwald laughed once more at his side. "As you wish, my angel." Dumbledore gently nudged him. Only then did Grindelwald relinquish his hold on his old flame's hand, taking a sip of pumpkin juice from a cup that Albus had placed nearby. Professor Snape maintained his impassive expression, refraining from speech, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the peculiar, but harmonious couple at the head table. Professor McGonagall discreetly sipped her pumpkin juice to calm her nerves. The other professors bore various expressions. At that moment, another figure entered the hall, arriving fashionably late. It was a clown with green hair and eyes, lips exaggeratedly painted upward, adorned in lipstick, and a face seemingly coated in white paint. The clown wore a purple suit, yellow lining and a green tie, a combination that was decidedly unattractive. Yet all eyes were drawn to the aura of cold danger and chaotic disorder that emanated from him. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon this diminutive figure, his brow furrowing slightly as he instinctively tightened his grip on his cup. He surmised that this was Allison in her festive guise. On this Halloween, the only other person apart from them to be so elaborately dressed was indeed Allison. The other professors and students had merely donned masks or simple decorations. The issue was that he had noticed the clown's gaze, which bore a semblance of madness and a desire for destruction, as if intent on devouring everything in its path. Grindelwald regarded the clown with a flicker of surprise before regaining his composure, clearly recognizing her as well. The professors and students eyed the clown with a hint of wariness as she casually took a seat at the Slytherin table, playing with a small knife. The clown even scrutinized Draco and Theodore, two handsome boys, before squeezing into a space between them. The Slytherins immediately speculated that this was the notorious troublemaker they had been hearing about. Those seated nearby could even discern fresh bloodstains on the clown's attire. Had Miss Green truly committed to a terrifying Halloween disguise? Or was this merely a jest? No Slytherin dared to contemplate further. The clown flashed a wide grin at Draco, who stiffened in fright. Allison, with a mischievous glint, held the knife and cradled Draco's face, gazing into his gray-blue eyes as she recited lines from the film's Joker. As for why she did not quote from the game, the references were too numerous, and besides, there was no Batman here. My father was a drunkard, a devil. And one night he was more deranged than usual, so my mother took up a kitchen knife to defend herself. Hearing such a stark account, Draco, who had grown up in affluence and happiness, turned pale, his lips trembling as he instinctively sought refuge behind Crabbe. The professors noticed the unfolding situation and frowned in concern. In the midst of the faculty table, the two genuine paternal figures who had been rumored about exchanged glances. Allison then turned her attention to Theodore, fixing him with a steady gaze, her voice low and calm as she licked her lips slightly. He didn't like that at all, not one bit. So I watched as he laughed and approached her with the knife. Finally, he turned the knife toward me, smiling as he said, "Why so serious? Smile a little." And he thrust the knife into my mouth. The small creatures present gasped at the grotesque scar that extended along the clown's mouth. Even knowing it was merely a Halloween prank, the horrifying tale surpassed even the most chilling stories in the tales of Beetle the Bard, particularly the one about the wizard's heart. This scene of Halloween would surely haunt the nightmares of many. Theodore, who prided himself on his pureblood lineage, appeared even more ashen, his body rigid against the chair, rendered speechless. The clown surveyed the Slytherin table, a grin on her face as she observed the expressions of the snakes with keen interest. So, why so serious? A profound silence enveloped the Slytherin table, the snakes responding with awkward smiles. Could they not enjoy the Halloween feast in peace? Must they be subjected to such fright? That devil, Allison. Dumbledore, seated among the faculty, shook his head in resignation, casting a sidelong glance at Grindelwald, who had been watching him intently. Dumbledore averted his gaze, tapping his wand against the table, and 2 glasses of fire whiskey materialized before him. The red-haired youth gazed into the amber liquid, his gaze dropping as he took a sip. The alcohol infused a faint blush upon his cheeks, and his eyes grew slightly unfocused. The feast gradually became more lively, with everyone indulging in gossip and revelry, savoring the Halloween-exclusive pumpkin delicacies. Seizing the moment when everyone had relaxed their vigilance, Allison swiftly hurled a potion of upright hair toward Professor Snape, adding a dash of all flea to hasten its effect. The potion bottle struck the table before the potion's master with precision, shattering and releasing a light mist. The young potions professor, caught off guard while enjoying his meal, found his hair standing on end, transforming him into the center of attention. The other professors, having witnessed the sudden chaos, struggled to suppress their laughter, turning their heads to maintain a semblance of professionalism. Upon seeing the typically stern Severus with his hair defying gravity, the red-haired youth could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. The Slytherin Serpent King glared, his teeth clenched as he surveyed them with disdain. "Is this amusing to you?" Dumbledore stifled his laughter, coughing heavily and clearing his throat. "Ahem, my apologies, Severus, it was unintentional." Below, the students fought to suppress their laughter, though a few could not contain their mirth. Professor Snape shot a dark glare at the giggling students, marking them down in his notebook. An immediate chill coursed through the small creatures as they quickly covered their mouths, forcing themselves to stifle their laughter. Professor Snape swiftly neutralized the childish prank potion, his gaze icy as it bore into Allison. Unfazed, she merely stuck out her tongue at him, continuing to hurl upright hair potions across the various house tables, creating chaos and laughter. She had diluted the potion with water, reducing its duration from 30 minutes to merely 3, turning it into a light-hearted Halloween prank. As the evening progressed, it was time for dancing. The devil leaned toward the fallen angel, softly inquiring, "Would you care for a dance?" Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald, remaining silent as he rose to his feet. The red-haired youth's eyes softened as he extended his hand to his beloved. The blonde-haired youth with heterochromatic eyes smiled faintly, taking his partner's hand and leading him to the center of the designated dance floor. The surrounding students quickly cleared a space for them. The two danced gracefully in the center, their movements in perfect harmony and elegance, much to Allison's astonishment at their unpracticed synchronization. The surrounding applause erupted, everyone cheering for them. Allison also took out a magical camera, diligently capturing the moment. Grindelwald's voice was deep and resonant. "You dance remarkably well." Dumbledore chuckled softly in response. Likewise. As the rhythm of the dance enveloped them, Grindelwald drew closer to Dumbledore, whispering sweet nothings into his ear. "After all these years, you remain utterly enchanting."